Beep. Heartbeat 0. Defibrillator. Maximum power. Hurry. The noise around her sounded distant, as if separated by a thick layer of water. Lin Jiayue still remembered the last thing she saw, a frozen progress bar on her computer screen, core algorithm loading 99%. Her fingertip hovered just a centimeter above the enter key. The next second, pain exploded through her body. As her vision went dark, her last thought was, "Oh no, I didn't submit the code. Does this count as a work injury? The mortgage payment is due next month." Then, everything went black. There was no fiery hell as she had imagined. Instead, a gentle coolness with a faint scent of sandalwood surrounded her. It reminded her of the old wooden cabinets in the orphanage from her childhood. Lin Jiayue's head throbbed as she slowly regained consciousness. Water. Water. Her throat felt like it had been scraped with sandpaper, burning with pain. A moment later, a warm fingertip trembled as it touched her cheek, so lightly it felt like it might break a bubble. "She's awake. Master, she's awake." A woman's voice, thick with tears, rose sharply with joy and relief. Lin Jiayue forced her eyes open. The scene before her gradually came into focus. She saw a carved redwood canopy bed draped with pale blue silk curtains. The air carried the faint scent of expensive incense. Beside the bed stood two people. The woman wore a dark purple velvet cheongsam, her hair neatly styled but her eyes red and swollen as she stared at Lin Jiayue. The man next to her, dressed in a fine long robe, gripped a handkerchief tightly, the veins on his hand standing out as he struggled to control his emotions. "Here's some water. Slowly, drink slowly." The woman hurriedly brought over a white porcelain cup with gold trim and carefully held it to Lin Jiayue's lips, as if she were handling something fragile and precious. The warm water slid down her throat, and Lin Jiayue finally felt alive again. She took a deep breath and quickly scanned her surroundings. Redwood furniture, silk curtains, gilded porcelain. Warning bells rang in her mind. This setup, this atmosphere, could this be one of those legendary top-tier VIP hospital rooms? Oh no! As a seasoned corporate employee, her first reaction wasn't gratitude, but pain in her wallet. My medical insurance definitely won't cover this. How much will I have to pay myself? How many lines of code will it take to make up for this loss? She instinctively leaned back, switching into workplace defense mode, and spoke politely but cautiously. "Excuse me. Who are you two? Where is this? Wasn't I in the hospital?" Clink. The porcelain lid in the woman's hand slipped and landed on the embroidered quilt with a dull sound. The joy on her face vanished instantly, replaced by panic. "Sweetheart, what are you saying? I'm your mother. This is our home, your home." Lin Jiayue gave a bitter smile. She didn't want to upset this elegant, wealthy-looking lady, but clearly, the woman had mistaken her for someone else. "Madam, you've got the wrong person. I'm an orphan. I grew up in a welfare home, no parents, no house, no car." The words shattered the woman's composure. Her body went weak, almost collapsing to the floor. She clutched her husband's arm tightly and cried out, "Dear, it's over. Our daughter fell, and now she doesn't even recognize us. Has her soul not returned yet?" The man, addressed as Master Lin, had red eyes too, but he was much calmer. His sharp, business-hardened gaze fixed on Lin Jiayue. Unlike the vacant, silly look their daughter used to have, the girl on the bed now had clear, calm eyes, filled with logic, caution, and a weariness far beyond her years. "Wanqing, don't cry," Lin Hongxing said in a low, steady voice. Though tense, it carried firm conviction. "Do you remember what that wandering priest said 10 years ago?" Madame Lin froze mid-sob. "He said our daughter would face a deadly trial at 6, that her soul would leave her body and suffer in another world, and only after enduring hardship would she return." Lin Hongxing took a deep breath, his eyes burning with hope as he looked at Lin Jiayue. "We've done good deeds for 10 years, built bridges, helped the poor, given medicine, all to wait for her soul to come home." He stepped closer, softening his tone as if coaxing a lost child. "Sweetheart, you said you're an orphan. Do you remember how old you were when you went to that welfare home? Lin Juyua's mind buzzed, as if she had just caught an important piece of information. 6 years old, she answered instinctively, her voice dry. What were you wearing when you arrived? Lin Juyua frowned, trying to recall. The memory was so distant. I think it was a red silk jacket with gold thread on the cuffs. The director said I was dressed too well, like a child from a rich family who got lost. But my head was hurt then, and I was confused. I couldn't remember where my home was. Was the pattern one of many children and blessings? And was there a pearl button at the collar? Lin Juyua's pupils tightened.
Yes.
Su Wanqing's hands trembled as she hurriedly took out a piece of warm white jade from inside her clothes. The red string had faded, clearly worn from being held day and night. She held the jade in front of Lin Juyua, her voice shaking. And this, when you left, was this hanging around your neck. I prayed for 3 days and nights at Hanshan Temple to get this charm for your safety. Lin Juyua stared at the jade pendant carved with cloud patterns, her breath catching. It was exactly the same. Even the tiny chip on the lower right corner was there, the one from when she dropped it as a child while being pushed by older kids at the orphanage. In the modern world, this jade pendant had been the only thing left with her when she was abandoned at the orphanage gate. It was the one thing she never sold, even when she was poor and living in a basement, eating instant noodles. On countless late nights fixing computer bugs, she would hold it in her hand. Its cool touch was her only comfort in that cold, busy city. She instinctively reached for her neck. Empty. But her fingertips met smooth, warm skin. Full of life. No stiffness from long hours at a desk. No heart palpitations from sleepless nights. No calluses from years of typing. This wasn't the body that had collapsed under the weight of a mortgage. A strange yet logical thought surfaced. I didn't travel through time. Lin Juyua whispered, her eyes growing hot and blurry. That deep, unexplainable feeling of connection couldn't be described by any formula. The couple before her weren't strangers or characters in a game. They were her real parents, who had lost her for 10 years and waited all that time for her return. I came back? Su Wanqing didn't give Lin Juyua any time to react. She rushed forward and pulled her into a tight hug. That embrace carried 10 years of fear and the overwhelming joy of reunion. The force was so strong that Lin Juyua felt her chest tighten as she was locked in a warm, faintly scented embrace. Hot tears quickly soaked through her shoulder, their warmth making her heart tremble.
My dear Juyua.
Lin Juyua froze, her hands awkwardly hanging in the air, fingers curling slightly. After years of working in a big company, she had grown used to keeping a safe distance from others, eating cold takeout alone in her small apartment, and handling illness by herself. This kind of open, almost suffocating closeness was far beyond what she was used to. But the embrace was so warm. It wasn't the polite hug of the workplace or the crowded warmth of a subway. It was something deeper, an instinctive bond written in blood. Her hands slowly lowered and gently patted the woman's trembling back. The silk of the qipao was smooth under her fingers, and beneath it, the back was thin but tense. There was no system sound, no mission panel. Only Su Wanqing's muffled sobs and the heavy dampness against her neck. That's enough. Lin Hong turned away sharply, wiping his face with his sleeve. He strode to the door, shooed away the curious servants, and locked it with a loud click. The sudden noise startled the sparrows outside the window into flight. Following his movement, Lin Juyua looked out. Beyond the carved window frame, faint sounds drifted from the distant street, the beat of a gong and voices shouting slogans about checking property and supporting new policies. The words weren't loud, but they pricked at the heart like tiny needles. Lin Hong's face turned pale. He glanced outside before lowering his voice. When he turned back, the once decisive businessman had red eyes like a rabbit's, though he still tried to keep his dignity as the head of the family. Wanqing, our girl just woke up. Don't squeeze her so hard. You'll hurt her. Instead of letting go, Su Wanqing buried her face deeper and muttered, You don't understand anything. I'm holding my daughter. No one can stop me. Lin Hongsheng was left speechless. He rubbed his hands nervously and paced around the bed twice before finally pulling over a chair and sitting down beside it. He stared at the mother and daughter, afraid that if he blinked, this dream would disappear. Lin Jiayue looked at the scene before her, and the sour feeling in her nose finally broke through her calm. In her past life, she had worked herself to death writing code just to buy a tiny 80-square-meter apartment. She had collapsed at her desk, and no one even noticed. Now, she didn't have to worry about a mortgage or fixing endless bugs. Someone was actually protecting her like she was the most precious thing in the world. It felt wonderful. She sniffled, pressed her face against Su Wanqing's neck, and spoke in a hoarse but peaceful voice. "Mother, don't cry. You're holding me too tight. And I'm a little hungry." "Hungry? That's good. If you're hungry, it means your spirit is really settled in your body." Lin Hongsheng, who was usually serious and stern at business meetings, now had a smile spreading across his face, softening every wrinkle. He turned sharply toward the door and shouted, "Aunt Wu,
Quick.
bring the bird's nest porridge from the stove." "No, wait. That's too cooling. Bring the wild chicken and rice porridge instead, and make sure it's the softest part with the thick rice oil." Footsteps and quick replies came from outside. Leaning against the soft pillow, Lin Jiayue listened to the sounds around her, her mind still foggy. This couldn't possibly be a virtual game. The details were far too real. The faint scent of aged redwood in the air, the gentle fragrance from Su Wanqing's clothes, no technology could recreate such vivid sensations. Soon, a steaming bowl of porridge was handed to Su Wanqing. The thin white porcelain bowl glowed faintly. The rice was cooked until it bloomed, with a few strands of tender chicken and green onion floating on top, releasing a warm, comforting aroma. Lin Jiayue wanted to act like an adult, but her body clearly had its own ideas. Grr. Her stomach growled loudly. Su Wanqing's eyes turned red again. She scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and held it to her daughter's lips. "Slow down, it's all yours." The first sip spread warmth and flavor across her tongue. Lin Jiayue silently swore that the so-called premium meals from her old company cafeteria couldn't even compare to this simple bowl of porridge. After finishing a bowl of porridge, her stomach felt warm, and the deep exhaustion from her long recovery slowly returned. "All right, our girl just woke up. Her body, well, she hasn't regained her strength yet." Lin Hongsheng looked at his daughter's drooping eyelids and forced himself to hold back the many things he wanted to say. "Wanqing, let her rest for a while." Su Wanqing reluctantly set down the bowl, carefully tucked the blanket around Lin Jiayue, her movements as gentle as if she were handling a precious treasure. From her sleeve, she took out a piece of white jade and placed it carefully under Jiayue's pillow, whispering softly, "Keep this under your pillow. It will bring peace and good dreams." When the door closed quietly and the room dimmed, Lin Jiayue finally let out a long breath. She didn't fall asleep right away. Instead, she used the moonlight streaming through the window to quickly look around the room. A canopy bed, a cabinet inlaid with fine decorations, and in the corner, a Western-style clock that looked extremely expensive. Everything in the room silently spoke of one thing: wealth. This new life seems a bit too luxurious, she thought to herself with a hint of irony. Sleepiness soon overcame her, and she closed her eyes, drifting into a deep sleep. Outside, the corridor was silent. As Su Wanqing stepped out of the room, her body swayed, and Lin Hongsheng quickly caught her. "What's wrong? You've been watching over her for 2 days straight. Are you exhausted?" he asked softly, worry filling his eyes. "My dear." Su Wanqing clutched his arm tightly, her fingers digging into his sleeve, her voice trembling. "Did you see the look in our daughter's eyes just now? She looked at us so politely, so guarded, as if we were strangers who had stepped into her world." Lin Hongsheng fell silent. He remembered that the first thing their daughter asked when she woke up was, "Which hospital is this?" Her calmness had been almost unnerving. She used to have the mind of a 6-year-old, always asking us for candy, Su Wanqing said, tears welling up. But now, she speaks so carefully, even watching our expressions before she talks. What could she have gone through in that other world to make a 16-year-old girl act like someone who suffered too much and trusts no one? Thinking of how their daughter had eaten so hungrily, yet still tried to stay polite, Su Wanqing felt a sharp ache in her chest. If she hadn't been through hardship, what kind of well-raised girl would have eyes like that? Lin Hongxing put his arm around his wife's shoulders and looked at the tightly closed door, his eyes deep and serious. "It's good that she's back," he said in a low, firm voice. "The wall in her heart will help her take it down, little by little. We can't change the pain she went through, but from now on, we'll make it up to her. We'll help her find her true self again. Wanqing, our daughter's spirit has returned. This is a great blessing. Tomorrow I'll tell the butler to hire the best chef from Jufeng Garden in the city. 3 days from now, we'll hold a 3-day celebration at home. For now, let her rest and recover. Yes, we should celebrate." The next morning, sunlight filled the room. Lin Jiayue woke up to the faint sound of porcelain clinking. Her body moved on instinct. She reached for her phone to turn off the alarm, but instead, her fingers touched a cool, hard jade pendant. Memories rushed back all at once. Oh, right, she had traveled through time. No more rushing through morning traffic, no more meetings, no more dealing with that annoying product manager, and no more hearing, "This task is simple, just finish it before you leave tonight." What a relief. "Miss, you're awake?" A hand lifted the bed curtain, revealing a round, cheerful face. The young woman looked about 20, with 2 long braids and a blue cotton blouse.
I'm Akshiyank.
"Don't you remember me?" she said with a smile, not surprised by Lin Jiayue's blank look. She quickly tidied the bed curtains. "Madam said you've just recovered from a serious illness, so it's normal if you don't remember things clearly. Come, let's wash your face first." A warm towel with a faint scent of herbs was gently pressed to her face. Lin Jiayue was treated like a delicate young lady, carefully attended to as she washed and dressed. Then she was led to a large redwood wardrobe in the inner room. When the doors opened, she was stunned. This wasn't a wardrobe, it was a fashion museum. The entire wall was filled with clothes, wide-sleeved dresses, lace-trimmed gowns, silk robes, and even a few fur vests that looked incredibly expensive. The colors ranged from soft white and sky blue to pale yellow and rose pink, every shade imaginable.
These.
Lin Jiayue swallowed hard and pointed at the clothes. "They're all mine?" "Of course, Mississippi. They're all yours." Xiang smiled as she took out a light pink wide-sleeved blouse and a pale blue pleated skirt. "Madam had these made at Jinjiang Tailor a few days ago. She said this is the most fashionable student outfit right now. Would you like to try it on, miss?" Lin Jiayue touched the soft fabric and instinctively tried to recall her memories. This style definitely looked like something from the Republic of China era. A mix of qipao, student uniforms, and Western dresses. It seemed like the 1920s or 1930s. Maybe even the 1940s? Xiang, what year of the Republic is it now?" Lin Jiayue asked casually while raising her arms to put on the clothes. Before Xiang could answer, a gentle voice came from the doorway. "What are you talking about, dear? You must be hungry. Come, I asked the kitchen to make your favorite crab dumplings." The question was interrupted, and Lin Jiayue didn't ask again. Judging by the family's wealth, it didn't really matter which year it was. As long as it wasn't wartime, she was already living a life of luxury. Led by Su Wanqing to the dining room, Lin Jiayue was once again amazed. A long table that could seat 10 people was covered with all kinds of breakfast dishes. Crystal shrimp dumplings, delicate crab buns, thick millet porridge for kinds of small side dishes, and even a glass of warm milk with a plate of butter cookies. A perfect mix of Chinese and Western food, a true feast. Sitting at the table, Lin Jiayue couldn't help but swallow as she looked at the spread. In her previous life, she usually had a convenience store sandwich for breakfast, and adding a tea egg already felt like a luxury. "Go ahead, everything's still warm," Su Wanqing said lovingly, placing a shrimp dumpling on her plate. Lin Jiayue didn't hold back. The fresh shrimp burst with flavor, and the rich broth seemed to wash away all her worries. She silently calculated, The cost of this one basket of dumplings could have fed her for a week in her old life. Amazing! So this was what a wealthy life felt like. Please, let me enjoy it even more. Under the spell of such delicious food, Lin Juyue completely forgot about asking what year it was. At that moment, she had only one thought: eat. Make up for all the good food she had missed before. Breakfast ended in a whirlwind of satisfaction. After dinner, Su Wanqing linked arms with Lin Juyue and took a walk in their family garden. This is Arjua Garden. It's not as big as the famous gardens in Suzhou, but it's still one of the best in the city, Su Wanqing said, pointing to a lotus pond shimmering in the distance. Lin Juyue looked around, feeling a little lightheaded. The rockeries were rugged, the corridors winding, and the pavilions and towers stood gracefully among the greenery. The lotus pond hadn't bloomed yet, but the endless green leaves stretched as far as she could see. This was called not big? It had to be at least 5 acres, over 3,000 square meters. In her past life, she had worked herself to exhaustion just to buy a tiny 80-square-meter apartment outside the Fifth Ring Road with a 30-year mortgage. And now, her family's back garden alone could fit several housing complexes. That's the library over there. Your father used to read account books there. The stage on the east side hasn't been used much these past 2 years. Times have changed, Su Wanqing said with a sigh. She led Lin Juyue through a moon gate to a small, sturdy brick building. The windows were tiny and covered with iron bars. Su Wanqing took out a brass key from her waist and unlocked the heavy iron door. Come in and take a look. These are the things I've been saving for your dowry. As the door creaked open, a faint but unmistakable scent of old money filled the air. Lin Juyue stepped inside and froze at the sight before her. There wasn't much decoration, just piles and piles of treasures. Rows of display shelves were filled with porcelain and jade carvings. In the corners stood several large red lacquered chests, one of which was slightly open, revealing a flash of dazzling gold. Gold bars. Pure gold bars. Lin Juyue felt her eyes almost blinded by the shine. The science student in her instantly started calculating gold prices and exchange rates, and she came to one clear conclusion. This time travel was a total win. Mother. Lin Juyue's voice trembled. All of this is for me? Seeing her daughter's bright eyes, Su Wanqing smiled warmly, took her hand, and led her to a shelf. Pointing to an empty spot, she said, I'm glad you like it. When your mind wasn't clear before, you actually liked coming here too.
Huh.
Lin Juyue blinked. I used to know about antiques? Could it be that the so-called fool was actually someone wise in disguise, born with a treasure appraisal ability? Su Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed softly, though her eyes shimmered with tears. It's not that you knew how to appraise treasures. Back then, when you got upset, you just liked the sound of things breaking. Those Song Dynasty vases on the shelf, and even that revolving vase from the Qianlong period, you smashed them for fun. Lin Juyue. She felt as if her heart had been stabbed. Song Dynasty? Qianlong period? Smashed for fun? Those weren't just vases. Each one was worth more than a whole courtyard house.
Then.
Wasn't father angry? Lin Juyue asked carefully. Angry about what? Su Wanqing gently patted her head. Your father was only worried that the broken pieces might cut your hands. Later, he locked this place up so you wouldn't get hurt. Now that you've grown up and understand things, you can decide what to do with everything here. Looking at her mother's gentle face, Lin Juyue felt her nose sting. In her past life, breaking a single bowl at the orphanage would earn her a long scolding. Later, at work, one mistake in a report would bring harsh criticism from her boss. But here, in the Lin family, priceless antiques meant nothing compared to a small scratch on her hand. This kind of unconditional love, so warm and tender, melted the coldest part of her heart. Mother. Lin Juyue held Su Wanqing's hand tightly, her voice trembling. I won't break anything again. I'll take good care of our home. Su Wanqing smiled and patted her hand. Silly child, there's no need to worry about that. If the sky falls, your father will hold it up. You just need to be happy and live like the young lady you are. Lin Juyue nodded firmly. Wonderful. This incredible fortune has finally come to me. All of this is yours. As long as you stay safe and well, our family's wealth will last for generations, Su Wanqing said softly, holding Lin Jiue's hand. Just then, the butler knocked on the door, his voice slightly anxious. Madam, the master is waiting in the study. A letter just arrived from Mr. Chun in Nanyang. He says it's urgent and asks that you come at once. Su Wanqing's expression changed slightly. Mr. Chun was Lin Hongxing's close friend, so the letter must be important. She looked at Lin Jiuyue apologetically. Dear, stay here for a while, or let us Yang take you for a walk in the garden. I'll be back soon. Mother, please go ahead. I'd like to have a little quiet time alone, Lin Jiuyue said obediently with a nod. When Su Wanqing's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the smile on Lin Jiue's face slowly faded. Her sharp instinct, trained from years of working in a big company, kept warning her that something was wrong. Mr. Chun, the urgent letter, Nanyang. Suddenly, she realized she didn't even know what year it was. Judging by everyone's clothes, a bad feeling crept into her heart. Instead of returning to her room, she quietly followed the direction Su Wanqing had gone, her steps light and cautious. The study door was slightly open. Inside, she heard the rustle of papers and the butler's low voice. Master, the Zhang family next door was inspected last night. Master Zhang was so shocked he fell ill and is now in the hospital.
I see. You may go now, came the reply.
Lin Jiue's heart tightened and she froze, holding her breath. After the butler's footsteps faded, voices continued inside. Wanqing, Brother Chen wrote that he and his family have safely settled in Nanyang, Lin Hongxing said heavily. He managed to get 2 ship tickets for us and asked if we want to leave. He said the times are about to change completely. Master, what about our property? And our daughter just woke up. Su Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. Actually, at the end of last year, I quietly sold a few shops and exchanged them for gold bars, Lin Hongxing sighed. But our family's business is large. The remaining houses and land can't be given up so easily. Still, if we stay in the city, I can't feel at ease. Outside the door, Lin Jiuyue felt a chill run through her whole body. Nanyang, ship tickets, selling property, and the Zhang family's misfortune. These words connected in her mind, sending a shock through her heart. Without thinking, she pushed open the study door. Father, Mother. The two inside were startled. Lin Hongxing quickly pressed the letter under the inkstone and forced a smile. Jiuyue, why are you here? Lin Jiuyue didn't waste time on small talk. She stared at him and asked firmly, Father, please tell me, what year is it now? Which month? Lin Hongxing froze for a moment, then gently said, Silly child. Why are you asking that? It was the year 1950, not long after the Dragon Boat Festival. 1950. Those 4 numbers weighed heavily on Lin Jiue's heart. It wasn't the Republic era, nor a dream of the past. It was the year 1950, a time soon to be turned upside down, when supplies were scarce and one's social background meant everything. Looking at her parents, who treated her as their most precious treasure, and thinking of the storm that would soon sweep through everything, Lin Jiue's eyes filled with tears. She quickly shut the door and locked it. Only after doing that did she turn around, her gaze falling on the pile of account books still lying open on the desk. Father, Mother, don't be afraid of what I'm about to say. Lin Jiue's voice was low but fast, carrying the clear logic of someone trained in science. I've lived in another world for many years. People there don't wear long robes or ride in sedan chairs, but they have something called history books. Lin Hongxing's hand trembled, and ashes from his cigar fell onto the expensive Persian carpet. The history books say that 1950 is only the beginning, Lin Jiuyue continued without pause. In the next few years, families like ours will be judged by our background. Today we're admired as enlightened gentry, but soon we'll be called parasites. All this rosewood furniture, the antiques, and the large garden outside, these won't be our wealth anymore. They'll become a curse, a rope tightening around our necks. Su Wanqing's face turned pale. The handkerchief in her hand was twisted out of shape. My dear, It can't be that bad, can it? Just the other day, Director Lee from the military committee praised your father for his good spirit. He even donated winter clothes to the front line. Old Master Zhang next door did the same. Why would anyone come after us? Mother, that's for now, Lin Jiu sighed, picking up a silver coin from the desk and turning it between her fingers. But when the landowners' fields are given to the farmers and the capitalists' factories become state property, do you think a few donations will save us? By then, we'll be like meat on the chopping block. Anyone can take a slice. She paused, her eyes sharp as she looked at her father. Uncle Chun went to Southeast Asia. That was the right idea, but he left too quickly and must have lost much of his wealth. And in a foreign land, with a different language and customs, what if there's trouble for Chinese people there? We can't take that risk. Then, what's your plan? Lin Hongsheng put out his cigar. His eyes no longer held the gentle look of a father, but the calm focus of a man facing an equal in negotiation. Go to the northeast, Lin Jiayue said firmly. Lin Hongsheng frowned. The northeast? It's even more chaotic there than here, full of all kinds of people. That's exactly why it's good for us, Lin Jiayue interrupted. It's a vast land with plenty of resources. If we find a place where no one knows us and buy a few old houses, we can start over. We'll change our identity from big capitalists to ordinary people visiting relatives. As long as our household registration is changed, we can survive. The study fell silent, with only the heavy ticking of the clock breaking the stillness. Lin Jiayue's heart was uneasy. Her plan might sound perfect in hindsight, but for those living through it, it was like cutting off one's own path. It took courage and madness. It was like asking a successful businessman to sell his company and move to the countryside to grow sweet potatoes. Who wouldn't hesitate? After a long pause, Lin Hongsheng suddenly laughed. The laugh was dry, but filled with determination. He stood up, walked to the display shelf, and gently touched his favorite Qianlong blue and white porcelain vase. His fingers lingered on the cool surface for a long time. The old monk was right, Lin Hongsheng said, turning sharply. The hesitation in his eyes was replaced by sharp calculation. This fall brought me a daughter as wise as Zhuge Liang. A husband? Su Wanqing looked at him anxiously. Wanqing, listen to our daughter, Lin Hongsheng said, striding to the desk. He opened a drawer and placed a spare Browning pistol on the table, startling Su Wanqing. These days, business has been getting harder. The inspectors are checking every account, and the workers' union keeps demanding higher wages. I've felt something was wrong for a while, but I couldn't bear to give up our family's legacy. I was hoping things would get better. His eyes turned sharp, the look of a man hardened by 30 years in business. Since our daughter has spoken the truth, let's make a bold move. As long as we're together, we can start again anywhere. Even if we end up farming, Lin Hongsheng, will make something of it. He looked at Lin Jiayue, testing her resolve. If we're leaving, what should we do with everything in this house? If we sell it all at once, people will notice. Lin Jiayue's heart skipped a beat. She knew her father was testing her ability to act. Her mind worked quickly, her logical thinking kicking in as she gave the best answer. Create a distraction while we move in secret. Lin Jiayue raised 3 fingers. First, spread the word that mother isn't well and needs to go to the capital to see a foreign doctor, so we'll be staying there for a while. Second, sell or give away the heavy furniture and land we can't take with us to those who envy our family's wealth. Let them fight over it while we take the cash and leave. Third, she lowered her voice and leaned closer. Use all the money to buy gold bars and penicillin. In troubled times, gold is life. In peaceful times, antiques are treasure. But when survival is at stake, medicine is worth more than gold. Lin Hongsheng nodded again and again, admiration shining in his eyes. This was no longer the silly daughter he once knew. She seemed like a blessing sent to save the Lin family.
Good.
We'll do it your way. Lin Hongsheng slapped the table, making the teacups rattle. Wanqing, don't just stand there, get the storeroom keys. We'll start sorting things tonight. Take what we can and what we can't. He clenched his jaw, pain flashing in his eyes before determination took over. If we can't take it, I'd rather destroy it than leave it for those ungrateful people. Lin Juyue let out a quiet sigh of relief, her back damp with cold sweat. They had passed the first hurdle. As long as her parents cooperated, even in chaotic times, survival was still possible. After their discussion, Father and Mother Lin immediately took action. Lin Hongshun contacted secret channels to sell the properties they couldn't keep, while Su Wanqing began sorting food and valuables. Lin Juyue returned to her room, her mind restless. There was simply too much stuff. Even if they got rid of most of it, how could they secretly move the rest to the countryside? If only she had a storage space. As soon as the thought came, Lin Juyue instinctively touched the jade pendant hanging at her chest. It had been with her through 2 lifetimes. According to the logic of web novels, this had to be the key to a hidden system. Let's take a chance. Maybe luck will strike. She steeled herself, took a sewing needle from the basket, and pricked her fingertip. Hiss! A drop of bright red blood fell onto the smooth jade surface and was instantly absorbed. There was no sharp pain, only a sudden rush of energy that shot from her fingertip to her head. Her mind went blank for a second, and then, buzz. Her vision shifted. The next moment, Lin Juyue found herself standing in a familiar garden. Artificial hills, lotus ponds, pavilions, and towers. This was clearly a replica of the Jua Garden. The air was filled with a strong spiritual energy. Lin Juyue took a deep breath, her eyes slightly warm. Steady. The online comments were right. With this place, she could not only protect her whole family but also create a true safe haven for her parents in this time of scarcity. She quickly looked around. The Jua Garden before her was exactly like her real home, yet the strange stillness made her realize something at once. There was no wind, no sound of insects. Time itself had stopped. She broke off a willow branch. Fresh sap oozed from the cut. The plants are alive, but the environment is frozen, she murmured. Her mind raced, her scientific logic kicking in. This was a completely sealed and safe space. If time stood still, everything here would stay perfectly preserved. It was like an endless, supersized refrigerator. Without wasting a second, she walked quickly around the rockery and pushed open a newly appeared underground entrance. A heavy metal door slid open silently, and soft light spread across her view. Even though she had prepared herself, Lin Juyue still gasped in shock. This wasn't a simple storage room, it was a modern logistics center. Rows of heavy shelves stretched as far as she could see, each as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. The space seemed endless. It could easily hold not just her family's belongings, but perhaps all the supplies of Sioux City, and still not fill even a corner of the first floor. Perfect preservation. Unlimited storage, she whispered. She forced down her excitement. These things still needed testing, but if her guess was right, then in the coming age of rationing, this space would be her family's ultimate safeguard. With a thought, she exited the space and glanced at the white porcelain teacup on the table. She reached out, silently saying, "Store." The delicate cup vanished from her palm. Then she whispered, "Release," and the cup reappeared on the table, exactly as before, even the drops of water on the rim untouched. It worked. She could store and retrieve things at will. Overjoyed, Lin Juyue didn't hesitate any longer and stepped out the door. In the study, the air was heavy with tension. Lin Hongshun held a brush, painfully crossing out items on a long list of family assets. Each stroke made his mouth twitch, as if he were cutting away not wealth, but his own flesh. The boxes of gold and jewelry. They're too heavy to take. The ancient Song edition books. They might get damaged on the road, so we can't bring them either. And your piano, Wanqing. Su Wanqing sat nearby, wiping her tears. She clutched a pearl necklace tightly in her hand, her last keepsake. She murmured, "What should I do? My pearl necklace will draw too much attention on the road."
Click.
Lin Juyue pushed the door open and quickly locked it behind her. Lin Hongshun looked up, his eyes still red. He forced a smile. "Sweetheart, why aren't you resting? I'm calculating how much we can carry lightly, maybe enough to trade for 20 gold bars." "Stop calculating. Lin Juyue walked to the desk and pressed down her father's trembling hand. Her voice was firm. "Father, what if I told you we don't have to leave anything behind? Would you believe me?" Lin Hongxing froze, then gave a bitter smile. "Silly child, we're escaping. Do you expect me to carry thousands of pounds of rosewood furniture on my back? No need to carry it." Lin Juyue's eyes were bright. She gently placed her fingers on the inkstone on the desk, her father's most treasured possession, one he never let anyone touch.
Store.
Right before her parents' eyes, the heavy inkstone vanished into thin air. Only a faint trace of ink remained on the table.
Crash.
Su Wanqing dropped her teacup, shattering it. Hot tea splashed onto her dress, but she didn't even notice. Her eyes widened in shock. Heavens!
This
is magic. Lin Hongxing looked as if he had seen a ghost. He jumped up from his chair, stumbling back into the display shelf.
This.
The seasoned businessman could barely speak. "This is a gift left to me by an old monk," Lin Juyue said calmly, offering a simple explanation. "I have a space that can hold anything. Not just this room. I could take the entire Zhuiyuan garden with us." To prove it, she turned her wrist, and the inkstone reappeared exactly where it had been. Thud. Su Wanqing's legs gave out, and she knelt on the floor, pressing her palms together in awe. Her voice trembled, but was full of faith. "A blessing from the heavens. I knew our good deeds would be rewarded. My pearl necklace is saved." Lin Hongxing had been through many storms in his life. Though his legs were trembling, his mind was working fast. He grabbed Lin Juyue's shoulders, his eyes burning with excitement. Nan, did you say? Everything? No matter how big it is, it can all fit?" "Very big," Lin Juyue nodded firmly. "It can hold enough supplies for our family for generations." Lin Hongxing took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. The pain of losing the family estate vanished, replaced by a new sense of confidence. He straightened his back. Good. He said it 3 times, then turned to look at the room full of antiques and paintings. What once seemed like burdens now looked like valuable assets for their future. "Father, we need to change the plan." Lin Juyue pulled her parents to sit down, switching into her strategist mode. "We still need to act like we're selling everything, or people will get suspicious. But what we'll actually sell are only the land deeds and business rights, things we can't take with us. As for the real items..." She glanced around the room, a clever smile on her lips. "We'll take them all. Not just what's in the house. On the way, we'll buy every bit of food, cloth, and medicine we can find. We're not just escaping to the countryside. We're going there to build a new life." Lin Hongxing felt a rush of excitement, but years of business experience quickly brought him back to reason. He glanced toward the study door and lowered his voice. Nan, you're right. But there are dozens of servants in this house, all watching. If everything in this room suddenly disappears, within half an hour people will be saying the Lin family is haunted, and the military office will come to investigate." Lin Juyue nodded. She had been too excited earlier and almost forgot. After living in modern times, she was used to privacy, but in this era, even a wealthy home had none. "So what do you suggest, Father?" "Hide our true actions behind a show," Lin Hongxing said, his eyes gleaming. He walked to the bookshelf, felt behind a row of thick scriptures, and pressed a small wooden button. Click. A soft sound came, and the entire wall of books shifted back half a foot. "Come with me," Lin Hongxing said, lifting a lantern and leading Lin Juyue into the secret passage. Su Wanqing stood by the study door, holding her sewing work and keeping watch. She smiled to herself, thinking happily later, "I'll put away my pearl necklace and those few bolts of cloud-patterned silk." The secret passage stretched downward, the damp air carrying a faint, musty smell. The lantern's glow flickered along the narrow tunnel, casting uneven light on the stone walls. At the end was an underground room of about 50 square meters. Lin Hongxing raised his hand and pushed open the heavy stone door. The lantern light spread out suddenly. Lin Juyue's breath caught in her throat. The basement wasn't filled with cobwebs and dust as she had imagined. Instead, dozens of locked camphorwood chests were neatly stacked. Faded labels on them read, 50 gold bars, 1 crate of penicillin, 2,000 silver coins. In the farthest corner stood a black lacquered chest, its surface carved with faint English letters. Lin Hongxing looked at the chest, his voice low and trembling slightly.
This.
I had it brought from abroad years ago. I meant to keep it as a family heirloom, but now… Before he could finish, the lock on the black chest clicked open by itself. A wave of cold metallic air seeped out through the crack. The lock on the black chest clicked open again by itself. A wave of cold metallic air seeped out through the crack. Lin Hongxing stepped forward carefully and lifted the lid. The lantern light fell inside, revealing neatly arranged rifles, pistols, and several boxes of shining bullets. These were left from the old days when we fought the bandits, Lin Hongxing said in a low voice. I kept them hidden all this time, thinking they might be useful for protection. Looks like that time has come. Lin Juyue's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to speak, her father waved his hand. Pack them up. The northeast isn't safe. With these, we'll have an extra layer of security. She nodded, and with a thought, the black chest and its contents vanished from sight. Outside the secret passage, the sky was already turning pale. The two of them climbed the stone steps. As they pushed open the hidden door to the study, they heard Su Wanqing's tearful voice. You're finally back. I was so worried something might have gone wrong. Lin Hongxing let out a sigh of relief and patted his wife's shoulder. It's all right now. Everything's settled. He turned to Lin Juyue, his eyes unusually serious. Nan, there are also some treasures in the vault next to the study. We'll go there now and take everything. Don't leave a single trace. Lin Juyue nodded in agreement. The three of them moved quietly through the morning mist toward the treasure building. When they pushed open the heavy wooden door, a mix of sandalwood, ink, and herbal scents filled the air. Boxes of neatly stacked silver coins, a dozen small wooden chests filled with shining gold bars, and in the far corner, a few sealed lead boxes giving off a faint medicinal smell. These have been in our family for generations, Lin Hongxing said quickly, pointing at the boxes. These 3 contain penicillin and hemostatic powder, life-saving medicine we bought at a high price from foreign traders. That one holds land deeds, property titles, and shares in several old family businesses. He paused, his fingers trembling slightly as he looked at Lin Juyue. Nan, the heavy rosewood furniture and porcelain decorations upstairs. We'll leave those to make it look like we're struggling. We can even sell a few pieces to make it believable. But these treasures, you must take them all. Not a single thing can be left behind. Lin Juyue took a deep breath, her fingers shaking. Emptying her family's secret vault felt 1,000 times more thrilling than getting a year-end bonus. Take them. With a thought, her mental power spread through the entire hidden room like a wave.
Swish, swish, swish.
In an instant, the once-packed basement became completely empty. The wealth that could drive the whole city mad now rested neatly on the first shelf of her storage space, perfectly organized. It's empty. Really empty. Lin Hongxing looked around the bare room, the last trace of worry fading from his eyes, replaced by a bold determination. They returned to the study the same way, closing the hidden wall until it fit seamlessly again. This was a place even Su Wanqing rarely entered. It was Lin Hongxing's private sanctuary for his most cherished collections. He pushed open the carved wooden door on the second floor and pointed at a wall full of display shelves, his breathing growing heavier. This row, these are official porcelain pieces from the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong eras. Your grandfather risked his life to bring them back from the South Seas. Lin Hongxing's fingers trembled slightly as he touched the now empty display shelf. Then, with a firm wave of his hand, he said, "Take everything. Don't leave even a single shard for outsiders." Lin Juyue didn't waste words. With a thought, her mental power spread out like an invisible net. In the blink of an eye, the priceless blue and white porcelain vase with lotus patterns vanished, along with the pair of colorful chicken cups beside it. Lin Hongxing's eyelids twitched hard. Even though he had prepared himself, the sight still hit him like a shock. One moment the shelves were full of treasures, the next they were bare. The emptiness made his collector's heart ache. He took a deep breath, forced down the pain, and quickly walked to the other side. Pointing at a few dusty jars in the corner, he smiled slyly. Those are imitations from the Guangxu period. The glaze is off, and the base is rough. Leave them for those nosy people who might come searching later. Let them think we've got nothing worth hiding. Lin Juyue's lips twitched. Well, so all the real treasures were taken, and only the fakes and damaged ones were left behind. That was quite cunning. But she liked it. Dad, what about these boxes of paintings and calligraphy? Lin Juyue pointed at the stack of camphorwood boxes beside the desk, half as tall as a person. In her mind, she added, collecting these feels like clearing a computer cache, one click and done. So satisfying. Those were left by your great-grandfather. There are 2 original Tangbohu paintings and several Song Dynasty books inside, Lin Hongxing said as he hurried to open a box. These can't stand humidity. If we take them to the countryside, they'll be ruined. Quick, take them. Before he could finish, the boxes and their priceless contents disappeared. Lin Hongxing's hand froze in midair. After a long pause, he muttered, well, that speed is just like mine. You'll do well in business. After clearing out the antiques and paintings on the 2nd floor, the 2 moved on to the 3rd floor fabric storage. It was like a small textile museum. Rolls of Yunjin, shoe brocade, and Hangzhou silk were neatly stacked, along with several fur coats and shawls that would now be considered politically risky. This Su embroidery screen is too flashy, take it. Don't touch those boxes of indigo cloth. Keep them for making clothes for the family. They'll be our protective color later. This golden Nama bed. Too heavy to move and too eye-catching. Forget it, take it anyway. At this moment, Lin Hongxing was completely in his element. While giving orders, he was also calculating in his mind, showing the sharp instincts of a seasoned businessman. Lin Juyue, on the other hand, had turned into a tireless mover. To her, these weren't antiques or famous paintings, but simply data files taking up storage space. As long as the hard drive was big enough, copying and pasting them was just a matter of minutes. In less than half an hour, the treasure building that so many people in Sucheng envied had been emptied out. Only a few heavy wooden pieces of furniture and some decorative items that Lin Hongxing had deliberately left behind stood quietly in place, giving off a faint sense of emptiness. It's done. Lin Hongxing clapped the dust off his hands. Looking at the now empty floor, he didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, he let out a long breath of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Now, even if someone comes to investigate, we'll just look like a poor family. Watching her father's relieved yet slightly proud expression, Lin Juyue couldn't help but smile to herself. This must be what people mean by having supplies brings peace of mind, even if those supplies happen to be antiques. Back in her room, Lin Juyue locked the door behind her and leaned against it to steady her breathing. She looked down at the jade pendant on her chest, focused her thoughts, and instantly cut off all connection with the outside world. Now that the materials were secured, it was time to test the space's properties. As a careful algorithm engineer, she would never launch anything without proper testing. That would be asking for trouble. Experiment 1, time flow test. She brought in a bowl of freshly cooked chicken soup, still steaming, and placed it in the underground storage area. Then she set a glass of iced plum drink on a stone table in the garden. Half an hour later, she entered again. The chicken soup in the storage area was still hot, the steam rising exactly as before. Conclusion: time in the storage area was completely still, perfect for preservation. In the garden, however, the ice in the plum drink had half melted, and the lotus buds that had been closed earlier were now blooming. Conclusion: time in the garden flowed normally, perhaps even a little faster than outside. Lin Juyue's eyes lit up as she quickly did the math in her head. This meant that growing vegetables and raising chickens inside the space would take much less time. Self-sufficiency was no longer just a dream. Experiment 2. Ecological cycle test. She remembered that she had fallen into the pond in the garden when she first arrived. Squatting by the water, she observed it carefully. The water was crystal clear, with a faint, refreshing sweetness to it. She casually brought in the 2 goldfish from the study, water and all, and poured them straight into the pond. The fish swam even more lively than before. Conclusion: the pond could support life and be used for raising fish. What surprised Lin Juyue most was the old well in the garden. She scooped up some water and washed her face. A cool sensation spread through her skin, and the fatigue from her journey and the use of her special ability vanished instantly. Even the tiny red marks on her fingers disappeared completely. This water, it can improve health and beauty, Lin Juyue said, looking at her glowing reflection in the mirror. She couldn't help but joke, if this were in modern times, I could become the richest person in the world just by selling this well water. For the next 2 days, the Lin household appeared calm. The accountant still went out to collect payments, and Madame Wu continued her daily chores as usual, as if nothing had happened. But beneath the surface, tension was rising. Outside the gates, patrols could sometimes be heard marching by, shouting slogans about checking hidden wealth to support the front lines. The voices weren't loud, but they struck fear into everyone's hearts. On the 3rd morning, Zhu Yuan was awakened by the strong aroma of cooking meat. To celebrate the eldest daughter's safe return, Lin Hongsheng decided to hold a grand 3-day feast, just like the one from his wedding years ago. The famous Sioux City chef, Master Wong, personally oversaw the kitchen. Lin Hongsheng even announced that anyone passing by Zhu Yuan could come in for a bowl of meat. In the summer of 1950, this was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. By early morning, a long line had already formed outside the gate. Neighbors in simple clothes, women carrying baskets, even beggars leaning on crutches. Some chewed on the rich, oily braised meat and muttered, "The Lin family really isn't afraid of spending money, giving us such good food." Standing under the veranda, Lin Juyue watched the dozen large pots bubbling with oil and meat. The air was filled with the smell of food, and her mind automatically began sorting and analyzing everything. "Sweetheart, why are you up so early?" Su Wanqing walked over, holding a dark blue cotton qipao. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she spoke in a low voice. "It's chaotic outside. All kinds of people are coming in. I'm worried someone might take advantage of the feast to cause trouble." "Mother, I just wanted to see how the cooking is going," Lin Juyue said, taking her mother's arm and glancing at the piles of ingredients in the kitchen. Half-sides of fresh pork, baskets of still-flopping fish, and stacks of white flour and rice piled like city walls. At a time when prices changed 3 times a day, these things were more precious than gold. "Where's father?" "He's in the main hall, putting on a show for a few old friends," Su Wanqing said in a low voice, half helpless and half amused. "Just like you suggested, he's pretending to be pitiful, saying he spent everything to treat your illness, and that this meal is the Lin family's last bit of dignity." Lin Juyue secretly gave him a thumbs up. Her father's acting could easily win an Oscar in modern times. "Come on, let's go to the kitchen." Lin Juyue grabbed Su Wanqing's hand and hurried off. The kitchen was running like a high-speed production line. Master Wong from the Dayu restaurant swung his ladle so fast it left after images. A pot of braised pork had just been finished, bright red, glossy with oil, and so fragrant it made everyone's mouth water. "Madam Lin, Miss Lin." Master Wong wiped the sweat from his face and smiled warmly. "This batch of meat is perfect. 3 layers of fat and lean, rich but not greasy. Even the gods would want to taste." "Thank you for your hard work, Master Wong." Lin Juyue kept her polite smile, but her eyes were fixed on the 20 large food baskets nearby. "Are these for the front hall?" "Yes, the first group of guests is already seated." Lin Juyue gave Su Wanqing a meaningful look. Su Wanqing understood at once. She took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and spoke clearly enough for everyone in the kitchen to hear. "Master Wong, Juyue and I have prepared some insulated containers in the side room. For every batch that comes out, set aside 1 portion. It's for the children at the orphanage in the west of the city, to bring good fortune to Juyue." "Of course, Madam Lin. How kind of you." Master Wong didn't dare ask questions. Wealthy families always had their own ways of doing things. Soon, Steaming dishes of braised pork, meatballs, and sweet and sour fish were carried into the side room. Ah Xiang stood guard at the door, nervous as a lookout. When she saw Lin Jiyue enter, she quickly nodded. "Miss, the containers are ready." Lin Jiyue slipped inside and locked the door behind her. Inside, dozens of specially made barrels were neatly arranged, strategic supplies that Lin Hongsheng had secretly brought from his own shop the night before. Lin Jiyue walked up to the barrel and touched its hot surface with her fingertips, quickly calculating in her mind. Take only the braised pork with the right balance of fat and lean, pick the steamed buns fresh from the pot, and collect only the dry, unspoiled rice. The storage space must be well organized, or it would be a headache to find things later. With a thought, whoosh, 10 full barrels of braised pork, soup and all, vanished into thin air. Her head felt slightly heavy, but it was still manageable. Without stopping, Lin Jiyue turned toward the steaming baskets nearby. Inside were freshly made white buns, plump and soft, giving off a warm, comforting aroma.
Store, store, store.
With each command, the empty shelves in her storage space filled up neatly, satisfying her need for order. At a time when ration coupons were about to be introduced, these hot, ready-to-eat foods would at least keep her family from eating cold, hard bread on their journey to the northeast. "Jiao Jiao, is that enough?" Su Wanqing pushed the door open, her face pale and palms sweaty. The thrill of doing something so secretive right under their own roof made her heart race. "Not even close, mother." Lin Jiyue's eyes were calm as she pointed toward the kitchen. "Father hasn't stored the grain he got from selling off the property yet. During these 3 days of banquets, we'll take not only the cooked food but also the raw supplies. I don't plan to leave anything behind, not even the plants and animals in the garden." With that, she turned and went down into the cellar behind the garden. There, the Lin family had stored thousands of pounds of rice, flour, oil, and hundreds of jars of aged Shaoxing wine. While Lin Jiyue was busy collecting everything in the cellar, a black jeep screeched to a stop at the front gate of Zhuiyuan. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue long gown stepped out. A red armband from the Military Control Committee showed at his sleeve, and he rolled 2 shiny walnuts in his hand. His sharp, hawk-like eyes gleamed with cunning and authority. He glanced at the lively banquet by the gate, then looked up at the Golden Lin Residence signboard and sneered coldly. "That old fox Lin Hongsheng, throwing a feast at a time like this. Is he trying to show off or prove how rich he still is?" The burly man beside him frowned and leaned closer to whisper, "Director Zhang, should we go in now? I heard the Lin family is holding a 3-day banquet. Maybe they're using it as a chance to move some things? I also heard that the Lin family's daughter, who had been unwell for 10 years, suddenly recovered." The middle-aged man called Director Zhang paused while rolling the walnuts in his hand, a curious glint flashing in his eyes. "Interesting. Let's go in and congratulate Mr. Lin." At that moment, Lin Jiyue, who was in the cellar putting away the last jar of Shaoxing wine, felt her heart skip a beat. She quickly exited the hidden space and whispered to Ah Xiang, who was helping her move the jars. "Ah Xiang, go to the flower hall and keep watch. Remember, don't let anyone notice." Ah Xiang's face turned pale. She nodded hard and ran off. Lin Jiyue leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. After storing so many things, her mental strength was completely drained. Her head throbbed as if needles were pricking her brain, and her vision began to blur. Her hands trembled slightly as she took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket. It contained the well water she had stored last night. When she pulled out the stopper, a refreshing scent spread through the air. Tilting her head back, Lin Jiyue drank it all in one go. A cool sensation slid down her throat. There was no burst of energy, but the sharp pain in her head caused by overusing her spatial power slowly faded away. Her heavy limbs felt lighter, and her mental strength recovered by about a third. "It may not remove fatigue, but it can recharge my mind. That's enough." Lin Jiyue clenched the empty bottle, determination flashing in her eyes. Just then, a loud commotion erupted from the front hall, the sound of shattering porcelain mixed with angry shouts. "Search! Check every corner. I don't believe the Lin family is really finished. The noise struck like a hammer, shattering the calm surface of Zhuiyuan. The noise in the front hall was like a rusty saw, cutting through the festive atmosphere the Lin family had tried to create. Well, Mr. Lin, such a big celebration, and you didn't even invite me? Do you look down on me, Zhang? The man's voice was sharp and grating, like a duck being strangled, the kind that made people want to punch him. Lin Hongxing stood in front of the grand chair, his face dark as coal. The man wore a dark blue long robe, with a red armband faintly visible at his sleeve. He rolled 2 shiny walnuts in his hand, and behind him stood 4 burly men with fierce expressions, clearly here to cause trouble. Zhang Dashan, the rival of the Sioux City rice shop, had been eyeing the Lin family shops in the south of the city for quite some time. Boss Zhang, Lin Hongxing greeted with a forced smile, though his eyes were cold. My daughter has just recovered from a serious illness and cannot handle any disturbance, so only close relatives were invited today. Since you're here, please have a seat and a cup of wine.
No need for that.
Zhang Dashan's sharp eyes swept around the hall and stopped on the empty shelves of the display cabinet. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, empty shelves? So they really are finished. The Lin family can't even afford a 3-day banquet. I heard your daughter's illness is rather strange.
Could it be
that you're putting on a show to hide your family's wealth? The room erupted in shock. Everyone knew that being accused of hiding assets was a deadly charge. Once that label stuck, even survival would come at a heavy cost. Lin Hongxing slammed the table, making the teacups jump. Zhang Dashan, how dare you slander me? Whether it's slander or not, I'll know once I see your daughter. Zhang Dashan sneered, signaling his men. 2 strong servants rolled up their sleeves and started toward the back courtyard. Cough. Cough, cough. A fit of coughing, as if someone were about to cough out their lungs, came from behind the screen. Supported by Ah Xiang, Lin Jiyue slowly walked out, swaying with every step. Her face was covered with thick powder, her lips pale, her skin as white as paper. She looked as if a light breeze could blow her away. Father, please don't get upset. Her voice was weak and airy, but her eyes swept over Zhang Dashan with a cold, sharp gaze.
Oh,
so this is your daughter? Zhang Dashan narrowed his eyes, trying to get a closer look. Uncle Zhang, Lin Jiyue said softly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief and swaying as if she might faint at any moment. I'm not in good health. Father was just saying he plans to send me to the capital to see a foreign doctor. That trip will probably cost us everything we have. As she spoke, she subtly gave a signal to the butler, Old Chen. Old Chen, who had watched Lin Hongxing grow up, understood immediately. Just then, 2 servants passed through the hall carrying a large redwood chest, half as tall as a man, luggage prepared for the journey. It looked heavy and full. Oh my! Old Chen suddenly slipped, his foot moving naturally and hitting the servant's ankle. Both servants lost their balance and let go. Clang, crash. A loud noise filled the room, followed by the heartbreaking sound of shattering porcelain. The lid of the box flew open, and broken pieces of fine china scattered across the floor. Blue and white, pastel-colored fragments glimmered under the light with a sorrowful shine. Judging by their quality, they were clearly valuable antiques. My vase. Lin Hongxing let out a desperate cry and rushed forward to pick up a shard. His hands trembled, and though his face showed grief, his eyes quickly darted toward Zhang Dashan, catching the hint of pride there. Lin secretly sneered. Zhang Dashan leaned closer. He didn't know much about antiques, but the glaze looked real enough. And Lin Hongxing's devastated expression, no one could fake that. Boss Lin, this. Zhang's doubts faded, replaced by a sense of smug satisfaction. Serves you right, Lin family, for always showing off. Zhang Dashan, are you happy now? Lin Jiyue held onto the doorframe, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice trembled with despair. Father sold our family's heirlooms to pay for my treatment. These antiques were meant to be sold for that.
Now,
they're all gone. She pointed at the broken pieces, her hand shaking. These aren't just shards of porcelain. They're our family's last hope. Lin Hongsheng collapsed to the ground, beating his chest in grief, while secretly slipping a piece of porcelain into his sleeve. His acting could have won an award. Zhang Dashan could barely hide his delight. The Lin family was truly finished now. That box of porcelain alone was worth thousands. It seemed they really had sold everything to treat their daughter, not to hide their wealth. A ruined family, nothing more to investigate. Ahem, since your daughter is seriously ill, I won't disturb you further, Zhang said with false sympathy, bowing slightly. Boss Lin, my condolences. When the old goes, the new will come. With that, he left with his men, not even bothering to leave the token gift he had brought. He walked away with smug confidence. The guests in the front hall exchanged uneasy glances, then quietly excused themselves, afraid to share in the Lin family's misfortune. The main door closed with a heavy bang. At the very moment the bolt slid into place, Lin Hongsheng leapt up from the ground with surprising agility for a middle-aged man. He brushed the dust off his long robe, pulled a piece of broken porcelain from his sleeve, and the sorrow on his face vanished, replaced by a sly, calculating smile. A fine imitation from the Guangxu period, worth it just for the sound it made. Once I glue it back together, it'll still fool people. Lin Juyue took the warm towel Ah Xiang handed her and wiped off the pale makeup on her face, revealing a healthy, rosy complexion. She smiled slightly. Father, that's called a sunk cost. Unless he sees us suffer a big loss himself, he won't feel safe letting us go. Old Chun, Lin Hongsheng ordered, clean up the floor. That was for Zhang Dashan to see. We have to finish the act properly. Over the next 2 days, a storm swept through Sioux City's business world. Thanks to Zhang Qishan's loose tongue, the rumor spread everywhere. The Lin family is selling everything to pay for their daughter's treatment. Lin Hongsheng decided to use the situation to his advantage and hung up a sign that read urgent sale. Shops in the south of the city, hundreds of acres of farmland outside the walls, even shares in the Hungli Trading Company, all were put up for sale. The prices? Cut in half. But there was one condition: payment only in gold coins, silver dollars, or goods like rice, flour, grain, cotton, and cloth. In no time, the city's wealthy merchants rushed in, afraid to miss out on a bargain. Boss Lin, this shop used to cost 2,000 silver dollars, and now it's only 1,500?
Sold.
Bring the cash. Lin Hongsheng said, eyes red and hands trembling, as if it pained him deeply. But inside, he was laughing at them. Fools, blinded by greed. The buyers all thought they had struck gold and secretly mocked Lin Hongsheng as a foolish old man blinded by love for his daughter. Little did they know, when Zhang Qishan heard that the Lin family shop was being sold so cheaply, he slapped his thigh in regret. I've been tricked. That shop near the docks is worth far more than 1,500. Even fewer knew that after each group of buyers left, Lin Juyue would quietly sort the goods in the study, her mind working quickly. Gold coins sorted by purity, flour stacked by batch, cotton stored to keep out moisture. Her storage space was like a moving vault, organized with incredible speed.
Ding.
10 boxes of gold coins received.
Ding.
2,000 pounds of flour received.
Ding.
500 pounds of cotton received. This wasn't wasteful spending at all. This was clearly a perfect exchange of assets. In these coming turbulent times, land deeds that can't be taken away are just useless paper. Only the money and supplies you can hold in your hands are the true foundation for survival. Meanwhile, the kitchen fires had been burning for 3 whole days. Master Wong from the Dayu restaurant and his apprentices were working so hard that even their spatulas were smoking. The Lin family are truly kind people, Master Wong said, wiping his sweat. Even in such hard times, they're still sending all this food to the welfare home and the shelter, saying it's to bring good fortune to the young lady. Baskets of steaming dishes, braised pork, steamed ribs, big white buns, seafood, and more were carried out of the kitchen and loaded onto carriages. However, as soon as the carriages turned the corner and entered an abandoned Lin family warehouse, Lin Juyue appeared like a shadow. Collect. With a single thought, everything, buckets and food alike, vanished into the still zone of her storage space. By the evening of the third day, when Master Wong finished his work and left, Lin Jiu's space was already filled with enough top-quality cooked food to feed her family for years. Late that night, the time to leave finally came. In the front hall, more than 30 servants knelt on the floor. "We've been together for years," said Su Wanqing, her eyes red. "But now that the Lin family has fallen on hard times and we must travel north for medical treatment, we can no longer afford to keep so many people." She personally handed each servant a thick red envelope. It was both severance pay and hush money, enough for them to live comfortably in Sioux City for several years. "Master, Madam, we can't bear to part with you." The servants cried sincerely. "Go now, all of you. Find your own paths," Lin Hongsheng said, turning away to hide the sadness in his eyes. When the last servant left in tears, the once lively Zhua garden fell completely silent. The gates closed, and the splendor of the past faded away. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Jiyue looked at the empty house, her eyes cold. "Father, Mother, are you ready?" "Yes." Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance and nodded.
"Then, clear it out."
Lin Jiyue spread her arms, releasing her full mental power, and began to collect everything in the estate. The armchairs, vases, and paintings in the front hall, collected. The canopy bed, dressing table, and bedding in the bedroom, collected. The bowls, jars, and even the old iron pot that had been used for decades in the kitchen, collected. Su Wanqing muttered beside her. "This pot has been used to stew braised pork for over 10 years. Take it with us. When we get to the northeast, we can still have something warm to eat." The stone table and stools in the yard, the decorative rocks, even the few precious bonsai pines, all were taken away. In just 15 minutes, the once luxurious southern mansion was stripped bare. Even the century-old osmanthus tree in the courtyard was gone, leaving only an empty pit. When the wind blew, not even a trace of fragrance remained. It looked so desolate that even a mouse would leave in tears. "This is what it really means to leave with nothing," Lin Jiyue said, clapping her hands and looking with satisfaction at the mountain of supplies now stored away. "Sweetheart, the car is waiting at the back gate," Lin Hongsheng said, carrying 2 old suitcases and pulling his hat low. Under the cover of night, the family of 3 quietly slipped out through the back door and got into an unremarkable black car heading straight for the train station. The whistle blew long and loud, steam rising into the dark sky. The green train rattled through the night, carrying the Lin family and their hidden fortune northward. By the window, Lin Jiyue looked at the fading outline of Sioux City, her eyes firm. "Goodbye, Sioux City," she whispered. "Harbin, here we come." The green train clattered through the night, carrying the Lin family and their secret wealth northward. By the window, Lin Jiyue watched as Sioux City disappeared into the distance. She bit her lip and made up her mind. But she didn't see the man standing in the shadows of the platform, wearing a military uniform and holding a picture of the Lin family. His expression was as cold as ice. In 1950, the train station was a mix of chaos and hope. The roar of the steam engine was deafening. White steam spread across the platform, wrapping around scenes of parting and reunion before slowly fading away. The cries of vendors, the sound of weeping, and the train whistles all blended together, making people's ears ring. The Lin family squeezed through the crowd. Their long robes and cheongsams were wrinkled from the crush, standing out among the passengers in rough cotton clothes. To avoid attention, they had bought hard seat tickets. "Make way." Coming through, a burly man carrying a large hemp sack pushed past Lin Jiyue. The smell of sweat and dust nearly made her choke. "Sweetheart, hold on to father's coat." Lin Hongsheng carried 2 old, battered suitcases in one hand and protected his wife and daughter with the other, struggling to move through the crowded crowd. His back soon became soaked with sweat. Finally, they managed to squeeze onto the train. The carriage was packed, with hardly any space to stand or sit. People were lying in the aisle, under the seats, and on the luggage racks. The air was filled with the smell of dried tobacco, foot odor, cheap cigarettes, and a strange sour fermentation scent that made your head ache. Su Wanqing held her breath, trying to suppress her nausea. This was the reality of their time. No high-speed trains, no comfortable seats, only this noisy, old green train that carried many people's hopes and livelihoods. "Our seats are over here," said Lin Hongsheng. Using his youthful strength, he pushed through the crowd and claimed 3 seats by the window. As soon as they sat down, an older woman chewing sunflower seeds approached. Her eyes, shaped like triangles, flicked over Su Wanqing's qipao dress. Her voice was sharp. "Young lady, with your figure and clothes, you don't look like someone doing hard work. Where are you headed?" It was a typical case of checking household registration. In this era, when traveling, the most feared neighbors were those who seemed friendly but were actually gossiping. If you accidentally revealed too much, your background could become a big problem, capable of destroying you. Su Wanqing stiffened and instinctively clenched her dress's edge, her eyes showing a hint of panic. "We're going to visit relatives." Lin Jiaoyu spoke first, her voice shy and deliberately tinged with a southern accent. "My father used to run a small business, but last year he lost money and had to mortgage the house. I heard that in the Northeast, people can find enough to eat. My uncle is in the army there, so we're going to stay with him." She deliberately emphasized the words, "in the army," and secretly showed a corner of an old handkerchief with the words, "People's Liberation Army," printed on it, her lucky charm. Sure enough, when the woman heard an uncle in the army, her curiosity eased. She slowed down her sunflower seed eating and didn't dare spit the shells toward them. "Oh, a military family. That's honorable," the woman said with a shy smile, quickly turning away to chat with others. She muttered, "Military families shouldn't be talked about lightly." Lin Hongsheng quietly nodded at his daughter, full of approval. The train clattered and started moving. The water towns of Jiangnan gradually fade behind the window, with blue tiles and white walls left in the past. In their place, the landscape becomes increasingly desolate plains stretching as far as the eye can see. The journey is long and tiring, 3 days and 2 nights in total. During this time, Lin Jiaoyu became the family's logistics manager. Whenever it was late at night and everyone in the carriage was sleeping soundly, snoring one after another, she would secretly sneak out from her space, hiding under her coat, to eat peeled tea eggs, sliced beef with sauce, and warm milk stored in a military-style water bottle. "Dad, Mom, have some." Lin Jiaoyu whispered softly, offering a piece of beef to Lin Hongsheng. Lin Hongsheng chewed the beef slowly, his throat moving gently. He had never experienced such hardship before, but seeing his daughter so caring made the tough times easier to bear. "Little girl, you should eat too," Su Wanqing said tenderly, gently touching her daughter's cheek. "I'm not hungry," Lin Jiaoyu chuckled. Actually, during her trip to the bathroom earlier, she had already slipped into her space, finished a whole roast chicken from Yulu, and rinsed her mouth with some sweet spring water. While the foul smell filled the bathroom, she was happily munching on the chicken. That was the joy of having a special ability. The train moved northward, the clattering sound like it was shaking everyone's bones. After passing Shanhaiguan, the scenery outside changed dramatically. No longer the damp, sticky rainy days of Jiangnan, the air became noticeably drier, and the wind grew stronger. Although it was just after the Dragon Boat Festival, the northern wind blowing against the train window carried a rough, whistling sound, making the glass hum, no longer gentle like in the south. "This northern sky really does get a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings," Lin Hongsheng said, feeling the goosebumps on his arms as he looked at the increasingly barren yellow land outside, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Jiaoyu pulled out 3 sets of clothes she had prepared long ago from her bag. They weren't silk or fine fabrics, but rough cloth clothes common in northern rural areas, dark gray and blue, plain-looking but sewn tightly, with a layer of breathable cotton inside. These were stockpiled from her space long ago. "Dad, Mom, change into these," Lin Jiaoyu whispered softly, glancing around cautiously. "Our silk dresses are too eye-catching. Plus, the northern wind is strong, and it's dry here. Wearing these rough cloth clothes will keep us clean and protected from the wind. Most importantly," she paused, "they make us look like proper poor folks." Without saying a word, Lin Hongsheng took off his old long gown and put on a plain gray cloth shirt. He casually unbuttoned his collar, tousled his hair into a messy nest, and wrapped a faded old towel around his neck. In an instant, the elegant Mr. Lin from Sioux City was gone, replaced by a humble southern businessman bowed down by life, heading north to make a living. Su Wanqing also changed her outfit, putting on a simple blue cloth jacket and tying her hair into a basic bun. Although her scholarly air as a young lady was hard to hide, with this outfit, she looked more like a distressed teacher's wife than a wealthy lady who never touched dirt. This clothes look rough, but the cotton lining inside is even more comfortable than my old padded jacket. Nan is so thoughtful, Su Wanqing whispered happily, her eyes full of satisfaction. At that moment, a man in a railway uniform approached, holding a notebook. He checked tickets one by one and occasionally looked over the passengers' luggage. Lin Jiaoyu's heart tightened. She quickly took out a fake military uncle's introduction letter she had prepared earlier, clutching it tightly. Sure enough, the man walked up to them, stared at Lin Hongxing's old leather suitcase for a long time, and was about to ask questions. Nervously, Lin Jiaoyu handed over the introduction letter and whispered, "Comrade, my uncle is in the army." The man glanced at the word People's Liberation Army on the letter, his expression softened immediately. He nodded and left without checking the suitcase. It was a false alarm. Moreover, after a long wait, the train finally slowed down in a wide plain, gradually coming to a stop. The platform outside became clearer, with 3 big red characters painted on it. Harbin Station. Harbin, we've arrived. When the train doors opened, a gust of wind mixed with the smell of coal smoke and dry dust rushed in, scratching the face like sandpaper, dry and slightly choking. For the Lin family, used to the humid climate of Jiangnan, this was quite a shock. Lin Jiaoyu took a deep breath. The dry air filled her lungs instantly, making her mind clearer than ever. No family protection, no vast wealth on the surface. Everything depended on her acting skills and her space filled with supplies. Let's go. Lin Hongxing picked up the suitcase, his back slightly hunched. In an instant, he got into character, speaking in a deliberately practiced, somewhat awkward Mandarin, raising his voice. "Child's mother, hold tight. We're going to find Uncle Li." And then, after a long wait, the train finally slowed down in the middle of a wide plain, gradually reducing speed. Outside the window, the platform became clearer, with 3 big red characters painted on it. Har City Station. Har City, we're here. When the doors opened, a gust of wind mixed with the smell of coal smoke and dry dust blew in fiercely, scratching the face like sandpaper, dry and slightly choking. This was a big shock for the Lin family, who were used to the humid climate of Jiangnan. Jiuyue Lin took a deep breath. The dry air filled her lungs instantly, making her mind clearer than ever. This is Har City. No more high walls of Suzhou Prefecture, no more delicate scenery of the Zhuo Garden, and no more protection from the chief shopkeeper of Hengli Trading. From this moment on, they were like floating roots with no anchor. Whether they could settle here on this unfamiliar black land depended entirely on their acting skills. "Baby, hold tight to Dad," Lin Hongxing said, gripping the oldest-looking suitcase tightly with one hand, while protecting his wife and daughter with the other, like a broken icebreaker struggling through the crowded crowd. Su Wanqing followed closely behind her husband. She wore a dull blue cloth jacket, her hair simply tied back with an old cloth strip. Although her beautiful face and straight posture still showed her scholarly air, she deliberately lowered her eyes, looking timid and exhausted, just like a family member who had come out to seek a living with her husband. The platform was chaotic, with shouting in different dialects, children crying, and train conductors shouting, all mixed together. Lin Hongxing protected his wife and daughter, squeezing into a quiet corner against the wall. He placed the suitcase on the ground and let out a long sigh. He pounded his sore lower back. His worn gray cloth shirt was already stained with sweat, forming a dark patch. His father, "Where do we go now?" Su Wanqing looked at the completely unfamiliar scene before her, feeling a bit panicked, and asked instinctively. Lin Hongxing had not spoken yet when Lin Jiaoyu gently tugged at his sleeve and softly said, "Dad, the box. Lin Hongsheng was surprised at first, then understood his daughter's meaning. The leather suitcase he brought was the most worn out in their Suzhou home, but it was made of real good cowhide, with copper nails around the edges. Someone knowledgeable could tell it was not an ordinary item. Yes, I was careless, Lin Hongsheng said, patting his head. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then squatted down. Lin Jiaoyu also squatted and took out some rough sandpaper she had prepared on the train. She carefully rubbed the shiny edges of the suitcase, muttering, "Sandpaper for the edges, dust to cover the surface, apply evenly, make it look aged without leaving marks, no flaws at all." "Oh, my girl, what are you doing?" Lin Hongsheng looked at her with concern. The suitcase was a gift from his younger days when he was doing business. "Papa, acting needs to be complete," Lin Jiaoyu said without looking up, her hands moving quickly. "We're coming to visit relatives, and the suitcase is too new, which might raise suspicion. It needs to look like it's been with us for 10 or 20 years, sharing hardships." As she spoke, she grabbed some dry dust from the ground and evenly spread it over the surface of the suitcase. Then she rubbed it with her sleeve until the bright shine dimmed, as if covered by years of weathering. A passing street vendor glanced at the suitcase and muttered, "This suitcase looks just like the owner's, worn out from hard times." Watching her skilled and natural movements, Lin Hongsheng felt both admiration and sadness. Someone who had been in the business world for half his life was more meticulous and cautious than his daughter, who had just woken up from her sleep. Su Wanqing also squatted down silently to help wipe the suitcase, making the copper nails shine clean again. The three of them, in the busy train station corner, were doing something both a little funny and very important. After a few minutes, an old, battered, and dusty leather suitcase was born. "Done." Lin Jiaoyu clapped her hands, satisfied. "Dad, now it's your turn." Lin Hongsheng took a deep breath and stood up. The moment he stood, his whole presence changed. His normally straight posture slightly hunched forward, and his sharp expression was replaced by a look of humility and eagerness. He rubbed his hands nervously, wearing a cautious smile, looking like an unlucky businessman from a small southern town trying his luck in the big city. He walked over to a railway worker smoking dry tobacco nearby, speaking with a heavily accented, awkward Mandarin he had practiced, and asked politely, "Big brother, I want to ask you something."
We want to go to
That Li family village. "Do you know how to get there?" The worker glanced at him, blew out a smoke ring, and lazily pointed in a direction. "Li family village? Which Li family village?" "There are many villages with the surname Li on the outskirts of the city. You need to be more specific about which district." Lin Hongsheng's heart sank. He only knew that the village secretary was named Li Shui, who was his grandfather's cousin. He didn't know exactly which district the Li family village was in. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Big brother, I only know there's a leader in the village named Li Shui. We came to visit him." "Li Shui?" The worker thought for a moment, slapped his thigh, and said, "Oh, you mean the Li family village on the east side of the city, near Mauer Mountain? That's an old village. It's quite far, you need to take a vehicle." "Take a vehicle?" "Big brother, like those big carts with smoke coming out of the wheels." Lin Hongsheng pretended to be naive, eyes wide with curiosity. The worker was amused and pointed to the main road outside. "What are you thinking? That's for city folks. For the countryside, go to the big cart shop on the east side. They have donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages going to various villages. It's cheap, but slower." "Oh, thank you, big brother. Thank you so much." Lin Hongsheng kept thanking him and took out a crumpled cigarette to offer. The worker didn't refuse, took it, tucked it behind his ear, and waved his hand in response. Having clarified the way, Lin Hongsheng returned to his wife and daughter, a faint smile on his face. "We found the way. It's at the big cart shop on the east side of the city. Let's go." He carried the worn leather suitcase with one hand, still protecting his family with the other, and led them out of the station. After leaving the train station, the outside world was even broader and more chaotic. Carriages, rickshaws, bicycles, and vendors carrying loads intertwined on the wide but bumpy dirt road. Most of the buildings along the road are Russian style, with pointed roofs and thick walls, very different from the pink walls and black tiles of Jiangnan. Lin Jiaoyue curiously looked at everything, silently thinking. From what the worker just said, Li Jia village is in the suburbs, near the mountains. That's good news. The more remote, the less likely people are to notice them. She quietly touched the jade pendant on her chest with her mind. A cool feeling came from her fingertips. There was cold plum juice waiting in her space, and her hot, restless feeling from traveling quickly eased a lot. The jade pendant is her storage space, holding supplies that help them settle on this dark land. They followed the instructions, heading east. Lin Hongxing walked in front, moving slowly, with a slight hunch in his back. He kept looking back at his wife and daughter, showing he loved his family but didn't know what was ahead. After about half an hour, a busy market appeared. This is the Chadian. Dozens of various animal carts were parked in an open space. The cart owners were gathered, smoking and chatting, waiting for work. The air smelled of animal waste and spicy dried tobacco. Lin Hongxing settled his wife and daughter near a tea stand, then went over to talk with the cart owners. Dad is really amazing. He just joins in when needed, Lin Jiaoyue whispered to her mother, watching her father's back. Su Wanqing looked at her husband with concern and whispered, "Your dad has never been so humble before. It's all for us." Lin Jiaoyue held her mother's hand softly and said, "Mom, this is only temporary. Once we settle down, everything will get better. In the future, I'll make sure you live better than in Suzhou." Su Wanqing looked into her daughter's clear, firm eyes, and her worries eased a lot. She nodded and said nothing more. Soon, Lin Hongxing negotiated a price with a donkey cart driver. The man was in his 40s, with dark skin looking honest. The family of 3 got on the donkey cart. It was covered with thick dry grass, a bit prickly but better than walking. "Big brother, are you coming from the south?" the driver asked as he drove the donkey, chatting casually. "Yes, our hometown had a disaster, and our business was lost. We couldn't stay there anymore, so we came to visit a distant relative." Lin Hongxing sighed and repeated his story. The car owner sighed and glanced at Lin Hongxing's southern-style clothing. He then changed the subject and said, "From your accent, you're from the Jiangsu area, right? That's a land of fish and rice. How come you're facing trouble?" Lin Jiaoyu felt a tightness in her chest. This question hit a sensitive spot. She was worried about revealing too much. But Lin Hongxing remained calm and smiled bitterly. "Brother, you don't know the situation. A few years ago, there was a flood, then a war, and the fields were ruined. My small business is just selling grain. I can't even harvest enough, let alone sell." He then quietly took out a small bag of moldy rice from his space and handed it to the car owner. He whispered, "This is the last of our food at home. It's spoiled. If we don't eat it, we'll starve." The car owner examined the rice and frowned. He believed them mostly and looked at them with sympathy. "I see. Are your relatives trustworthy? In the Northeast, people are quite wary of outsiders. Recently, there was a case of someone stealing chickens in Li's village. The villagers are very cautious about outsiders like you. Our relatives are village officials. They should be able to help us," Lin Hongxing said, pretending to be uncertain and fidgeting nervously. "That's good. With relatives in the government, you can rest assured," the car owner said happily. He waved his whip and shouted, "Hold on tight. I drive fast. Before dark, I'll get you to the entrance of Li's village." The donkey cart clattered along the dirt road, moving farther from the city. On both sides, endless black land stretched out, vast and empty. The wind rustled through the sorghum fields, making a soft, salsa sound, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Lin Jiaoyu leaned on her mother, looking at this unfamiliar land. Her heart was surprisingly calm. A new life had begun, and their new home was just ahead. She clenched the smooth jade pendant hidden in her sleeve. It held all their belongings and their hopes for the future. As long as they were alive and had their things, they could start over anywhere. The sky gradually darkened. When a cluster of rooftops and rising smoke appeared on the distant horizon, the car owner pulled on the reins. "That's Li's village ahead. I won't go in. The village rules are strict, and outsiders aren't allowed to enter freely." He got off the cart and helped them carry their boxes. Lin Hongxing paid for the car and even gave a few extra coins, repeatedly thanking the driver. The car owner drove the donkey cart away, leaving only the Lin family of 3 and the lonely suitcase on the dirt road. The evening breeze blew in, bringing a slight coolness. Su Wanqing instinctively wrapped her clothes tighter around herself. From the distant village, faint barking of dogs and the sound of men shouting could be heard. "Watch that kid. Don't let the foreigner escape." Lin Hongxing picked up the suitcase, looked toward the nearby village, took a deep breath, and said to his wife and daughter, "Let's go. We're going to find our relatives." His voice carried a hint of nervousness, but more than that, a firm resolve to fight against all odds. Walking on the hard, compacted dirt road, the rough texture through his coarse cloth shoes made Lin Jiaoyu's toes ache. This was very different from the smooth, warm stone roads of Jiangnan. The houses on both sides of the road were not elegant white walls with black tiles. Most were made of mud bricks mixed with straw, with thick thatched roofs. In the dusk, they looked dull and gray, showing a simple and poor life. The dusty, rough smell of the wind brushed against his face, making Lin Jiaoyu feel the stark contrast between the north and south.
It was almost dark now.
Smoke rose from every household's chimney, and the air was filled with the mixed scent of firewood and cooked food. Lin Jiaoyu could tell by smell that it was plain vegetable soup without any oil, mixed with the dry, coarse smell of grains. A few older children playing with mud at the village entrance stopped their activities when they saw the outsiders. Curiously, they gathered around, their small heads close together, eyes wide with wonder. On the stone bench at the village entrance, some villagers eating from large, coarse porcelain bowls also put down their chopsticks and looked at them with curiosity. Being stared at like rare animals made Su Wanqing feel very uncomfortable. She instinctively stepped back behind her husband, Lin Hongxing, clutching her clothes tightly, her face turning pale. Lin Hongxing remained calm, still wearing his honest smile. He slightly bowed to a slightly older villager who was smoking a dry pipe and carefully asked in his awkward Mandarin, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where the village committee?" "Oh, I mean the village's main office is." The villager squinted and looked up and down at Lin Hongxing. His gaze paused on Lin Hongxing's clothes, which were old but still neat. Then he slowly pointed toward the center of the village and said, "Go inside, that's the place. The yard with the red flag at the door." "All right, thank you, brother," Lin Hongxing replied gratefully. He led his wife and daughter further into the village. Along the way, many eyes watched them. The stairs felt like tiny needles, making them uncomfortable. These looks carried curiosity, judgment, and a faint hint of suspicion. In this closed little village, any outsider was seen as a suspicious person who needed careful questioning. Lin Jiaoyu kept her head down and tightly held her mother's sleeve. Her fingertips subtly rubbed the inside of the sleeve, where she had sewn a small amount of specialty seed powder from Jiangnan, taken from her space. The powder was small and unremarkable, but at a critical moment, it could release a faint tea scent. This scent could quietly calm her mother's nerves and help alert others to their Jiangnan origin, preventing them from being wrongly labeled as spies. Her long eyelashes hid the sparkle in her eyes. She looked like a frightened little girl, but in fact, she had already observed everything along the way. The fertility of the land by the roadside, the number of patches on villagers' clothes, even which chimney's smoke was thicker. All these details quickly turned into clues for her to figure out how to settle in Li's village. She was rapidly calculating in her mind. From the way things looked, the first hurdle to staying here was the village secretary, Li Shui, whom she had never met before. His attitude would directly decide whether their family could stay smoothly or be forced to leave, or worse, be labeled as problematic in their background. In many stories she had read before crossing over, the village secretary was a key figure who decided the fate of outsiders. From the villagers' attitude, it was clear that Li Shui was a strict and cautious man who didn't tolerate any nonsense. He not only needed to verify their family history but also check their background, origin, and whether they posed any threat. Her father's words had been carefully crafted, every detail refined. For example, when mentioning borrowing high-interest loans and being unable to repay, they emphasized that they were cheated by a local landlord from their hometown. When talking about running a shop with 2 helpers, they added that the helpers were distant relatives, living and eating together, not exploiting anyone. These seemingly casual statements are actually her careful way of teaching her father about the sensitive issues of their time. Soon, they found the yard with the red flag. The gate was made of 2 old wooden boards, slightly open, with some wire wrapped around the hinges to keep it from blowing open. Inside, a dim yellow kerosene lamp flickered, and the sound of the wick burning could be heard. Shadows of a few men moved under the light. Lin Hongxing straightened his already wrinkled clothes, took a deep breath, and quietly looked back at his wife and daughter. Lin Jiaoyu nodded slightly, giving him a look only they understood, meaning to proceed as planned. Lin Hongxing pushed the door open and stepped inside. The yard was small, with a long table in the middle. Several men sat around eating. On the table were large bowls filled with dark, lumpy bread and a bowl of plain-looking vegetable soup, with some unknown wild greens floating in it. Big brothers, I am looking for Li Shui. Secretary Li, Lin Hongxing said nervously, standing in the yard. A strong man, who was chewing on his bread, looked up and asked unclearly with his mouth full, "Who are you? What do you want with our secretary?" Quickly, Lin Hongxing took a cloth-wrapped object from his pocket and carefully unfolded it. Inside was a handwritten family tree. This was Lin Jiaoyu's idea. Since the original was too precious, they could lose it or have it confiscated, and then they would be truly helpless. "Big brother, my name is Lin Hongxing. I come from the south. This is my family tree. My grandfather was Lin Dekeng, and he is a cousin of your village's secretary Li Shui." As soon as he said this, everyone at the table stopped eating and looked at him with more curiosity. A man in his 50s, sitting at the head of the table, put down his bowl. He wore a slightly old-fashioned blue Zhongshan suit, which was a bit faded but neatly pressed at the collar and cuffs, showing he was a careful person. His face was lined with wrinkles from age and weather, and his eyes, though small, were bright and sharp, full of intelligence and caution. He stood up, walked over to Lin Hongxing, took the family tree, and examined it carefully under the kerosene lamp. Seizing the moment, Lin Jiaoyu quietly flicked the lamp's wick, making the light brighten a little. As a result, the handwriting on the family tree became clearer, and Li Shui couldn't help but pause a few seconds longer on the names, Linda Chang and Lai Chun. The yard was very quiet, so quiet that even the sound of the kerosene lamp burning could be heard clearly. Lin Jiaoyu and Mother Su stood behind Father Lin, not daring to make a sound. Su Wanqing's palms were sweaty, and Lin Jiaoyu quietly touched her mother's hand with her fingertips, offering a small gesture of comfort. After a while, the man finally raised his head. His gaze swept over Lin Hongxing, Su Wanqing, and Lin Jiaoyu's faces, then settled back on Lin Hongxing. His voice was hoarse and deep as he slowly spoke. "I am Li Shui. My father was called Li Deshun. I do have a cousin named Linda Cheng, who went south to do business many years ago. In fact, you should call me uncle." Hearing this, Lin Hongxing's face lit up with excitement, and his voice trembled a little. "Uncle, I finally found you," he called out uncle, sincerely, with tears in his eyes. If Lin Jiaoyu hadn't known her father's acting skills beforehand, she might have been fooled by this display. Li Shui's expression didn't change at all. He returned the family tree to Lin Hongxing and pointed to a small bench beside him. "Sit down first. You and your mother sit too," he then said to the others at the table. "You all eat first. I need to talk to my relative." The men looked at each other and, understanding the situation, took their bowls and went into the house. Before leaving, they cast curious glances at Lin Hongxing's family. Only their family of 3 and Li Shui remained in the yard. "Speak up. Why did you come all the way from Jiangnan?" Li Shui asked directly, without any small talk. His sharp eyes seemed to see through people. "Don't tell me it's just visiting relatives. These days, unless you're in real trouble, who would travel so far with their family?" Lin Hongxing sighed, showing a look of bitterness and despair. He began to tell the story he had prepared all the way, a story carefully crafted, with each word reviewed by Lin Jiaoyu. "Uncle, I won't hide it from you. My nephew is truly at his wits' end this time. Our family is in Suzhou, running a small grain and oil business. A few years ago, there were floods and wars, and our business has been declining day by day. To make a living, he borrowed some money from a fellow villager who was a landlord. As interest accumulated, he couldn't pay it back anymore. While speaking, he pointed to his wife and daughter beside him, with a voice full of deep despair. Look, they took our house. I can't stay in my hometown anymore. The debt collectors keep locking our door every day, and we can't even get a hot meal. I thought when my grandfather was alive, he always mentioned that we had a relative in the Northeast. So I took my wife and children and came here to seek your help, to find a place to hide and have some food. His words were sincere and full of emotion, showing a man at his wits' end, desperate and broken. Su Wanqing lowered her head at the right moment, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, her shoulders trembling as she looked like she was about to cry. Lin Jiaoyu kept her head down, clutching her mother's clothes tightly. Li Shui listened quietly, with no change in his expression. He took out a dry cigarette, handed it to Lin Hongsheng. When Lin Hongsheng waved it away, saying he didn't want it, Li Shui lit himself with a fire stick and took a deep puff. Doing business? He suddenly asked, his tone calm but carrying a firm pressure. What kind of business? A capitalist's business. The words, capitalist, hit Lin Hongsheng like 3 heavy hammers, making his face turn pale instantly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lin Jiaoyu's heart tightened, knowing this was the most critical point and her biggest worry. Uncle, please don't say that. Lin Hongsheng quickly waved his hands, showing just the right amount of fear on his face. I'm not a capitalist. I just have a small shop, work as a shopkeeper, and carry goods myself. I hired 2 distant relatives to help. It's just to make a living. Compared to those big bosses who run factories or foreign shops, I'm just a laborer. He reached out his hands in front of Li Shui. His hands, rough from hard work, still showed signs of care, but there were some calluses on his palms. See, my hands are made for work too. Li Shui glanced at his hands without speaking, took another puff of his cigarette. Amid the smoke, his eyes grew deeper. Lin Jiaoyu quietly kicked her father, giving him a look to remind him, don't be too obvious, or he might notice. Lin Hongsheng immediately understood, awkwardly withdrew his hand, hanging his head as if resigned to whatever was coming. Why are you guys coming to my place? Li Shui finally spoke again, his words clearly warning and setting boundaries. Let me make this clear. Our Li family village is mainly for poor farmers. We don't support idlers, and we definitely don't support business people who exploit others' hard work. The land here is divided by people, and there's no extra land for outsiders to farm. No, uncle, we don't have such thoughts. Lin Hongsheng shook his head like a rattledrum, lowering his posture to seem very humble. We just want a quiet place to stay, a simple shelter to block the wind and rain. I have strength and can do any hard work, cutting firewood, farming, I can learn it all. My wife can sew and mend clothes. If anyone's clothes are torn, she can help. Our daughter is grown and can help feed pigs, gather firewood, and do small chores. We definitely won't cause trouble for the village, and we won't eat a single grain of rice for free. Li Shui was silent. His sharp eyes moved back and forth over the 3 of them. Although Lin Hongsheng was dressed in worn-out clothes, his seasoned demeanor as a shopkeeper couldn't be hidden easily. Even Su Wanqing, despite wearing rough cloth, still carried the gentle elegance typical of the water towns of Jiangnan. And that young girl, who kept her head lowered, her face hidden, but her slender figure and the bright white wrist exposed, she looked far from a farm girl used to hardship. Li Shui knew that what Lin Hongsheng said was partly true and partly false. Their poverty might be real, but it wasn't as simple as he claimed. Normally, for outsiders with unclear backgrounds, he should report them directly to the authorities to handle. But these were relatives listed in the family tree, kin from his grandfather's generation. If he pushed them out and something went wrong, he'd feel guilty, and he wouldn't be able to explain to his elders even after death. But if he kept them and they turned out to be big capitalists with questionable backgrounds, then as the village secretary, he'd be responsible for a huge problem. Recently, the authorities were cracking down on hidden capitalists, and if they found out, not only would their homes be confiscated, but they could also be sent for forced labor. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. His fingers lightly tapped on his cigarette holder. Although Lin Jiaoyue kept her head down, her peripheral vision was watching Li Shuyi's expression closely. She saw his brows furrowed, and he was smoking fiercely, the smoke swirling in the dim, yellow light. It was clear he was torn inside, caught between two difficult choices. You need to add more fire to dispel his doubts. At that moment, a sharp woman's voice suddenly came from outside the yard, breaking the silence. Secretary Li, you can't keep them. Everyone at the village entrance is watching. This family of 3 is delicate and soft. The man looks like he hasn't done hard work. The woman doesn't even know how to patch clothes, and the little girl is as white as a freshly peeled egg. This isn't a desperate poor family. It's clearly a wealthy lady and her daughter hiding here to avoid trouble. The speaker is a gossiping woman at the village entrance, trying to show off in front of the village secretary. As soon as she spoke, Lin Hongxing's face turned pale, and Su Wanqing was so frightened she almost fell. Li Shuyi's eyes sharpened instantly, and his gaze fixed directly on Lin Hongxing with suspicion and scrutiny. Clearly, the woman's words hit a nerve. However, Lin Jiaoyu felt a bit relieved. The opportunity had arrived. Before Lin Hongxing could explain, Lin Jiaoyu suddenly looked up, tears in her eyes, and with a crying voice but clear words said, "Grandpa Li, don't listen to her nonsense. We're not capitalists. We're really at the end of our rope." She spoke quickly, before the adults could react, and broke free from her mother's hand, running to the bundle at the door. With a loud rustle, she opened it. Inside, there was only a change of clothes, some dried sweet potatoes, wild vegetable dumplings, and not a single grain of rice. She even reached out her small hand and held it out to Li Shuyi. Though her hand was still white and delicate, her palms and fingertips had many tiny cuts, made intentionally a few days ago. "Grandpa Li, look. I can work too. I helped carry the bundle for my father on the road, helped my mother gather firewood. I'm not a spoiled little girl. Our bundle only has coarse grains. We haven't had a full meal in 3 days." Lin Jiaoyu suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling slightly, but stubbornly lifted her head. Tears rolled down her cheeks, falling onto the yellow earth, leaving a small wet patch. "Grandpa Li, my father said you're the only relative we have. We don't ask for a good life, just a place to stay and survive. I can go feed the pigs in the village, gather firewood. I'll do anything. Please leave us alone." Su Wanqing, seeing this, quickly knelt down and begged tearfully, "Secretary Li, please, I beg you." Lin Hongxing, with red eyes, wanted to help his wife and daughter up, but Li Shuyi raised his hand to stop him. Li Shuyi looked at the mother and daughter kneeling on the ground, then at Lin Jiaoyu's small hand with a wound, and finally at the coarse grain in the bundle. His eyes flickered slightly. He put out his cigarette, paused silently, then spoke in a hoarse voice with a hint of decisiveness. "Get up." His gaze fell on Lin Hongxing, with a look of scrutiny but less suspicion. "When you handed over the family tree just now, I saw your handwriting was pretty good." Lin Hongxing was stunned, not understanding why he suddenly said this. However, Lin Jiaoyu's eyes brightened. She knew what Li Shuyi's words meant. Sure enough, Li Shuyi continued, "Our village's old accountant broke his leg last month, and the village accounts are a mess. If you really want to stay, help manage the village's finances. Wages will be half of what able-bodied workers get, enough to feed your family of 3. The place to live is behind the village, near the foot of the mountain, in an old wooden hut once used by hunters. It's been empty for years. It's remote, far from the village, and no one usually goes there. Just tidy it up and you can live there." He paused, looked at the 3 of them seriously, and said, "But I have one condition. First, about your background, I will report it to the higher authorities and wait for the village's investigation results. Second, during this time, you must behave honestly and not cause trouble. Third, if you try to cheat or if your background is truly problematic, I will be the first to send you to the authorities." As soon as he said this, Aunt Wong at the door of the yard immediately got anxious, grabbing the doorframe and shouting, "Secretary Li, How can you really let them stay? This family is delicate and soft. Who knows what tricks they might be hiding? If it turns out they're capitalists in the future, your position as village secretary could be at risk. Her shout caused the villagers outside the yard, who hadn't left yet, to start talking excitedly. Aunt Wong is right. Secretary Lee, you can't be soft-hearted now. These outsiders are tricky. We need to watch out. Living in that old wooden hut at the foot of the mountain is good, far away, so even if they try something sneaky, we can catch it in time. We're just letting them stay temporarily. Long term, if they don't follow the rules, we'll find plenty of reasons to deal with them. These comments were not loud, but every word clearly reached Lin Jiaoyu's ears. Her drooping eyelashes trembled slightly. Indeed, this residence, right, was only temporary. The villagers wouldn't believe them so quickly. In the days ahead, they must be very careful with every step. Lin Hongsheng's face also darkened instantly. He was about to speak and defend himself, but was stopped by Li Shouyi's cold, sharp gaze. Li Shouyi suddenly turned his head and shouted angrily at the gate. "What are you arguing about? Disperse. I said it, and I mean it." His voice carried the authority of the village secretary, instantly silencing all noise. Aunt Wong, still unwilling, opened her mouth to say something but was harshly pulled back by the man beside her. She could only sulk and close her mouth, glaring fiercely at Lin Hongsheng's family before leaving. The other villagers didn't dare say anything more. As they left, they looked at the three members of the Lin family with suspicion and caution, as if they were watching three bombs ready to explode. The yard returned to silence. Lin Jiaoyu felt her heart lighten. She knew this was not only a test from Li Shouyi but also the first step for their family to settle in Li Jia village. It was the beginning of her leading her family to clear their name and turn their luck around. She looked up at Li Shouyi's weathered face and quietly smiled, a small, unnoticed curve at the corner of her mouth. Li Jia village. From today, it would be their new home. Lin Hongsheng was completely stunned. He had thought they would go farming or chopping wood, but now they were being told to manage accounts. But remote? Far from the village? This was the biggest good news. Wasn't this exactly the perfect hiding place they had dreamed of? However, he dared not show any happiness. Instead, he looked grateful and overwhelmed, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you for taking us in. You are truly a great benefactor to our family." Li Shouyi waved his hand, still serious. "Don't thank me yet. I'll be clear. You're welcome to stay, but you must follow the village rules. Understand? Understood, understood. We'll listen to uncle." Lin Hongsheng nodded eagerly. Li Shouyi stood up, picked up an old oil lamp from the corner, lit it, and said to them, "Let's go. It's getting dark, and the mountain road is difficult. I'll take you there first." Lin Hongsheng quickly picked up his suitcase and called his wife and daughter to follow him. The family of three followed behind Li Shouyi, leaving the village committee's yard and heading toward the dark forest behind the village. Once outside the village, it suddenly became very dark. Without the dim kerosene lamps from the village, the only light was the flickering lantern in Li Shouyi's hand. The lantern cast a faint yellow glow, only enough to light a few steps ahead. The surrounding darkness was endless, and the wind rustled through the trees, making a howling sound, as if something was watching from the shadows. Occasionally, strange animal sounds could be heard, making everyone feel uneasy. Su Wanqing, who was naturally timid, looked pale with fear. She tightly held her husband's arm with one hand and her daughter's hand with the other, almost walking with her eyes closed. "Husband, why is this place so scary?" she asked, trembling. "Don't be afraid. I am here." Lin Hongsheng comforted his wife, though he was also feeling nervous inside. He had lived in Suzhou City for most of his life and had never walked such a dark mountain path. Li Shouyi, walking at the front, overheard their conversation. He looked back calmly and said, "This is how the mountains are at night. There are many snakes, insects, and rodents. Stay in the middle of the path and avoid the grass." Hearing this, Su Wanqing's legs felt weak with fear. Jiaoyu, the daughter, was still okay. In her past life, She was a workaholic who often returned home late at night alone, so she was much braver than most girls. She knew that the darkness and remote location were not dangerous, but actually offered protection. More importantly, the villagers' gossip still echoed in her mind, especially the phrase, "There are many secrets to hide," constantly reminding her to stay alert every second. She gently held her mother's cold hand and whispered, "Mom, don't be afraid. Just follow Dad and Grandpa Lee. It's okay." The mountain path was rough and uneven, full of stones and roots. Lin Hongsheng carried the suitcase and protected his wife and daughter, walking very carefully and soon feeling exhausted. Li Shui, experienced in mountain travel, moved quickly but seemed to deliberately slow his pace, occasionally looking back to make sure they weren't falling behind. After about 20 minutes, Li Shui stopped, shining his lantern to the side, and said, "We've arrived. This is the place." Lin Jiaoiwe looked toward the light and saw a small wooden house standing alone in a clearing in the woods. It's called a wooden house, but it looks more like a makeshift shelter. The entire structure is built with uneven logs, and the gaps in the walls are filled with straw and mud. Many of the mud patches have fallen off, revealing dark holes, making it look drafty. The thatch on the roof is sparse, with several obvious holes. If it rains, the inside will be like a water curtain cave. The house has no proper door, only a broken wooden plank leaning against the entrance. The window is just a square hole with a few wooden slats nailed across it, with no glass. A damp, rotten wood smell mixed with dust wafts out from the house. This is... Su Wanqing looked at the scene before her, unable to finish her sentence. She had expected hardship, but not this, a broken shed that can't even block the wind. It's far worse than the simple houses in their humble garden for servants. Lin Hongsheng's face also darkened. Though he was prepared for hardship, seeing this made his heart sink. Li Shui watched their reaction silently, expression calm but secretly relieved. From their reactions, it doesn't seem like they're pretending. If they were wealthy masters used to comfort, they'd probably be angry and leave immediately upon seeing this house. Their exhausted, hopeless looks make them seem like poor people with nowhere to go. This house was built by an old hunter from the village. He died several years ago, and the house has been empty ever since, Li Shui explained. Inside, there's only a dirt bed, nothing else. If you want to stay, you'll have to fix it up yourself. Firewood and water have to be gathered from the mountains. He handed the lantern to Lin Hongsheng. "Here's a lamp for now. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask some boys from the village to bring you some food and tools." Lin Hongsheng took the lantern, his hands trembling slightly. He looked at the broken house, then at his wife, who was nearly crying from fear, and his calm daughter. He forced out a smile that was worse than crying. It's enough. Just having a place to stay is good. Thank you, Uncle Lee. You've been very kind." Li Shui nodded and added, "Don't wander around at night. There are wolves in the mountains. If there's trouble, set a fire toward the village and we'll see it." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness, limping as he went. The mountain wind blew through the trees, making a rustling sound. Soon, everything was quiet again, leaving only the three of them and the old, fragile wooden house that looked like it could fall apart at any moment. "Hongsheng, are we going to stay here tonight?" Su Wanqing asked with a trembling voice. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back. She knew it wasn't the time to cry. Lin Hongsheng held a lantern and looked inside. As Li Shui had said, there was only a large, bare earthen bed taking up half the room, and the rest was covered in dust and spider webs. He felt hopeless inside, but seeing his wife and daughter, he knew he had to stay strong. "Wanqing, Nan, don't be afraid," he said bravely. "It's just an old house. We can fix it up ourselves and make it livable. When I used to patrol the shops, I slept on the haystacks at the dock. I got through that, didn't I? Today's better, at least we have a roof over our heads." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew through, making the sparse thatch on the roof rustle loudly. Some dried grass and dust fell, landing right on his head. The scene became very awkward. Uffed, Lin Jiao couldn't hold back and started laughing. Her laugh broke the heavy, sad atmosphere. Dad, Mom, don't look so worried, Lin Jiao said, grabbing her parents' hands and walking into the wooden house, looking excited. Don't you think this place is amazing? Amazing? Nan, are you out of your mind? Su Wanqing touched her daughter's forehead with concern. Mom, I'm not crazy. I really mean it. Lin Jiao stomped her foot on the solid ground, her eyes shining. Look, this place is so far from the village, with no shops around, just woods everywhere. What are we doing here? No one can see us. No one will bother us. Isn't that exactly what we need? Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing were stunned at first, then they understood. Yes. Their goal was to find a hidden, unnoticed place. This broken wooden house, despite being in terrible condition, was perfect because of its seclusion. Here, Lin Jiaoyu's special abilities could be used freely, without anyone discovering her. Once they understood this, Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing's moods suddenly changed from gloomy to bright. Yes. Nanan is right. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Hongsheng patted his thigh, and his worried face instantly disappeared, replaced by a feeling of relief as if they had escaped danger. This place is perfect for us. Remote, no one to bother us. We can close the door and do whatever we want. Su Wanqing also smiled through her tears. She wiped her eyes and looked at the broken-down house with hope instead of disgust. That's great. Really great, she whispered to herself. The family's emotions quickly turned around. The previous feelings of despair and sadness vanished, replaced by excitement and a sense of adventure. All right, Dad, Mom, let's not stand around. Let's start working. Lin Jiaoyu rolled up her sleeves, full of energy. Grandpa Li said someone would come early. We have the whole night to turn this place into our secret base. Yes. Let's fix it up. Lin Hongsheng also got excited. He held a lantern and started inspecting the house inside and out. We need to patch the walls, fix the roof, and sweep the floor. What about the pots and pans? And the quilts? Su Wanqing began to worry about practical matters. Lin Jiaoyu winked playfully at her, then pointed to herself and to a jade pendant hidden in her clothes. She whispered mysteriously, Mom, don't forget, your daughter is a treasure chest. Although Su Wanqing didn't fully understand her daughter's words, she understood her look. Her daughter was like a little fairy who could conjure things out of thin air. With this realization, all the difficulties seemed to melt away. So, what should we do first? Su Wanqing also became eager and ready to try. Step 1. Clean up, Lin Jiaoyu directed. Dad, you're in charge of removing the big spider webs and trash inside. Mom, you'll wipe the floor later. I'll go get some tools and snacks for everyone. After saying that, she looked for an excuse. I'm going outside to see if I can find some dry grass, and then she quickly ran into the dark woods outside. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing looked at each other and smiled. They saw a long-lost sparkle in each other's eyes. Although the road ahead was still uncertain, as long as the family was together, working toward the same goal, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. This old, worn-out hunter's cabin no longer seemed like a place of hardship to them, but rather a fresh start filled with hope. Lin Hongsheng picked up an unknown stick from the corner and began to poke at the spider webs on the roof, humming a simple tune from the south. A secret plan to transform this mansion quietly began at the foot of the mountain. The old wooden house was drafty on all sides, but the cool breeze from the mountain forest was refreshing. Lin Hongsheng squatted by the fire, mechanically stirring some damp firewood. The sparks were faint, as if they could go out at any moment. Though he looked calm, his eyes kept glancing at the tightly closed wooden door. Hongsheng, Jiao went alone into the woods behind. Are you sure she's okay? Su Wanqing asked softly. She knew her daughter had special skills, but as a mother, her natural worry was hard to suppress. It's so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. What if wild animals come? Don't worry. Nana knows what she's doing, Lin Hongsheng said softly, patting his wife's hand. She's just going to gather some supplies. No one's around here, and we need to bring out the things we left behind. Just then, a faint sound came from outside the door. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Jiao Jiao carried a pile of thick blankets and some porcelain bowls, dragging herself into the house. Her face was slightly red from the effort, and her forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Seeing this, Lin Hongsheng quickly stepped over, skillfully taking the heavy blankets from his daughter, without surprise, only showing concern. "Oh, my good girl. I can carry these heavy things. You shouldn't have come all this way yourself. You must be exhausted." Su Wanqing also hurried over, brushing grass off her daughter's clothes and casually taking the chipped porcelain bowls. She lowered her voice and smiled. "These blankets are from the batch we brought from our old house in Suzhou, right? I remember the pattern. I chose that old style myself, just to make it look normal now." Jiao Jiao winked playfully and deliberately raised her voice a little, calling out to the empty doorway. "Luckily, we hid these things." After shouting, she turned to her parents and made a funny face, then whispered, "Dad, Mom, we need to act out the whole scene. If there are other refugees in the woods who hear the noise, we will say we hid here when we arrived. No one saw us anyway." "You're such a clever girl," Lin Hongsheng said with a smile, shaking his head, but his eyes were sharp. He quickly spread the thick blankets over the dry grass and placed the black iron pot over the fire, moving quickly like a skilled leader. These supplies were originally bought back from the black market and grain shops by Lin Hongsheng himself, under the pretense of selling family assets, when they were in Suzhou. Later, Lin Jiaoyu stored them in their space. Now, bringing them out felt like reconnecting with old friends. Su Wanqing looked at the porcelain bowls and sighed. "When I first collected these broken things, I thought they took up space. I never imagined they would become life-saving treasures." Jiao Jiao was so foresightful, calling this quiet luxury. Lin Jiaoyu took a package wrapped in oil paper containing beef jerky and handed it to Lin Hongsheng. "Dad, eat it while it's hot. I'll go fetch some water later. The well water is sweet and clear. I'll make some hot soup for Mom." Lin Hongsheng took the beef, feeling its weight, and was filled with emotion. Outsiders thought the Lin family was poor, but they didn't know they were guarding a living storehouse. He lowered his voice, his expression serious and firm. "Nan, from now on, we must stick to the story that this space is just a cover. As for our family, once we're inside this house and close the door, we are the richest family in the world. Anyone asking about us, I have ways to make them shut up." Su Wanqing gently smoothed the quilt and said softly, "All right, let's not talk about this now. Jiao Jiao, come over and eat something. Hongsheng, tear the beef apart. We'll have a decent meal here in this wilderness." The firelight reflected on their faces. Though they were in a shabby wooden house, the unspoken understanding and confidence made this night feel especially warm. "Dad, Mom, now that we're full, it's time to work," Lin Jiaoyu said. "Mom, lay out the bed mat first, then spread the quilts. Dad, come with me. Let's fix the roof." The family immediately started working. They first lit a big fire at the door for light. Su Wanqing quickly cleaned the dirt bed, laid the old straw mat, and neatly spread the 3 quilts on top. This simple but warm home was slowly taking shape. On the other side, Lin Hongsheng climbed onto the roof under his daughter's guidance. Lin Jiaoyu was below, passing up bundles of old thatch one by one. "Dad, over here. This hole is the biggest. Let's add 2 more layers. Yes. Tie it tightly with a rope, or the wind will blow it away." The father and daughter worked together smoothly, one above and one below. Although Lin Hongsheng had never done this kind of work before, he was strong and learned quickly. In less than half an hour, the noticeable holes on the roof were sealed tightly. Next, they worked on the walls. Lin Jiaoyu asked her father to dig some moist yellow clay nearby. She secretly mixed some spiritual soil from the space into the clay. Then, she directed her parents to carefully cover the cracks in the walls with the clay mixed with dry grass. The holes that let in the wind were soon blocked one by one. They worked for nearly 2 hours, and the small wooden house was finally refurbished. Although the house still looked old and worn from the outside, the inside had changed a lot. The walls no longer let in the wind, the roof was no longer see-through, and the floor was swept clean with leaves by Su Wanqing. Warm bedding was spread on the kong, a traditional heated bed. Lin Hongsheng, exhausted and sweating, sat on the edge of the kong, looking at the refreshed home with a relaxed smile on his face. "Hey, I never thought Lin Hongsheng, would do masonry work in my life," he said with a smile, wiping his sweat. "Dad, this is called experiencing life," Lin Jiaoyu said as she placed a blackened iron pot on a makeshift stove built with stones outside the house. She poured some cornmeal into it, then went into the woods to fetch a bucket of spiritual well water, pouring some into the pot. Soon, a fire ignited in the stove, and the water in the pot started to steam. Su Wanqing placed the black cornbread near the pot to warm, then opened a jar of pickled vegetables. A delicious aroma quickly filled the air. The family of 3 sat around the fire, waiting to eat. Although they were having simple corn porridge and black cornbread, everyone felt warm inside. "Come on, time to eat." Lin Jiaoyu served each parent a bowl of hot corn porridge and handed them each a cornbread. Lin Hongsheng held a chipped enamel bowl, took a sip of the corn porridge, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Huh? This corn porridge tastes even better than the porridge I used to drink at home. Really? Let me try." Su Wanqing also took a sip, her face showing surprise. "Really? It's sweet and smooth, not harsh at all. And this water, drinking it makes me feel completely refreshed, as if all my tiredness is gone." Lin Jiaoyu chuckled quietly nearby. Of course, even though the cornmeal looks ordinary, it's made in the space and nourished by spiritual energy. The water is from a spiritual spring that can eliminate fatigue. How could it taste bad? Maybe she's just hungry, she casually made an excuse. "Dad, Mom, eat quickly and rest early after." At that moment, she seemed to remember something. She took out a paper-wrapped package from her pocket and opened it in front of her parents, revealing a piece of bright red beef.
"다시다."
A dessert from the space. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing looked at the meat, almost drooling. They had been on the train for 3 days, secretly fed by their daughter, but they were always worried and hadn't eaten well. Now, smelling the delicious meat, their cravings instantly surfaced. "Hurry, eat quickly." Lin Hongsheng tore off a big piece and put it in his mouth, his eyes squinting happily. Su Wanqing also modestly took a small piece, her expression softening. Lin Jiaoyu pushed the remaining large piece toward her parents. "Dad, Mom, you eat." "I'm not hungry." Watching her parents gobble it up, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In her past life, she had struggled alone in a big city, only able to eat takeout during the New Year. She had always dreamed of having family around, sharing a simple reunion meal. Unexpectedly, this wish was fulfilled in such a difficult environment, in such a strange way. After eating, Su Wanqing washed the dishes and pots with well water. Lin Hongsheng extinguished the fire carefully, cleaning up all traces. The family of 3 returned to their warm wooden house and lay on the large earthen bed. Although the bed was hard, the cotton quilt covering them and the presence of loved ones brought an unprecedented sense of peace and security. Outside, the mountain wind howled, and the sound of the forest waves echoed. Inside, the family slept peacefully, breathing steady. It was their first night in this new era. Though simple, it was incredibly warm. Lin Jiaoyu rested her head on her arm, listening to her parents even breathing, feeling completely at ease. She knew that starting tomorrow, they would begin their life pretending to be a poor family. There will be curious villagers, with various tests and questions. But she is not afraid, because she has the strongest support, her parents and her all-powerful space. Tomorrow will be a new day. The next morning, just before dawn, Lin Jiaoyu's family woke up. Following the plan they discussed last night, they needed to act like they were poor and struggling before Li Shi sent someone. Lin Hongsheng took out an old axe from his space and started chopping firewood outside. He pretended to be clumsy, missing the target several times, looking very awkward. Su Wanqing held a broken broom and swept back and forth in the yard, clearing a few fallen leaves, looking worried. Lin Jiaoyu's job was to start the fire and cook. She placed a black iron pot on the stone stove, poured in some water, added a handful of cornmeal mixed with bran, and stirred it into a thin porridge that reflected her face. The smoke rose gently, carrying the fresh smell of corn porridge to the nearby village. This was their first signal. We're starting to be self-reliant. While busy, they heard footsteps and voices coming from the small road in the distance. Lin Jiaoyu looked up and saw a young man in his early 20s, carrying a basket, walking toward them. Behind him, a few curious children peeked around, and 2 or 3 middle-aged women carried bowls, chatting as they walked. The leader, a sturdy woman wearing a patched floral dress, had lively eyes that showed sharpness and curiosity. "Here they come," Lin Jiaoyu whispered to her mother. Su Wanqing immediately understood, her face looking more worried, and she waved the broom weakly. "It's Secretary Li who sent us," the young man said as he approached, setting down his basket. His voice was deep and steady. "Secretary, Li asked me to bring you some things. Here's a bag of cornmeal, half a bag of potatoes, and some dried pickles. Over there are hoes and sickles, you can use them first." "Oh no, this is too much trouble." Lin Hongxing put down his axe and hurried over, rubbing his hands nervously, feeling grateful and a little scared. "Thank you so much, little brother. And please thank Secretary Li for us." "Thanks, it's just a village. It's what we should do," the young man said with an honest smile. At that moment, the woman in the floral blouse also came closer. Her eyes scanned the 3 members of the Lin family openly, finally stopping at Lin Jiaoyu's face, and she clicked her tongue twice. "Oh, I say, old Lin's family, your daughter is really pretty. Her skin is so white, like snow here. Looks like she hasn't done hard work before, right?" Her words were direct and a bit sharp. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned pale, and she looked a little confused. Lin Hongxing quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sister-in-law, you don't know our daughter. She has been weak since she was little. Not long ago, she was seriously ill and stayed in bed for many months. We barely saved her life. Her face is pale because we kept her warm. She's very weak." He spoke while looking at his daughter with concern. His worried and scared expression was very touching. "Oh? She had a serious illness?" The woman didn't seem easily fooled. She rolled her eyes and looked toward the wooden house behind them. "Your house is cleaned up pretty quickly. Yesterday, I heard the head of the family say it was about to fall apart. How come it's all fixed up overnight?" This question was sharper. Jiaoyu felt a tightness in her chest, knowing a test was coming. Lin Hongxing sighed and said with a bitter smile, "We had no choice, sister-in-law. Last night, the wind was so strong, it sounded like wolves howling. The house was full of drafts. Our family of 3 huddled together on those old beds, not daring to sleep. We got up before dawn and patched the holes. If we didn't, we'd freeze." His words were partly true and partly false. He explained why they fixed the house so quickly and also made it sound tough, hinting that they had a hard night. "Really?" The woman looked skeptical, "And we can't invite you in now. When we clean it up in a few days, we'll invite you for some water." The woman was blocked from seeing inside. She looked a little annoyed but didn't push her way in. She pursed her lips and turned her attention to Su Wanqing. "I say, young lady, you look delicate and tender, not like someone who can cook. Do you think this porridge in the pot is drinkable?" she said, leaning in to smell the pot. Su Wanqing felt uncomfortable under their gaze and could only lower her head, whispering, "Just deal with it however you can." Another woman chimed in, "Yeah, looking at your clothes, they're a bit old, but the fabric is good. You used to live well in the South, right? How much wealth do you have at home?" For a moment, the women asked one question after another, each more direct than the last, as if they were questioning a suspect. Lin Hongxing and Su Wanqing found it hard to answer and started to sweat. Just then, Lin Jiaoyu, who had been silent, spoke up. She slowly took out a small handful of things from her patched old clothes pocket and shyly walked over to the children watching. "Little brothers and sisters, here have some," she said, opening her palm. In her hand were about 10 dried, muddy peanuts. These peanuts were carefully taken from her space, the worst-looking and smallest ones, as if they had been stored for years and were almost spoiled. Seeing food, the children's eyes lit up. They didn't care about how dirty the peanuts were and hurriedly grabbed them, peeling and stuffing them into their mouths. "Hey, you little kid," one child's mother scolded, but her tone wasn't truly angry. The curious women also noticed Lin Jiaoyu's action. They looked at the peanuts in the children's hands, and then at her empty pocket. Their suspicion and scrutiny subtly changed. Oh, this girl has a kind heart. Yeah, even though they're barely getting by, she still gives the children food. Look at those peanuts, all shriveled. They're probably their last food supply. They whispered among themselves. The woman in the floral jacket, known in the village as the gossip queen Aunt Wong, watched this scene and felt embarrassed to ask about their family background anymore. If they were so poor that they could only share such peanuts with the children, asking how much money they had would be like stabbing them in the heart. All right, everyone disperse. They just arrived and are busy. Don't stand around here causing trouble. Aunt Wong waved her hand, ending the gathering. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Lin Jiaoyu again. Her gaze was more complicated now, no longer just curiosity and suspicion. The villagers gradually left, and the young man who brought the grain also carried his empty basket away. The yard became quiet again. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing both sighed in relief, feeling like they had just finished a tough fight, their backs soaked with sweat. Nan, you're really like Dad's zhuge. Lin Hongsheng looked at his daughter with admiration. Just a few broken peanuts, and you managed to send those gossiping women away. Su Wanqing also patted her chest, still a bit scared. Yes, I didn't know what to say just now. Their eyes, like knives, seemed eager to look us over from inside out. Lin Jiaoyu proudly lifted her chin. That's called showing weakness. The more we act poor and helpless, the more they relax. Those peanuts just now not only shut them up but also made us look kind and poor, gaining good feelings in one move. She paused and then became serious. But this is only the first test. Aunt Wong doesn't seem easy to deal with. She'll come back to test us again. Dad, Mom, our act must go on, and we need to act even more convincingly. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing nodded heavily. They knew that on this unfamiliar land, their big performance had only just begun. Lin Jiaoyu looked at the thin, watery corn porridge in the pot and sighed. Performing is also hard work. She patted her stomach, which was growling, and started planning. When she closed the door later, she would take out a roast chicken or a plate of braised pork ribs from her space to treat herself. In the following days, the Lin family fully entered an immersive, superhero acting state. At dawn, Lin Hongsheng carried a hoe and went to the fields. At first, he was really tired, with sore back and waist, but ever since he secretly drank the special spring water his daughter added, he noticed his body was changing in an incredible way. The blisters on his hands, which normally took a night to scab and heal, now healed overnight. His sore muscles, when he woke up in the morning, were full of explosive strength. In the hot summer in the northeast, the soil was dried and hard from the sun, and each hoeing sparkled like fire. Lin Hongsheng struck the hard land with his hoe, and the soil, as tough as rock, was easily turned over like tofu. The man nearby was surprised. Hongsheng, you look so thin, but you have such strength. This hard ground, we struggle for a long time, but you do it so easily, like playing. Lin Hongsheng was startled inside. He quickly bent down, pretending to be out of breath, wiping sweat and smiling bitterly. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just worried about not finishing the work and not having enough to eat, so I'm putting in extra effort. But he was secretly wondering, could the water given by the girl be some kind of magic potion? Meanwhile, Su Wanqing was also busy at home. Her once delicate hands, after days of rubbing rough hemp ropes, not only didn't get hurt but became even smoother and firmer. She even found that carrying a full water bucket felt light as a feather. Lin Jiaoyu, however, was the busiest in the family. She carried an old small wooden basket, claiming she was going to pick wild vegetables, but in reality, she was out gathering supplies in the mountains. This mountain is like a natural treasure house, Lin Jiaoyu thought to herself. Although there was no system prompt, her mental awareness, nourished by spiritual spring water, was very sensitive to the smell of plants and trees. Under a shady tree root where few people went, Lin Jiaoyu's eyes lit up. She quickly moved aside the weeds with her slender fingers and found a very fine wild ginseng. Its root looked at least 30 years old. This is a vital item for survival in troubled times. She smiled and skillfully stored it in her space. Moreover, on her way, she had hidden wild vegetables in her basket as a cover, but her space was filled with shiny mountain walnuts, bright red wild fruits, and even 2 fat wild chickens she had directly stored there. She was like a queen patrolling her territory, greedily gathering resources deep in the mountains. At night, after closing the wooden door, this was the family's little world of relaxation. Under the Kong table, Lin Jiaoyu handed each parent a cup of warm water, with 3 drops of concentrated spiritual spring added. Father, mother, drink quickly. This water helps relieve fatigue. Lin Hongxing drank it in one gulp, feeling a warm flow rush from his throat through his limbs, instantly washing away the tiredness of the day. Girl, this water. Lin Hongxing looked at his daughter with a complicated expression and lowered his voice. I feel like I have enough strength to kill a cow. Su Wanqing also looked at her hands in surprise. Me too. I feel several years younger, and I can work all day without getting tired. Lin Jiaoyu blinked mischievously. This is the spiritual spring water from the space. When our bodies are healthier, we can act with more confidence. But, Dad, you need to be careful in the fields and not break the hoe. Lin Hongxing chuckled softly, then serious. Don't worry, I know. But, Nan, we need to hurry with the household registration. I heard from the villagers that the authorities are checking closely, and our temporary residence status could be reported at any time. We can't wait. Lin Jiaoyu put down her cup, her eyes calm. Dad, tomorrow you take those few yuan data coins and go see Grandpa Li. Be humble. Act well. The next day, Lin Hongxing carried a small bag of shriveled potatoes, hunched over, and went to the village committee. Li Shui was sitting in the yard weaving a basket. When he saw Lin Hongxing come in, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Hongxing, why are you resting today? Uncle. Lin Hongxing placed the potatoes on the ground, nervously fidgeting with his collar, looking worried. I came to ask for your help. Help? What's so serious? Li Shui paused his work. Lin Hongxing clenched his teeth, knees buckling. With a loud thud, he knelt firmly on the hard ground. This kneel was very forceful, but he controlled it well. It sounded loud, but his body didn't really hurt. Uncle, please help our family find a way out. His voice was hoarse and trembling, full of panic and helplessness. Li Shui was startled. He quickly got up to help, but found Lin Hongxing's body was as heavy as cast iron. He couldn't lift him, even once. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Lin Hongxing, leaning on Li Shui's leg, had red-rimmed eyes. Uncle, we can't be illegal residents anymore. I heard the authorities are coming to check, and I'm scared. Please, you're the secretary, you're my real uncle. You have to help us. Li Shui was taken aback by the sincerity and strength of his plea. He thought to himself, how does this kid have so much strength? He must be truly desperate. He forcibly pulled Lin Hongxing onto a bench, sighing. Hongxing, I want to help you, but the rules are strict. I'm just a village secretary. Uncle, I understand everything. Lin Hongxing shivered as he took out a small bundle wrapped in torn cloth from his pocket. This is the last thing we brought from home. It was meant to be saved for my wife's medical treatment, he whispered humbly, his voice full of despair. Please take it, go to the village, and help us. Even if you can just get a temporary household registration, so we can live honestly. Li Shui took the cloth bag, feeling its heavy weight. He instinctively opened a corner, and the silver shine in the dim room made his eyes dizzy. A silver dollar. 30 yuan. This is a huge amount of money that could change a family's life. Li Shui's heart suddenly tightened, and his hand felt like it was burned. You're crazy. This is illegal. Take it back quickly, Uncle. Lin Hongxing knelt again, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'm not trying to harm you. I'm begging you. This money isn't for you. It's for you to handle some business. We don't know the way, so we have to rely on you, a strong man, as sturdy as an ox, in Li Shui's view, crying like a helpless child. Li Shui looked at him, then at the silver dollar in his hand, and his heart tilted. Get up. He quickly stuffed the cloth bag into his pocket, moving so fast it seemed rehearsed. This thing, I will keep it for you, Li Shui said carefully. Whether it works or not, I can't promise. All I can say is, I will risk my old face to try for you. When Lin Hongxing heard this, he knew he was safe. He left the village committee building with a hunched back, looking pitiful. But once he returned to the broken wooden house and closed the door, he suddenly straightened up, his bones cracking loudly. He no longer looked humble at all. It's done, he signaled to his wife and daughter. Lin Jiaoyu sat on the Kong, peeling a red date she had just taken from the space, and smiled when she heard this. Dad, with this acting, we can walk all over the Li family village in the future. Lin Hongxing chuckled and took the date from his daughter. Of course, no one can beat my dad. That night, in the small wooden house of the Lin family, the aroma of braised pork hid in the thick smoke, and the family's hearts were deeply rooted in the northern wilderness. That afternoon, as the sun was setting, Li Shui, with a serious face, pushed open the broken wooden door of the Lin family. He hadn't even had a sip of water or sat on the bench. He went straight to the point with a shocking statement. Hongxing, something has happened. Tomorrow, the village will send people to check on the outsiders. Check on the outsiders? Lin Hongxing's hand shook with his dry tobacco pipe, almost dropping it. His face turned pale instantly. At the edge of the Kong bed, Su Wanqing's hand, which was sewing the sole of a shoe, also stopped. The needle almost pricked her finger, and she looked at Li Shui with a panicked expression. What they feared most had come true. They were now officially illegal residents. If they were caught, they could be sent back to their hometowns, or worse. No one wanted to imagine the consequences. Li Shui watched the couple's reactions and sighed quietly. He lowered his voice and said, I got the news early and came to tell you. The person coming this time is an official from the village. They work for the government, so they are sharp-eyed. It won't be easy to fool them. You two should tidy up quickly and try not to reveal anything. Uncle, we thank you sincerely, Lin Hongxing said gratefully, but his mind was already racing. After seeing Li Shui off, only the sound of crickets chirping remained in the room. Head of the household, what should we do? Our situation. Su Wanqing's voice trembled, and her palms were sweaty. Lin Hongxing's mind was a mess. He instinctively looked at Lin Jiaoyu. He didn't know when, but this once simple-minded daughter had become the backbone of the family. Lin Jiaoyu sat on a small stool, playing with a shriveled red date, but her gaze was frighteningly calm. Dad, Mom, don't panic. She stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and spoke clearly. When soldiers come, we block them. When water flows, we cover it. Since they want to check, let's put on a show. A show? Lin Hongxing was surprised. Yes, I've already thought of the script, Lin Jiaoyu said with a slight smile. The main idea is one word. Poor. We need to look so poor that it makes people feel sad so they won't bother asking us questions. They acted immediately. Under Lin Jiaoyu's direction, the family quickly prepared for the scene called Empty Home. First step, clear the space. They took out thick quilts, fine porcelain bowls and chopsticks, and even the half-pack of tea leaves that Lin Hongxing secretly kept. All were put away. Only the old, tattered cotton bedding sent by Li Shui was left on the Kong, black and rough, looking uncomfortable. On the table, there were a few cracked clay bowls, which Lin Jiaoyu had carefully washed and brought from the village trash heap as props. Second step, hide the wealth. The small bags of millet and corn flour, used to pretend they had some money, were hidden in the corner of the room. The rice jar only had a thin layer of leftover rice at the bottom. Even mice, leaving it, had to walk away with tears in their eyes. Step 3. Applying makeup. Lin Jiaoyu took out a few old, patched clothes from her space. She had collected them during her escape, with patches on patches, giving off an old smell. Change into these, she told her parents. Then she went to the stove, rubbed some black ash on the bottom of the pot, added a little water, and randomly smeared it on her face and neck, as well as her mother's. Her originally fair and delicate skin turned gray and wrinkled, like a farmer who had worked in the sun for years. Su Wanqing looked at herself in the copper mirror, her face covered in dirt and ash, and hardly recognized herself. This was no longer the young lady from Sioux City who never got her hands dirty. Jiao Jiao, is this too much?
Suwaning hisatatith.
Mother, details decide success or failure, Lin Jiaoyue said firmly. We are walking on a tightrope now, no room for mistakes. That night, the family stayed in their clothes, not daring to sleep deeply. The next morning, just as the sun rose over the hill, two young men dressed in gray official uniforms pushed bicycles and arrived at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by Li Shui.
Oh Sheng.
Comrades from the village are here to see you, Li Shui shouted loudly and confidently. Inside the house, Lin Hongsheng took a deep breath and immediately pretended to be nervous and uneasy. He pushed open the door, hunched his back, and greeted them anxiously. "Ah, the leaders are here. Come in, sit inside. The house is a mess. Please don't mind." When the two young officials entered, their brows furrowed unconsciously. The room was dim, with a damp, musty smell mixed with the scent of wet earth. It was so poor that it could be called unbearably miserable. Except for a dirt bed and a shaky stove, there was almost nothing else. Su Wanqing sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing strangers, she stood up suddenly, looking frightened and unsure of herself. Lin Jiaoyue hid behind her mother, only showing a pair of big, clear eyes, timidly observing the visitors. Her gaze was like that of a mountain girl who had never seen the world. The leading officer, Zhao, looked around and sighed silently. This place was too poor. "Are you the ones who came from the south to find relatives?" Officer Zhao asked politely, more politely than expected. Yes, Lin Hongsheng nodded respectfully, with slightly reddened eyes. "My hometown was hit by a disaster, and I had no way out, so I bravely came to seek help from my uncle." "Sorry for bothering the government," Li Shui chimed in at the right moment. "Officer Zhao, this is my cousin's son. He's honest and hardworking, but he's had a tough life." Officer Zhao nodded, his gaze falling on Lin Hongsheng's hands, which were rough and blistered, actually sanded smooth on purpose, and then on Su Wanqing and her daughter's dull faces. Most of his doubts were eased. This kind of appearance can't be faked. He asked a few routine questions. Lin Hongsheng answered smoothly, without missing a beat, fully fitting the image of someone who had come to seek help in hard times. At that moment, another officer approached the stove. The hearts of the Lin family members tightened. The officer lifted the lid of the pot. Inside was half a pot of clear, thin porridge. Though called porridge, it was just a few grains of rice swimming in water. Next to it, on a chopping board, were a few bitter greens freshly dug up with dirt still on them. The officer hesitated briefly, exchanged a glance with Officer Zhao, and both shook their heads. Their lives were worse than the poorest pensioners in the village. Officer Zhao closed his notebook, his tone tinged with sympathy. "All right, we understand the situation. Since he's related to Secretary Li, you can stay here for now. But remember, this is a new society. Follow the policies, and if you have any difficulties, report them to the village promptly."
Thank you.
"Thank you, leaders." "Thank you, government." Lin Hongsheng bowed repeatedly, excited. After seeing off the two officers and Li Shui, Lin Hongsheng closed the door. He leaned against it, exhausted, sliding down to sit on the ground. Oh my goodness. He wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his hands trembling slightly. Su Wanqing also covered her chest, took a deep breath, feeling like her heart was about to jump out. It's over, finally over. However, Lin Jiaoyu didn't collapse. She went to the water jar, scooped a cool sip of well water, and happily washed her face, revealing her originally fair and delicate face. Water droplets slid down her cheeks, but her eyes were brighter and sharper than before. "Dad, Mom, we just got lucky this time. But this is only temporary." She turned around and looked at her still shaken parents. She spoke clearly and firmly. "We can't keep hiding in this broken wooden house like mice, and we can't let others think we might leave at any moment." Lin Hongsheng was surprised and stood up, leaning on his hands. "Not here, then where?" "With our current situation. So, we need to change our plan." Jiyue's eyes showed determination, and her tone was confident. "We must settle down here and make everyone believe that we are serious about living in Li's village." So, she paused and dropped a big idea. "We will build our own house, a bright brick house. A brick house." These 5 words hit Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing hard. In this poor mountain village, where even the village secretary still lives in a mud house, we, who are just pretending to be poor, are actually going to build a brick house? Is this girl crazy? Build a brick house. Lin Hongsheng almost gasped, his voice breaking. Jiao Jiao, are you sure? We are trying to hide our poverty, and you want to build a brick house? Isn't that like revealing everything? Su Wanqing also panicked, clutching her daughter's hand. Yes, Jiao Jiao, that's too obvious. The villagers are already watching us, and it's hard to explain to Secretary Li. Jiyue looked calmly at her anxious parents. She cracked a walnut from her pocket with a crisp sound, easing the tense atmosphere in the room. Dad, Mom, this is what you don't understand. It's called black under the lamp, or going along with others' wishes. She brushed off the walnut shells and looked bright and clear, as if she wasn't talking about building a house but carefully planning with her family. The more we hide, the more suspicious we seem. If we pretend to be poor today, what about tomorrow? We'll be like a thorn in Li's village. Everyone will feel uncomfortable. But if we build a house, everything changes. Jiyue raised one finger. First, building a house is like showing our loyalty. It tells Secretary Li and the villagers that we are serious about settling here, not just passing through. It will help everyone trust us and see us as family. She raised her second finger. Second, with a fixed nest, our belongings in the space have a place to settle down. Most importantly, when Dad goes to the city to find work, he can't write a broken wooden house at the foot of the mountain on his resume. That would be called being homeless, not a struggling merchant. Lin Hongsheng fell silent. He fumbled with the jade ring on his finger. Oh no, he had already put it away. Now only rough knuckles remained. As a seasoned businessman, he immediately sensed the meaning behind his daughter's words. Having fixed assets sometimes makes people feel more secure than hiding gold bars in their waistband. This tactic of turning the tables is clever, really clever. I understand the reasoning, but what about startup funds? Lin Hongsheng pointed to the empty house. Where do we explain the money came from? Fell from the sky. I have the money. And I've already made up an excuse. Lin Jiaoyu whispered to her parents, sharing her plan softly. After hearing the plan, Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing looked at each other in shock. This was no longer a 16-year-old girl. She was a strategic, female Zhuge Liang. Her detailed logic, step by step, was simply brilliant.
Done.
Let's do it. Lin Hongsheng clapped his thigh, his eyes regaining the sharpness of a seasoned shopkeeper.
But
Wanqing, I might have to ask you to bear with it. Su Wanqing smiled gently, without hesitation. She turned around and carefully took out a small cloth pouch from her inner garment pocket. Unwrapping it layer by layer, she revealed a pair of emerald earrings, lush and shiny, like holding a spring pond in the dim wooden house. These were her dowry, her most treasured possession. Just a trinket, no one cares about it, she said firmly, placing the earrings in her husband's hand. As long as our family is together and tidy, I'd be happy to exchange them for bricks. The next day, Lin Hongsheng, holding the priceless jade earrings, knocked on Li Shui's door again. This time, he didn't go to the village committee. Such personal matters needed to be discussed privately. Auntie, are you busy? Li Shui's wife was feeding chickens in the yard. Seeing Lin Hongsheng, she paused briefly before greeting warmly. Oh, Hongsheng, come in quickly. Your uncle is smoking inside. He entered the house, where smoke filled the air. Li Shui sat cross-legged on the kong, smoking dry tobacco, his eyes barely lifting. Uncle, Lin Hongsheng lowered his stance and respectfully called out. Sit down. Li Shui nodded as he puffed on his pipe. The household registration issue has been approved by the village. In a few days, the official documents will be ready. Your worries can finally be put to rest. Thank you so much, Uncle. We are truly grateful. Lin Hongsheng expressed deep gratitude, acting sincerely. If it weren't for you, my family would still be caught in the rain and wind. We will never forget this kindness. After exchanging polite words, the conversation reached a good point. Lin Hongsheng rubbed his hands nervously, showing a hint of embarrassment. Uncle, actually, I have one more thing to ask for your advice on. Go ahead. Even if it's a distant relative, No need to be so formal. Lin Hongsheng hesitated, as if making a big decision, then nervously took a handkerchief pouch from his pocket and handed it over. Uncle, you're experienced. Please take a look. How much do you think this is worth? Li Shui casually took it and opened a corner. In the next second, his eyes widened in surprise. Although he lived in a remote mountain area, he had traveled in the wider world when he was young. The earrings were a bright green, eye-catching, transparent like glass, clearly valuable items from a wealthy family. These, Li Shui looked up sharply, examining Lin Hongsheng's face carefully. Lin Hongsheng smiled bitterly, showing helplessness. This was my wife's most treasured possession, meant to be Jiao Jiao's dowry. But Jiao Jiao is weak, and the wooden house she lives in leaks and is too damp. We thought, we can't let our child suffer like this. He paused, speaking sincerely. So, we want to sell this to get some money, build 2 brick houses in the village. Nothing fancy, just enough to keep out the wind and rain. Li Shui held the earrings in silence for a long time. His mind was torn. He had suspected this family had hidden valuables. Now they were willing to sell such a family heirloom to build a house. What did that mean? It showed they truly wanted to settle down here. This was good news for him. As long as this family had a house and land, they would be tied to Li Village. If authorities ever investigated, it would also prove they were honest and obedient. Have you made up your mind? Li Shui asked seriously, returning the earrings. Yes, I have. Lin Hongsheng nodded firmly, saying, From now on, we will settle here and not go anywhere else. This thing is too valuable. In our poor, remote village, no one can afford it, Li Shui pointed outside the window. You need to go to the town or Harbin and find a big pawn shop. But this must be done secretly, keep the money hidden, understand? Got it? I'll listen to Uncle. Lin Hongsheng was very happy. This plan was coming together. I'll help you find skilled builders for the house. They are honest villagers with good skills and keep secrets, Li Shui added. As for the materials, you can figure that out in the town. Just tell people you bought old materials from someone else, cheap and not obvious. Oh, Uncle, you're thinking too carefully. That night, in the broken wooden house of the Lin family, 3 members carefully discussed their next steps. Dad, your task tomorrow is very important. Lin Jiaoyu, acting like a commander, turned her hand and magically produced a heavy little yellow fish, wrapped it in a rag, and handed it to her father. Tomorrow you go to the town. Remember to check the place first. This big yellow fish. Disassemble it and exchange parts. Visit several gold shops and pawn shops. Don't let anyone notice. Lin Hongsheng weighed the object, feeling his heart race. Only his daughter could think of such a plan. No one else would dare do this. Then, Lin Jiaoyu took out a piece of paper with a simple map and a list of supplies, filled with writing. The money from the exchanges will be divided like this. Most of it will buy bricks, wood, and lime. I've already checked. There's an old material market at the east end of the town. You go there to buy, fitting our buying old materials story. The rest of the money will be used for seeds, tools, some coarse grains, and salt. We're doing a full act, building the house while clearing land, making it look like we're desperately working from the soil. Seeing her well-organized plan, Lin Hongsheng felt very proud. He was almost speechless. As a father who had been a shopkeeper for decades, he now felt like a soldier following orders. All right, Commander Lin, I promise to complete the task. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Hongsheng, carrying a patched cloth bag, said goodbye to Li Shui and hurried off, claiming he was going to the town to try his luck selling jewelry. As soon as he left, Lin Jiaoyu and Su Wanqing carried hoes and went up the mountain. On the sunny hillside of the wooden house, mother and daughter began their land-clearing performance. Su Wanqing had never felt a needle for embroidery as heavy as this. How could she do such hard work? After swinging the hoe a few times, sweat soaked her clothes. Mom, drink some water. Lin Jiaoyu handed her a military-style water bottle filled with her specially mixed, functional drink made from spiritual spring water. Su Wanqing took a few sips and felt a cool wave flow down her throat, spreading through her body. Her previously sore arms suddenly felt full of strength. This water is really sweet, Su Wanqing said in surprise. It's mountain spring water. Good for health. Lin Jiaoyu winked, hiding her skills and reputation. While mother and daughter worked hard, they naturally caught the attention of the village information center. Aunt Wong was munching sunflower seeds, leading a few gossiping women from afar, pointing and whispering. Did you see? That man from that family went to town to sell old stuff. Those two women are just pretending to farm at home. Who knows if it's true? That Sue girl is delicate and tender. Can she really grow crops?
Don't break the seedlings. Just wait and see.
I don't believe they can do anything impressive. Building a house? Dream on. The gossip floated on the wind, but Lin Jiaoyu didn't even lift her eyelids. The harsher the mockery now, the louder the future comeback. Once the big brick house is built and the land grows super vegetables irrigated by spiritual spring water, these people's expressions will be priceless. 2 days later, at dusk, Lin Hongsheng returned. He was covered in dust, looking exhausted, but his eyes shone brightly. As soon as he entered the house, he locked the door tightly, then took out a thick stack of tightly wrapped money and slapped it onto the Kong.
Jiao Jiao, wife.
We didn't let you down. Lin Hongsheng lowered his voice, full of uncontrollable excitement. Gold has been exchanged for real money, and the materials are all ordered. Tomorrow night, the first batch of old bricks will be transported to the foot of the mountain. Seeing the thick stack of money, Su Wanqing's eyes instantly turned red. From prosperous Sioux City to the cold northeast, wealth could only be hidden away. Now, with this hard-earned first display of wealth, they were finally going to have a real home of their own on this dark land. Late at night, Lin Jiaoyu lay on the hard Kong, listening to her parents' gradually steady breathing, but her mind was still racing. Having money, a house, and a household registration was just the first step to survival. In these turbulent times, having just these things isn't enough to be safe. She touched the jade pendant on her chest, sank into her space, and looked at the unused, big tools in the warehouse with a teasing smile. Late at night the next day, with the squeaking sound of wheels, the first supply cart stopped at the foot of the mountain like a ghost. News that a brick and tile house was going to be built at the foot of the mountain spread quickly, like wings, and in no time, it caused a big stir in Li Village. This was very shocking news. The villagers had always lived in simple mud brick houses. Even the village secretary Li Shui's house was just a decent blue brick base. Now, these refugees from the south who had just arrived a few days ago were planning to build a solid brick and tile house. Suddenly, the villagers' jealousy and suspicion grew like wild grass. Where did they get the money? Didn't they say they were fleeing from danger? Exactly a few days ago they were wearing ragged clothes and digging wild vegetables. How come they suddenly look so rich? I think they're pretending to be poor. There must be some secret. Among them, Aunt Wong was the most excited. She ran to the foot of the mountain 8 times a day, watching the craftsmen lay the foundation and trucks of shiny blue bricks being brought in. Her eyes, shaped like triangles, were as red as a rabbit's. She went to the east side to stir up trouble. Hey, you haven't seen these bricks. They're top-quality blue bricks. Better than the secretary's house. Then she went to the west side to spread rumors. I heard the carpenter say the beams are made of good pine wood brought from the town, and they'll be painted later. That costs a lot of money. Thanks to Aunt Wong's relentless promotion, the villagers' hearts were stirred. Jealousy and suspicion grew wildly, like weeds. Finally, Aunt Wong couldn't hold back anymore. She led a few of her usual plastic sisters and stormed into the village committee. Secretary Li, you have to give us an explanation. As soon as she entered, she slapped the table and spat out. What's the deal with that Lin family? They come and build a fancy house. Where's the money coming from? Are they spies? Capitalists? Exactly. We poor farmers are still eating coarse rice, and they, as outsiders, get to live in brick and tile houses. Others immediately agreed, looking ready to fight like they were about to beat up a rich landowner. Li Shui sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, smoking his pipe. Without even lifting his eyelids, he slowly blew out a smoke ring. What's all the shouting for? Trying to show off your loud voice? Party secretary, don't change the subject. Where did he get the money? Didn't he say his business failed so badly he lost everything? Aunt Wong pressed on. He sold his wife's jewelry and dowry just to have a place to live here. What? Does he need your approval for that? Li Shui tapped the pipe bowl against his shoe sole. His tone was calm, but it carried authority. If you're jealous, go home and sell your own wife's gold bracelets and jade pendants to build a house. Oh, I forgot. You don't have any. That sharp remark left the women speechless. Aunt Wong's face turned red with anger. She couldn't find a comeback and finally snapped, "Fine. Keep defending him. But this isn't over. We'll be watching." With that, she left with the others, looking as defeated as a flock of beaten hens. Watching them go, Li Shui frowned deeply. Words alone wouldn't stop the gossip. He needed to put on a show to silence them completely. That afternoon, the sun was blazing. With his hands behind his back, Li Shui strolled down to the construction site like a leader inspecting work. The site was full of energy. Lin Hongsheng, wearing a faded old shirt, was struggling to carry bricks. Once a successful businessman, he now looked completely different. After moving just a few bricks, he was already out of breath, his steps unsteady, so clumsy it made people ache just watching him. Su Wanqing sat in the corner of the shed, head lowered, carefully mending a torn sleeve for a bricklayer. Her expression was calm and focused, her stitches neat. She looked every bit the gentle, hard-working wife. As for Lin Juyue, she was running around with a big teapot, pouring water for the workers. "Uncle Zhang, have some water and take a break. Brotherly, you've worked hard." The young girl smiled brightly, her voice clear and sweet. She had secretly added a few drops of special spring water to the tea. After drinking it, the workers felt refreshed and full of energy again. Li Shui nodded to himself. This family really knew how to get along with people. He cleared his throat and raised his voice on purpose. "Hongsheng, how's the work going?" Lin Hongsheng looked up in surprise, quickly put down the bricks, wiped his hands on his shirt, and walked over nervously. "Uncle, what brings you here? Please have a seat." Li Shui frowned and spoke loudly enough to be heard 2 miles away. "Can I not come? The village is almost in chaos. I ask you honestly, where did the money for building the house come from?" Lin Hongsheng's face changed instantly, switching to a victimized look. He glanced at Su Wanqing over there, who had red eyes and a choked voice. He said, "Uncle, I already told you. That was the last bit of jewelry my wife had, sold to get the money. We just want to settle down here, not to keep wandering. Even if we have to eat plain food later, we want a place to shelter from the wind and rain." Hearing this, Su Wanqing, who was holding a needle, paused, her shoulders slightly trembling, and she quietly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. This scene was so touching that it made listeners feel sad and cry. Uncle Zhang, who had drunk the spring water, couldn't stand it anymore and loudly shouted, "Party secretary, we testify. The Lin family brothers are not easy. Look at sister-in-law Lin. She has no heirs and even helps me sew clothes. They just want a home. Why are those gossiping women talking nonsense?" "Exactly. Sister Lin even helps me write letters to my son in the city. She's such a good person." Another carpenter chimed in. The villagers' eyes are sharp, but also easy to deceive. Li Shui wanted this effect. He played along, his expression softening. "All right, I believe you. Since you've settled in Li's village, just live your life well. As for the gossip, don't take it to heart. With me here, it won't blow up. Thanks, Uncle." "Thank you, Uncle." Lin Hongsheng was so grateful he almost bowed 90 degrees. The conflict was resolved quietly through the joint performance of Li Shui and the Lin family. After this, the villagers gradually believed the story that they sold their last belongings to seek stability. After all, everyone has times of hardship. Only Lin Jiaoyu knew the truth clearly. Her father, her mother, and even Secretary Li deserved a Lifetime Achievement Award. While refilling water for the workers, she was mentally reviewing the design plans for the new house. On the surface, it looked like a simple 3-room rural tile house. But in reality, it was designed according to the standards of safety and privacy first. The wall of the east kitchen was thickened with an extra brick for soundproofing and insulation. The floor was dug deeper to reserve a very hidden basement entrance, making future storage and refuge easy. Her bedroom is next to the back mountain, with dense forest outside the window. She plans to plant a circle of thorny vines, claiming they are to keep out wild animals, but actually to hide her access to the space anytime she wants. Phew, acting in this way is more tiring than coding at a big company. Lin Jiaoyu yawns, glancing at the nearly finished, safe house, and starts planning her dinner for the evening. Tonight, she must tidy up the space, take a bath with spiritual spring water, then enjoy some Korean barbecue to reward herself as the behind-the-scenes director. Time flies quickly amid this half-real, half-fake busy life. Thanks to the craftsmen working overtime, 3 grand blue brick and tile houses finally rise at the foot of the mountain, becoming the most eye-catching sight in Lee family village, a remote and poor place. On the day the house was finished, the Lin family was very quiet, not even setting off firecrackers. This was Lin Jiaoyu's idea. "Dad, our low profile now is for a high profile later," she said softly while helping him straighten his collar. "We put on a good show earlier, so if we now hold a big feast, people might suspect something. You have money to host guests, so why pretend to be poor?" Hearing this, Lin Hongsheng immediately understood. Experience makes one wise, but his daughter's quick thinking surprised him even more. He paid the craftsmen and gave each a red envelope as a thank you gift, then bought 2 pounds of brown sugar and a neatly sliced piece of pork, and quietly went to Li Shouyi's house. "Uncle, the house is finished. Thanks to you and the craftsmen," Lin Hongsheng said with a slightly hunched back and a friendly, modest smile. "This is a small token of appreciation. Please don't dislike it." Li Shouyi weighed the pork and glanced at the tightly wrapped brown sugar, and couldn't help but smile. This Lin Hongsheng was a sensible man, and his prospects looked brighter. He didn't refuse with empty words, accepted the gifts, and then took out 3 brand-new small red household registration books, handing them over. "Here, these are just approved by the local authorities. They're fresh." Lin Hongsheng took the 3 thin books, his hands trembling slightly. Opening the first page, the household head's name was clearly written, Lin Hongsheng. Below were Su Wanqing and Lin Jiaoyu. The most important part was the occupation listed clearly, farmer. It wasn't a capitalist or a member of the blacklist. It was just an ordinary person who depends on the weather to make a living. This wasn't just a household registration book. It was like a life-saving charm for a family of 3. "Uncle." Lin Hongsheng's eyes welled up with tears. He was speechless, holding back a flood of words, and finally punched the air heavily. "I will remember this kindness in my heart." Li Shui patted his shoulder casually and said, "All right, since you're officially registered, just settle down here and live peacefully." When Lin Hongsheng returned home with the household registration book, he carefully handed it to Su Wanqing as if it were a precious treasure. She read it, then passed it to Lin Jiaoyu. The 3 of them held the papers gently, even breathing softer. We are now officially residents of Li Village," Su Wanqing said with a trembling voice, tears falling down her cheeks. Since leaving Sioux City, their hearts had been hanging in the air, unable to rest. They had to stay alert even while sleeping. Only now did they feel like they truly stood on solid ground. "That's wonderful." Lin Jiaoyu hugged her parents tightly, smiling happily. "Dad, Mom, we've finally settled down. We have a home now." That night, the family of 3 officially moved in. In outsiders' eyes, moving was just transferring their broken wooden house and some scrap metal to a new house 100 meters away. But late at night, when everyone in Li Village was asleep, a faint light appeared in the window of the new Lin family house. The real show was just beginning. Lin Jiaoyu stood in the empty main hall, took a deep breath, and snapped her fingers. "The show begins now." With a thought, her consciousness instantly entered the space warehouse. "Come on, start stocking up." She rolled up her sleeves and looked around her own large storage room as if shopping. The ornate redwood furniture with carved dragons and phoenixes was definitely not suitable, too eye-catching, and would attract trouble if taken out. She carefully selected a simple style of elmwood table and chairs, along with an old, heavy wooden wardrobe that looked a bit worn. Although the style was plain, the materials were solid and far better than what the villagers used. "No, it's still too new," Lin Jiaoyu muttered, circling the table and shaking her head. "This glossiness makes it look brand new, easy to give away." She took out a set of antique-making tools from her space toolbox, sandpaper, a small hammer, and a chain. She aimed at a brand-new elm chair and began her destructive art project. Sizzle, sizzle. The sandpaper ruthlessly removed the smooth varnish, revealing the natural wood grain.
Bang! Bang!
The small hammer casually struck the table leg, creating natural dents and scratches. Finally, she even grabbed some dirt from the yard, mixed it with water to make mud, and harshly smeared it into the furniture's cracks and corners. Standing nearby, Lin Hongxing and Su Wanqing watched in shock, their hearts aching. "Jiao Jiao, are you damaging things?" Su Wanqing looked at her daughter, who worked skillfully like an old carpenter, almost unable to believe her eyes. "Mom, this is called making it look like it's been through many years of weather," Lin Jiaoyu replied quickly without lifting her head. "I saw tutorials from another world. This makes it look exactly like real old furniture. Without the aging effect, how can we pretend our family is falling on hard times?" Half an hour later, a set of furniture that looked like it had endured 10 years of storms and was full of the patina of age was finished. Next came the soft furnishings.
Silk bedding?
No way. Lin Jiaoyu found some coarse cotton quilts, deliberately tore the threads apart, messed up the cotton inside so it was no longer fluffy, and sewed on a few crooked patches. Curtains? She tore a few feet of dull-colored rough cloth, didn't even cut it straight, and hung it up, making the room look very plain. Cookware? All replaced with chipped ceramic bowls and large iron pots. In just one night, these 3 empty new rooms were transformed by Lin Jiaoyu into a warm, simple home, flawless in every detail. Although the items looked old, the house was bright and clean. The earthen bed was covered with thick quilts, made of coarse fabric, but filled with top-quality long-staple cotton from the space, soft as clouds. Su Wanqing touched the wardrobe her daughter had artificially aged. The fake scratches on the door looked just like the old piece she used in her hometown in Sioux City, which had been used for 20 years. She thought she would never enjoy such a peaceful life again. Silent tears slipped down her face. "Mom, why cry on such a happy day?" Lin Jiaoyu walked over and leaned her head on her mother's shoulder, acting like a little child. "From now on, this is really our home. No one can drive us away." Lin Hongxing also came over, opening his arms to hug his wife and daughter. This man, usually tough and decisive in business, had tears in his eyes at this moment. "Yes, our home." Looking at this house, which was built with the family's effort and wisdom, he finally felt a great weight lift from his heart. The next morning, the first sunlight shone through the cracks of the cloth curtains into the house. Lin Jiaoyu stretched lazily in her warm bed. She pushed open the door and took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. In the distance, smoke rose from chimneys, and she could hear chickens crowing and dogs barking. This peaceful, lively scene was a luxury she had never dared to dream of in her previous life, when she was working hard in the city. A smile appeared on Lin Jiaoyu's face, revealing a cute pair of dimples. This moment was perfect, but she knew that simply fitting into this new era was only the first step. Even better days were still ahead. After moving into the new house, the Lin family's life finally settled into a normal routine. They didn't become proud or show off just because they had a brick house. Instead, they became more humble and low-key, working hard to become part of the Li family village. Lin Hongxing completely let go of his bossy attitude. He acted like an ordinary farmer, carefully helping Li Shouyi manage the village accounts. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing quickly established herself in the village women's circle. She learned how to make pickled vegetables, how to sew soles onto shoes, and how to spin thread from the elders. She learned quickly and was very patient. Most importantly, she was skilled at needlework. Whenever a child's clothes were torn or a man wanted to make a new outfit with good fabric, they would come to her. She never refused, and her sewing was fast and excellent. The thread she used was silk thread from her space, which she only told others was leftover, old thread. This thread was strong and smooth, and the clothes she sewed with it were tightly stitched and very durable. Over time, Su Wanqing became the most popular person in the village. The host family sent over some greens, and the neighboring family brought a few eggs. She never takes anything for free. She always uses her own pickled vegetables, which are especially crispy and tasty, or soft steamed buns made with well water from her space, as a gift in return. She is very popular among the villagers. As for Lin Jiaoyu, her career is also thriving. She gathered more than 10 children from the village who were about to grow up and started a small literacy class in her yard. She teaches the children to read and count and tells them stories from Journey to the West. Her Mandarin is clear, and she makes the stories lively and fun. The children listen eagerly, and their favorite time of the day is coming to her class. At first, some parents worried it might delay their children from working, but later they saw that the children not only became more polite but also could help with household chores like keeping accounts and recognizing words. They fully supported her. Even more amazing, Lin Jiaoyu seems to know a little about medical skills. If a child from any family gets hurt or bleeds a lot, she would pick a certain herb from the back mountain, chew it into a paste, and apply it to the wound. The bleeding stops quickly, and the wound heals fast without scars. If someone has a headache or fever, she would cook a bowl of herb root water for them. After drinking it and resting, they would be full of energy the next day. These herbs, hemostatic powders, and roots were naturally stored in her space before. Lin Jiaoyu uses them carefully, only for minor illnesses and pains, always pretending they are from the back mountain or southern folk remedies. Even so, the saying that the girl from the Lin family is a fairy descended to the mortal world quietly spread through the village. Once, Li Shui's grandson suddenly had a high fever in the middle of the night. His whole body was hot, and he was talking nonsense. The village barefoot doctor gave him medicine, but it didn't work. The family was very worried. Li Shui's wife had no choice and came to knock on the Lin family's door late at night. "Hongxing's family, please, let your Jiao Jiao come and see my poor grandson." The Lin family was awakened. After hearing the situation, Lin Jiaoyu didn't hesitate and went with them to Li's house. After diagnosing, she paused for a moment and said to Li Shui, "Uncle, I have a recipe passed down from my grandmother, specifically for treating sudden childhood fevers. But the medicine is a bit strong, I'm not sure. Use it. As long as it can save my grandson, any method is fine," Li Shui decided immediately. Lin Jiaoyu nodded, went home to get a small bag of medicine powder, mixed it with half a bowl of warm water, and personally fed it to the child. The powder was actually made by grinding the fever and anti-inflammatory medicines she had stored in her space, then adding spring water. It's amazing. Less than half an hour after drinking the water, the child calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the fever was gone, and the child was lively and running around again. After this incident, Li Shui's family was so grateful to the Lin family that words couldn't fully express their thanks. Li Shui looked at Lin Hongxing with the same care as he would for his own nephew. In this way, the Lin family gradually and quietly rooted themselves deeply in Li Jia village. They were no longer outsiders, but became an essential part of the community. That evening, Lin Hongxing returned from the fields, his shoes covered in thick mud, and his face darker than a pot. As soon as he entered, he sighed heavily and forgot to take the warm water Su Wanqing offered him. "What's wrong? Did something go wrong with Secretary Li?" Su Wanqing asked worriedly. "It's not Secretary Li, it's the crops in the field." Lin Hongxing wiped his face and frowned. This year, the evil weather caused the corn to be infested with pests 2 weeks earlier than usual, and the damage is worse than ever. "I just checked, and the leaves are chewed up like sieves. It's heartbreaking to see." He lowered his voice, full of helplessness. The village is in an uproar. These days, pesticides cost more than gold, and even if you have money, you don't know where to buy them. Secretary Li is so worried his hair might turn white. If the crops are destroyed, the whole village will have to tighten their belts and face hard times. Lin Jiaoyu was squatting in the yard peeling beans when she heard this and paused in her actions.
Pest infestation?
Scarcity of pesticides? In her previous life at the orphanage, she was good at growing vegetables. Later, she worked in a large factory and even tried balcony gardening to relieve stress. In modern times, for early-stage green caterpillar problems, high-toxicity pesticides aren't necessary. Dad. Lin Jiaoyue clapped the bean husk debris from her hands and stood up, her bright almond-shaped eyes shining brightly. I have a way to deal with these bugs. Lin Hongsheng was surprised. Jiao, this isn't a game. Do you really have a solution? Just try it and see, Lin Jiaoyue said with a clever smile. We still have plenty of dried chili peppers and garlic at home. Crush them, soak in water overnight, and filter out the spicy juice. When the sun sets, spray some on the leaves. The smell is strong, and bugs will be driven away after a quick spray. She paused, then added, also, we can plant some mint and mugwort along the field edges. These bug-repelling herbs have scents that make bugs turn away. This is called biological pest control, which saves money and protects the land. Lin Hongsheng listened, surprised and a bit confused. He didn't understand biological pest control, but it sounded reasonable. The whole family hurried to Li Shuyi's house. Li Shuyi was sitting on the doorstep, smoking a pipe. When he heard Lin Jiaoyu's idea, he was stunned for a moment. If it had been someone else, he would have scolded them for being reckless. But seeing this young girl who had just saved his grandson, he clenched his teeth and knocked the pipe against his shoe. All right, little girl, I believe you. Anyway, it's worth trying now. Tomorrow, I'll get everyone to start working. The next day, the village broadcast sounded. When villagers heard about using chili water to kill bugs, there was a big fuss under the old locust tree at the village entrance.
What?
Chili water? That stuff makes your mouth burn, but bugs? They're not afraid of spicy food. That girl from the Lin family is good at saving people, but this kind of thing is old-fashioned. She's just a delicate girl. What does she know about farming? Don't ruin the crops. Be quiet. Secretary Li is fond of her. We'll just follow along. We don't have any other ideas, so we might as well try it. Despite the chatter under Li Shuyi's authority, everyone hesitated but still started working. Lin Jiaoyu didn't sit still. She rolled up her pants and went to the fields, personally guiding the villagers. Listen to me. Not only can chili water keep bugs away, but we should also plant some mint and mugwort along the ridges. Mint leaves in summer can cool you down, and burning mugwort can repel mosquitoes. These are treasures. She pointed to the young corn plants in the field, her voice clear. And since the corn isn't tall yet, it's a good time to hill up the soil. Pile about 10 centimeters of earth around the roots to make a ridge. This helps the roots grow deep, so they won't be washed away in the rainy season. Mix some wood ash and lime and sprinkle it at the roots. This is called calcium supplement, which strengthens the plants better than any medicine. At sunset, Lin Jiaoyu wore a loose, rough-spun dress. Her skin was so fair it shone brightly among the dark, red-faced farmers. She looked out of place but somehow made everyone feel at ease. Some old farmers watched her skillful actions and couldn't help but mutter, Hey, this young girl talks about farming like a real expert. Lin Jiaoyue wiped the sweat from her forehead, secretly thinking, this is just the first step. In a few days, once the bugs are gone and the crops are strong, Li Village will truly be our family's safe haven. She looked back toward the direction of Har City, a slight smile on her face. This move of technical investment is secure. That evening, after dinner, the family of 3 sat outside in the yard to enjoy the cool. Lin Hongsheng looked at the starry sky and sighed. When we first came here, we were so worried. I never thought life would become so peaceful now. Su Wanqing also smiled and said, Yes, everyone in the village is kind and honest. But Lin Jiaoyue was fanning herself with a palm leaf, gazing at the faint lights in the direction of Har City, and said, Dad, Mom, life in the village is stable, but that's not our final goal. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing were both surprised and looked at their daughter. Dad, Lin Jiaoyue turned her gaze to Lin Hongsheng. You're helping with the accounts in the village, but you're wasting your talent. Your skills should be used somewhere bigger. Lin Hongsheng's heart moved. He understood what his daughter meant. Jiao, you mean? We should prepare to move to the city. Yes, Lin Jiaoyue nodded firmly. We've established ourselves in the village, with Uncle Lee as a strong backing. Now, it's time to plan the next step. Dad, we need to find a stable job in the city. Only then will our family truly be safe. Moving to the city to find a government job. This idea, like a seed, quickly took root and sprouted in Lin Hongxing's mind. He knew his daughter had planned a whole new path for him and the family. The new house at the foot of the mountain echoed every afternoon with children reading aloud. The house was finished, the ownership certificate obtained, and life for the Lin family was going so smoothly it almost seemed unbelievable. Lin Jiayue sat in the yard, basking in the winter sun, holding a book, but she always felt a bit uneasy, sensing that something was hidden beneath this peace. She was thinking about how to dismantle the wooden chair in the space and turn it into a makeshift, old cold leg therapy device for her father when suddenly there was a commotion at the village entrance. A few villagers rushing back from the neighboring Wong family village market looked panicked and scared, with a hint of excitement after witnessing the event. Something big has happened. Something big. Zhao San, who was running at the front, was gasping for breath and sank onto a large stone under the old locust tree. He grabbed a nearby water bucket and took a big gulp before wiping his mouth and shouting, "Wong family village held a big game." The words, "big game," caused the villagers from Li village to burst into shock. Originally busy repairing shoes and chopping firewood, the villagers all hurried over, asking loudly, "What's going on? Is it true? Who's playing? Who else?" "It's that stingy old Wong at the east end of the village." Zhao Sen patted his thigh, animatedly gesturing, spitting as he spoke. "You wouldn't believe it. The whole town's officials came, a crowd of people. Old Wong and his wife, plus the young man who came back from abroad, were all tied up with signs and pushed onto the stage." Another villager, still trembling, added, "That old Wong is usually so confident when walking, but today he was kneeling there like a softie." They took out his valuables, silk quilts, rice, boxes of goods, and gave them to the poor villagers right on the spot. "That's nothing. I saw a big goldfish tank smashed to pieces by a young guy with a hammer, said it was a rotten capitalist toy. His wife was crying so miserably, saying they had no money left. But then the work team used shovels to dig out a jar of old silver coins from behind his wall. Real silver and gold. These stories drifted into the yard on the wind, and Lin Jiaoyu's book suddenly slipped from her hands with a loud thud. A cold shiver ran from her back to her head. She stood there motionless. It had arrived. Although she had long known that history's great wheel kept turning, unstoppable, the moment the cold words, "land reform," on the page turned into a vivid, bloody scene in the neighboring village, the impact was suffocating. On the page, it was ink. In reality, it was blood. Su Wanqing, clutching a cloth, rushed out of the kitchen. Her usually gentle face was now as white as paper, her lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Hongxing also returned from the fields. He stood at the edge of the crowd, hands behind his back, seeming to enjoy the lively scene. But Lin Jiaoyu clearly saw that his usual jade ring-wearing hand was tightly gripping his palm, with his knuckles turning white.
Then,
what happened to the Wong family later? Someone in the crowd whispered. What could happen? The whole family was taken away, said to be sent for reform. Their 2 sons are now considered landlords, and they'll probably never change their status in this life. Zhao Sen sighed. It's true, troubles come and go. Exactly. That's why people shouldn't stand out too much. A woman who often gossiped suddenly lowered her voice, glancing subtly at the grand blue brick house of the Lin family, her tone full of envy. Luckily, Arli village is poor. But some outsiders need to be careful. Who knows what they used to do? If they hide something and it gets found out, that would be much worse than Wang Lao's trouble. Her words, though quiet, made the Lin family 3 feel a sharp pain in their hearts. The surrounding chatter immediately quieted, and a few curious eyes focused on the Lin family. Jiaoyu took a deep breath, trying to suppress her rising panic. She knew the villagers probably didn't mean harm, just envy and gossip. But in this special time, such innocent guesses could be deadly. Today, they played cards. Tomorrow, they might investigate wealthy farmers. The day after, they could start scrutinizing outsiders with unknown backgrounds. Their family was like sitting on a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. These three big brick houses, which in peaceful times looked like luxurious homes, now were glaring targets. No, she had to leave. This thought kept spinning in Jiaoyu's mind. That night, the atmosphere in the new house was heavy and oppressive. They didn't touch the food on the table. Su Wanqing, with red eyes, clearly had been crying inside. Lin Hongxing sat at the main seat, smoking dry tobacco one after another, his brows tightly furrowed. The smoke curled around his face, making him look much older than before, a man who once dominated the business world. I listened all afternoon today. Lin Hongxing finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Old Wong is a straightforward man in business, but I didn't expect. He didn't finish, but everyone understood what he meant. If even someone like Old Wong, a local landlord, ends up in such trouble, then if this once powerful businessman from southern Jiangsu were exposed, he would surely be stripped of everything. Father, mother. Lin Jiaoyu put down her chopsticks. Her almond-shaped eyes showed no fear, only calm and decisiveness beyond her age, like when she handled urgent problems at a big factory before. We can't stay in the village anymore. Su Wanqing trembled all over, almost tearing her handkerchief apart. Lin Hong looked up sharply at his daughter. Go to the city, Lin Jiaoyu said firmly. We must go. We need to get into a state-owned company. We have to change our status from this unclear outsider to a proud worker. She stood up, speaking steadily, analyzing each word. Father, mother, think about it. Today they are fighting the landlords because they own land. What did our family do before? We were capitalists. The situation isn't too dangerous yet, but it will be sooner or later. Staying in the village is too risky. Our house and life might seem impressive to neighbors, but to those with eyes, it's proof of our shady background. We don't fit in with the villagers. Like red oil on plain porridge, it's hard to hide. Lin Jiaoyu took a deep breath and shared her final plan. Only by going to the city, working in a factory, can we truly hide in plain sight. Going to work every day, earning wages, eating in the canteen, wearing work uniforms, then we're just one of thousands of cogs. Who would bother to check our ancestors' names? In this era, the working class is the safest support. They are the ruling class. This layer of protection is our family's strongest shield. Her words revealed the false sense of security, exposed the danger ahead, and pointed out the way out. Su Wanqing didn't fully understand these details, but she understood the word, shield. Her eyes gradually steadied as she looked at her husband. Lin Hong was silent for a long time, looking at his daughter. Only 16, but with remarkable foresight and courage, he felt proud and a little bitter. He knocked the pipe on the table with a click, breaking his last hesitation. Good. Lin Hong stood up, his gaze firm, regaining the decisiveness of a former boss. Let's follow Jiao Jiao. We won't farm this land anymore, and we don't need this house. If we're willing to let go, we'll gain more. In a little while, our whole family will go to the city. The whole family agreed quickly and acted immediately. Early the next morning, before dawn, a dull fog covered Li village. It was deep winter in the northeast, and the cold was sharp, biting into people's necks and sleeves, making bones ache. Lin Hongxing carried 2 hot sweet potatoes, their skins red and steaming, and walked carefully along the icy, cracking dirt road. He knocked on the old wooden door of village secretary Li Shui's house. In the yard, Li Shui was squatting by the stone mill, snoring softly while drinking thin corn porridge that was so watery you could see through it. When he heard the noise, he lifted his eyelids and saw it was Lin Hongxing. His face was dry and orange peel-like, showing little emotion. Hongxing is here? Come in, sit inside. It's cold outside, he said, wiping his mouth with his sleeve and motioning for him to come in. No, secretary. I'm just passing by and wanted to talk to you about something. Lin Hongxing stood at the door, hands tightly in his patched cotton jacket sleeves, shoulders slightly hunched, with a bit of a rustic, awkward look. He said, Yesterday I heard about what happened in Wangjia village. I've been feeling uneasy all night, like I was holding a rabbit in my stomach, restless and uneasy. He sighed deeply and slowly took out 2 warm sweet potatoes from his coat, carefully placing them on the windowsill beside Li Shui. The sweet potatoes were roasted to a golden brown, giving off a tempting sweet smell. In these hard times, they were a real treasure. Frowning, Lin Hongsheng looked worried and said, "I've been thinking. Relying on just a few acres of thin land isn't a long-term solution. Jiao Jiao's mother is weak and can't do heavy work. Jiao Jiao is still a girl and will get married someday. As a grown man, I need to think of a way for her and her mother, so we don't end up." He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. Li Shui glanced at the two good-looking sweet potatoes and then looked at Lin Hongsheng's hands, which were dirty with soil and black under the nails. He didn't say anything but turned and went inside to pour a bowl of hot water, handing it to him. Lin Hongsheng cupped the bowl with both hands, warming his hands with the steam, and lowered his voice, trying to sound more friendly. "I was thinking, since it's not busy with farm work now, I could go to the town or city to look for some odd jobs. I'm not good at farming, but I learned a few days of counting with my father when I was young and can read a few words. Doing some manual work or keeping track of accounts, I should be able to manage to earn a living." He lowered his stance and explained simply, he was just an ordinary man who was scared after being frightened by a neighbor's card game and just wanted his wife and children to live peacefully. This reason, in these tense times, sounds most convincing and reassuring. Li Shui looked at him for a while. His dull but sharp eyes squinted, and suddenly he smiled, with a look of understanding. Of course, he didn't believe Lin Hongsheng's story that he was just looking for small jobs. He had heard the rumors in the village yesterday and knew well, this family was scared and wanted to leave, to find a new place to live. But he didn't plan to point it out. In his view, Lin Hongsheng's family, though unknown in background, was genuinely good-hearted. Lin Hongsheng helped clear some bad debts for the village, so he avoided criticism from the local authorities. Su Wangqing got along well with the village women and never caused trouble. Little girl Jiao Jiao was obedient and smart, often teaching village children to read. Such a family, instead of being kept in the village as a potential troublemaker, should be encouraged to move upward. "It's good that you have this intention," Li Shui nodded sincerely, even with a hint of advice. "Staying in the village won't get you far. The city has more opportunities, especially big factories. The country is building infrastructure now, and there's a shortage of workers everywhere. If you really want to go, I can help ask around." Lin Hongsheng's eyes lit up immediately, unable to hide his excitement. "Party secretary, thank you so much. Come on, sit down. No need to be so formal." Li Shui waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Your family has helped the village a lot, and I'm just helping you find a way. It's not urgent. Take your time and ask around. Don't make it public yet. Just go to the town now and then, as if you're exploring options. Yes. I'll listen to you. I won't cause any trouble for you." Lin Hongsheng nodded repeatedly, bowing even lower, feeling relieved inside. He knew Li Shui had agreed and even thought of a good cover story. Looking for work in town, it was a perfect excuse, reasonable, and able to explain his frequent outings. Leaving Li Shui's house, Lin Hongsheng felt lighter on his feet, and even the cold north wind didn't seem to hurt anymore. In the coming days, the Lin family began to prepare secretly and methodically. Lin Hongsheng started going out every few days. Each time, he carried a worn cloth bag with frayed edges, inside of which were two hard, dry corn cobs. He told the villagers he was going to town to find work. In reality, he took detours, choosing quiet paths, riding on passing ox carts, heading to different counties. Lin Jiaoyu had already made a detailed exchange plan for him and even rehearsed a script. "Dad, remember, we can't take out the little yellow fish all at once, it's too obvious," she said before he left. She tucked a small yellow fish wrapped in old blue cloth into the innermost pocket of his padded jacket and repeatedly warned him, "Take only one each time. Go to different gold shops or pawn shops. When you go in, don't look around. Your eyes should be shy and sneaky, showing a look of poverty. If the shopkeeper asks about the price, pretend you don't understand and let him see you're clueless. If he tries to lower the price, act angry and scared. Don't argue. Remember, you are now a desperate farmer trying to sell something to save your life, not the confident shopkeeper Lin who once made big deals. Lin Hongxing nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining with a new determination. This act wasn't hard for him. He had experience in the marketplace, where deception and tricks were common. He had seen all kinds of people and played all kinds of roles. His first visit to a pawnshop in Lin County was a great performance. The shopkeeper was a snobbish man with round glasses. Seeing Lin Hongxing in patched cotton clothes, weathered and hesitant at the door, almost stumbling on the threshold, he immediately looked down on him. "What do you want?" "Go beg somewhere else," the shopkeeper said without lifting his eyes, still fiddling with his abacus beads. Lin Hongxing shrank his neck, trembling as he approached the counter. He looked around nervously, as if afraid of being seen, then took out the warm cloth bundle from his chest pocket. Clumsily, he unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing a shining piece of gold. The shopkeeper paused his abacus, his eyes widening. He snatched the small yellow fish, bit into it fiercely, then examined it carefully under the light, his tone still harsh. The quality is average and it's got some dents. Where did you get this? Could it be stolen?" Lin Hongxing shivered in fear, waving his hands quickly, his voice trembling. It's left by the elders at home, for emergencies. Someone at home is sick, waiting for money to buy medicine. Shopkeeper, please be kind and offer a fair price. The shopkeeper's eyes flicked quickly, quoting a price only 60% of the market value. Take it or leave it. These days, gold is carefully checked, and I take the risk myself. Lin Hongxing's face turned red with anxiety. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to argue. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he dared not raise his voice. In the end, he could only stomp his foot in frustration and shout with a choked voice, "Sell! Sell! We need the money to save lives." When he walked out of the pawnshop with a thick stack of moldy banknotes, Lin Hongxing straightened his back and looked back at the signboard with a cold expression. His eyes revealed the sharpness of a seasoned merchant. Although he lost 40%, the money became clean, turning into his hard-earned blood and sweat, money from working outside. In the following month, Lin Hongxing, pretending to be a destitute farmer wanting to go to the city for work and sell his belongings for emergency funds, secretly exchanged several small yellow fish into thick stacks of cash. He also bought some items suitable for a farmer entering the city, according to Lin Jiaoyu's list. For example, a few old but warm cotton-padded jackets, sturdy rubber-soled shoes, and a large, worn-out canvas bag that looked capable of holding all his belongings. While his father was out fighting on the front lines, Lin Jiaoyu and Su Wanqing stayed busy at home. Lin Jiaoyu was working hard to leave a good impression on the villagers. She knew that the fear of being forgotten was less frightening than being betrayed after someone left. She wanted to firmly establish the image of the daughter of the Lin family as a kind and virtuous person in the villagers' minds. At the east end of the village, Grandpa Zhang suffered from winter cold legs, unable to get out of bed, groaning all night. Lin Jiaoyu carried a small bamboo basket and secretly went to the back mountain, where she picked a few herbs for pain relief and blood circulation from her space, then secretly boiled them into a medicinal soup with diluted spiritual spring water. "Grandpa Zhang, I saw this folk remedy in an ancient book. It's said to be good for leg pain. I don't know if it works, but try drinking it while it's hot." She held the bowl with a gentle smile, looking especially obedient and considerate. Grandpa Zhang drank the medicine, and within half an hour, he felt the sharp coldness easing away. His legs and feet warmed up, as if wrapped in a hot towel, feeling very comfortable. The next day, the old man could walk with a cane at the village entrance, happily praising, "Wow, that girl from the Lin family is amazing. Her kindness is even better than a goddess. As soon as I drank her herbal soup, my old legs stopped hurting. Mrs. Li at the west end of the village has poor eyesight and goes blind at night." Lin Jiaoyu used spring water to dilute her eye drops, told her it was a family secret for good eyesight, and told her to take some dark herbal residue along with it. In just a few days, Mrs. Li could sit under the kerosene lamp and mend shoes. She would say to everyone, "Jiao Jiao is a lucky girl. Whoever marries her will have good fortune." These actions seemed small but secretly built a good reputation for the Lin family. Now, when villagers talk about the Lin family, especially Lin Jiaoyu, they all give a thumbs up. Even if the family leaves someday, people will remember only their kindness, and no one will gossip about them being run away to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing became the family's mover. Every day, she quietly carried out a special kind of renovation. Today, she packed the soft cotton quilt from the bed into the space. The quilt cover was embroidered with beautiful mandarin ducks playing in water, a wedding gift from her past. She touched the quilt cover with a hint of reluctance, but it quickly passed. She replaced it with an old, patched, stiff cotton quilt she bought from the market. Tomorrow, she would pack away the delicate porcelain bowls and replace them with rough ceramic bowls with chips. The rough edges hurt her hands when she washed them for the first time, but she just pursed her lips and kept cleaning. Even the purple clay teapot that Lin Hong usually used was replaced with a chipped, paint-peeling, large teapot without a lid. She carefully turned this warm home into a simple place fitting for poor farmers. Late at night, the cold wind howled. Su Wanqing hid in the storage room of the space, busy working. She sorted all the supplies, medicine, clothes, cash she had exchanged, and wrapped everything in oil paper, neatly stacking them on the shelves. Seeing the mountain of supplies in the space, she finally felt a little relief. The family of 3 worked together, each doing their part, preparing for their goal. They waited anxiously, hoping for news from Li Shuyi and the chance to open the door to a new world. By early 1951, the wind across the northeast plains seemed to carry a whistle, whistling into people's bones. The peaceful life in the village, with wives, children, and warm beds, was shattered by sudden tension. The local authorities ordered a crackdown on bandits and spies. Work teams moved into each village, conducting thorough checks, focusing on outsiders with unclear backgrounds. News spread quickly, reaching every corner of Li's village in just a few hours. The villagers, who were poor and barely able to survive, still ate and drank as usual. They had little to hide, poverty was obvious, and even bandits would take some rice, so who would hide in such a remote place? But the Lin family's hearts tightened instantly. The words, outsiders, felt like a sword hanging over their heads. Inside the house, only the wind outside could be heard. Su Wanqing's hands trembled slightly as she struggled to sew, unable to get the needle through the fabric. Dad, Mom, stay calm. Lin Jiaoyu's voice was soft but steady, calming everyone. Her eyes were calm, and her mind was already planning. This is expected, even a few days later than I thought. In times like this, we must stay calm. She stood up and looked around the room, her mind racing. Their inspection is simple. Look at people, look at things, listen to accents. As long as we act like honest, poor farmers, we'll pass. Listen to Jiao Jiao. Lin Hongsheng gritted his teeth. As a former shopkeeper, he still had good judgment. We've already lost everything. Are we afraid of acting well? That night, the Lin family shut the door and carried out a nearly frantic emergency clearing. They took away thick quilts made just for winter, along with Su Wanqing's hidden snow cream and Lin Hongxing's accounting pen, all stored in the space. In their place, they put old, hard lumps of cotton, smelling musty from age. The cupboard was emptied, leaving only a few chipped, coarse porcelain bowls. The rice jar was nearly empty, with a layer of dust wiped on the inside. The most striking thing was Lin Hongxing's new rubber-soled shoes, bought just a few days earlier. To make the shoes look old, he stubbornly rubbed the soles in the ash of the stove pit for a long time, then stepped on the muddy ground in the yard a few times. Finally, he used sandpaper to roughen the shoe surface, making them look like worn-out shoes that had been used for 3 or 5 years and never thrown away. Lin Jiaoyu watched all this and nodded with satisfaction. She then took out a handful of dried mugwort and moldy orange peels from her space, threw them into the stove, and burned them. The smell of mold and smoke mixed with a sour, rotten smell typical of poor families quickly filled the entire house. That's right, Lin Jiaoyu said softly. This is the smell of poverty. The next noon, the sun was pale. 2 village officials dressed in gray uniforms, carrying canvas bags slung over their shoulders, walked into Lin's small yard at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by Li Shuyi. The leader of the officials was about 30 years old, with a square face, a deep vertical wrinkle between his eyebrows, and sharp eyes. As soon as he entered the yard, he scanned the pile of firewood in the corner without missing a detail. "Secretary Lee, is this the household you reported from the south? The one fleeing here?" he asked quietly with a scrutinizing tone. "Yes, yes, yes. Comrade Sun, this is Lin Hongsheng's family." Li Shui hurriedly nodded and bowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He turned around and called into the house, his voice a little tense. "Hongsheng, come out quickly. The leaders from the village are here to see you." The heavy cotton door curtain was pushed aside, and Lin Hongsheng shrank his neck as he came out. He wore a patched cotton jacket with shiny, worn-out cuffs. His face was red and black from years of hard work and wind, with a hint of nervousness and flattery typical of someone meeting officials. "Hello, leaders, hello," he said, rubbing his hands on his cotton pants, trying to wipe off the dirt but unsure where to put his hands. He bent very low. Comrade Sun ignored his politeness and walked straight into the house. As soon as he entered, the strong smell of mold mixed with the smell of smoke hit him. He instinctively frowned and covered his nose with his hand. This smell couldn't be hidden. The house was dimly lit. Against the wall was a large Kong bed, with several large holes in the quilt, exposing the yellow mud underneath. The table in the center of the room was missing a leg, supported by 2 broken bricks, wobbling. Comrade Sun went to the stove, not minding the dirt, and directly lifted the lid of the pot. The pot was still steaming, containing a clear, thin porridge. Although called porridge, it was really just rice water with a few yellowed, rotten vegetable leaves floating in it, and not a single drop of oil could be seen. He stirred it with a spoon, making sure there were no hidden ingredients. After putting down the lid, Officer Sun turned around and looked sharply at Lin Hongsheng. "What is your name? Where exactly are you from? Why did you come all the way to our poor mountain village?" Lin Hongsheng was startled by the intense gaze, trembling slightly. He lowered his head and stammered, My name is Lin Hongsheng. I come from a village in the south near Suzhou. My hometown was flooded, the land was submerged, and our house collapsed. I couldn't stay there anymore. I heard that outside the city, life is harder, but if you work hard, you can find food.
So,
I took my wife and child and begged my way here. They had practiced this story many times during long nights. Now, when he told it, it sounded full of fear and sadness, with no flaws. "Oh, fleeing from disaster," Officer Sun sneered. Suddenly, he stepped forward, grabbed Lin Hongsheng's hand, and held it up for inspection. At this moment, the room was so quiet that even breathing could be heard clearly. Su Wanqing felt her heart tighten. The hand was rough. Wide palm, thick knuckles, calloused palms, and thumb bases, with dirt embedded under the nails that wouldn't wash away. This was the result of nearly a year of hard work, breaking firewood, digging, carrying bricks, done day and night by Lin Hongsheng. Officer Sun pressed his thumb on the calluses, rubbing them firmly to check if they were fake. Seeing they were real, his expression softened slightly. "Your hands are truly made for hard work." He released the hand and looked at Su Wanqing, who was standing in the corner. Su Wanqing wore an old, colorless jacket that looked too big for her. Her hair was messy, and beside her stood a thin girl who looked only 16 or 17. Just as Officer Sun was about to continue questioning, the thin girl suddenly moved. Lin Jiaoyu peeked out from behind her mother. She wore an ill-fitting, old cloth shirt that looked empty and made her seem even smaller. Her face was smeared with soot, making her eyes look sharp and clear, but also confused and dull. She shyly glanced at the officers, then quickly stepped back behind Su Wanqing, clutching a small blackboard made from a broken piece of wood, painted with black chalk. On it, crookedly written, were a few words: person, mouth, hand, big, small, up, middle, down. Officer Sun's gaze fell on the small blackboard, and he paused for a moment. "What is this?" Lin Jiaoyu didn't speak. She just held the blackboard more tightly. Su Wanqing quickly explained with teary eyes, her voice trembling. Reporting to the leader, "This is our Jiao Jiao. This child, has had a hard life. When she was young, she had a high fever that damaged her brain, and she's a bit slow. Later, she came here. Maybe because of the water and soil, her health improved slowly. She's still not very sharp, but she loves to think. Recently, she saw that the children in the village couldn't read, so she made a small blackboard herself and insisted on teaching them to recognize characters. She then pulled Lin Jiayue to the front and pointed to a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner of the wall. "Look, leader, there are some mountain goods the children gave her. They say it's for her school fees." In the corner, there was a small heap of shriveled hawthorn and wild jujubes, with a few wooden swords carved from tree branches nearby. Officer Sun's expression finally softened completely. In this era, supporting the national call for literacy, even if someone was slow, was considered progress. A girl willing to teach village children to read didn't seem like a hidden spy or remnants of exploiters. He walked to the wall, picked up a hoe, and looked at it. It was covered in fresh, moist soil, clearly recently used. "Did you all clear this land yourselves?" Yes. Lin Hongsheng hurriedly nodded, looking miserable. "When we first arrived, this was just a rocky slope. Thanks to Secretary Li and the villagers for not minding, they lent us tools. That's how we built the house and cleared this land. I'm not smart. I only knew how to farm water rice back in my hometown, and I couldn't do dry land farming. The harvest wasn't enough to feed my family." "Sorry for the trouble, leader," Li Shui, standing nearby, chimed in sincerely. "Officer Sun, I can vouch for that. Hongsheng is honest and straightforward, but a bit slow-minded. He's only been in the village for half a year, mainly just asking around town for odd jobs. He hasn't gone far. Everyone in the village can testify he's a good, honest man." As the village head and a local influential figure, Li Shui's words carried weight. Officer Sun paused for a moment, then looked again at this family of three: a honest man, a timid woman, and a kind-hearted, slow-witted girl. No matter how you looked at them, they seemed like unfortunate people pushed to the edge by the old society. He asked a few questions about the local dialect and customs in his hometown. Lin Hongsheng responded vaguely, saying, "I only know how to call it Linjia village. When we were fleeing, our minds were all over the place," or "I was so hungry I can't remember clearly." Occasionally, he mixed in a few awkward words from the northern dialect, which made his answers seem more real. Finally, Officer Sun seemed to have completely lost his doubts. He signed his name on the notebook, closed his pen, and said to Li Shui, "All right, Secretary Li, keep an eye on them. These are special times. The higher-ups are watching closely, so we can't make any mistakes. Although this family looks honest, we still need to keep educating them and have them participate more in village activities." "Hey, don't worry. I give you my word. I will make sure they follow the organization closely," Li Shi promised, patting his chest. After sending off the two village officials, only when the engine sound of the jeep disappeared at the end of the mountain road did the Lin family sit down heavily and breathe a long sigh of relief. Lin Hongsheng felt a cold sweat on his back. He reached out and touched his shirt inside his padded jacket, which was already soaked through. Su Wanqing's legs went weak, and she collapsed beside the missing-legged table, patting her chest and looking pale. "My goodness, they're gone now. I was so scared when he grabbed your dad's arm. I thought I was going to faint." Lin Hongsheng also looked frightened. He grabbed a cold glass of water from the table and drank it quickly. That Officer Sun's eyes are too sharp, like he can see right through people. If we hadn't prepared in advance and played the act of Jiao Jiao pretending to be a simple girl teaching, today's situation would have been much worse. However, Lin Jiaoyu is not as optimistic as they were. She walked to the door, looked at the gray sky in the distance, and the cold wind blew her bangs into her face. She softly said, "Dad, Mom, this is just the beginning. They left today, but they might come back tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow they might send another group. As long as we are outsiders, this sword is always hanging over our heads." This anti-bandit campaign completely shattered their last bit of hope. Living in the countryside, it was comfortable, but their status was like a ticking time bomb. That night, darkness deepened. Li Shui, with a grim face and wearing a sheepskin coat, came to their door. As soon as he entered, he didn't even drink water. He lowered his voice and looked very serious, almost frightening. Hongsheng, you saw what happened today. This is just in the village. The officials are far away, and with my old face to vouch for you. Officer Sun didn't pursue it further. But if we were in the city, or if another campaign came from above, the investigation would be 100 times stricter. Your story about the hometown flooded is just a cover-up. If someone's serious checks, they could send a telegram south and find out the truth. Your family of 3 would be in big trouble. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing became very worried again.
Then,
what should we do? Party secretary. You have to give us a way out. Su Wanqing was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Li Shui looked at the family and sighed. He had received many benefits from the Lin family, but they were all connected. If something happened to the Lin family, he couldn't escape blame. He clenched his teeth, seeming to make a big decision. He took something out of his pocket and slammed it onto the table. It was a rough, yellowed letter with frayed edges, sealed with a red triangular stamp. This is from my old company commander when I was in the army. Now he's a factory director in Harbin. Li Shui lowered his voice even more. I was planning to leave it for my own children, but this situation. Forget it. This letter can help you get into the city. In the dim, earthen house, the oil lamp flickered playfully and suddenly burst into a small flame. The wrinkled, slightly worn envelope in the Lin family's hands seemed to shine brighter than gold. This is... Lin Hongsheng's throat moved, but he couldn't speak for a moment. His right hand reached out, trembling slightly, as if afraid to disturb some sacred thing, and hesitated to lower it. Old company commander Zhao Weigua. Li Shui's voice was very low, carrying a calm and serious tone after many hardships of war. He is the director of Hongsheng Machinery Factory in the city. Hongsheng, if you hand in this letter, I can't promise you'll become rich, but it can at least give your family some shelter and support. Hongsheng Machinery Factory. Lin Jiaoyu sat on the edge of the Kong, her heart suddenly tightening. As someone who had seen the world, she quickly understood the importance of Hongsheng Machinery Factory in this era. It was a model state-owned enterprise, a core stronghold of the working class. Not only did it have the strictest political protection, but it also provided the most coveted supplies in this resource-scarce time. She had originally planned to use the resources in the space to test the waters in the city, but unexpectedly, Li Shui directly handed her a ticket straight into the inner circle. Lin Hongsheng finally took the letter, moving so gently it was like holding a newborn baby. His eyes were slightly red, and his voice was hoarse. Party secretary, this gift is too heavy. You're risking your life and reputation for us. Enough of these bitter words, Li Shui said gruffly, waving his rough hand to stop him. His eyes showed a clear understanding of the world. I'm helping you not just to repay Jiao Jiao for saving my grandson. Hongsheng, you have skills and sense. It would be a waste to keep you stuck in Li Village forever. Go to the city, even if it's just to do manual labor or fix machines. It's better than staying here and farming a few acres. He paused, his expression becoming very serious, showing the tough attitude he brought back from the battlefield. But I must say this first. This letter is just a way to open doors. Once you're in the city, people are more guarded than wolves in the wild. Be careful, especially about your background. He looked around, his gaze lingering on Lin Jiaoyu's calm face. Keep it hidden. I wrote in the letter that our relatives in the old hometown suffered a disaster. We need to be careful with our words. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Lin Hongsheng nodded repeatedly, sweating with excitement. He took out a stack of money he had just exchanged in the county that day, still warm, and tried to give it to Li Shui. Are you mocking me? Li Shui's face darkened. He suddenly stood up and pushed the money back hard. If I wanted your 2 yuan, I would have let those women take over your family long ago.
Keep it.
In the city, even water costs money. Don't lose your footing before you get started. After sending Li Shui away, the atmosphere in the house lightened a bit. Su Wanqing clutched the envelope tightly, tears falling onto the back of her hand. Master, we've really met a true blessing. Seeing her parents safe after all they'd been through, Jiaoyu felt warm inside, but her rational mind quickly calmed her down. She took on her former engineer's composure. She cleared her throat softly, interrupting her parents' feelings. Dad, Mom, since we have this letter of introduction, we need to quickly finalize our plans. Plan? Lin Hongsheng was a bit surprised. First, about this house. Jiao Yu pointed to the brick floor beneath her feet, her eyes bright. The big tile house we worked so hard to build can't become a burden. Dad, tomorrow you should talk to the village secretary about us going to the city to try our luck. We will leave the house in his care. If we can't make it here anymore, this will be our only way out. This way, the villagers will think we are leaving to find work, not running away. The most important thing is to give the house's right to use to the secretary, which keeps our roots in Li family village. It's also like giving him a token of trust, so he can feel secure. Lin Hongsheng listened, and his eyes brightened. He couldn't help but clap his thigh. Brilliant! This trick of building a path openly keeps good relations and stops gossip. Also, Mother. Lin Jiaoyu turned to look at Su Wanqing, smiling playfully. Starting tomorrow, you need to show your organizing habit, but not to hide things. Instead, you should openly display our old clothes and spoiled food. We have to leave like we are poor folks. Before we go, visit the village women with some sewing needles and salted vegetables. The stuff isn't worth much, but the kindness matters. We want everyone to think we're leaving with tears, full of regret for Li family village, heading to the city to make a living. Finally, Lin Jiaoyu stood up, brushed off the dust, and said firmly, As for me, tomorrow I will hand over the literacy class to Second Sister Yai and write down those home remedies for colds and fevers for the secretary's wife. We want the idea that the Lin family is good people to stay deep in everyone's hearts. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing looked at their daughter with pride. Her careful plans, her flawless arrangements, she didn't seem like a 16-year-old girl at all. All right, let's do as Jiao Jiao says. Lin Hongsheng felt a surge of confidence. He knew that this crumpled letter of introduction was not just a way to Red Star Machinery Factory, but also the start of their family's rebirth in this new era. The next morning, just before dawn, Lin Hongsheng wrapped his patched old cotton jacket tightly and knocked again on Li Shuyi's house. This time, he carried no sweet potatoes or valuable gifts, only a face full of worry. In the main room, Li Shuyi was drinking cornmeal porridge from a large ceramic bowl. When he saw Lin Hongsheng come in, he paused his chopsticks. What? Regret? Don't want to leave? Of course not, Secretary. Lin Hongsheng rubbed his cold, red hands and exhaled a white breath, looking uneasy about leaving. We discussed all night. It's settled. We'll leave in a few days. Good morning, early riser, and I won't cause trouble for the village. Already so early? Li Shuyi was a bit surprised but nodded quickly. Yes, the big factory is hiring and they don't wait around. It's just this house. Lin Hongsheng turned his head, peering through the crack in the window paper at the 3 large tile houses that still hadn't warmed up. His eyes suddenly reddened and his voice choked up. Secretary, you know, this house is something my family of 3 saved up for. Every brick and tile is earned with hard work. If we just abandon it, it feels like someone has cut me open with a knife. He took a deep breath, seeming to make a big decision, and looked sincerely at Li Shuyi. I want to discuss something important with you. When we go to the city, we'll only be temporary workers. The future is uncertain, and the nights are dark. If we succeed, that's great. But if we can't stay in the city, we want a place to return to. So I don't want to sell or rent this house. I just want to entrust it to you. Can you help take care of it? Li Shuyi squinted, smoking his pipe, staring directly at Lin Hongsheng. In that moment, Li Shuyi understood the cleverness behind this. Lin Hongsheng was playing it smart. Entrusting the house to him gave 2 advantages. First, it shows they haven't run away, but are still connected and ready to come back. Second, holding the house gives Li Shuyi a great favor and face, showing that the Lin family trusts him and doesn't see him as an outsider. This is both a backup plan and a very clever political move. You, kid, are quite calculating, Li Shuyi thought to himself with a quiet smile. Looking at this seemingly honest but down-and-out manager, he tapped his pipe against his shoe, keeping a calm face. All right, I agree. Go ahead and try your luck. I'll watch over the house. As long as I, Li Shuyi, am here, this house will still belong to the Lin family. No tile will be missing. Ah,
Ah,
thank you so much. You're like our second parent. Lin Hongsheng was so excited his hands trembled, instinctively reaching into his small cloth bag to grab the money. Pull your hand back, Li Shui snapped, glaring fiercely. If you try that again, I'll take back the letter of introduction.
what?
Do you look down on me, Li Shui? Lin Hongsheng shyly withdrew his hand, wearing a polite smile on his face, but he felt relieved inside. This is right. No money involved. What matters is the friendship. However, Li Shui changed the subject and spoke in a calmer tone. Just privately lending me the house isn't enough. The villagers are gossiping, and some might say I, Li Shui, am occupying someone else's property. So, before you leave, please give me the keys in front of the village elders and young men. I will tell everyone that you trust me, the party secretary, and trust our Li family village, handing over all your belongings to me for safekeeping. That way, no one can spread rumors. Lin Hongsheng admired this. The secretary has been in his position for many years and is truly capable. He is helping to close all possible rumors in advance. Secretary, you are thinking too carefully. I listen to you. After solving the biggest burden, the house, Lin's family began their farewell preparations. Su Wanqing changed into an old, faded blue cloth jacket, her hair neatly combed, and carried a small bamboo basket. Inside was a jar of her homemade pickled cucumbers and radish strips. The pickles were made with slightly mineralized spring water, crispy and tasty, with a tempting fresh aroma as soon as the jar was opened. Her first stop was at the Wong family at the village entrance. This Wong family sister-in-law was the one who caused trouble earlier and was jealous of Lin's house being built. Seeing Su Wanqing enter, she looked a bit shy and sarcastically said, "Oh, isn't this a city person? Why do you have time to come to our shabby house?" Su Wanqing was not upset. She smiled and placed the jar of pickles on the table. "Wong's sister-in-law, you're joking. My husband had to go to the city for work. We really can't do much with farming. We don't know when he'll come back. Take these pickles. They're good for the kids. Last time, your husband helped us move bricks for the house, and I haven't forgotten that." Wong's sister-in-law was surprised, opened the lid, and smelled the delicious aroma. She was straightforward and also fond of food, so her expression softened, and she looked a bit embarrassed. "Oh, this is too kind. Going to the city is a good thing. From now on, you'll be working for the public." "What public work?" "Just taking care of people." Su Wanqing sighed and took Sister Wong's hand sincerely. "Sister-in-law, we're leaving, and the house will be empty. If it rains or storms later, please help watch over it. Don't worry. With me here, no one dares to touch a single brick of your house. I'll scold them if they do." Sister Wong patted her chest to promise, completely convinced by the jar of pickles and a few kind words. Su Wanqing then visited each family, not talking about parting or sadness, but expressing her worries about the future and her attachment to the neighbors. Her elegant manners, even when acting like a village woman, felt warm and sincere, like spring breeze. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaoyu was also busy. Under the big locust tree at the village entrance, the children in the literacy class sat in a circle. This was their last lesson. Lin Jiaoyu carefully handed over the remaining half of a chalk piece and the shiny blackboard to the girl who knew the most about reading and writing, Arya. "Arya, I trust you to take care of these younger brothers and sisters from now on." Lin Jiaoyu blinked her innocent-looking big eyes, but secretly planned. Giving the literacy work to Arya would keep her good reputation and avoid trouble. This was a sure-win deal. The children gathered around her, chattering, asking, "Jiao Jiao, will you come back?" "Of course I will." Lin Jiaoyu smiled, patted a little boy's head, and took out a few rare white rabbit candies from her pocket. These were precious in this time, and peeled the wrapper to give to the children. "Once I settle in the city, I'll come back to see you." Then she ran to Li Shui's house and handed over a yellowed, handwritten letter to the village secretary's wife. "Auntie, this is an old folk remedy I copied from an old book. It works well for headaches, fever, or diarrhea. It uses common herbs from the back mountain and costs nothing." The village secretary's wife eagerly took it, trembling with excitement. In this time and place, having a medicine recipe was like a family treasure. Actually, this wasn't a magical folk remedy. It was a simplified version of a placebo, based on Lin Jiaoyu's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine from her past life and the properties of the space's spiritual spring water. The herbs worked, but more importantly, it was her good intention. Suddenly, the mood in Li Jia village changed completely. No one doubted the Lin family anymore, and no one envied their new house. Everyone in the family was thinking, such a good family, why did they have to leave? It's a little sad to see them go. They are hardworking, kind, and grateful, so they deserve to go to the city and enjoy a better life. The feeling of farewell spread through the village, and over the past few nights, the 3 new blue brick houses of the Lin family quietly changed. On a dark, windy night, Lin Jiaoyu was directing her parents as they were decorating their house. "Dad, the window frames are too new. Use sandpaper to smooth them out. Make the edges rough," Lin Jiaoyu said while grabbing a handful of wet mud, casually but carefully smearing it on the wall. With a pop, the mud splattered, destroying the delicate look. "Jiao Jiao, this new house is so nice. Are you sure you want to do this?" Su Wanqing looked at the messy scene and felt a little sad. "Mom, this is our way of protecting ourselves. We intentionally make the house look old." Lin Jiaoyu wiped the dirt from her hands, her eyes shining with wisdom beyond her age. A house that's too new and perfect makes people jealous. If it looks a bit worn, a little dirty, and full of life, others will think we're struggling, and they won't keep a close eye on us. Hearing this, Lin Hongsheng didn't hesitate. He grabbed a handful of ash and smeared it on the doorframe. "Listen to my girl. We're not going on a vacation, we're fleeing, so we need to look poor and down on our luck." After 2 nights of rough renovation, the once proud big tile house looked more weathered and old, as if it had stood through many storms. Everything was ready, just waiting for the east wind. The night before departure, Li's village was wrapped in thick darkness. In the small yard of the Lin family, the last oil lamp flickered faintly. Inside, the furniture was still in place, but the thick grease on the tables and the cobwebs in the corners made the place look a bit deserted. Lin Jiaoyu watched her mother, Su Wanqing, squatting on the ground, folding a few old, stiff cotton-padded jackets with exposed cotton filling into a basket with torn edges. "Mom, just bring 2 of these worn-out jackets as a sample. The rest can be piled on the bed," Lin Jiaoyu softly reminded her. "We need to leave some signs of life for the people coming to see us off tomorrow." Su Wanqing straightened up and looked at the half-bag of moldy, sprouted sweet potatoes, with no trace of reluctance in her eyes. She sighed softly and looked around the small blue brick house she had cleaned herself. "Jiao Jiao, I'm not reluctant to part with these old things. I'm worried about losing our peace. For the past half-year, even though we pretended to be poor and did hard work here, we felt safe. Once we leave this place and go to the big city, we'll be like floating leaves again." Lin Hongsheng came over and patted his wife's shoulder. He said quietly, "Wanqing, this is just a temporary move. We've entrusted this house to Secretary Li, and our roots are still here. Once we settle in the city, we'll repay the kindness we owe to the village." Lin Jiaoyu nodded and started giving the final instructions. "Dad, Mom, tonight we'll only take the essentials. The delicate porcelain bowls, the preserved meat hidden away, and our warm, new blankets, all will go into the space. Tomorrow morning, we'll take only what the villagers see as our whole belongings: an old, patched quilt, 2 broken clay pots, and a few ragged clothes. As for these heavy tables and chairs, we'll leave them here. It makes our departure look hurried, and also leaves a memory for Secretary Li." The family worked busy into the late night, hiding all items that could reveal their identity or shouldn't be seen here. All that remained in the house was a scene of poverty, bare walls, and 3 people both nervous and determined about the future. The next morning, just as dawn broke and the village rooster crowed for the first time, heavy cow hooves and creaking wooden wheels sounded outside the Lin family's door. "Hongsheng, are you up yet?" came Li Shi's deep voice from outside. Lin Hongsheng quickly opened the door. He saw Li Shi wearing an old sheepskin coat, personally leading the only ox cart in the village, waiting at the door. The cart was covered with dry hay, and behind Li Shui, a few villagers looked on with sleepy but caring faces. Secretary, why did you come personally? Lin Hongsheng was surprised and hurried to move a battered, seemingly heavy, but actually filled with old newspapers and rags, leather trunk. The road to the city is long. Your family of 3 has to walk on foot. How long will it take? Li Shui helped lift the basket with a loose edge, looked at the shabby, cold cotton-padded jacket inside, and felt a pang of sadness. These old things, if they can be exchanged for something in the city, then do it. Don't make the children suffer. Wong's wife also hurried over, holding a bundle wrapped in grass paper, steaming hot. Big sister, take this for the road. Everything in the city costs money. Don't let Jiao go hungry. Su Wanqing's eyes turned slightly red. This time, she wasn't acting. She was truly moved by her hometown feelings. She held Wong's hand and her voice choked with emotion. Sister-in-law, about this house. Please take good care of it. Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the village, the Lin family, 3 people with all their belongings, 2 broken suitcases, a straw basket, and a roll of old mat, squeezed into the haystack on the ox cart. The ox cart slowly started moving, the wooden wheels leaving deep marks on the hard, frozen ground. Jiaoyu looked back. The big blue brick tile house gradually blurred in the morning fog. The simple villagers still waved goodbye. She knew that this act of poor relatives seeking refuge was coming to an end in Li's village. The ox cart wobbled along for over 2 hours before Li Shui personally saw them off at the train station platform. When you arrive in Harbin, follow the address in my letter of introduction. If you really can't stay, come back. There's always a meal for you in Li's village, Li Shui said, patting Lin Hongsheng on the shoulder. Secretary, I thank you for your great kindness. Lin Hongsheng bowed deeply. As the long whistle sounded, the green train puffed out thick smoke and slowly entered the station. The Lin family, carrying what looked like heavy but actually light luggage, blended into the crowd of dark blue and gray. Harbin, known as the Moscow of the East, a major industrial city, was waiting in the cold of -30 degrees for these 3 outsiders carrying secrets. One day later, at Harbin train station, the cold here was different from the damp, bone-chilling, magic attack of southern Jiangsu. This was a brutal physical hit. Wind like blades slicing the face, almost lifting the top of the head off. As soon as they got off the train, a cold wind carrying coal smoke and ice chips rushed into their throats. Jiaoyu took a deep breath, and her windpipe felt like it was being scraped with sandpaper, hot pain, tears almost streaming down immediately. She mentally protected herself. This is what they call beautifully freezing. The words on geography books didn't prepare her for this. Her nose hairs freezing instantly was more shocking. Her brain felt like it was turning into tofu pudding. This was real cold, and her heart was flying high. The hands that once only held embroidery needles were now freezing like carrots, but skillfully, she wrapped her daughter's wool scarf around her neck twice, turning Lin Jiaoyu into a bundle with only 2 eyes showing. Lin Hongsheng led the way, carrying 2 old suitcases. Those were the poor clothes Lin Jiaoyu had sanded with rough sandpaper all night and rolled in muddy ground to make. The handles were wrapped with black tape, giving off a strong smell of poverty. He squinted, carefully watching the platform. The people here all wore black and blue cotton jackets with dogskin hats. Their breath formed frost on their beards, showing a tough, wild spirit in the cold snow. This weather really could freeze your soul, Lin Jiaoyu muttered hoarsely, feeling like ice beads were on her eyelashes, making blinking difficult. To keep up the image of a helpless, penniless person seeking help, Lin Hongsheng stubbornly refused to take a rickshaw. The family of 3 stepped carefully on the hard snow, fighting the biting north wind, heading toward the Red Star Machinery Factory. The letter sealed with the red fingerprint of the Li family village was kept close to Lin Hongsheng's chest. It was their only green card, in this huge industrial city, more precious than life itself. The Red Star Machinery Factory was enormous, like a steel forest on the snowfield. Dozens of chimneys constantly puffed black smoke, and the machines roared like giant beasts, making the frozen ground tremble. This was the heartbeat of the era, full of cold, hard, and unstoppable order. At the factory gate, 2 armed guards stood straight, sharp-eyed, staring directly at the 3 timid outsiders. Lin Hongsheng shrank his neck, his once proud posture collapsing instantly. His aura as a business leader disappeared, replaced by a humble, pleading smile. He nervously moved to the guardhouse window.
Stop.
What are you doing? One guard slammed his rifle but on the ground with a loud thud, making everyone tremble. Comrade, please don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. Lin Hongsheng rubbed his hands, which were covered in red medicine for frostbite, trembling as he spoke with a hint of tears. He took out the warm letter. I'm from Li Jia village. Our village secretary, Li Shui, sent me to see Director Zhao. Director Zhao is my former company commander, and this is a handwritten letter. Hearing Director Zhao and former company commander, the guard's expression changed. He took the crumpled letter and went into the guardhouse. They waited for a quarter of an hour. The cold wind in Harbin sneaked inside the collar, as if trying to blow away the last bit of warmth from their bodies. Jiao Jiao, hold on a bit. Stomp your feet, Su Wanqing whispered softly, her lips turning blue from the cold, while shielding Lin Jiaoyu behind her. Lin Jiaoyu obediently stomped her feet on the spot, sniffling, playing the part of a naive disaster victim. But inside, she was calmly analyzing. Although Li Shui's connection was strong, they were now victims, and their attitude had to be humble, lower than the snow on the ground, to avoid appearing as if they were just here to take advantage. Finally, a man in a military coat stepped out of the factory area, walking with big strides, his military shoes crunching loudly in the snow. Who was introduced by Shui. The man's voice was deep and loud, and his breath formed white clouds in the cold air. The guard opened the door, and Lin Hongsheng hurried over with his wife and daughter, bending almost to the ground, clutching his coat tightly. It's us. It's us. Leader, I'm Shui's distant cousin. The man was Wong Jiangwo, a factory office clerk. He looked at Lin Hongsheng's patched-up old cotton-padded coat, and then at the shivering mother and daughter behind him. His suspicion eased a lot, and he sighed. The factory director is in a meeting, so I was sent to pick you up, Wong Jiangwo said firmly but kindly. Shui's letter mentioned everything. It's tough after the disaster. But since your old comrade's family, the factory has to help. But these days, we pay attention to background, so starting from the grassroots is necessary. No objections? No objections. No objections. As long as we have food, we'll do anything. Even manure. Lin Hongsheng's eyes reddened with excitement, showing a gratefulness that seemed almost like acting from a textbook. All right, manure work isn't necessary. The factory director arranged a position as a logistics warehouse keeper. The work isn't hard, but you have to stay up at night to prevent fires and theft. The salary is 18 yuan a month. The director pushed for this, so do a good job and don't embarrass Director Zhao. Definitely. I will count every screw. Not a penny will be lost to the government. Lin Hongsheng nodded eagerly, as if this 18 yuan job was a great blessing. Behind them, Lin Jiaoyu bit her lip tightly, afraid she would laugh out loud. Let her father, who can predict grain prices and handle millions of silver dollars, count screws? That scene was too funny. But this was exactly what they wanted. On the fringes, unnoticed, no one paying attention. This wave of hidden experts in the city was finally played out clearly. Wang Jiangwo handed Lin Hongsheng an envelope with red letters printed on it. This is your employment certificate. Take it, along with the introduction letter, to the Front Street office and find Aunt Zhang to register your household. The checks are strict these days. You can't stay here without proper registration. All right, I'll go right away. The factory director gave you 3 days off. Use the time to find a place and settle your wife and child. 3 days later, report to work at 8 sharp. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Director Zhao. Lin Hongsheng bowed repeatedly as he left the office, still turning back to bow again, even after walking some distance. Only when he turned the corner, and the sharp eyes of the guards were out of sight, did Lin Hongsheng straighten up and let out a long breath. He touched the certificate in his pocket, his eyes regaining their usual sharpness. The first step is done. With this paper, we're no longer wanderers in Harbin. We're real workers now. Lin Juyua nodded, her eyes bright. Dad, your acting was great. If you don't win an award next year, I'm not watching. Come on, let's go to the office. Once the registration's done, this new identity will be fully ours. The family of 3 hurried all the way and finally met Aunt Zhang, who managed the household registrations for half the street, just before sunset. Aunt Zhang wore black-rimmed glasses and a red armband. She flipped through her worn notebook, wetting her fingers as she turned the pages. Finally, she stopped on a yellowed page, her brows knitting together. There's a small courtyard house on the back lane, she said, looking up with a strange expression. It used to belong to a landlord. The house is solid, but it has a bit of a bad reputation. It's been empty for over a year. Are you brave enough to live there? Bad reputation? Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. To tell you the truth, Aunt Zhang lowered her voice and leaned closer. The previous owner left in a hurry. 2 families moved in afterward, but both said they heard someone crying at night. The neighbors think the place brings bad luck. That's why the rent is cheap, 2 yuan a month. 2 yuan? That was practically free in Harbin. Lin Juyua's eyes lit up. Having lived through the exhausting work culture of the 21st century, she feared poverty, hunger, and cold, but not ghosts. Could a ghost be scarier than a demanding boss? Could it be worse than having no money? As long as it keeps out the wind and rain, we'll take it, Lin Hongxing said, catching his daughter's signal. He slapped his thigh. Auntie, we're so poor even ghosts wouldn't bother us. We don't care about rumors. Cheap is what matters. Aunt Zhang laughed and tossed him the key. All right, with that kind of courage, it's yours. Just to be clear, don't come to me asking for a refund if I scare you with my blunt words. This was a small yard with a bright red door, the paint peeling off. When I pushed the door open with a creak, it sounded loud, as if waking up old memories. A musty smell and dust hit me, making me cough. This place is amazing. Lin Jiaoyu looked around carefully. There was a 2-meter-high blue brick wall, with broken tiles embedded on top for security. She was very happy inside. The high wall meant no one could see inside from outside, making it a perfect safe house. After paying 2 yuan, Aunt Zhang left, and the Lin family started a big cleanup. Su Wanqing's cleanliness obsession took over. She put on a short shirt and used only a few cloths and cold water to make the empty house shine. Lin Hongsheng fixed the doors and windows, sealing the gaps with old newspaper. Hongsheng, Jiao, help me move this old water jar in the kitchen. Su Wanqing pointed at a tall, greasy, cobweb-covered clay jar in the corner. She looked disgusted. It blocks the light, and I bet there are rat droppings underneath. I won't feel safe unless I clean it thoroughly. Lin Hongsheng rolled up his sleeves. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Let me do it. I have a magic trick, Lin Jiaoyu thought, and suddenly moved the water jar into her space and back out again, shifting it instantly. It's really easy with Jiao's method. Su Wanqing was about to sweep the dust. Mom, wait a moment. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly squatted down, stopping her mother. She pointed at a plain-looking blue brick. This brick looked strange. The surrounding tiles were rough and blackened from water erosion over the years. But this one, although dusty, had a smooth edge like it just came out of the kiln, and there was no hardened mud in the gaps. Only loose dirt. More importantly, the center of this brick was slightly sunken by 3 millimeters. There's definitely an empty space underneath, Lin Jiaoyu said confidently, excited to find a hidden bug. Lin Hongsheng's eyes sharpened. He quickly went to the door to check, then turned back. Sure, no one was there. He found a piece of wood and gently pried along the crack in the brick. Click. The blue brick, like a sliding drawer cover, was easily lifted. Beneath it was not dirt, but a wooden lid coated with tung oil. Lin Hongsheng held his breath and lifted the lid. A cold, heavy metallic shine burst into the dim kitchen, blinding and piercing the eyes. I am going to faint. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly covered her mouth, almost blurting out a national treasure. In a half-person deep hidden compartment, 3 small gray ceramic jars were neatly stacked. The lid on the top jar was not sealed tightly, revealing a dense, shimmering silver substance inside. Those were layers of yuan large-head coins. A corner of a bright yellow shine also showed, which was a few hefty, small yellow fish. The cold metallic smell mixed with the earthy scent, more captivating at this moment than the finest perfume. Wow, this isn't a haunted house, Lin Jiaoyu muttered to herself. This is clearly the previous owner leaving in a hurry, leaving us a housewarming gift. Lin Hongsheng grabbed a handful, and the clinking of silver coins sounded crisp and pleasant. Is this? Hidden by the landlord, Su Wanqing's face turned pale with fear. Hongsheng, is this a blessing or a curse? Roughly estimating, these 3 jars contain at least 2,000 silver coins, and there are about 10 gold bars, Lin Hongsheng quickly assessed, speaking very quietly. Since the landlord ran away, he definitely won't come back anytime soon. Leaving the house isn't an option, never will be. Lin Jiaoyu's gaze was cold and almost ruthless. She quickly covered the wooden lid and put everything back. Mom, this is called heaven's gift. Refusing it brings trouble. Since this money is in our hands, it's like a gift from heaven, our moving-in fee, and also compensation for our mental suffering. She looked at her father, and they exchanged a knowing look. Lin Hongsheng exhaled a breath, his panic replaced by the shrewdness of a businessman. Jiao Jiao is right. We're now poor farmers, and this money must not be exposed. Put it in the space, keep it hidden. The cold wind howled, hitting the window panes. From the very first day of moving into this dilapidated small courtyard, it revealed its true nature in a very tough way to the 3 outsiders. A steady place with a knife above it, but as long as your logic is strong and your courage is big enough, what's hidden behind the blade is the most stable foundation in this chaotic world. In November in Harbin, the wind already carried a whistling sound, cutting the face like fine needles. But inside this secluded courtyard deep in an old alley, the days were filled with a special warmth created by the Lin family. Lin Hongsheng left the house before dawn, carrying a steamed bun to work at Hongsheng Machinery Factory. His hands, which had been counting on an abacus for half his life, now moved with skill and confidence, showing a flexible and capable demeanor, thanks to the blessing of Lingquan water. Su Wanqing completely let go of her wealthy lady image and cleaned up the so-called haunted house. The window paper was sealed tightly, the heated bed was warm, and the old water jar that used to make people uncomfortable was now filled with clear well water, which looked very soothing. As for Lin Jiaoyue, her daily routine was as strict as a well-wound clock. During the day, she was an obedient girl from a poor family, helping her mother with chores. When the door was closed, she became a worker with a clear view, sitting by the kerosene lamp, greedily reading all kinds of professional books. She knew very well, in this turbulent time, material supplies were life-saving, and knowledge was the ladder to the sky. The afternoon was unusually sunny. Lin Jiaoyue was helping her mother hang out the sheets. Su Wanqing held a wooden clip in her mouth and gave vague instructions. Jiao Jiao, pull tighter. Seeing her daughter's nose turn red from the cold wind, Su Wanqing's eyes were full of concern. Yes, ma'am. Lin Jiaoyue replied playfully, tiptoeing to reach the clothesline. At that moment, a series of puff-puff sounds came from the neighboring wall, followed by a creak as the wooden door was pushed open. A sturdy figure squeezed in, wearing a shiny blue cotton-padded jacket, holding a handful of sunflower seeds. This was the well-known informant of the area, Aunt Wong. Her eyes kept scanning, and she started observing everything as soon as she entered. Hey, Sister Su, washing seeds? You're so diligent. Aunt Wong, munching sunflower seeds, came closer. Her gaze swept around and finally fixed on Lin Jiaoyue, unable to look away. Jiaoyue's heart tightened. She quickly regained her composure, subtly turning aside to block the patchwork clothes with overly fine stitches behind her. Aunt Wong, it's a nice day, so you should wash your clothes, Su Wanqing said with a smile, still busy with her work, trying to drive away this uninvited guest with her busyness. But Aunt Wong clearly didn't see herself as a stranger. She stepped closer, her eyes like hooks, fixed on Lin Jianyue's neck. Just now, when she tiptoed, her collar was slightly open, revealing a smooth, delicate white area. That was the peace talisman Lin Jiayue had worn since childhood, top-quality mutton fat jade, shining with an oily luster in the sunlight. Against the dull old cotton jacket, it looked strikingly bright, almost like a sudden flaw. Aunt Wong suddenly raised her voice sharply, and her rough hand instinctively reached out. This material, TSK, it doesn't look like glass at all. In these hard times when even food is scarce, this piece of jade could be worth 10 years' wages for an ordinary worker, and it could easily label a poor farmer family as hiding something valuable. Don't move, Lin Jiayue shouted softly, quickly stepping back. Suddenly, everything changed. The red string she had worn for over 10 years had already become brittle. With Aunt Wong pulling so hard, the string snapped with a loud crack. The piece pendant, which held her family's safety and life savings, slipped down along her clothes. Clang! A clear, sharp sound echoed as it hit the stone pavement. Su Wanqing's face turned pale instantly, her heart pounding in her chest. Aunt Wong's eyes widened like copper bells, her greed mixed with suspicion. Oh my! Such a fragile sound. This must be a good thing. Sister Su, weren't you fleeing from danger? How come you have such a thing? Lin Jiayue's heart raced, but her mind stayed calm. She didn't hesitate. She quickly squatted down and tightly clenched the jade pendant in her hand. The pain from pressing against her palm made her more alert. Aunt Wong, you're mistaken. Lin Jiayue slowly stood up, wearing a shy yet embarrassed smile. This is just a stone that was polished.
I don't know much about it.
I found it by the river when I was a child. It looked nice, so I kept wearing it. I was just worried it might break earlier. Su Wanqing also reacted, suppressing her shock and stepping in front of her daughter to smooth things over. Yes, it's just a child's toy. Aunt Wong, the water's boiling inside. Come in and sit. She spoke politely, but her hand was tightly gripping Lin Jiayue's arm. Aunt Wong suspiciously stared at Lin Jiayue's clenched fist, then curled her lips. A stone? Can a stone be that valuable? Sister Su, these days as workers, we shouldn't hide things. If it belonged to a landlord, it would have to be handed over. Aunt Wong, you're joking. If we had such a good thing, would we be living in this haunted house and eating stale bread? Mom, go inside and boil some water. Lin Jiayue whispered softly to her mother, then suddenly turned around. She didn't hide. Instead, she took a big step forward, directly confronting Aunt Wong. Lin Jiayue's normally sweet and innocent face was now cold as ice, her eyes sharp enough to see through people. She asked, Aunt Wong, what were you doing just now? In broad daylight, are you trying to rob something? Aunt Wong was stunned by the girl's strong presence. She dropped some sunflower seeds and nervously said, Oh, child, what are you talking about? I was just admiring the thing on your neck and wanted to help you look at it. Look at it? Look at it enough to tear my red string apart. Lin Jiayue didn't give her a chance to breathe. Her voice was not loud but firm, loud enough for neighbors passing by to hear. Our family may have come from hard times, but we are honest workers. My father works hard at Hongxing Machinery Factory, and my mother takes care of the house. You just barged in without knocking, and now you're trying to steal the sharpening stone I found by the river? Sharpening stone? Aunt Wong's eyes widened. What else do you think it is? Gold or silver? Lin Jiayue sneered and slowly opened her palm. In that moment, she used her space magic to safely hide the jade pendant. Now, in her hand was a gray-white pebble, smooth from being in the creek, but with rough, uneven lines. Aunt Wong, your last move almost broke my only hope. Tears welled up in Lin Jiayue's eyes. She pretended to cry, her voice trembling with sadness. Your actions, questioning our background and trying to steal, are old-fashioned bad habits that haven't changed. Let's go to the street office and ask Aunt Zhang to judge. I want to know if we, the new poor farmers, deserve to be bullied like this. Hearing street office, Aunt Wong's legs trembled immediately. Especially when Lin Jiayue mentioned old-fashioned bad habits. She knew that if that label stuck, she would never lift her head in the alley again. Oh, little girl, please lower your voice. Aunt Wong's proud attitude disappeared. Her face turned red, and she stepped back, waving her hands. I was just joking. Who knew that string was so fragile? Well, Sume, I have some things at home. I'll go now. Bye-bye. Aunt Wong didn't even bother to pick up the remaining sunflower seeds. She hurriedly ran out of the yard as if chased by a dog. Lin Jiaoyu stood in the yard, coldly watching her hurried retreat until she was sure Aunt Wong had run far away. Only then did she put away her sad-looking expression. Jiao Jiao. Su Wanqing pushed open the door, her eyes still full of fear. You really scared Mom just now. What if she had really taken you away? Mom, people like her are just afraid of the strong and bully the weak. Lin Jiaoyu closed the door firmly and locked it with a quick, decisive motion. The more you hide, the more she'll think you're hiding something. If I cause a fuss now, she'll avoid us in the future and won't dare gossip outside. After all, I'm holding the evidence of her stealing. Su Wanqing looked at her daughter's calm and steady face, feeling both comforted and worried. Come inside, Mom. This time, we must get rid of this problem, once and for all. After entering the house, Lin Jiaoyu sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed. The recent confrontation made her realize that relying on external objects was not safe. She opened her palm, and the grayish-white pebble instantly disappeared, replaced by a shimmering, colorful jade pendant. I have to find a way to make it disappear. Lin Jiaoyu's eyes turned fierce. She took out a large needle from her shoe sole and prepared to stab her finger hard. Disappear? Throw it away? No, Jiao Jiao, that's our family's backup plan. Su Wanqing was so anxious she was about to cry. Mom, don't worry. I have a way. Lin Jiaoyu took a deep breath and helped her mother to the bed. You stay at the door and watch. No matter what you hear, don't come in. I want to try something. What kind of method? A divine method. Lin Jiaoyu forced a light smile and pushed Su Wanqing out of the inner room. Inside, the light was dim. Lin Jiaoyu sat cross-legged on the bed, staring intently at the jade pendant. She wasn't entirely confident, but the tricks she had seen in online stories from her past life were her only hope. Blood recognition. Maybe the blood from last time isn't enough. It's cliché, but it might work. Without hesitation this time, she aimed the needle at her finger and bit her lip, stabbing down hard. Ow. Pain shot through her fingers. A drop of bright red blood appeared, which she quickly smeared onto the jade pendant. The blood spread across the surface of the jade. However, 1 minute passed, and there was no reaction besides the dirt on the jade. No golden glow, no heat, nothing at all. Bad review. The internet lied to me. Lin Jiaoyu muttered angrily, cold sweat running down her back. If she didn't hide the jade pendant inside her body, she would have to worry every day. She had had enough of this kind of life. I am someone who has died once. My soul left my body for 10 years, and I came back. This jade pendant has been with me for 10 years. It should belong to me. Lin Jiaoyu closed her eyes, tightly gripping the jade pendant against her chest. She stopped performing any mystical rituals and instead focused with the same intense concentration she used when coding in her past life. She shouted loudly in her mind, feeling like she was desperately saving important data just before a server crashes. Spirit of heaven, spirit of earth, you are my data packet, merge with me. The jade pendant still did not respond. No, I have to try again. You are my bones, my blood, the foundation of my life in this world. Merge into me. Time seemed to pass endlessly. Just as Lin Jiaoyu was about to give up, she suddenly felt a tremor deep inside her soul, as if she had traveled back to that night of crossing over. Suddenly, her palm was hit with a fierce burning sensation. It was no longer gentle like before. This time, the jade pendant felt like a red-hot branding iron. Ugh. Lin Jiaoyu groaned in pain but clenched her teeth, refusing to let go. The intense heat traveled along her palm's meridians, forcefully rushing into her arm, upward toward her heart. She felt like her veins were flowing with molten lava, and her whole body spasmed from the pain. But amid that agony, she clearly sensed a sense of completeness. It was like a missing piece of code finally fitting perfectly into place. The flaw was fixed. The system rebooted. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The burning sensation in her palm gradually faded, replaced by a warm, flowing heat that spread through her limbs and bones, making even her previously cold body feel cozy. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her palm was empty. The jade pendant was gone. She panicked and reached for her chest and neck. Her skin was smooth and clean, with no foreign object felt. Did I fail? Did it fall off? Just as panic set in, her mind suddenly exploded with a loud boom, and a clear panoramic picture unfolded in her consciousness. It was still that simple garden, still that huge modern warehouse. But this time, she no longer needed to look at the jade pendant. She felt as if she was the space itself, and the space was her. She could even sense a wild grass trembling slightly near the spring well. This feeling of control was 100 times stronger than before when she operated through the jade pendant. Success. Lin Jiaoyu relaxed and fell onto the bed, gasping for breath, unable to help but smile. From now on, even if they stripped her naked and searched her, no one could take away her wealth. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Wanqing hurried in, looking anxious. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? I just heard you hum. Did you really throw away the jade? Seeing her mother panicking, Lin Jiaoyu felt warm inside. She propped herself up, waved her fair hand in front of Su Wanqing, and playfully blinked.
Mom, watch this.
I'll show you a magic trick. With a thought, suddenly, a steaming blue and white porcelain teacup appeared out of nowhere in her palm. It was her favorite set of tea utensils, kept in the storage room. Su Wanqing's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. She opened her mouth, let out a short gasp, and pointed at the cup, speechless. From now on, Lin Jiaoyu placed the teacup into her still-stunned mother's hand, smiling brightly. Our family's incredible wealth is completely secured with us. No one can take it away. Aunt Wong can't, no one can. H City's night fell very early. Before 6 o'clock, the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by heavy lead-colored clouds. Creak! The courtyard gate was pushed open, bringing in a series of heavy footsteps and a chilling cold wind. Lin Hongsheng, wearing his faded blue work coat, with a collar lined with cheap rabbit fur covered in tiny ice shards, entered. He carried an aluminum lunchbox, stomping off the snow on his shoes, moving with the practiced ease of a seasoned worker. Old Lin, you're back. Su Wanqing hurried over, taking the cold lunchbox from him. Lin Hongsheng didn't speak. His sharp eyes swept the yard, his brows furrowing. He lowered his voice and asked, "Did anyone come by?" Su Wanqing's face turned slightly stiff. She nodded gently and pulled him inside the house. "Come in. Jiao Jiao is waiting." Inside, the fire in the Kong was burning brightly. Lin Jiaoyu sat at the table, holding a cup of tea, but her eyes were lost in thought, staring at a distant spot in the air. When she saw Lin Hongsheng come in, her eyes lit up and she showed a soft, happy smile. "Father, your work as a mover is tough. Can your back handle it?" Lin Hongsheng sat heavily on the edge of the Kong, letting out a long sigh. He patted his thigh self-deprecatingly. Don't remind me. The logistics warehouse at Hongsheng Factory. Each sack of parts weighs at least 80 jin. I've been counting beads all my life, but this kind of physical work is new to me. Still, it was worth it for that worker's uniform. He paused, then his eyes suddenly turned fierce. "Wanqing, what exactly happened with Aunt Wong just now? When I came back, I saw her peeking around the alley, acting like she saw a ghost." Su Wanqing recounted everything that had just happened in the yard. When she mentioned the safety token's string broke, Lin Hongsheng suddenly stood up sharply. His right hand instinctively reached for his back waist, where he usually kept his gun, but it was empty. "This wife of ours, she's really as old as a longevity star eating arsenic. She's got a long life." Lin Hongsheng's forehead veins bulged. "Jiao Jiao, what about that jade? Quickly bring it out. I'll dig a hole and bury it tonight. We can't keep this thing." Jiaoyu didn't speak. She just looked quietly at her father. "Jiao Jiao," Lin Hongsheng asked anxiously. "Father, the jade is gone," Jiaoyu said, opening her fair palm. Her hand was empty. Lin Hongxing's mind went blank. His face turned deathly pale, and his voice trembled.
Gone?
Did that wife take it? Or did it fall into the snow? I'll go right now. Father, look. Jiao Yu interrupted her father's panic. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes slightly. In the next second, both Lin Hongxing and Su Wanqing froze in place, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. In Jiao Yu's empty palm, a shining Browning pistol suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then, the pistol vanished, replaced by a bright red apple still covered with dew. In a flash, the apple turned into a small yellow fish. Finally, even the small yellow fish disappeared from her hand. The house was so quiet that only the howling wind and snow outside could be heard. Lin Hongxing rubbed his eyes twice. Jiao Yu. Dad, I just tried it. The jade pendant has fully merged with me, Lin Jiaoyu said calmly, pointing to her forehead as if she was explaining a detailed plan. Now I am the space and the space is me. As long as I am alive, no one can take away the Lin family's assets. The amulet carrier is gone. Lin Hongxing was stunned for 3 minutes. Then he suddenly burst into a deep, suppressed laugh. His tears almost came out as he laughed, releasing months of fear, anxiety, and tension in a moment of wild joy.
Good.
Good. Lin Hongxing patted his thigh hard. This incredible wealth is finally locked in the safe. Heaven has opened its eyes. It's like they're afraid our Lin family has no way out. Su Wanqing also covered her mouth, crying happily. Seeing her parents so happy, Jiao finally felt relieved. She took out a bowl of warm, spicy lamb soup and a few plain steamed buns from the space, placing them on the Kong table. Dad, have some good food to calm your nerves. We have to work as warehouse managers, but we can't really live through these hard days by closing the door. Lin Hongxing grabbed a steamed bun and bit into it hard, mumbling vaguely, Yes, when we close the door, we're wealthy landlords. When we open it, we're the most active workers. Jiao, your move has saved our whole family. After a few sips of hot soup, Lin Hongxing's rationality returned. He looked at his daughter with a shrewd look in his eyes. Jiao, your little stunt today means Aunt Wong won't dare cause trouble for a while, but she's very vengeful. We need to think of a way to make her shut up completely and also solidify our image as poor people. Jiao sneered coldly. Dad, I've already thought of a plan. Tomorrow you go to the factory and deliberately find Aunt Wong's son, who's an apprentice in the workshop. Drop a little hint drop what? That our family is so poor we can't even afford a pot, and we're planning to dig up the yard to plant potatoes, Jiao said with a flicker in her eyes. And you should act a bit more diligent to help the factory solve a small problem. In 1951, nothing is safer than being a technologically advanced person combined with a destitute household. Lin Hongxing's eyes lit up. Solve a problem. Jiao, are you referring to? Today, I looked through the Red Star factory newspaper that Dad brought back. It said that the Soviet machine in Workshop 2 has been broken for a week, and no experts have come yet. I put down my bowl and smiled confidently. Dad, tomorrow, I want you to take me to the factory. That old antique, in my eyes, is just a bunch of outdated designs full of flaws. Lin Hongxing looked at his daughter's innocent face and felt a tightness in his back, along with a strange sense of respect. That is the confidence of a top expert. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Hongxing nodded heavily. Tomorrow, father and daughter will go see those old machines. Night fell, and the snow kept falling. Lin Jiaoyu lay on the warm Kong bed, her mind drifting into space. She noticed that as her jade pendant entered her body, the clumsy garden in her space seemed to change subtly. The spring water in the spiritual well became deeper in color, and faint white mist appeared around the edges of the garden. Has my authority been upgraded? She whispered to herself. Just then, she sensed a faint, unusual noise outside the old alley. Someone was trying to break in. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils cold and sharp in the darkness. Someone's asking for trouble. She quietly slid off the Kong, already holding a Browning pistol in her hand. Deep into the night, snow fell silently. Lin Jiaoyu moved quietly off the Kong. As she pushed open the door, She just happened to see Lin Hongsheng coming out of the main house. In the dark, Lin Hongsheng held a solid iron fire hook used for the stove, his eyes sharp and fierce. The father and daughter exchanged a glance. No words needed. Lin Jiaoyu pointed at the gate, and Lin Hongsheng nodded slightly. He moved swiftly and crouched down. Click! The latch was skillfully pried open from outside with a thin piece of metal. A shadow squeezed through the crack in the door and was immediately hit by a strong gust of wind. "You're asking for trouble," Lin Hongsheng shouted loudly. He used the fire hook to block the thief's retreat and then kicked hard at the person's chest. Ouch! The shadow fell backward. This thief was tough. As he hit the ground, he suddenly raised his right hand, and a bone-sharp dagger gleamed in the moonlight, aiming straight at Lin Hongsheng's calf. Lin Hongsheng was about to change tactics when he saw Lin Jiaoyu rush forward like a gust of wind. She didn't try to catch the blade with her hands. Instead, at the moment she approached the thief, she reached out with her right hand into the air. A heavy, sharply edged granite stone weighing about 2 jin suddenly appeared in her hand. Lin Jiaoyu aimed carefully, then threw the stone with a clean, swift motion. Bang! A dull crashing sound. The hard stone hit the back of the thief's head precisely. The thief didn't even grunt, instantly went limp, dropping his dagger with a clatter. He collapsed onto the snow like a broken rag doll. Lin Hongsheng looked at the soft, collapsed figure on the ground, then at the broken stone in his daughter's hand, still a bit muddy. He twitched his mouth. This girl is really steady with her strikes, and she threw the stone just right. "Dad, tie him up." Lin Jiaoyu casually put the stone back into her space, her tone calm, as if discussing tomorrow's vegetable prices. "Not too hard. Enough to make him faint until we finish our act." Lin Hongsheng snapped out of his thoughts, tore down the clothesline, and skillfully gave the unlucky man a Sima's sword on his back, then grabbed a rag to stuff into his mouth. He poured a basin of cold well water over him. The thief shivered awake, and when he saw Lin Jiaoyu's near-cold, calm eyes, he trembled with fear. "Speak," Lin Jiaoyu said softly, playing with the stone in her hand, her voice gentle but cold. "Who sent you here? Think carefully before you answer. My stone here isn't kind. Next time, I might not hit the back of your head, but your crown chakra." The thief, just awakened by the cold water, was still dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he saw the threatening weapon swinging in front of him, frightening him into retreat. But his hands and feet were tied with the clothesline, so he could only wriggle like a worm on the snow. Still not talking, Lin Jiaoyu tilted her head, smiling as she spoke, her tone sweet like asking a neighbor's child if they wanted candy. "If I slip again and the stone falls, it won't just be a feint this time." She loosened her wrist, and the stone dropped just above the thief's nose, smashing into the snow with a loud bang, splashing snowflakes into his face. The thief shivered violently, and his pants instantly became wet. He cried out in a trembling voice, "No. Don't hit. I'll tell you. It's that old woman at the alley entrance. She said you're outsiders, easy targets, hiding gold and silver at home. Even the necklace around her daughter's neck is made of top-quality jade. I was just momentarily confused." "Grandma Wong?" Suddenly, the curtain inside the room was pulled aside. Su Wanqing, wearing a padded coat, stood at the door. Her usually gentle face was now pale with anger, and she tightly gripped the door frame. "Are you trying to use me to do harm? You didn't succeed during the day, so now you're inviting trouble at night?" Hearing this, Lin Hongsheng's face darkened like a pot bottom. He sharply pressed a solid iron hook onto the floor tiles with a loud clang, sparks flying. "This old woman is really getting on my nerves." Lin Hongsheng clenched his teeth and turned to rush outside. "When I was in southern Su, someone like her wasn't even fit to carry my shoes. If she dares to hurt my daughter, I will break her old bones today." "Dad, wait a moment." Lin Jiaoyu stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and stopped the furious Lin Hongsheng. He paused, looked back at her, and asked, "Jiao Jiao, can you tolerate this?" "I can't." "Who said I will tolerate it?" Lin Jiaoyu chuckled softly, but her eyes were cold and without warmth. "We just arrived and are worried no one will help us stand tall. Since Grandma Wong handed us the pillow, we not only need to sleep but sleep peacefully." She walked over to the thief and kicked the soft flesh with her toe. Dad, hitting the thief isn't enough. It only treats the symptoms, not the cause. We need the neighbors to see what happens when they mess with our Lin family. Lin Hongsheng was stunned for a moment, then his anger turned into a fierce look. You mean, drag him out, Lin Jiaoyu said, raising her chin toward the thief on the ground. Break down the door. The more chaos tonight, the better. We want the whole city to know that our family is poor but tough. Anyone who dares to make a move will get chopped. Lin Hongsheng smiled happily. He grabbed the iron hook, made a flourish, and strode forward, grabbing the thief by the back of his neck like dragging a dead dog. All right, listen to your daughter. Go teach him a lesson. The thief's eyes rolled back as he was choked, and his legs left long marks in the snow. He mumbled and struggled, but Lin Hongsheng slapped him on the forehead. Shut up. Save your strength for singing a big show at Mrs. Wong's house later. Su Wanqing watched the fierce scene of her father and daughter, worried, and called out, Old Lin, Jiao Jiao, be careful. Mom, just relax. Lin Jiaoyu turned back, blinking at her mother. Boil some water and wait for us to come back and celebrate with tea. On a snowy night, a father and daughter, one behind the other, dragged a badly injured, unlucky thief toward the end of the alley where the Wong family lived. Their attitude didn't seem like they were arguing. It looked more like they were raiding a house. Lin Jiaoyu put her hands into her coat sleeves, touched the spare Browning pistol in her pocket, and thought to herself, Aunt Wong, this is all your own doing. This opportunity that came right to your door, I, Lin Jiaoyu, gladly accept it. 5 minutes later, a long trail was dragged through the snow. Lin Hongsheng held the thief by the back of his neck, dragging him like a dead dog, walking quickly to the door at the end of the alley. Lin Jiaoyu followed behind, hands in her coat sleeves, her small face hidden under her scarf, only a pair of frightened deer-like eyes showing. Her steps were surprisingly light. When they reached the yard, Lin Hongsheng stopped and looked at the tightly closed gate, his eyes full of anger. He casually threw the roughly 100-pound man into the snow pile, took a step back, and kicked the door open with his foot. Bang! A loud crash shattered the silence of the alley. The wooden door, which was not very sturdy, along with the latch on the door frame, was forcibly broken open by the kick. Half of the door swung into the yard, kicking up a cloud of snow dust. Oh my goodness! An earthquake? Who's there? The yard instantly erupted in chaos. Then, the lamp cord inside was suddenly pulled, and frantic shadows appeared on the window paper. Who the hell is smashing the door in the middle of the night? Don't you want to live anymore? Aunt Wong, wearing a shiny old cotton-padded coat, holding a rolling pin, rushed out. Her hair was messy like a chicken coop, and her face was trembling with fear and anger. She had just stepped out of the door and hadn't seen who was there yet, but she was startled by the mess on the ground. She saw her own front door wide open and a fierce figure standing there. Lin Hongsheng's face was dark, and his cotton coat, stained with snow from the fight earlier, looked grim. He held a metal fire hook that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. At his feet, there was a bound and gagged figure. Wang Guohua. Lin Hongsheng shouted loudly, full of energy, making the lights of several neighboring houses turn on. You don't want my family to live, but today I won't let you get away with it. Aunt Wong was stunned by the shout.
What?
What are you doing? Breaking into someone's house in the middle of the night? Do you have no law? Ma'am Wong's son, Wang Dazhuang, dressed in a padded coat and leading his wife, Xiao Cui, stormed out fiercely. Wang Dazhuang is big and strong, holding a door latch in his hand. When he saw his door kicked in, his eyes widened. Lin, you outsider, have you grown bold? Dare to kick my door? Just wait. I won't let you go. Let me go. Lin Hongsheng sneered coldly, stabbing his iron hook into the ground, sparks flying. Wang Dazhuang, look at who's on the ground. Then talk to me. At this moment, several neighbors around had also been awakened. These days, houses don't block sound well, so any noise spreads across the street. Many people, wearing coats, peeked around cautiously, some even came out holding kerosene lamps. What's going on? Is that the new family, the Lins? They seem friendly usually, so why are they so angry? Seeing the crowd gather, Lin Jiaoyu, who had been hiding behind Lin Hongsheng, moved forward. She took a small step ahead, just into the light from the neighbors' flashlights. Her usually cold face was now streaked with tears that hadn't dried, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her voice was soft but trembling, reaching everyone's ears. "Uncle, please don't blame my dad for being angry. That thief came at night with a knife, trying to break into our house, almost stabbing my dad. We caught him and asked him what he was doing. Guess what? The thief said he listened to Ma Wong's words and thought our house was full of gold and silver, so he came to kill and steal."
What?
The neighbors immediately exploded in shock. "Wang Guohua, you really have a mouth. Aunt Zhang was the first to jump in last time. You said my husband was hiding savings, which caused us to fight. Now you're even involved in catching thieves?" "Exactly. Last time you said my daughter-in-law was stealing eggs. People like her, who talk so much, are unlucky to live next door." The neighbors, who had been annoyed with Ma Wong before, started bringing up old issues, almost drowning the Wong family in a flood of accusations. Wang Dazhuang's usual bravado faded when he heard words like thief and knife. He suddenly turned to his mother, grinding his teeth. "Mom, what are you blabbering about outside?" I was just saying it casually." Ma Wong's face turned pale, her legs trembling. Meanwhile, the thief on the ground, trying to clear himself, shouted loudly. It was her. This woman said that the daughter of the Lin family was wearing top-quality sheep fat jade around her neck, claiming that the Lin family was a wealthy but unassuming household. "I only came because of that. Don't believe me? Ask her. She even tried to snatch that jade this afternoon. Now it's confirmed." Wang Dazhuang's wife, Xiao Chui, heard this and turned pale with anger. She pointed at Grandma Wang and scolded. "Mom, are you losing your mind? Dazhuang is about to get a permanent position. If the factory finds out about this encouragement to rob, his future will be ruined. Do you really want to drag the whole family into the police station?" Lin Hongsheng snorted coldly, his hook shining under the moonlight. "Wang Dazhuang, this isn't over. My daughter is scared, and our door is broken. We will settle this either with the police or right here, and now." Hearing police, Wang Dazhuang felt scared. He was about to get a permanent job at the factory. If they accuse his family of encouraging theft, his life would be ruined. "Master Lin, please, don't call the police. We're neighbors, and it's better to settle things quietly. If it goes to the police, no one will benefit." Wang Dazhuang wiped his forehead, trying to hide his nervousness with a forced smile. He took a small step forward cautiously. "Look, this was my mom's fault for talking too much. Let's admit it. How about tomorrow morning, I send Xiao Chui with 10. No, 20 eggs to comfort Lin's daughter? I'll also bring a bottle of rice wine. I'll fix the door myself tomorrow. Deal?" As soon as he said this, the neighbors around started to laugh. "Dazhuang, your plan is pretty clever." Grandma Zhang held her flashlight and sneered sarcastically. "The Lin family almost lost someone. A thief with a knife. You think 20 eggs can cover up a murder and theft? Do you think the Lin family needs your eggs?" At this moment, Lin Jiaoyu stepped back behind Lin Hongsheng, trembling more than before. Her voice was soft but clear, reaching everyone's ears. "Uncle, this isn't about eggs. My mother is weak. When she heard the knife, she fainted right away. My dad tried to catch the thief, and his coat was cut open. We just moved to Harbin, hoping to live peacefully.
But now,
we don't even dare to stay in this yard anymore." She sniffed and looked at Wang Dazhuang with red eyes. "The door is broken. My dad has to take leave tomorrow to fix it and take my mom to the hospital for calming medicine. If we delay the factory's work, our whole family will have a hard time this month." Lin Hongsheng snorted coldly and stabbed his fire hook into the snow heavily. He didn't speak, but his tense attitude made Wang Dazhuang very nervous. Wife Xiao Chui, standing behind Wang Dazhuang, was clever. She saw the situation and knew she had to speak up. She understood that her husband was at a critical point of becoming a permanent worker. If Lin's family called the police and accused them of instigating robbery, Dazhuang's future would be limited to temporary work in the factory. "Master Lin, Jiao Jiao and Dazhuang, he can't speak well," Xiao Chui pushed Wang Dazhuang aside and forced a smile that was worse than crying. Let's just pay for it. Our family can give 2 yuan to buy some medicine for Annie. Is that okay? Lin Hongxing didn't even lift his eyelids. He just checked his fire hook quietly. 2 yuan. Someone from the neighborhood spoke up. Go to the hospital, get a number, buy some calming herbs, and pay for the door repair. What can 2 yuan buy? Xiao Chui clenched her teeth and glared fiercely at Granny Wong, who was shrinking behind. She was furious. The old woman usually just eats and drinks without trouble, but now she's causing such a big problem and wasting her hard-earned savings. 5 yuan. Master Lin, that's all the cash we have. Xiao Chui's voice even sounded like she was about to cry. Jiao Yu, who was silent, looked down at the snow, appearing stunned and afraid to make decisions. At that moment, the tied-up thief suddenly added coldly, 5 yuan? Granny Wong was bragging this afternoon that she had a thick stack of bills saved up, meant for her grandson's wedding someday. At least that much. The thief stretched out a bluish hand and made a 10 sign. This made things worse. Wang Dazhuang's eyes turned red when he heard this. He worked hard every day in the factory, barely eating meat. His mother held onto her money and didn't give any to the family, yet she was causing trouble outside.
Mom.
How much have you hidden? Give it out. Wang Dazhuang suddenly turned and shouted at Granny Wong. Are you trying to see me fired from the factory, or do you want our family to go to jail? I didn't. He's lying. This thief has caused me so much trouble. Aunt Wong shouted, clutching her inner pocket tightly. Xiao Chui finally lost her temper. She rushed forward and grabbed Aunt Wong's collar, shouting loudly, Wang Guohua, you're so confused. If you don't return the money today, I'll take the kids back to my parents' house tomorrow. We can't go on like this. Just keep your savings and go back to your coffin. Give me the money. Wang Dazhuang also stepped in, pulling his mother's hand away. Under the watchful eyes of neighbors in the alley, a dramatic scene of mother and son fighting over money unfolded in the Wong family yard. Aunt Wong cried and begged, tears and snot streaming down her face, scolding her son for being unfilial and her daughter-in-law for being heartless. But in the end, she couldn't overpower Wang Dazhuang's strength. Wang Dazhuang reached into his greasy inner pocket and pulled out a small bundle wrapped in red cloth. His trembling fingers counted out a stack of paper bills, totaling exactly 10 yuan. When he handed the money, warm and slightly sweaty, to Master Lin Hongxing, his face twitched with pain, and his voice was hoarse. Master Lin.
10 yuan.
This is really all the money we have to live on. Please take it, I beg you.
Don't call the police.
Master Lin Hongxing didn't take the money. Instead, he looked at Lin Jiaoyu. Lin Jiaoyu timidly reached out and took the money, whispering, Uncle, we'll use this to treat my mother's illness. If there's enough left, I'll buy a sturdy lock.
From now on,
we'll still be good neighbors. Hearing this, Wang Dazhuang felt worse than being slapped. He could only bow and agree politely. All right, since Wang Jia sincerely wants to apologize, let's forget about this, Lin Hongxing said firmly, putting away his hook. He bowed slightly to the neighbors around him. Brothers, please help us catch this thief and take him to the police station. We won't tolerate this kind of backstabbing in our alley.
Got it, Master Lin.
We'll do our best. On a snowy night, the thief was taken away, and the lively scene dispersed. The Lin family turned back to their yard and closed the shaky door. Meanwhile, inside the Wong house, loud crashing sounds of dishes breaking and Aunt Wong's heart-wrenching crying could be heard even before they entered.
10 yuan.
That's my life. Wang Dazhuang, you heartless person, you stole your own mother's money and gave it to outsiders. Shut up. Xiao Chui's sharp voice pierced through the paper window. If you hadn't been so mouthy, we wouldn't have to pay this money. Starting tomorrow, your share of food will be cut in half. When will I save up these 10 coins, and when will I stop eating dry food? Lin Jiaoyue stood in her yard, listening to the quarrel next door, and a smile appeared on her face. This time, not only did she shut Wang Annie's mouth, but she also set a rule in the alley. The Lin family is not someone who can be talked about behind their backs easily. Are you still not tired of listening? Lin Hongxing suddenly appeared behind her. The fierce aura he had at the alley entrance, holding a fire hook and looking fierce, was gone now. Under the dim yellow light, his gentle face showed only the worry of a father. He reached out and patted her head. "It's cold outside. Go inside quickly. Don't catch a cold." Lin Jiaoyue chuckled softly, her eyes shining brightly in the snow reflection. "Dad, your kick just now was really cool. Even more impressive than the martial masters I saw in plays before." "Stop talking nonsense." Although Lin Hongsheng kept a serious face, his proud smile was hard to hide. He looked back at the shaky, creaking gate in the cold wind and frowned, sighing. "It's a pity about this door. We'll have to fix it tomorrow. We just replaced the hinges. Old things make way for new ones," Lin Jiaoyue said, holding her father's arm. The father and daughter went inside one after the other. As they lifted the heavy cotton door curtain, the inside and outside of the house seemed like two different worlds. The stove was burning brightly, and the faint crackling of coal made the warmth spread quickly, driving away the biting cold from the snow outside. Su Wanqing was sitting by the stove, clutching a warm, damp towel tightly. Seeing her father and grandfather return safely, her tense heart finally relaxed. She quickly got up and handed over a hot ginger tea in a porcelain cup by the stove. "Did you solve it?" Su Wanqing asked calmly, but her voice carried a slight tremor. Being from a noble family, she had never seen such a scene of shouting and even fighting with knives and guns before. "It's settled." Lin Hongsheng took the ginger tea, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he gently patted his wife's hand to comfort her. Then he threw a crumpled, slightly greasy stack of paper tickets onto the table with a soft snap. The Wong family paid 10 coins to settle the matter privately, and they also have to repair the door. The thief was also taken to the police station by the neighbors. There was enough evidence and witnesses, plus the fact that he entered with a knife. He probably won't get out for 3 or 5 years. Lin Jiaoyue sipped her ginger tea. The spicy, hot liquid slid down her throat into her stomach, making her feel comfortable. She glanced at the pile of money on the table, several crumpled bills that looked like salted vegetables, mixed with a sour smell of sweat from hiding money close to Wang Dema and the oily smell on Wang Dezhuang's hands. She made a face of disgust and leaned back. "Dad, this money smells too strong. Later, take it to buy coal or pay the water bill. Don't keep it on you. It's unpleasant."
Lin Hongsheng shickled.
He took off his torn cotton-padded jacket, carefully checking the cotton inside while sighing. "Jiao Jiao, your move to borrow a knife to kill someone was clever today. I think from now on, no one will look down on us outsiders in this neighborhood. You didn't see it earlier, but those neighbors who usually like to take small advantages, they looked at me differently. This is called fighting fire with fire to prevent more trouble." Lin Jiaoyue put down her teacup. Her eyes, which had been shy in front of the Wong family, now shone brightly with a maturity beyond her age. "Since we just arrived and speak with a southern accent, the more we hide things, the more people think we're easy to bully, or that we have some benefits. Today's trouble proved that our family is so poor we only have our lives, and also showed everyone that we're not afraid of those who are better off. Anyone who wants to cause trouble in the future will have to think twice about that door you kicked open." Su Wanqing took her husband's torn cotton jacket, looked at the tear under the light, and shook her head with a smile. "All right, my little Zhuge, my hero. Another night of catching thieves and acting. Aren't you tired? Hurry up and wash up. You have to go to work early tomorrow." Lin Jiaoyue stretched lazily, her joints making a slight cracking sound. She yawned and headed to the inner room. "Yes, I'm a bit tired, but I'll definitely sleep well tonight. The commotion at the Wong house next door will probably last until late, so we'll have some peace." As Lin Jiaoyue predicted, that night, the lights at the Wong house stayed on all night. Even through 2 walls, she could faintly hear Wang Dema's distinctive crying, along with the sharp sound of porcelain bowls smashing, Wang Dezhuang and his wife forcing the old lady to hand over the family's finances. The noise sounded especially clear and soothing in the quiet winter night. Early the next morning, just before dawn, the alley outside became lively. Last night, a heavy snow covered the dirty ground, but it couldn't hide people's curious minds. The broken gate at the Lin family's door became a new attraction. Neighbors passing by would stop to point and chat about last night's news. Did you hear? Grandma Wong was forced by her daughter-in-law to give up her secret savings last night. It was so sad. I heard her eyes are swollen like peaches this morning. Serve her right. Who told her to be so mouthy? That's what you call karma. Oh, look at Master Lin's door. He kicked it so hard, the frame cracked. How much strength did that take? Ordinary people can't handle that. Exactly. We should be nicer to the Lin family. They look honest, but when they get angry, they really fight back. Ordinary folks like us don't want to mess with people who don't hold back. When Lin Hongsheng went out to work, he happened to see Wong Dazhuang, who had 2 big black circles under his eyes. Wong Dazhuang was carrying a toolbox, looking very tired. When he saw Lin Hongsheng, he flinched and quickly forced a smile that looked worse than crying. He bent over as if he wanted to touch the ground. Master Lin, good morning. After work, I'll come fix the door. I've prepared the wood. I promise it will be stronger than new. Lin Hongsheng nodded calmly. He didn't act overly friendly or cold. He just stepped over the threshold and left Wong Dazhuang with a mysterious, unreadable back. Inside, Lin Jiaoyu watched this scene through the window, feeling satisfied as she took a bite of her hot meat bun. This bun was just taken from her space. The thin skin and big filling made each bite juicy, with the flavor of meat and scallions exploding on her tongue. In these hard times, it was like a taste of heaven. Life was finally stable. But before fixing that broken door, she needed to find a way to hide their supplies even better. After all, it's not about being robbed, but about thieves being interested. In this world, caution is the best policy. Even though her jade pendant had merged, she still had to keep their cover story airtight. Thinking of this, her eyes fell on an unremarkable black ceramic pickled vegetable jar in the corner of the kitchen. The jar was left by the previous owner. It was dirty, old, and smelled like aged pickled vegetables. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Lin Jiaoyu squinted, a sly smile on her face. It looks like tonight I'll be making a jar of authentic Northeast-style pickled cabbage. In November in Harbin, the wind was sharp like a knife, cutting into the face and making it hurt. Lin Hongsheng tightened his thin blue cotton jacket and skillfully pushed open the heavy, rusty iron door of warehouse number 1 at Hongsheng Machinery Factory. Since starting work here a month ago, he had put aside his former sharpness as a big merchant from southern Jiangsu. With his good skills in accounting and quick handling of goods, he had established himself among the rough men in this warehouse. Old Lin, good morning. The bearings you sorted out yesterday are perfect. The team leader is praising you. Master Lin, are you going to check those old accounts again? Be careful with your eyes. Reading those tiny characters takes a lot of effort. After entering, a few workers carrying burlap sacks greeted him warmly, showing friendly camaraderie. Lin Hongsheng nodded and smiled back. This down-to-earth life made his long-held worries feel lighter and gave him a sense of peace he hadn't felt in a long time. At noon, the factory's loudspeaker crackled twice and then played an energetic song. Jiaoyu, carrying a faded floral cloth bag, appeared at the factory gate. She was wearing a dark blue cotton jacket, her hair tied into 2 neat braids, and her nose was slightly red from the cold. Although her simple clothes looked plain and even a bit rustic, her fair, bright skin and clear, lively eyes made her stand out in the dull, greasy factory area, like a freshly sprouted daffodil. Dad, her clear voice cut through the noisy crowd. Lin Hongsheng was about to get water when he saw his daughter. His usually calm and reserved face softened instantly, and his eyes filled with love for her. Wrinkles around his eyes deepened as he looked at her. Jiao Jiao? Why did you come out in this cold weather? Mom baked some scallion corn cakes and warmed 2 redskin eggs for you. I was worried they'd get cold, so I carried them close to my chest all the way, Lin Jiaoyu said sweetly, holding up her cloth bag. She smiled at the workers nearby, who were stretching their necks and looking at her curiously, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Uncles, I brought food for my dad. Hope I didn't disturb your work. The rough men, busy with their tasks, paused for a moment and then responded cheerfully. Oh, no trouble at all. Such polite children. Old Lin, what kind of good fortune is this for you? My daughter looks like she stepped out of a painting and cares so much for her father. She really makes us old men jealous. An older worker, more honest and straightforward, happily brushed off some dust from his hands and said with a smile, "Come inside and sit. The wind outside is strong, and the smoke is heavy. Old Lin, hurry and take the kid to get some hot water. Don't let her catch a cold. We have many rough folks here, and we don't want to upset the girl." Hearing his co-workers praise her, Lin Hongxing felt very happy, more than when he closed a big deal. He modestly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the girl is very filial. All right, everyone go ahead. I'll take her to the second workshop to get some hot water. The stove there is burning well." Lin Hongxing took a cloth bag, proudly led his daughter toward the production area. But when they reached the half-open iron door of the second workshop, Lin Hongxing sensed something was wrong. A burnt smell mixed with machine oil hit him first, followed by a sharp, metallic screech that made his teeth ache. The sound was like a dull saw tearing wildly over someone's head. Zzz, zzz, bang. A loud crash made the cement floor tremble. "Stop the machine.
Quickly stop it.
It's going to explode. This is a treasure imported from the Soviet Union. Spare parts are still on the way by sea. If it burns out, our entire workshop will be in trouble." The workshop was in chaos. Dozens of workers gathered around a large, dark green machine tool, stomping their feet anxiously and sweating profusely. The workshop director, Wong, was sighing at the machine, holding wrinkled blueprints and shouting loudly, "Where's the technician? Lu Gong? What's going on? Why did the gear we just replaced get jammed again?" A young technician named Lu Gong, covered in oil and looking close to tears, hurriedly explained, "Director, I checked the blueprints 3 times. The assembly is perfect, but something's off. The vibration frequency is too strange. It's fine? It's fine the way it is now. Don't you usually boast that besides Zhang Gong and Li Gong, you know the most about these foreign machines?" Wang Dan angrily slapped his thigh and pointed toward the door, shouting, "Just when we're in trouble, Zhang Gong and Li Gong are out of town at a technical seminar. They said they'd be back in 3 days. All the key technicians are gone, and you're the only one left to hold the fort. Now you tell me you don't understand. Director, 3 days. Can this machine last that long?" Engineer Lu looked at the machine that was shaking so badly it seemed about to fall apart. His legs felt weak. "If we keep going like this, the main shaft will burn out. Even if a fairy came, she couldn't fix it then." "Nonsense. Where can I find a technician to fix this now?" Wang Dan was anxiously pacing in place. He watched the priceless machine emit loud groans. "If we ruin it, both of us will have to explain ourselves to the maintenance department." The harsh grinding noise grew even louder, making people feel nervous, as if the fast-spinning main shaft might fly out and hit someone's head at any moment. Lin Hongxing was startled inside. Instinctively, he stepped in front of his daughter, using his broad back to block the chaos behind him. He grabbed Lin Jiaoyu and tried to pull her back, speaking urgently. Jiao, this machine is acting up. It's too dangerous. Let's stay away so you don't get hurt." At that moment, Engineer Lu, who was flustered, turned around and saw Lin Hongxing with a young girl standing at the door. His anger flared up instantly. He shouted, "Hey,
Who's that?"
old Lin from the warehouse? Why bring family here now? Don't you see it's all messy? Hurry up and leave. Don't cause more trouble." Lin Hongxing didn't get angry. He forced a smile and tried to step back. But when he pulled, he found he couldn't move her. Lin Jiaoyu didn't move at all. Her clear, innocent eyes, which usually carried a gentle smile, shrank slightly when she heard the strange noise. Her gaze suddenly changed. The innocence and naivety of a 16-year-old girl seemed to fade like a tide, replaced by a calm and sharp intensity that made her heart race. The noisy crowd, the broadcast, the bosses shouting, all gradually faded from her ears. Only the huge machine in front of her remained. It was as if her eyes turned into X-ray vision, piercing through the thick, cold, dark green cast iron shell, locking onto the gearbox deep inside the machine. In her mind, countless data streams started flashing wildly. A complex 3D mechanical diagram was spinning, breaking apart, and reassembling at high speed. Main shaft speed is 3,000 revolutions per minute, resonance frequency shifted by 15 Hz. The sound is wrong. It's not the grinding of worn gears, nor lack of lubrication, she silently thought to herself, her brow slightly furrowing. While everyone focused on the gears, she noticed a tiny, barely perceptible vibration hidden beneath the loud noise. It was coming from the bearing seat inside the gearbox, which shifted less than 0.02 millimeters during high-speed operation. This small deviation, when amplified by the 3,000 revolutions per minute speed, caused a dangerous resonance. "Dad," Lin Jiaoyu suddenly spoke. Her voice was quiet and cold, without warmth, but in the noisy workshop, it was clear and confident, carrying a strong sense of authority. She gently pulled away from her father's hand, raised her delicate, fair finger, and pointed across the air at the Soviet machine tool, which everyone regarded as sacred but now looked wild and uncontrollable. "The machine isn't broken. It doesn't need parts replaced." Engineer Liu, who was about to throw the two out, froze. Director Wong, about to turn off the power, also stopped. Lin Jiaoyu slightly tilted her head. Her eyes showed no fear, only complete control and indifference toward the mechanical structure. She calmly said, "It just has a bone that's out of alignment." As soon as she said this, the workshop fell silent. Lin Hongxin looked at his daughter in disbelief. His small hand, still warm, felt unfamiliar in front of him, as if he was seeing a stranger. Seeing the helpless, questioning, and shocked technicians, Lin Jiaoyu straightened her back slightly and tugged at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, the long-dormant top engineer, Engineer Lin, fully awakened in this cold winter workshop of 1950. The workshop was unusually quiet, except for the loud, grating sound of the massive dark green machine. Technician Liu was the first to react. His face, covered in oil, turned red as he pointed at Lin Jiaoyu's hand, trembling. "Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Do you know what this is? It's the latest model from the Soviet Union. There are fewer than 3 in the whole province. A bone out of alignment? Do you think this is a foot massage on a street corner?" The workers around also came to their senses, whispering nervously. "Old Lin, you should take the girl home. This isn't a joke." "Exactly. If we damage a screw, we might not be able to pay for it, even if we sell our whole family." Lin Hongxing's forehead was covered in fine sweat. He knew his daughter very well. She used to be naive, but now she doesn't follow the usual rules. Just as he reached out to pull Lin Jiaoyu aside, he saw that his daughter stood still and unmoving. Lin Jiaoyu wasn't paying attention to Lu Gong. Her eyes were scanning back and forth over the trembling machine tool. "The calculation for the thermal expansion and contraction of the 3 bearing seats is wrong," she said softly but quickly, with a tone that was firm and clear. "The current room temperature in Harbin is -18 degrees. The workshop's heating is not enough, causing the cast iron base to shrink. But the gearbox of this machine is made of high-grade alloy, which shrinks differently. You assembled it according to the standard gap in the manual. After half an hour of running, friction generates heat, and the heat can't escape. The third axis will then shift by 2 millimeters." She turned her head and stared directly at Lu Gong with her sharp, clear eyes. "This is the source of resonance. After 10 more minutes, the spindle will break. When that happens, this machine will really be useless." Lu Gong opened his mouth wide but couldn't say a word. He understood what she meant, and because he understood, he felt terrified. This young girl was speaking only professional terms, and the explanation was surprisingly logical.
"Are you
just guessing?" Lu Gong stammered, trying to argue. "The manual clearly says." The manual is written according to Moscow standards. Their workshop has a constant temperature system. Do you have that? Lin Jiaoyu cut him off without hesitation. At that moment, the workshop door was suddenly pushed open, and a gust of cold wind with snowflakes blew in. "What's going on? Is it not fixed yet?" A middle-aged man in a heavy military coat, with a full beard, strode in quickly, followed by a few hurried workers. He was Director Zhao of Hongxing Machinery Factory. When the workshop director, Wong, saw the savior arrive, he almost cried out, "Director, this machine is cursed. Lu Gong has disassembled and reassembled it 3 times, but it's only getting worse." Director Zhao's face turned pale. He looked at the machine still making loud noises and gritted his teeth. "These parts are urgently needed for the front line of the volunteer army. If we don't deliver in 3 days, I'll have to explain to the higher-ups with my head." "Where are the Soviet experts? Have you contacted them?" "Yes, we have." Wang Dan wiped his sweat. "But the experts are in Shenyang. They probably won't arrive until next week." "Next week? That's too late." Director Zhao was so anxious he paced back and forth. "I can fix it." Those 3 cold words cut through the noise again. Director Zhao suddenly stopped and looked toward the sound. He saw a young girl wearing a patched cotton jacket and 2 small braids, standing inside the safety line, holding a lunchbox. Next to her was the new warehouse keeper, old Lin, who looked embarrassed and nervous as he protected her. "Whose child are you? What are you causing?" Director Zhao was very angry. "Director," she just said. Wang Dan stepped closer and quietly repeated Lin Jiaoyu's earlier explanation about thermal expansion and contraction. As Director Zhao listened, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He looked back at Lin Jiaoyu with a scrutinizing gaze. "Little girl, do you understand machinery?" Lin Jiaoyu clenched her lunchbox tighter. "It's a scallion pancake for her father, and it would taste bad if it cooled." She looked up, showing the confident air of a top engineer, which completely overshadowed her plain appearance. "I don't understand machinery, but I do understand math and physics," she said calmly. "This machine's current vibration frequency is 15 Hz. By adjusting the gear gaps and recalibrating the transmission, we can eliminate resonance. Give me 2 hours, and I can not only make it stop shaking but also improve its accuracy by 1 level." The room fell silent. It was arrogant. Too arrogant. Even Lin Hongsheng felt a shiver. This wasn't just repairing a machine. It was risking their lives. Director Zhao stared fixedly at Lin Jiaoyu. He saw no trace of panic in her eyes, only a cold, confident calm. That look he had only seen in veteran sharpshooters on the battlefield, completely in control of their target. Now, the situation was deadlocked. Waiting for experts was hopeless. Let this girl try. What if she succeeded? "Just 2 hours," Zhao's voice was hoarse. "If the tools are handy, 1.5 hours. Lin Jiaoyu glanced at the scattered wrenches and calipers nearby, frowning in disdain. "All right." Director Zhao suddenly slapped his thigh, his gambler's spirit ignited. "Better a live horse than a dead one. If anything goes wrong, I take responsibility. Wang Dan, clear the area." Everyone listened to her commands. Director Lu Gong was anxious. "This is national property. Shut up. If you can fix it, do it. If not, hand me the wrench," Zhao shouted loudly. Lin Jiaoyu didn't waste words. She handed her lunchbox to Lin Hongsheng and softly said, "Dad, help me hold it." "Don't sneak a bite of the egg." Lin Hongsheng held a warm lunchbox, watching his daughter walk toward the large machine tool. His feelings were mixed, pride and fear. That girl was bolder than him. Juyue Lin reached the machine, took a hair tie from her pocket, and tied her 2 small braids at the back of her head, revealing a smooth, full forehead. She reached out, gently placed her fingertips on the cold machine surface, and closed her eyes. At that moment, the noise faded away. In her mind, the machine had been broken down into countless blue line models. The gears meshed, bearings turned, oil flowed. Every detail was racing through her thoughts. 14mm wrench, feeler gauge, and that. She pointed to the toolbox, smallest file. Engineer Lu reluctantly handed over the tools. Juyue took the wrench with practiced ease, her movements dazzling. Instead of disassembling everything, she crawled under the machine, almost lying on the oily cement floor. "Raise the left side by 3mm using a copper sheet," she said calmly and quietly. Wang Dana quickly found a copper sheet. "Open the gearbox and adjust the phase angle of the second shaft by 15 degrees. "This isn't in the manual." Lu couldn't help but interrupt. "The manual doesn't say how to fix machines in the winter in the Northeast either," Juyue replied without turning her head, holding the file and gently polishing the edge of a precise gear. Her movements were soft, like embroidery, each cut precise. Metal shavings flew, making a faint rustling sound.
Time passed second by second.
The workshop was so quiet that only the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Everyone held their breath, watching this small figure move among the huge machines. Her hands were covered in black oil, and a black streak was on her cheek, but she looked focused and captivating. Lin Hongxing stood outside, watching his daughter's skillful work. A strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Her technique, her confidence, even compared to the foreign chief engineer he saw in Shanghai, she was more agile. His daughter had been absent from her soul for 10 years. Where had she gone? 1 hour and 40 minutes later, Juyue crawled out from under the machine, brushed off the dust, and threw the wrench into Lu's arms.
Done.
Is it really finished? Engineer Lu looked at the pile of shaved metal shavings on the ground and the machine tool that seemed unchanged after reassembly, with a doubtful expression. Start the machine, Lin Jiaoyu said calmly, wiping her hands with a rag as if she were simply saying, dinner is ready. Director Zhao took a deep breath, walked over himself, pressed his hand on the red start button, and pushed it down firmly. Buzz. There was no sharp screech or violent shake. The motor started smoothly and quietly, like silk sliding over strings. The large chuck began to spin faster and faster, yet remained steady as a mountain. Wong Don trembled as he took a raw part and placed it on the machine. The cutting tool moved in, and metal shavings flew out like curling silver dragons. After a few minutes, a shiny, mirror-like part was finished. Engineer Lu hurried over with a caliper to measure, trembling several times before finally locking onto the right position. How is it? Director Zhao asked anxiously. Lu raised his head, looking like he saw a ghost, and stammered, the tolerance is 0.005 millimeters. Twice as precise as before. This is the standard for top-quality products. Wow. The workshop suddenly erupted in excitement. Workers stared wide-eyed, as if they were seeing a monster. Incredible. Truly incredible. This isn't just fixing machines. It's like giving them a blessing. Director Zhao's face trembled with excitement. He strode over to Lin Jiaoyu, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Comrade, which school did you graduate from? Or which research institute are you from? At this moment, Lin Jiaoyu had completely shifted from her Engineer Lin persona. She wiped off the grease on her hands and returned to her usual sweet, innocent girl-next-door look. She blinked and pointed at Lin Hongxing's lunch bag. I'm just a local kid. Uncle, the machine is fixed. Can I eat my scallion pancake now? It's gotten cold. Director Zhao was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Eat. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. From now on, you can go to the Hongxing factory cafeteria anytime. He turned his head, his gaze falling on Lin Hongxing, who was quietly trying to sneak away with his daughter. Lin Hongxing's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Director Zhao squinted, his eyes full of curiosity and meaning, sizing up this usually timid but diligent warehouse clerk. Old Lin, factory director Zhao said meaningfully, patting Lin Hongxing's shoulder firmly. Your daughter has such talent. Yet you told me she's just a refugee farmer? If those above find out I keep such a talented person at home making pancakes, I might lose my job as factory director. Lin Hongxing forced a smile, but his back was already soaked with sweat. He knew that in this workshop filled with the smell of oil, the carefully maintained, poor farmer facade of their family had been torn open by his daughter's incredible skills. And this opening, it brought not only light but maybe a storm as well. In the factory director's office, the cast iron stove burned bright red. The kettle on the stove hissed, releasing white steam that made the room feel warmer and more humid. This warmth sharply contrasted with the icy cold outside, creating two different worlds. Zhao Weiguo personally picked up the thermos and poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Jiaoyu. The white porcelain cup was decorated with big red characters that read, "Serve the people." Because it was filled too full, the steam rose and blurred Lin Jiaoyu's young but calm face. This scene made workshop director Wong Don, who had just entered, gape in amazement, his eyes nearly popping out. Lin Hongsheng stood nervously at the corner of the wall, his hands tightly stuffed into the patched sleeves of his worn cotton-padded jacket. His back was slightly hunched, and his eyes looked away shyly, like a simple farmer overwhelmed by the presence of a high-ranking leader. But who could know that this man, once a powerful figure in the business world of southern Jiangsu, who could set grain prices with a word, was hiding a storm of emotions behind his lowered eyelids. He had sat on a carved rosewood throne, sipped rare Ming-style Longjing tea, and even been forced to eat at gunpoint by warlords. Yet, he had never felt such sweaty palms as he did now. It wasn't fear, but excitement, pride in his daughter's unstoppable talent. Director Zhao, you're too kind.
This
is not appropriate. You are the senior, Lin Jiayue said, holding her teacup with both hands. Her fingertips were slightly red from the heat. She slightly bowed, her tone a mix of modesty, fear, and gratitude. Her obedient appearance made anyone who saw her feel a wave of pity. Zhao Weiguo smiled cheerfully, confidently sat down behind his desk, and looked sharply at Lin Jiaoyu, examining her from top to bottom as if trying to see a flower. Comrade Xiao Lin, just now in the workshop, that move really opened my eyes. Let's be honest, you have such extraordinary skills. Who did you learn from? When he asked this, the air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment, and even the crackling from the stove sounded unusually loud. Lin Hongsheng, standing at the wall, clenched his fist inside his sleeve, his thumb tightly pinching his index finger joint, his heart suddenly pounding in his chest. But Lin Jiaoyu had already prepared her story. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she lowered her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a look of nostalgia, mixed with sadness, appeared on her face. Her voice was so soft it was like snow falling outside the window. Director, I don't really have a proper teacher. Long ago, I had a distant uncle who went abroad early and came back. He once ran a machine factory in Shanghai. Later, when the situation got chaotic, the factory was destroyed, and he was gone. She smiled bitterly, then looked up with clear eyes that made it hard for anyone to doubt her words. Before he left me several large boxes of books, all in foreign languages, along with many detailed drawings. I was weak as a child and couldn't go outside or play with friends, so I spent every day reading those books. I couldn't read all the characters, but I could understand the pictures. I spent over 10 years pondering them, and I only learned a little bit. This story was mostly true, with some false parts. The so-called uncle had no proof of death, making him the best excuse. Just a little bit? Zhao Weiguo was surprised, then burst into hearty laughter. He pointed at Lin Jiaoyu and said to Wang Dan, listen. Old Wang, listen. If that's just a little bit, then all the technicians in our factory who went to proper schools, aren't they even considered a hair? Girl, you're a genius. Wang Dan chuckled foolishly, rubbing his hands with all his wrinkles showing, looking happier than if he had won a prize. Director, you're right. Just now, Engineer Liu looked as green as that Soviet machine tool. He and 3 others studied for a week without daring to touch a wrench. Comrade Shaolin finished it in just an hour. That's called, what's that word? A blow from a higher dimension.
Yes.
A blow from a higher dimension. Zhao Weiguo slammed his teacup onto the table, splashing a few drops of tea. He didn't bother to wipe it, his eyes shining brightly. Anyone can memorize things from books, but real skill, that's something only heaven can give. You have a natural talent for this kind of work. Lin Hongsheng stood by the wall, listening to these words. His back straightened instinctively. Then he quickly reined in himself and continued pretending to be a simple-minded person. He lowered his eyes, desperately controlling his facial expressions, afraid that his pride might show. Just listen, this is my daughter Lin Hongsheng. If it were 10 years ago, I would have arranged 100 banquet tables at the biggest restaurant in Sioux City, inviting all the old folks to see what a true talent from the Lin family looks like. The laughter gradually faded. Zhao Weiguo's face became serious. He leaned forward and spoke in a very firm tone, with a commanding presence. Comrade Shaolin, Hongxing Factory is now at a critical stage of production and construction. We need talented people like you the most. On behalf of the factory's party committee, I officially invite you to join us. Would you like to work in our factory's technical department as a technician? Technician. These three words hit Lin Hongxing hard, making him feel dizzy. In this era, that was a proper official position, a secure and prestigious job. With this status, who would dare question where they came from? Lin Jiaoyu also quickly thought it over. With this identity, the Lin family would no longer be rootless drifters, but part of an organized group. That kind of protection was stronger than anything else. She looked up, her eyes bright and her voice firm. Thank you, factory director, for your support. I am willing.
But
I am young, uneducated, and a woman. I'm afraid I might not be able to gain everyone's respect. At Hongxing Factory, skill is the most important. Zhao Weiguo waved his hand confidently. Who dares to challenge? Let him dismantle that Soviet-style machine tool and reinstall it. If he has the skills, Zhao Weiguo, will personally serve him tea. He paused, took out a pen from his drawer, and quickly wrote something on a piece of paper, speaking as he did. Considering your special situation, I'll give you the title of specially appointed technician, directly under the technical department. No fixed hours, just solving difficult problems. As for salary, Zhao Weiguo raised his head, extended 4 fingers, and said clearly, according to the 8th grade worker standard, 42 yuan and 50 cents a month, plus 2 jin of meat coupons and 5 jin of grain coupons each month. How does that sound? 42 yuan and 50 cents. Lin Hongxing gasped in shock, staggering slightly and almost losing his footing. He knew that he was working himself to the bone, and his monthly salary was only 18 yuan. This girl, as soon as she entered the factory, was earning more than twice his salary, and with extra benefits. In an era when a pound of pork costs only a few cents, this amount of money is enough for a family of 5 to eat plain steamed buns every day and still save half. Too much, Director. This is too much. Lin Hongxing instinctively waved his hand, his voice trembling. This time, he wasn't acting. He was truly shocked by this treatment. It's not too much, Zhao Weiguo said firmly. Talents are priceless. Zhou Haita. Yes, sir. The clerk outside pushed the door open and entered. Take Comrade Xiaolin to handle his employment registration. Make special arrangements immediately. Also, go to the finance department and get an advance on a month's salary so his family can settle in first. Night fell deep and cold wind howled. Inside the small courtyard of the Lin family, the doors and windows were tightly shut, with heavy old curtains drawn. The dim oil lamp flickered, casting long shadows of the 3 people. Lin Hongxing laid the stamped employment certificate on the cornerless table. His rough fingers gently brushed over the 42.5 yuan, written on it, with a delicate touch like caressing a rare treasure. This time, his face showed no trace of the awe or nervousness he had at the factory office. Instead, there was a rare calm and satisfaction belonging to someone in a higher position. Jiao, was my acting outside just now pretty good? Lin Hongxing picked up a chipped, coarse porcelain bowl, took a sip of the not-so-tasty tea leaves, but his eyes were sharp and clear. This 40-something yuan, back when we were in Sioux City, probably wouldn't even buy you a decent box of rouge. But now, this money feels different. It's heavy. Su Wanqing sat nearby, sewing an old piece of clothing. When she heard this, she paused her needlework. She looked at the paper, her eyes slightly red, not because of the money, but out of emotion. Yes, the big yellow fish and yuan data coins we have in our space could probably buy half of Harbin. But those things are now death upon sight, like a curse. But this 42 yuan and 50 cents is earned bit by bit at Hongxing Factory. It's clean, honest money belonging to the working class. Lin Jiaoyu looked at her parents and silently nodded. Indeed, how could these family heads, who had experienced great wealth, be truly shocked by such a salary? Their vision had always been about survival and strategy. Dad, Mom, it's best if you think like that, Lin Jiaoyu whispered, as if planning something big. We need to act out the whole show. In the eyes of neighbor Aunt Wong and that man Wong who keeps staring at us, we must show the joy of winning the lottery. We need them to think this money is the lifeblood of our family, like a pie falling from the sky. Lin Hongxing leaned back in his chair and said seriously, I understand. It's true that we shouldn't show off our wealth, but if we hide all our money and still live on a high salary while drinking sweet potato soup every day, it looks suspicious. Now that you have this high-paying job, our family can slightly improve our life openly. Exactly, Lin Jiaoyu said with a playful smile. From now on, we can buy some meat openly every now and then and carry it around for Aunt Wong to see. If she asks, just say it's something your daughter earned with her own effort. Lin Hongxing clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Haha, that's clever, showing off on the surface while secretly planning. All right, tomorrow I'll go pretend to be a nouveau riche. Su Wanqing watched the father and daughter work together, shaking her head helplessly. She got up to take the kettle off the stove. Enough of the fun. Since we're pretending to be rich, we need to buy good meat tomorrow. Don't buy lean meat. Only fools eat that now. Get some pork belly, the thicker the better. The fat can be rendered into oil, and the leftover bits can be eaten. That's real wealth. Got it. Lin Hongxing stood up, walking around the room with his hands behind his back, full of confidence. After work tomorrow, I'll go line up at the supply and marketing cooperative. The oil lamp inside the room suddenly flickered and made a crackling sound. Lin Jiaoyu looked at her proud father, feeling more confident. In this time of scarce resources, the safest way to survive is to make others think your life is just out of reach, but still attainable. Dad, remember tomorrow, walk with big steps, like you're showing off that I've got money now attitude. Don't worry, girl. When I was in Shanghai doing business with foreigners, I never hesitated. Playing a rich farmer is just a matter of a little show, Lin Hongxing said with a chuckle, blowing out the lamp. Sleep tight. Tomorrow you still have to go to the factory to earn that 42 yuan and 50 cents, our little shield. In November in Harbin, the wind felt like it carried blades, piercing through the cotton-padded collar and scraping off a layer of skin. Lin Jiaoyu stood at the door of the technical department of Hongxing Machinery Factory, tightening her scarf around her neck. The employment notice in her hand was warm from being held tightly. She took a deep breath, like before giving a work report in her previous life, adjusted her subtle expression, and then suddenly pulled back the heavy cotton curtain. Huh. A wave of hot air hit her face, mixed with the smell of dried tobacco, coal ash, and old paper mold. Inside, the stove was burning brightly, the metal chimney was red, and occasional sparks popped out with a crackling sound. But even hotter than the fire was the dozens of sharp, spotlight-like gazes fixed on her. Wow, is this the genius that Director Zhao personally recommended? In the corner, an old man holding a porcelain cup emphasized the word genius heavily, sounding almost like an insult. Section Chief Sun Weiguo looked up from a pile of blueprints. He wore thick black-rimmed glasses, sharp as a caliper, and carefully examined the delicate young girl in front of him. Lin Jiaoyu. Sun Weiguo knocked on the desk, his tone neutral. Director Zhao told me about you. Said you showed some skill in workshop too. A bit bright. A few snickers sounded in the office. These days, anyone who gets into the technical department has usually worked their way up from an apprentice, losing hair in the process. But she was suddenly assigned here, a young girl who looked fragile and unable to lift heavy things, yet she was paid as an 8th-grade worker. Who could accept that? A sour, tense atmosphere filled the room. But Lin Jiaoyu seemed unaffected. She took off her scarf, revealing a face that was slightly red from the cold but still fair, with bright eyes that looked a bit innocently naive. She bowed gracefully. Hello, Section Chief Sun, everyone. I don't have any special talent. I just happened to stumble upon something by chance. My family left me a few old foreign books, and I just read them aloud. In the future, I'll need everyone's guidance in the department. Please take care of me. Her words were smooth and confident. She didn't deny Director Zhao's praise of her as a genius, but she also placed herself as a junior, giving respect to the experienced staff. Sun Weiguo's expression softened a little. He pointed to a young man in the corner, who was scratching his head and looking nervous. Xiao Zhang, help her out. Don't underestimate Xiaolin just because she's young. She's specially hired by the factory to solve difficult problems. You two should communicate more. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The old man who had been sarcastic earlier slammed the porcelain lid onto the table with force. Specially hired? Difficult problems. The old man squinted with a cold smile. Little girl, this is the heart of Hongxing Factory, not a place for playing house. Don't think that knowing a few foreign words makes you a big shot. Some things require real skill. His skeptical gaze instantly turned sharp, stabbing toward Lin Jiaoyu. Lin Jiaoyu didn't reply. She walked straight to the young man named Zhang Lijun's desk. At this moment, Zhang Lijun was worried over a gear engagement diagram of a Soviet machine tool, sweating heavily. He was clicking the beads of an abacus loudly, and the drawing had rough edges from erasing. What's wrong, Brother Zhang? Is the calculation off? Lin Jiaoyu leaned in to look. Zhang Lijun replied irritably, this is the original Soviet diagram. The data is very precise, 4 decimal places. Slight changes, and the whole transmission shaft data must change. Engineer Zhang said, pull one strand, and the whole body moves. It's tricky, the old man beside snorted again. Little Zhang, what's the use of telling her? Can she read the Russian on the diagram? That's the wisdom of Soviet experts, and it's also our current technical barrier. Technical barrier? Lin Jiaoyu raised an eyebrow slightly, scanning the dense data on the diagram. Only 3 seconds. In her seemingly harmless almond-shaped eyes, a cold and disdainful glint flashed, like a top engineer. In her past life, when she worked on algorithms at top factories, such complex calculations were so simple she would run scripts instead of wasting computing power. What barrier? Isn't this just a simple thermodynamic calculation? Her voice was quiet but clear, spreading through the silent office. The room fell into complete silence. The old man widened his eyes. What did you say? Simple, Brother Zhang. Lin Jiaoyu ignored his shock, extending a slender, white finger to point at the bearing seat on the diagram, her tone as calm as discussing dinner plans. You completely copied the tolerance data from the Soviet original, right? Zhang Lijun hesitated. Yeah, can the Soviet diagram be wrong? The diagram is correct, but the environment has changed. She casually picked up a pencil from the desk and quickly wrote a series of formulas on the blank space of the diagram. Her hand moved so fast that the formulas flowed smoothly, as if effortlessly. Although the Soviets are cold, their workshop heating standard was a constant 20 degrees. In our workshop number 2, during the night when the furnace is shut off, the temperature can drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Did you consider the 40-degree temperature difference and the metal's expansion and contraction coefficients? She paused her pen, circled the final result, and drew her conclusion. If we don't adjust for this coefficient, working during the day is fine, but when the machine stops at night, the gears will jam the next morning, and the machine won't turn at all. It's like wearing tight clothes for winter swimming. You'd freeze stiff. I suggest loosening the tolerance by 0.02 millimeters and using special low-temperature lubricant number 7. After saying this, she threw down her pencil, brushed off the pencil shavings from her hand, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Is this what everyone's missing? Looks like that foreign book's basic physics knowledge really works. The room fell silent. Sun Weigua had somehow already stood behind her, staring at the formulas as if he saw a ghost. Wait a minute. Sun Weigua's voice trembled. Xiaolin, did you just do that mental calculation? Zhang Lijun suddenly looked up, completely stunned. He looked at his sweaty, frayed draft paper filled with wrong calculations, then at Lin Jiaoyu's neat, quick result. This can't be, Zhang Lijun shouted in disbelief. He grabbed the abacus and started frantically calculating. The other technicians in the office gathered around, holding their breath, watching Zhang Lijun's hands. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Clack. The beads on the abacus jammed because he pressed too hard. He slumped into his chair, looking at Lin Jiaoyu with trembling lips. Yes. The temperature compensation that I couldn't figure out in an hour. You did it in 3 seconds. Gasp. A series of gasps echoed around. Calculating 4 decimal places of a physical coefficient in your head? Is this a human brain or a calculator? I didn't see it wrong, right? She didn't even write a draft and just gave the result. The old man who had been mocking earlier turned pale as a pig's liver, his porcelain cup trembling so much that water spilled out. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the formulas in disbelief. Whose method is this? I have never seen this before. At this moment, Zhang Lijun's gaze at Lin Jiaoyu changed from contempt to fear. Then, that fear quickly turned into almost fanatical admiration. Lin. Engineer Lin. Zhang Lijun suddenly stood up, ignoring the chair falling over. He even used respectful language. What kind of brain do you have? This is like a blow from a higher dimension. I was just pretending to work on precision engineering, but now I feel like I'm just playing in the mud. Sun Weiguo took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. His eyes toward Lin Jiaoyu now showed some respect. Xiao Lin, no, Comrade Lin. Director Zhao said you have a special talent, but that's being modest. You're not just talented. You have the natural soul of an engineer. Lin Jiaoyu smiled faintly, hiding her skills and reputation. She turned and sat at her workstation. She knew clearly, in a technical department like this, to stand firm, pretending to be clueless won't work. You have to rely on being outstanding enough to make people doubt their own eyes. In Harbin, November gets dark early. Just after 4:30 p.m., the cold north wind cut through the streets like a knife, whipping up dry leaves and coal ash, hitting faces painfully. When Lin Jiaoyu left the Hongxing machinery factory gate, she deliberately pulled up her dark gray wool scarf to cover half her face, only revealing a pair of lively almond-shaped eyes. As an approved outsider expert in the technical department, she had the privilege of not punching in or following a fixed schedule, which helped her avoid the rush of people squeezing into the subway at rush hour. She put her hands into the thick cotton coat pockets, fingertips touching the stack of bills still warm from her pocket. 42 yuan and 50 cents. Compared to the mountain of gold bars in her space, this was just a tiny amount. But in 1950s Harbin, this was a shining certificate of good citizenship, the strongest shield for the Lin family's roots in the city, and a seal to silence gossip. Dad still has to pretend to be the old yellow cow for another hour before he can get off work. Lin Jiaoyu exhaled a white breath, watching it quickly dissipate in the cold wind. A playful smile appeared on her lips. With his veteran actor personality, he'll definitely go to the meat shop today to grab the fattest pork belly to show off. That greasy, physical work is for him. I'll be responsible for spiritual civilization construction. Having made up her mind, Lin Jiaoyu turned sharply and headed straight to the largest department store in Har City. In this era, department stores are the brightest spots in the city. The glass counters are shiny, and the air smells of floral water and a faint scent of roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Jiaoyu's goal was clear. She first went to the fabric counter and pointed at the most eye-catching indigo cloth, speaking clearly. Comrade, give me enough of this fabric to make a suit. Also, that floral cotton cloth looks soft. I'll take 6 feet of it. The clerk was a woman in her 40s, holding a wooden ruler, looking at Lin Jiaoyu with surprise. Usually, ordinary families rarely buy new clothes all year, and this girl looked unfamiliar, not dressed extravagantly, but she was generous, buying 2 sets at once. Miss, this indigo fabric is quite popular and not cheap. Once cut, it can't be returned, the clerk kindly warned, her scissors hanging in the air. No worries, sister. I just got my salary, and I want to make some clothes for my family elders. Lin Jiaoyu smiled warmly, naturally taking out her brand-new work ID card and waving it. I'm from the Red Star Factory's technical department. This is my first paycheck, and I'm happy. I just want my parents to share in the joy. Oh, a technician from the Red Star Factory? The clerk's attitude instantly warmed up, showing respect for intellectuals and skilled workers. She cut the fabric quickly, saying, "That's a good job. No wonder you're so filial. Your girl is really promising." A few women nearby, choosing fabrics, also looked at her with envy, whispering about how capable this girl was. After buying the fabric, Lin Jiaoyu moved to the cosmetics counter. 2 boxes of Friendship brand snow cream in metal tins. She pointed at a delicate small round tin with a bright red peony flower printed on it. Her mother, Su Wanqing, used to have hands that never touched water, only used for playing the zither and embroidery. But in recent months, to act well as a fleeing refugee woman, she had been washing clothes and building fires, and her hands were cracked. This snow cream was a luxury in this era, fragrant and nourishing, a symbol of status. Next was the tobacco and alcohol counter. "Comrade, give me a pack of great production cigarettes," she said. These cigarettes weren't the top tier, but definitely not bad. Lin Hongsheng wants to get along well with others at the factory. How can he do that without good cigarettes?
What is he handing out?
He's giving face, showing class feelings, and trying to hide his occasional aura of someone trying to rise above others. With good cigarettes, people will think he's clever, not mysterious. In the end, she, like a squirrel storing winter nuts, swept through the snack shelf. White rabbit candies, peach cookies, and 2 cans of expensive malted milk powder. She stuffed them all into a green military-style bag. After finishing her shopping, Lin Jiaoyu carried the heavy bag and walked home in the sunset glow. Although there were many supplies in the space, those were for show. Only these items in her hands could be openly placed on the table to stop neighbors from gossiping. As she entered the alley where the Lin family lived, a strong smell of coal smoke and the aroma of home-cooked food hit her. At the alley entrance, the old locust tree was always the fastest place for gossip. Right now, Aunt Zhang from the front alley was playing shuttlecock with her grandson Huzi, while a few elderly women nearby were chatting about neighbors' affairs. Not far away, Aunt Wong was grimly choosing vegetables at the gate. She tightly squeezed a bunch of already not-so-fresh green onions. Her grandson, Go Dan, who was playing marbles on the ground, was nearby, with tears running down his nose. Since the last time she caused trouble by gossiping and got robbed, losing 10 yuan to the Lin family, Aunt Wong's status in the alley dropped sharply. Her daughter-in-law, Xiao Cui, scolded her daily, breaking dishes and pots. Her son, Wang Dazhuang, also blamed her for ruining the family's money. Even her old friends stopped talking to her. That 10 yuan was like a big artery cut in her family. "Hey, isn't that Jiao Jiao?" Sharp-eyed Aunt Zhang was the first to see Lin Jiaoyu, especially noticing the bulging, fancy bag in her hand. In the sunset, the things inside the bag looked very bright. A red-flowered tin box of snow cream, a whole pack of big production, cigarettes, a big bag of colorful white rabbit candies, and even 2 cans of malted milk powder. Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up instantly, and her voice rose unconsciously. "Wow. Jiao Jiao, are you bringing back a department store? How much did this cost?" It's not even New Year or a festival. This shout immediately drew everyone's attention, including Aunt Wong, who was selecting vegetables. Lin Jiaoyue had already noticed Aunt Wong in the corner. She sneered inwardly, but smiled sweetly on her face. She walked lightly to Aunt Zhang and said, "Aunt Zhang, you're joking. How could I empty out a department store? I just got my paycheck today. The factory leaders value me and gave me a technician position." She deliberately lifted her shopping bag a bit, speaking cheerfully with a touch of elegance. "My mom likes to keep clean and the north wind is strong, so I bought her some face oil. My dad works hard, so I bought him some cigarettes to relax. This money, after all, is earned to be spent. As long as our family is happy, that's what matters most." A technician, and Zhang was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped, and her shoe sole fell to the ground. Old Lin's family must be lucky today. This isn't just raising a daughter, it's raising a golden phoenix. A technician. That's a government allowance. That's a leader. Not far away, Aunt Wong's poor green onion was snapped in half with a loud crack. She stared fixedly at Lin Jiaoyue's smiling face, feeling like her chest was stuffed with rotten cotton, making it hard to breathe. Her eyes nearly bulged out. A technician? That little girl actually became a technician? That's a guaranteed, secure job. From now on, Lin's family will probably be bossing everyone around here. Aunt Wong looked at the broken green onion in her hand and then at the cigarette in Lin Jiaoyue's hand, which could buy her half her life. Her stomach twisted with bitterness, worse than swallowing 100 flies. Face cream. Cigarettes. Those are all money. Her heart was full of hatred, like 1,000 ants biting her inside. She felt every penny Lin Jiaoyue spent was a reflection of the 10 yuan she had lost. That was her savings. Now this little girl was using it to buy face oil, such a wasteful thing. Milk. Sugar. I want to eat sugar. Next to her, Godan saw the white rabbit candy and drooled eagerly. He tugged at Aunt Wong's sleeve and started crying. Mama, I want white rabbit. That untrustworthy girl has white rabbit. Please make her give me some. Godan's cry caught Lin Jiayue's attention. She looked as if she just noticed Aunt Wong, glancing faintly at the grandmother and grandson. Her gaze was cold and lacked any warmth or friendliness, as if she were looking at a simple stone on the roadside. Then she turned around and, in front of Aunt Wong, slowly unzipped her bag. Smiling, she reached inside and grabbed a big handful of white rabbit candies, about 7 or 8 pieces. Tiger, come here.
Sister has some candy for you.
Lin Jiaoyu directly handed the candies to Tiger, the grandson of Aunt Zhong, and casually peeled one to put in Tiger's mouth. Tiger is so good, unlike some kids who just scream and have no manners. The rich smell of milk quickly filled the air. Tiger held the big handful of candies, with one in his mouth, happily making a runny nose bubble. He mumbled, "Thanks, sister. You're so kind. You're the prettiest." Aunt Zhong looked at the handful of candies in her hand, feeling very happy. These white rabbit candies were rare. You needed a ticket to buy them at the supply store. That handful probably cost several cents. She quickly declined. "Oh, I shouldn't take so much. It's too much."
Keep it, Annie.
"It's for the kids to enjoy. We're neighbors, and I know who's good and who's not," Lin Jiaoyu said with a meaningful smile. Then she carried her bag and walked past Aunt Wong without even a glance, as if she were just air. "Wow, I want candy. I want some too. Why does he get it and I don't?" Wah! Gooden, watching the candies in Tiger's mouth, completely lost it. He rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum, kicking his legs wildly, kicking up dust everywhere. His crying was loud enough to shake the sky. Aunt Wong looked at Lin Jiaoyu's proud back and then at her crying grandson on the ground. Thinking of her lost 10 yuan, she felt a surge of anger rise to her head. Her face turned a dark purple. "Stop crying. All you do is eat. Is that even food? That's bought by a vampire." Aunt Wong slapped Gooden on the back, making him cry even louder.
What are you looking at?
"That candy was bought with our money. You'll ruin your mouth. Let's go home and have some porridge," she scolded as she pulled her grandson toward the yard. Her angry words carried a sour, hateful tone that could be smelled from 3 streets away. The neighbors nearby exchanged glances and secretly smiled. That's right. This is what happens to bad people. Who's to blame? It's natural that Lin's girl ignores her. Just as this farce was about to end, suddenly a steady, powerful, and even rhythmic set of footsteps sounded from the alley entrance. Everyone turned to look and saw Lin Hongsheng at the alley entrance, walking with confident steps, hands behind his back, head held high. The sunset glow shone on him, giving him a golden outline. Today, he wasn't wearing the patched, shabby coat he brought to pretend to be poor. Instead, he wore the deep blue work uniform issued by the factory, buttons neatly fastened. He looked full of energy, almost like the days when he toured his shops in Sioux City and discussed big plans. But what caught the most attention wasn't him, but the thick rope he carried. The rope was tight, and below it was tied a large, white, trembling block of fat, about 5 or 6 jin in weight. This block of fat was very thick, about 2 fingers wide. As Lin Hongsheng walked, the greasy, white fat jiggled elastically in the sunset, shining with a tempting oil sheen. Underneath the fat block, there was a big strip of red and white marbled pork, at least 3 jin heavy. In these times when even buying matches required tickets and people's stomachs were often empty, fat was more expensive than lean meat, an iron rule. The 5 jin of pure lard plus 3 jin of pork belly wasn't just meat. It was a naked display of wealth. When Aunt Wong, who had just reached the door, heard the noise and turned around, her eyes immediately fixed on the swinging big block of fat, unable to look away. A loud swallow echoed in the suddenly quiet alley, sounding especially harsh. Aunt Wong felt her stomach, which was only filled with thin millet porridge, suddenly empty. It was as if a hand had reached into her throat, eager to grab that piece of meat. Lin Hongsheng's sharp gaze saw Aunt Wong's greedy, envious, and resentful expression. He felt a great sense of satisfaction, even more than when he had closed a big deal worth thousands of gold. He paused deliberately near Aunt Wong's door, not too close or too far. With a casual flick of his wrist, the trembling big block of fat swung toward Aunt Wong, its oily shine almost blinding her family. Then, Lin Hongsheng cleared his throat and, facing the still-stunned Aunt Zhang, raised his voice loudly. "Oh, Aunt Zhang, taking Tiger with you? Sorry for the trouble, everyone. Today, Jiao Jiao received her paycheck. This child is so stubborn, she insisted I buy some meat to improve our meals, saying she wants to honor her parents." He deliberately sighed, but a proud smile played on his face. "You see, she's filial, but she spends too much money. I thought, since we're buying, let's get some fatty meat to make oil residue for dumplings. That would be so tasty. The rendered oil can also be used for cooking. This block of lard could last our whole family a month." He spoke casually, but every word touched Aunt Wong's heart deeply, with a hint of frustration. Aunt Wong felt her chest tighten, her vision blurred, almost unable to breathe. First, her daughter bought snow cream and Chinese cigarettes, and in front of her, gave big white rabbit candies to other children. Then her father carried 5 jean of lard, showing off and criticizing in front of her. This isn't living a good life. It's like being slapped in the face with the 10 yuan she took from her, left and right, with loud smacks. Squandering. This is a sin. Aunt Wong trembled, her lips turning purple. She clung tightly to her grandson Dog Egg, who was rolling on the ground, crying and begging for meat. Then she hurried into her house. With a loud bang, the broken wooden door was slammed shut, as if to block out the coming, despair-inducing smell of meat. Lin Hongsheng looked at the closed door, laughed loudly, and strode into his yard with the meat, leaving behind neighbors who looked on with envy and kept sniffling. As soon as he entered the house, warm air hit him. Lin Jiaoyu was sitting at the table drinking water. Seeing her father's proud look, she couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Dad, I saw everything through the window. Your acting was perfect." Aunt Wong's face turned as green as a cabbage in the cellar. Lin Hongsheng threw the heavy meat onto the chopping board. He unbuttoned his collar, looking satisfied. "This is called beating a drowning dog. We need both face and substance. Tonight's dumplings must be chopped so loudly, she can smell them but can't eat. Make her crave it." Su Wanqing smiled and shook her head, full of affection. She came over to help her husband take off his coat and handed him an apron. "Come on, you're grown up, but still arguing like a kid. Wash your hands quickly. Tonight, we're making pork and scallion dumplings, with no oil residue left out. Everything goes in." Half an hour later, a strong, irresistible aroma wafted out from the Lin family's small courtyard. The smell of flour, green onions, and meat fat mixed together, spreading across half the street. Clatter, 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 clatter. Lin Hongsheng held 2 knives, chopping meat with rhythmic precision. Each chop felt like it was stabbing right into the heart of Aunt Wong next door. Next door at Aunt Wong's house. Aunt Wong sat on the cold Kong bed, listening to the lively sound of chopping meat, smelling the tempting aroma, and looking at the plain, clear porridge in her hand. She watched her grandson, who was crying from hunger and tired from eating, fall asleep with a runny nose. She was so angry she couldn't sleep all night. She kept turning over on the Kong, muttering under her breath, "My 10 yuan. That was all my meat. That darn Lin family." Inside the Lin house, the atmosphere was very different. Under the warm, yellow light, steaming pork and scallion dumplings filled a big bowl. The dumplings had thin wrappers, big fillings, and you could see the oily, juicy meat inside. A family of 3 sat around the table, dipping the dumplings in old vinegar, taking a bite. The hot juice burst in their mouths. The crispy oil and meat aroma made them sweat on the forehead, but they felt very happy and relaxed. Lin Hongsheng picked up a plump dumpling, about to put it in his mouth, but suddenly paused. Through the rising steam, he looked at the table full of meat aroma, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He slowly put down his chopsticks. The laughter inside the house gradually quieted. "Jiao Jiao," Lin Hongsheng said seriously, his tone no longer playful like before. Instead, it became very solemn. Even with a hint of emotion, tomorrow you go to the post office again. Lin Jiaoyu swallowed a delicious dumpling, looked at her father's expression, and understood immediately. Dad, you're sending something to Secretary Li, right? Yes, Lin Hongsheng sighed, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a folded, slightly wrinkled letter of introduction. His rough fingers gently touched the paper. We're able to settle in Harbin now because of this letter from Uncle Li. In today's world, a job at a state-owned factory is a precious thing, like a family heirloom. This kindness is too great. According to the villagers, the eldest son of the family went up the mountain to hunt 2 years ago in winter and encountered a bear. The bear licked his face until it was all gone. When he was carried back, he had already passed away. The daughter-in-law couldn't bear the poverty the next year and remarried. Now, the elderly couple is living with their only grandson, and life is very hard. Lin Hongsheng nodded and looked at his daughter, speaking with a gentle warning. Jiao Jiao, pick out some useful things from the space. The child is weak. If it weren't for you saving him with that special anti-inflammatory medicine, he might have died long ago. Uncle Li also gave us this life-saving letter because of that. When we return the favor, we must do it from the heart. Dad, don't worry. I've thought it all through. I won't let our benefactors suffer or cause us trouble. Lin Jiaoyu put down her chopsticks and carefully counted on her fingers, speaking clearly. In the space, we still have the brown sugar we bought in Sioux City. It's best for the child's health. I wrapped it in old-fashioned cowhide paper so no one can tell where it's from. I also took 2 thick pieces of black cotton cloth, so Aunt Lee can make the child a winter coat, durable and warm. Today, I bought 2 cans of malt extract, and I packed 5 gin of cured meat and 2 cans of malt extract inside. I said it's what we saved from living frugally in Harbin to help the child get stronger. That's thoughtful, Lin Hongsheng praised with a nod. Then he lowered his voice and pointed to the top of his head. Also, take 2 boxes of that. That Western medicine. These days, that stuff is more valuable than gold. The Leaf family lives in the mountains, far from medical help. Keeping some could save lives. I know. I've prepared anti-inflammatory and fever medicine. Lin Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with cleverness. When the time comes, I'll take the pills out, put them in simple dark glass bottles, and write the name and usage instructions on a piece of paper to hide inside. Even if someone sees it, they'll think it's just some homemade remedy or over-the-counter medicine, and they won't be able to tell what it really is. Hearing her meticulous plan, Lin Hongsheng finally picked up his bowl again, took a big bite of the dumpling, and said vaguely but firmly, "Good. That's settled. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Our Lin family may be down on luck, but we must keep our principles. As long as we have a bite to eat, we can't let our benefactors only drink soup." In December, Harbin's wind was sharp as a knife, howling against the window paper. In the office of the technical department at the Red Star Machinery Factory, the furnace was burning brightly, and the steam from the large teapot created a white fog on the glass. Lin Jiaoyu sat at her window-side desk, holding a pencil and gently sketching on her blueprint. She wore a slightly loose dark blue work suit, with the cuffs rolled up to reveal half of her fair wrists. "Little Lin," said Qian Hongda, sitting across from her with his legs crossed, turning a pen in his hand. His tone was casual and slightly probing. "Do you understand the Dobusk tolerance on this Soviet blueprint? If you're not sure, don't pretend. Master Qian is busy, but I can spare a moment to guide you." Qian Hongda, in his early 40s, had a Mediterranean hairstyle and was a senior member of the technical department. Ever since the meeting where he heard that Lin Jiaoyu, the young girl, was receiving an 8th-grade worker's pay, he felt uncomfortable, like he had swallowed a fly. Lin Jiaoyu didn't look up and kept her pen moving, replying softly, "Master Qian, I'm just looking up words in the dictionary. Russian is indeed difficult. I'll need your help again in the future." She kept a humble attitude. In her previous life, working in a big factory, she knew the rules of the workplace well. Being too sharp could offend others, but being too soft meant being taken advantage of. Sometimes pretending to be naive, and at key moments showing her skills, was the best strategy. Hearing this, Qian Hongda snorted comfortably through his nose. Just as he was about to show off his seniority, The office door suddenly burst open. Old Qian. Help! Old Qian, Director Lee from Workshop 3, with his coat unbuttoned and sweat on his forehead, rushed in and grabbed Qian Hongda's arm. That imported punching machine is acting up again. There's a pile of defective parts everywhere. If we can't fix it, tomorrow's military project will be delayed. Qian Hongda was pulled off balance, spilling his tea. But when he heard it was that precious machine, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed his toolbox and ran out. Lin Jiaoyue put down her pen, closed her blueprint, and followed calmly. Inside Workshop 3, the noise was deafening. The Soviet-style punching machine sounded like a wild beast out of control, making a clack, 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 metal crashing noise that made your teeth ache. Scattered on the ground were a pile of defective parts, each hole off by a ridiculous amount. Qian Hongda circled the machine 3 times, sweat running down his Mediterranean forehead. He removed the cover, checked the transmission, and calibrated the positioning pin. He spent 3 whole hours with his 2 apprentices, taking apart and reassembling the machine. When he turned it on, clang, it got stuck even worse. This is strange. Qian Hongda sat heavily on the greasy floor, threw the wrench aside, and shouted angrily, "This isn't a mechanical problem. Director Lee, I tell you, this is a design flaw. A defect from birth. Even if a fairy came, they couldn't fix it." Director Lee was so worried he stomped his feet, his face turning purple. "Master Qian, you can't say that carelessly. This machine is for making parts for the front line. If we don't deliver on time, our whole factory will be punished." "I can't help it." Qian Hongda raised his chin, his face red and his voice loud. "I've checked the structure thoroughly. Even if we invite Soviet experts, they wouldn't be able to fix it." The workers around looked discouraged, and the workshop felt heavy and hard to breathe. Suddenly, in the silence, a cold voice broke out. "It's not a design flaw. You're just too greedy." Everyone was stunned and turned around together. Lin Jiaoyue stood outside the crowd, hands in her pockets. In this workshop full of oil and sweat, she looked as clean as an out-of-place white lotus flower. Qian Hongda was furious and saw her, immediately snapping, "Lin Jiaoyue, do you have a say here? Why are you here causing trouble instead of drinking tea in the office? Do you understand how this machine works?" Lin Jiaoyue ignored his shouting. She stepped over the scrap on the ground and walked straight to the machine. She didn't pick up a wrench or look at the gauges. She just tilted her head and stared at the feed slide that glowed coldly.
"Stop looking."
"That's the feed inlet, a simple gravity slide. What's there to see?" Qian Hongda sneered, wiping oil and dirt from his face. "If you can see something special, I'll swallow this wrench." Lin Jiaoyue turned around, not looking at Qian Hongda, but at Director Lee. "According to the manual, this machine's processing rate is 40 pieces per minute, right?" Director Lee nodded instinctively. "Yes, that's correct. To meet the deadline, you secretly adjusted the speed. Now, it's at least 45, Lin Jiaoyue said calmly, as if commenting on the weather. "The faster speed is okay for the machine, but the slide can't handle it." "That's nonsense." Qian Hongda jumped up. "Speed has nothing to do with the rails. As long as the machine runs, that's enough. This is basic physics." Lin Jiaoyue held up 2 fingers and pointed at the rail. "This rail is designed with a 15-degree tilt. At a speed of 40 units per minute, the friction and gravity balance each other out. But when you increase the speed to 45 units, the part spends 0.3 seconds less on the rail." She paused, speaking softly but loud enough to be heard throughout the workshop. Before the previous part was in place, the next one hit it. 2 metal pieces got stuck at the entrance, moving slowly, and when the cutter dropped, it naturally went off course. This is called trying to go too fast and failing. There were no complicated terms, just plain language. Everyone present was an experienced worker and understood immediately. Director Lee suddenly clapped his thigh. "Are you saying it's like crossing a narrow bridge? The person behind runs too fast and knocks the person in front over." "Exactly," Lin Jiaoyue nodded. Qian Hongda opened his mouth, his face turning red and white alternately. He had studied complex gear mechanisms for a long time, eager to dismantle the machine to its atoms, but he never expected the problem was just basic physics.
"So,
What do we do? Qian Hongda asked nervously. We can't just slow down, right? Who will be responsible if we don't finish the task? Who said we need to slow down? Lin Jiaoyu walked to a pile of scrap at the corner, bent down and picked up 2 small pieces of scrap wood, then grabbed a hammer. Since the speed is faster, let's make the part slide even quicker. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of workers, she crouched by the machine, placing the 2 unremarkable pieces of wood under the rail base. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the hammer hitting the wood wedges was clear and sharp in the quiet workshop. As the wedges gradually embedded, the back of the rail was forcibly lifted a bit. 15 degrees isn't enough. Let's change it to 17.5 degrees. Raise the back, increase gravity, and counteract the friction. Lin Jiaoyu muttered as she swung the hammer down, finally giving a heavy strike. Done. She stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and said, "Start the machine." Director Lee looked at the 2 pieces of scrap wood, feeling nervous. After a whole afternoon working on high-precision equipment, just placing 2 pieces of wood to fix it? It seemed like a joke. But seeing Lin Jiaoyu's confident look, he gritted his teeth and pressed the start button. The motor hummed loudly as the machine started to run again. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they watched the feed inlet closely. The metal parts moved smoothly like obedient silver snakes, sliding down the raised rails, accurately falling into their slots. The sharp banging sound stopped, replaced by rhythmic machining noises. 1 minute passed. The counter stopped at 45. When checked, the holes were perfectly aligned, all top-quality parts. The workshop was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, a loud roar erupted. Unbelievable. Truly amazing. Director Lee was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. He grabbed Lin Jiaoyu's hand tightly. Engineer Lin, what kind of idea is this? Just 2 pieces of wood fixed everything. Last time she fixed the Soviet-style machine, some thought she was just lucky. But this time, she used simple physics and basic tools to solve a big problem that troubled the whole factory. Outside the crowd, Qian Hongda stood alone. Looking at the 2 wooden wedges, he felt they were not just supporting the machine but also sharply hitting his pride. His face burned with embarrassment, as if he had been slapped hundreds of times. Finally, he understood that the difference between him and this young girl was not experience but brains. After a while, Qian Hongda dragged his heavy steps over to Lin Jiaoyu, almost hiding his face in his pants.
Lin.
Engineer Lin, I was wrong just now. I admit it. Lin Jiaoyu looked at the once arrogant technician, but she didn't show any pride. She simply put her hands in her pockets, speaking softly, but with a quiet strength that made others hesitant to look directly at her. Master Qian, no need to be polite. We're all here to produce. As long as the machine runs, it doesn't matter who fixed it, right? Qian Hongda wished he could find a hole to hide in. Her outlook was clearly much higher than his. From that day on, the atmosphere in the technical department changed completely. No one dared to mention her age anymore. The veteran technicians who once ignored her now respectfully called her Little Lin Teacher. At Red Star Machinery Factory, Lin Jiaoyu finally secured her position with just 2 wooden wedges, holding her iron job steady as Mount Tai. She didn't know that her actions had already attracted the attention of some people in the factory. At this moment, behind the curtains in the director's office on the 2nd floor, a pair of eyes was staring intently at the popular figure at the workshop entrance. The cigarette butt in that person's hand burned their fingers without them noticing. Find out her background, that person whispered. Someone like her isn't just related to her overseas-educated uncle. The door to the director's office on the 2nd floor was slightly open, and a strong smell of old pipe tobacco drifted out. Lin Jiaoyu stood at the door, tidied her slightly loose work uniform, and knocked twice on the door. Come in. The voice was deep and commanding, with a natural authority. Inside, the room was simply furnished, a worn-out desk, a portrait of a great leader, and a large battle map on the wall. Zhao Weigua, wearing an old military coat, was looking down at a file in his hand. That was Lin Jiaoyu's employment record. Hearing the noise, Zhao Weigua didn't look up. Instead, he pointed to the wooden chair opposite and continued flipping through the thin papers in his hand. The office was so quiet that only the crackling of the fire in the coal stove could be heard. Lin Jiaoyue didn't sit down. She stood properly, hands clasped in front of her, looking nervous and inexperienced. After 2 minutes, Zhao Weiguo closed the file, took off his reading glasses, and his bloodshot eyes, which had seen battle, shone like searchlights as they scanned Lin Jiaoyue's face. Sit. Only then did Lin Jiaoyue half sit on the edge of a chair, keeping her back straight. Little Lin, Zhao Weiguo opened a drawer, took out a pack of cigarettes, and paused before taking one and placing it on the desk. A few days ago, those 2 wooden wedges you made were very good. Old Qian from the technical department still has a swollen face from it. Director, I was just lucky. Lin Jiaoyue lowered her head, her voice small and timid. I saw the machine shaking badly, so I thought to stabilize it. I didn't think much. Lucky? Zhao Weiguo struck a match, took a deep drag, and the smoke quickly covered half his face. You don't understand fluid mechanics or thermal expansion and contraction, yet you think you can just guess and change the Soviet experts' design? That makes you more capable than our factory's old tigers who just eat and sleep. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Weiguo suddenly leaned forward, and his finger, holding the cigarette, heavily tapped the file on the desk. I had someone check this file. The atmosphere instantly froze. Zhao Weiguo squinted, his tone no longer teasing but more serious. The uncle you mentioned who studied abroad and returned, named Lin Xinkai, right? I asked someone to look into the business records in Sucheng and also checked with an old comrade who just returned from the south. In the past 20 years in Sucheng, there have been a few who opened mechanical factories or studied abroad, but none named Lin Xinkai. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, staring intently through the pale smoke at Lin Jiaoyu. Comrade Shaolin, our Red Star factory is a state-owned enterprise. Not just anyone can get in. Be honest with me. Where did you get this skill? Lin Jiaoyu clenched her hands tightly on her lap. It's happening. This old fox is definitely not so easy to fool. She didn't immediately argue, but let silence hang in the air for a few seconds. When the tension reached its peak, she slowly looked up. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with just the right amount of panic and a hint of embarrassment after being caught. Director. I didn't lie, but my uncle. His name isn't Lin Xinkai. Zhao Weiguo raised an eyebrow. Oh, he's actually named Su Jiadong. He used to work as a comprador for a foreign company. Lin Jiaoyu bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Later. Because that was for foreigners, it wasn't a good reputation. My family was worried about being implicated, so they erased his name from the family records. He never married, and just spent his life with those machines. Before he passed, he gave me his notes and blueprints, telling me I must learn this craft. Her eyes reddened. She took out a worn, whitened handkerchief from her pocket and pressed it to her eyes. If I used my real name, I'd probably fail the political review, and it might bring trouble to my father and the factory. That's why I made up a fake name. Director, I was wrong. I'm willing to accept organizational discipline. This story was mostly true, with a little falsehood. The idea of a comprador being erased from records and hiding one's identity was very common in those turbulent times. The more dark history it had, the more real it seemed. Zhao Weiguo looked at her for a long time. His cigarette had burned down quite a bit, the ash about to fall. Of course, he knew not everything she said was true. A teenage girl claiming to be an 8th-level worker just from a few notebooks? That was impossible. But did it matter? What time is it now? The flames of the anti-American aid to Korea have reached the Yalu River, and every day the front line sees more casualties. Supplies behind the lines are running dangerously low. He doesn't need a mediocre person with a clean record, but a genius who can solve problems. That's enough. Zhao Weiguo extinguished his cigarette in a porcelain ashtray full of cigarette butts, then waved his hand. As long as your heart is loyal to our new China, I don't care about past issues. No one dares ask about them either. This is like a protective charm. Lin Jiaoyu felt a little relieved, but she showed a grateful expression. Thank you, Director. Thank you for trusting us. Don't thank me yet. Zhao Weiguo opened a safe behind him and took out a brown paper file folder, sealed with wax, an extremely secret document. With a sharp slap, he placed the folder on the table, stirring up a layer of dust. Since you have this ability, you must take on this responsibility. Zhao Weiguo's face suddenly became serious, and he exuded a stern aura. This is a strict order from the provincial government, codenamed 501. Lin Jiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. The code 501 was well known in this era. Inside is a set of drawings for special gears used in our volunteer army's latest transport trucks. Zhao Weiguo lowered his voice. The front line is in bad shape. The Soviet original gearboxes are too fragile. They break after just a few hundred kilometers. The higher-ups ordered us to develop a durable, wear-resistant, high-precision domestic alternative within a month. He sighed and pointed outside the window. I've seen the technical team. They can draw plans step by step, but reverse engineering this kind of thing is beyond their ability. If we fail, the supplies won't reach the front, and that means risking soldiers' lives. He looked at Lin Jiaoyu with intense eyes. Shaolin, are you willing to take on this task? Lin Jiaoyu didn't answer immediately. She reached out and took the folder, her fingertips touching the rough paper, as if she could feel the weight inside. This wasn't just a task. It was her ticket to firmly establish herself in this era and even gain some privileges. As long as she accepted it, anyone who wanted to threaten the Lin family would have to think twice about the strength of this military engineer. She didn't open the folder, but simply tucked it under her arm. Director, I need 3 things. Lin Jiaoyu looked up. Her previous shyness was gone, replaced by the calm confidence of a top engineer. Zhao Weiguo was surprised at first. Then he laughed. Hey, girl, you haven't even started working yet, and you're already making demands? Go ahead, what do you want? First, I want a private workshop. Only I and my chosen assistant can enter, including Master Qi from the technical department. Agreed, Zhao nodded happily. It's about keeping things secret, you know. Second, I want priority access to the special steel in the material storage. No one can block me. No problem. I'll give you a note. Anyone who tries to stop you, tell them to pack up and leave. Third, Lin Jiaoyu paused, looked at Zhao, and said, This task is urgent. I need to work overtime. My dad is doing physical work in the logistics warehouse, and I'm worried he'll get tired. If he does, no one will cook for me at home, and that will affect my research. Zhao was stunned at first. Then he burst out laughing, tears almost coming to his eyes. You clever girl. Waiting here all this time just to ask me?
Fine.
To let you focus on your research, I'll transfer your dad to the union to handle newspapers and movie tickets. Is that okay? A real smile finally appeared on Lin Jiaoyu's face. She straightened up quickly and saluted, not perfectly, but very neatly. I promise to complete the task. When she left the office building, it was already getting dark outside. The north wind blew snowflakes into her face, stinging her skin. But Lin Jiaoyu felt a warm fire inside her. She tightened her grip on the file bag and hurried toward the factory gate. Lin Hongsheng was shivering, stomping his feet by the guardhouse. When he saw his daughter come out, he quickly stepped forward and handed her a hot roasted sweet potato. How was it? Did the director give you a hard time? Lin Hongsheng looked worried, afraid she might have revealed something. Lin Jiaoyu took a bite of the sweet, sticky potato, feeling the warmth melt in her mouth. She leaned close to her father's ear and whispered softly, Dad, our Lin family's good days are finally secure. Tomorrow, you can go to the union, have tea, and read the newspaper. Lin Hongsheng's eyes widened. Before he could ask more, she quickly stuffed the paper bag into her bag and waved confidently. Let's go home. I have an important matter to discuss with you and Mother. The father and daughter quickly disappeared into the snowstorm, leaving only a vague question behind. Dad, when will we buy a bicycle? Walking home is too cold. However, shortly after they left, behind the curtains on the second floor of the office building, Zhao Weiguo watched their retreating figures and extinguished his cigarette. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number. Hello, Provincial Public Security Department? This is Zhao Weiguo. Please encrypt the file of Lin Jiaoyu from Hongsheng Factory. The level, top secret. Yes, starting today, no one except me is allowed to check her details. After hanging up, Zhao Weiguo looked at the snow falling outside and muttered to himself. No matter what kind of deity you are, as long as you can create something that makes Americans afraid, I will protect you for life. that night at the Lin family courtyard. The curtains were pulled very tightly, even with 2 layers of old sheets to block the light and shadow. Lin Jiaoyu spread out the 501 document on the dining table, next to a dim kerosene lamp. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing sat opposite, not daring to make a sound, watching as their daughter, like performing magic, pulled out a set of very detailed drawing tools from mysterious space, along with several thick books with titles in Russian and English. Jiao Jiao, is this the military project? Lin Hongsheng looked at the dense lines on the drawings, feeling dizzy. Yes. Lin Jiaoyu twirled a compass in her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. The Soviets' design has problems. Their steel is very hard, so the gears are made thin. But our country's steel carbon content is unstable. Copying their drawings will definitely cause gear failure. What should we do? Su Wanqing, not skilled in technology, was also anxious. This is a military order. Lin Jiaoyu didn't speak, but closed her eyes. In her mind, the huge space warehouse instantly opened. Her consciousness passed through layers of shelves and stopped in an area labeled Technical Data Library. This was information she had previously asked her father to gather for her. In her past life, she had studied their core blueprints day and night to optimize algorithms for a heavy truck company. Unexpectedly, this became a life-saving treasure now. If the materials are not good enough, then change the structure. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes shone brightly under the light. She grabbed a pencil and quickly sketched on the blank part of the drawing. It wasn't about fixing, but starting over. She wanted to use a new technology called shaping gear, which became popular 50 years later. This technology allows gears to increase the contact area by 30% when they mesh, perfectly making up for weaker materials. The tip of her pencil made scratching sounds on the paper, like a battle horn sounding. Lin Hongsheng watched his daughter focus so intensely that he quietly tugged his wife's sleeve. They tiptoed out of the main room and went to the kitchen to boil water and make dumplings. They knew that whenever their daughter picked up a pen, it was a very serious matter. It was late at night, and the snow was falling harder. After finishing the last stroke, Lin Jiaoyu rubbed her sore neck. On the drawing, a new gear set for a transmission was clearly visible. This was not just a part, it was a powerful surprise from the future. Just as she was about to stretch lazily, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door outside the yard.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In this quiet, snowy night, the knocking sounded especially frightening. Lin Jiaoyu paused her work and quickly swept the drawing and tools into a hidden space. She casually reached for a loaded Browning pistol and hid it in her sleeve. "Who's there?" Lin Hongsheng called out from the kitchen, sounding alert.
"Old Lin."
"It's me, the factory's messenger." Someone outside was gasping for breath, anxious. "Hurry up and open the door. Something big has happened." Lin Jiaoyu's eyes sharpened. It was so late. What could have happened at the factory? Could it be a change in the 501 mission? She signaled to her father silently, then quietly moved behind the door, gripping her gun tightly. The latch was pulled open, and a cold wind with snowflakes rushed in. The messenger, Wong, was sweating all over, his hat askew. Seeing Lin Jiaoyu was there, he was so anxious he stomped his feet. "Engineer Lin, hurry. Come back to the factory with me. The steel sample we sent earlier had problems." Master Qian insisted on testing the furnace forcibly, and it exploded. "Director Zhao asked you to come quickly and help." Lin Jiaoyu sat in the back seat, her face buried behind her father's patched coat that smelled faintly of dry tobacco. She had her hands tucked inside her sleeves, clutching a freshly warmed sweet potato. Her father insisted on giving it to her before leaving, calling it a special warm hand grenade from the Lin family. "Dad, slow down. The road is slippery, don't fall." Lin Jiaoyu's voice was a bit broken by the wind. "Can't slow down." From Xiao Wang's tone, Director Xiao is about to lose his temper. Lin Hongsheng panted heavily, his breath forming a white frost on his eyebrows. He didn't understand what heat treatment meant, but he knew how to read people. His daughter had just taken on a big task called 501. If she made a mistake at the start, how could she stand tall in the factory later? How could she earn a high salary and enjoy a good life? At the factory gate, there was no need to show any ID. The guard, old Zhang, saw it was Engineer Lin and hurriedly unfastened his coat, opening the heavy iron gate and pointing anxiously toward Workshop 2. Hurry. Engineer Lin, they're all cursing over there. The security department has already gone. At the entrance of Workshop 2, a crowd was gathered, 3 layers deep, silent and tense, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Before entering, a strong smell of burnt metal hit her nose. Lin Jiaoyue was very familiar with this smell. It's the characteristic metallic odor after overheating and oxidation, mixed with the stench of burning waste oil. It was the death breath that every heavy industry worker dreaded. Are you brainless or just a pig's intestine? 20 years of work experience, and you're still alive like a dog. Zhao Weiguo's roar made the workshop's glass vibrate, and he spat saliva onto someone across from him. This batch of special steel was approved by the province. Only 100 kilograms in total. It's vital for making tanks for the front lines. You burned it into slag? What am I supposed to tell the front? Your head? Is your brain made of steel? In the middle of the crowd, Qian Hongda shrank his neck, his old face turning a liver color, but he still stubbornly held his head high, eyes flickering uncertainly. Director, this isn't really my fault. The Soviet temperature controller was never accurate. It only showed 800 degrees just now, but inside it had already melted. This equipment is too old. Even a fairy couldn't save it. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed at Lin Jiaoyue, who had just entered. Moreover, why didn't you say there was a problem when Xiao Lin used this furnace this morning? It must have been her messing with it, damaging the temperature probe. She is a genius, and I am just a rough worker. I don't understand those fancy measurements, and I won't take responsibility for this mistake. This trick of shifting blame is very sneaky and mean. The workers around looked at each other, afraid to speak. These days, damaging national property is a serious crime. If caught, it could be considered sabotage, which might lead to imprisonment or worse. Excuse me. A cold voice came from behind the crowd. It was quiet, without anger, but like cold water poured into hot oil, it instantly made the noisy workshop quiet. Lin Jiaoyu pushed aside 2 strong men blocking her way and strode forward. Her padded coat was bulky, and she wore a rough dogskin hat. Some wet hair stuck to her face, but her bright almond-shaped eyes shone with a chilling light that made people afraid to look directly at her. She didn't look at Zhao Weiguo or Qian Hongda, but went straight to the still-smoking crucible furnace. Lin Hongxing followed behind, holding a leather bag with drawings inside, alert and watching around carefully. One hand quietly reached for his waist, where he secretly kept a large wrench, like a protective mother hen ready to fight anyone who dare hurt her daughter. Lin Jiaoyu reached the furnace and touched the wall. "Be careful, you'll get burned," shouted the technician Xiao Lu. Lin Jiaoyu's finger stopped about a centimeter from the wall. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling the residual heat. Then she squatted down, picked up a piece of dark, honeycomb-like slag on the ground. She sniffed it, then took out a delicate Swiss Army knife from her pocket and scraped the surface with a click. The grayish-white fracture was coarse, like salt grains, with no metallic shine. "It's overheated." Lin Jiaoyu stood up, dusted her hands, and spoke calmly, as if commenting on today's vegetables being not fresh. The temperature exceeded 1,250 degrees Celsius, and it stayed hot for over 2 hours. The crystal structure has completely collapsed, and all the carbon elements are burned away. This steel is truly useless. Qian Hongda's face turned pale, then he jumped and shouted, "You little yellow girl! What do you know? I already said the temperature gauge was broken. Don't try to blame me. The gauge is broken." Lin Jiaoyu suddenly turned around. Her eyes were cold and sharp, without her usual innocence, filled only with cold data and mockery. This T-34 crucible furnace uses thermocouples to measure temperature. Even if the gauge is broken, can't you tell the furnace's color? At 1200 degrees, the furnace fire glows with a bright white light, even turning bluish. At 800 degrees, it appears cherry red. "Master Qian, you've worked in heat treatment at Red Star Factory for 20 years. Can't you tell the difference between red and white? Or were you not even near the furnace at the time? Qian Hongda opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was clogged with feathers. His face turned a dark purple. And then, Lin Jiaoyue pointed at the waste slag on the ground. The serious sulfur compound deposits show you didn't preheat and hold the temperature during the heating process. You just cranked up the power and burned it directly. The furnace still smells like peanut shells. Master Qian, were you in such a hurry to finish work and go home for a drink that you rushed the job? Her words hit the mark. The workers around started murmuring quietly. Everyone knew Qian Hongda loved drinking and often sneaked peanuts into the workshop. Zhao Weiguo's face darkened like a pot bottom. He looked furious and stared at Qian Hongda with a deadly glare. Old Qian, is Shaolin telling the truth? Cold sweat dripped down Qian Hongda's forehead, and his legs buckled. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Director, I
just wanted to meet the deadline.
I didn't expect the Soviet furnace to heat up so fast. Forget your excuses. Zhao Weiguo kicked a nearby iron bucket, which flew far away with a loud clang. Take this idiot to the security department. Suspend him for reflection. If this batch isn't finished, I will personally execute you. 2 security officers rushed over, dragging the weak Qian Hongda like dragging a dead dog. The problem wasn't solved yet. Zhao Weiguo turned around, staring at the waste slag in the furnace. His eyes were red with anxiety. All his previous bravado was gone, replaced by a face full of despair. He looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. Shaolin, this is the end. The materials allocated from the province are only for this batch. The next batch won't arrive until next month. But the front line can't wait. He didn't finish, but everyone understood what it meant. On the battlefield, how many soldiers die if a tank breaks down for a day? That's human lives. The workshop was deadly silent, only the occasional crackling of the furnace embers. Lin Hongsheng looked at his daughter, feeling uncertain. He was a businessman and knew that a skilled cook couldn't do much without ingredients. This was a shortage of raw materials. What could they do? Who said it's over? Lin Jiaoyue suddenly spoke. Her voice was quiet, but carried a convincing confidence. She walked to the control table, picked up the notebook that Qian Hongda had tossed aside, flipped through a few pages, and casually threw it into the trash bin. Director Zhao, are there any leftover scraps in the warehouse? The kind of high manganese steel with low carbon content that was discarded in the waste area? I think its number is 404. Zhao Weiguo was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, yes, there are some. That was leftover from making farm tools last time. It's too brittle, can't be used for gears, it breaks easily. That's waste material. That's due to improper processing. Lin Jiaoyu rolled up her padded jacket sleeve, revealing half of her fair wrist, which stood out against the greasy, blackened workshop. She took a rubber band from her pocket, quickly tied her hair into a ponytail, and her presence instantly changed. Just moments ago, she seemed like a friendly girl next door. Now, she was the boss here, in charge of this machine. Dad, bring out the drawings. Got it. Coming. Lin Hongsheng hurriedly handed over a leather paper bag and helpfully tucked his daughter's stray bangs behind her ear. Lin Jiaoyu slapped the drawings onto the table, picked up chalk, and began writing a series of complex chemical equations and temperature curves on the blackboard, chalk dust flying everywhere. Everyone listen up. I am now going to use the dual liquid quenching method. This waste material has low carbon, but high manganese content. As long as we control the cooling speed, we can use manganese's hardening properties to produce a martensitic structure harder than special steel. She turned around, her gaze sharp and electric, sweeping over the stunned workers. Xiao Lu, go prepare the saltwater solution, 15% concentration. Less than that won't do. Lao Zhong, heat the oil tank to 60 degrees. I need hot oil. Director Zhao, please personally lead someone to the warehouse to move the materials. I want that scrap steel with number 404 immediately, right now. This series of commands was delivered swiftly and forcefully, with undeniable authority. Zhao Weiguo paused for half a second, then suddenly slapped his thigh and roared, "What are you all standing around for? Listen to Engineer Lin. Get moving. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. The proud factory director eagerly led people to move the scrap materials. The entire workshop instantly sprang into action, like a machine wound up tight, working frantically. Workers were moving steel, preparing salt water, heating oil tanks. Figures darted back and forth. Lin Jiaoyu stood in front of the furnace, the firelight illuminating her face with a red glow. In her previous life, she worked as a senior engineer at a heavy truck company. To solve the material strength problem, she spent 3 whole months in the lab. This kind of turning waste into treasure, extreme operation was her specialty. Back then, material science was about delicate work that made the most of limited resources. If you didn't have good steel, you used clever techniques. 20 minutes later, the furnace was reignited. Lin Jiaoyu didn't look at the gauge. She stared intently at the observation hole. The flickering flames reflected in her pupils, and countless data streams were rapidly calculating in her mind. The current temperature was 840 degrees. Austenite was starting to uniformize. Just a little more. Wait 10 more seconds. Get ready to take it out, she suddenly shouted. At this moment, the gauge showed only 820 degrees. The operator hesitated. Engineer Lin, the gauge says, take it out. Lin Jiaoyu's voice rose sharply, leaving no room for doubt. Old Zhang, the fitter, clenched his teeth and pulled open the furnace door. The hot gear blank was grabbed with long tongs, looking like a glowing red iron, and was instantly plunged into a saltwater tank. Crack! White steam rose into the air, and the loud boiling sound made everyone's scalp tingle. Count 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Switch to the oil bath. Lin Jiaoyu looked at the stopwatch and shouted loudly. Old Zhang hurriedly fished the workpiece out of the salt water and quickly threw it into the hot oil bath beside him. Another intense rolling and bubbling occurred, with oil fumes rising. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding in their throats. They had never heard of such a quenching in water and cooling in oil method. With all this fuss, wouldn't the fragile steel, as brittle as glass, shatter? After 10 minutes of cooling, the workpiece was ready. Xiao Lu's hands, holding the hardness tester, trembled. He swallowed hard and tapped the gear surface. How much? Zhao Weiguo leaned over, his voice trembling like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Xiao Lu widened his eyes, stared at the reading, as if he saw a ghost, and stammered. Luo. Luo's hardness is 62. And there are no cracks. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The crowd erupted in cheers, almost knocking the workshop ceiling down. Ordinary special steel with a hardness of 58 was considered top quality. This pile of unwanted scrap had reached 62? What kind of magic technique was this? Zhao Weiguo quickly grabbed the hardness tester, looked at it twice, and almost started crying. Then, this man in his 40s from Shandong suddenly turned around, grabbed Lin Hongxing's hand, and spoke excitedly, almost losing control, squeezing so hard that he almost broke Lin Hongxing's fingers. Old Lin, what kind of genius did you create? This is a national treasure. This is the guiding star of our Hongxing factory. I want to report this to the province. I want to give your family an award. Lin Hongxing was shaken so much he felt dizzy, but he still smiled happily and modestly said, Oh, it's nothing. Just a lucky coincidence. That girl has loved tinkering since she was little. Follow me, hee hee. Lin Jiaoyu ignored the cheers around her. She was exhausted. This kind of highly focused, extreme task was very draining. She untied her hair, letting it fall loose. Her sharp engineer aura instantly disappeared, and she returned to being a delicate young girl. She rubbed her stomach, walked over to Lin Hongxing, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, Dad, I'm hungry. I haven't even had that sweet potato yet. It's cold now. Hearing this, Lin Hongxing felt heartbroken. He quickly put the cold sweet potato back into his arms and covered it with his scarf. Then he took off his scarf and wrapped his daughter up, making her look like a little rice dumpling. Let's go home. I'll make you noodles with 2 fried eggs. Add some sesame oil. And cut some beef for a sandwich. Zhao Weiguo was still holding the gear, smiling foolishly. When he saw the father and daughter about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, Hey, Engineer Lin, don't go. We need to promote this technology. Tomorrow we still have to. Tomorrow's talk. Lin Hongxing turned back and glared at the factory director, confidently interrupting him. Aren't you seeing that the kid is hungry? The biggest thing in the world is eating. This body is for the country's glory. Can you afford to have her starve? After saying that, he got on his bicycle, took his daughter, and rode into the snowstorm, leaving a group of stunned workers and a bitter-looking Zhao Weiguo behind. Zhao Weiguo was stunned by the retort, then shook his head and laughed. These father and daughter are really full of personality. On the way home, the snow fell even harder, pouring down heavily and covering everything. Lin Jiaoyu leaned on her father's broad back, feeling the comforting warmth. The thrill of controlling everything in the workshop was slowly fading, replaced by deep fatigue and vigilance. The move she just made was too advanced. Double liquid quenching is possible in this era in theory, but very few people can control the temperature by eye or turn waste into treasure. Dad. Lin Jiaoyu pressed her face against her father's back, her voice a bit scattered by the wind. After tonight, our family probably can't stay low-key anymore. Lin Hongxing paused his bike, then pedaled harder, the wheels creaking over the snow. Why be afraid? Old Lin's voice sounded thick in the snowstorm, full of a rough, brave spirit from years of adventure. If you have skills, the country will protect you. As long as we don't steal or rob and earn our living honestly, no one will dare touch a single hair of our Lin family. Besides, he chuckled slyly, his tone full of cleverness. The more important you are, the less anyone dares to investigate our secret. What's it called? Darkness under the lamp. If anyone tries to check on you in the future, they're going against the Red Star Factory or the front lines. Lin Jiaoyu smiled and tightened her father's coat around her waist. Experience proves that old tricks are still effective. However, neither father nor daughter expected that tonight, a top-secret telegram about Red Star Factory's special steel improvement had already been sent directly to Beijing via encrypted line, bypassing the provincial authorities. At the end of that telegram, a name was specially added, circled in red 3 times. Lin Jiaoyu. Back home, just as Lin Hongxing was boiling noodles and the aroma of sesame oil filled the air, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Bang! 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 This time, the knocking was steady and strong, not as impatient as little Wong, the messenger. Who was it? In the middle of the night, Lin Hongxing muttered as he grabbed his chopsticks to open the door. As the door latch was pulled, a cold wind mixed with a stern, intimidating aura hit him. Outside stood 2 people in dark green military coats, tall and straight like pines. Their bulging waists clearly showed gun holsters. One of them stepped forward, showing his badge. The red cover was especially eye-catching in the snowy night. Comrade Lin Hongxing, we are from the logistics department of the Shenyang Military District. Regarding the technology Lin Jiaoyu demonstrated tonight in the workshop, the higher-ups attach great importance. They want her to come for a visit. There are some urgent issues about frontline equipment that need to be discussed face-to-face. He paused, then looked past Lin Hongxing into the house. The car is waiting at the alley entrance. Please, Comrade Lin, get ready to leave immediately. Li Hongxing's chopsticks suddenly fell to the ground with a clatter. Inside the room, Lin Jiaoyu, who was about to secretly eat some marinated pig's trotters stored in the space, froze suddenly, nearly dropping the pig's trotters in her hand. So fast? It seems she won't get to eat this bowl of noodles. Shenyang Military Region Logistics Department. These words carry a heavy weight in today's world. It was the rear base during the Korean War, responsible for the food, drink, shelter, and ammunition of hundreds of thousands of frontline soldiers. When these people come knocking late at night, usually there are only 2 reasons. Either they have achieved a great victory, or they have committed a serious mistake. Comrade. Li Hongxing's face showed a forced smile he had learned in business, his mouth stiff as he forced a smile. He instinctively stepped in front of the door, blocking most of the view inside like a mountain, protecting his daughter tightly behind him. My child is young and naive. Did she cause trouble at the factory? I am her father. If she did something wrong, it's my fault. Tell me what happened and I will go to the leaders to explain. I will take responsibility. The leading soldier was a man in his 30s, with a square face and a faint white scar above his brow, looking fierce but speaking surprisingly politely. However, his unwavering attitude was unmistakable. Comrade, Li didn't cause trouble. There's a big problem with some equipment at the front, urgent and critical. According to Director Zhao's report, Li showed a remarkable skill tonight, and the leaders are demanding to see him. The vehicle is outside, and the fire hasn't been put out. We must act quickly. After speaking, he looked at his worn military watch, his brow furrowing. If we delay any longer, we might miss that special train. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy, as if it could freeze. But at this critical moment, Lin Jiaoyu was staring blankly at the bowl of noodles on the table, topped with a soft-boiled egg, sprinkled with fresh green onions, and drizzled with fragrant sesame oil. The broth shimmered with a few golden oil spots, steam rising, making her mouth water. She sighed softly, with a hint of regret in her voice. This was her father's special broth made from old hen stock, and the noodles were handmade from an old shop, very chewy. Can I take some to eat? This sudden, clear, soft voice stunned the three men at the door completely. Lin Hongsheng suddenly turned around, nearly popping his eyes out in surprise. He saw his daughter eagerly pointing at the bowl of noodles, her serious face more focused than when she was about to meet a high-ranking official. The leading soldier paused for a moment, then a strange expression appeared on his tense face, probably because he had never seen a technical expert so concerned about food at such a serious moment. He twitched his mouth, nodded, and said, "Take it along. The car has warm air, so it won't get cold." After getting approval, Lin Jiaoyue quickly took out a covered enamel lunchbox from the cabinet. With a loud clatter, she poured in the soup and noodles all at once, then carefully placed a still oily soft-boiled egg on top, and finally, she poured half of the thinly sliced beef and sauce into the box. "Dad, let's go," she said solemnly, holding the lunchbox. Lin Hongsheng was stunned and pointed at his nose. "I'm going too." The commander specifically instructed that Lin Gong, being underage, can be accompanied. The soldier stepped aside to make way and gestured politely. "Master Lin, please." Hearing this, Lin Hongsheng finally felt a bit of relief. As long as he could go along, he could face anything, even if the sky fell. Without hesitation, he turned around, grabbed his thick cotton coat, wrapped his daughter like a dumpling, put his dogskin hat on his head, and casually pocketed half a pack of Diqianmen cigarettes from the table. Outside the courtyard, the snowstorm grew worse. Sure enough, there was a dark green Jeep parked at the alley entrance, covered with a thin layer of snow. These vehicles were rarer than pandas these days, symbolizing status and power. The neighbors had already gone to sleep. Only the dog from next door barked twice at the noise. The fierce wind muffled the sound, making it sound like whimpering, very eerie. Inside the car, it was warm. Lin Jiaoyue sat in the back seat, holding the lunchbox in her arms. Ignoring the officer sitting beside her, she opened the lid and started slurping her noodles. Slurp, slurp. The sound was especially loud in the quiet, almost silent car, with a slight echo. Lin Hongsheng sat in the front passenger seat, tense like a drawn bow, ears perked up, trying to catch any clues from the driver's movements or the sounds from the back seat. But the officer sat upright, looking straight ahead like a carved Buddha, not even blinking an eye. Comrade, what is your surname?" Lin Hongsheng took out half a pack of cigarettes, his hand trembling slightly, and tentatively offered it forward. "Sorry, my surname is Zhou Lijun," the driver replied without turning his head or taking the cigarette. "Discipline, no smoking." Lin Hongsheng awkwardly withdrew his hand, clutching the cigarette in his palm and rubbing it. Meanwhile, he quickly calculated in his mind. Zhao Weigua had just reported that they arrived here, which meant the matter was urgent. Since it was urgent, it indicated that his daughter's skills were essential, like a lifeline. If it was essential, then temporarily it was safe and even supported. Having understood this, he looked back. Lin Jiaoyu was tilting her head back, drinking the last bit of soup completely, then satisfied, she let out a burp. She took a lace-edged handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the oil from her lips. Her carefree attitude made Lin Hongxing feel both annoyed and amused, though his eyes slightly moistened. This girl, how can her heart be so big? Actually, Lin Jiaoyu was thinking quickly. Frontline, equipment, extreme cold weather. These three words, combined with tonight's gear-breaking incident, made her guess what the problem was. During the early days of the Korean War, the biggest enemies faced by the volunteers were not only the firepower of the United Nations forces, but also that cursed general cold. The temperature on Jima Plateau dropped below -30 or 40 degrees Celsius, turning many standard weapons into useless sticks of fire. Gun bolts wouldn't open, firing pins broke, and mortar bases shattered. All of these were basic nightmares in materials science and the most deadly weakness. The vehicle didn't go to a secret military base, but directly entered a special military passage at Harbin railway station. On the platform, a dark train was parked, its engine puffing white steam. Around it, soldiers armed with guns stood guard, patrolling every few steps, with bayonets gleaming in the snowy night. "Get off." Zhou Lijun stopped the car steadily and quickly opened the door. Lin Hongxing's stomach muscles tensed. This scene was 10 times more intimidating than his negotiations with Shanghai gangsters back in the day. But he straightened his back stubbornly, like a mother hen protecting her chick, tightly guarding his daughter. They were led into a middle carriage. Inside, the lights weren't turned on fully. Only a few dim yellow oil lamps flickered, casting shadows. On a long table, maps and blueprints were spread out, smoke swirling, making it hard to keep eyes open. At the end of the table, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit sat, with graying temples and deep-set eyes. He was frowning as he looked at a telegram in his hand, his fingers turning white from gripping too tightly. Next to him stood several military officers in uniform and an expert wearing glasses, all with serious expressions, as if they had lost someone dear. They dared not make a sound. Hearing footsteps, the middle-aged man looked up. His gaze was sharp and fierce, like a blade, carrying the decisiveness of the battlefield. It swept over Lin Hongxing and then fixed on Lin Jiaoyu. "Is this the engineer who made top-grade steel from scrap materials?" His voice was hoarse and tired. "Report to the leader, yes." Zhou Weiguo saluted properly. The middle-aged man stood up without any airs, walked a few steps to Lin Jiaoyu, and looked her over carefully. Suddenly, he smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "What a girl. She looks about the same age as my daughter. Zhao Weiguo told you on the phone that you're like a modern Luban. Come, look at this." Without wasting words, he picked up a dark, lumpy piece of metal from the table and handed it to Lin Jiaoyu. Lin Hongxing wanted to stop him but held back, his palms sweaty. Lin Jiaoyu took the metal piece. It was cold and heavy in her hand. It was a broken firing pin. The break was clean and grainy, with no obvious plastic deformation. It was a typical low-temperature brittle fracture. "This is a sample just sent back from the front," the middle-aged man said grimly, putting away his smile. "Our soldiers crawled in the snow for 3 days and nights, their eyebrows frozen solid. They finally got close enough to the enemy's eyes. But when they pulled the trigger, there was a loud crack, and the firing pin broke." His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. The air in the carriage froze instantly, so quiet that not even breathing could be heard. Though he didn't understand the technical details, Lin Hongxing understood the words. That crack meant a live person lost their life, and it could decide the outcome of a crucial battle. "Our guns work well in the south, but freeze up when they get to the north. The Soviet aid guns are more frost-resistant, but there aren't enough of them. Our own factories work day and night to produce guns, but once they reach the front, they turn into scrap metal. This is a crime. It's murder." A middle-aged man suddenly exploded in anger, slamming his fist hard on the table. The teacups rattled, and hot tea spilled all over the table. Experts have been brought in one after another, all saying it's a problem with the carbon content in the steel. They say we need to adjust the formula, add nickel, add chromium. But adjusting the formula takes time, and we don't have the rare metals needed. The front line can't wait. Next to him, an older expert wearing glasses pushed up his glasses and said quietly with a worried face, "Commander, this is indeed a fundamental law of materials science. Low-temperature brittleness is a tough problem worldwide. Without special alloys, even the best engineers can't solve it." The middle-aged man ignored him and suddenly looked at Lin Jiaoyu with a desperate, almost hopeless gaze, like a drowning person clutching at the last piece of driftwood. "Comrade Shaolin, Zhao was said you can make good steel from scrap. Can you tell me, how do we make this firing pin not brittle? As long as you solve this problem, I'll pick stars for you. If you want the moon, I'll fish it out for you." Lin Jiaoyu held the broken firing pin, gently rubbing the fracture with her thumb, feeling the texture of the metal. In her mind, a vast database instantly activated. Material, grade 45 steel. Heat treatment process, conventional quenching medium temperature tempering. Defect analysis. The transition temperature for low-temperature brittleness is too high. In environments below -30 degrees Celsius, impact toughness drops sharply. This was a basic problem in metal materials science in later times. But in 1951, it was a bottleneck that held back the entire military-industrial system of the new China, an insurmountable obstacle. She lifted her head. Her clear apricot eyes showed no fear, no nervousness, only a cold, rational light. "There's no need to pick stars." Lin Jiaoyu placed the firing pin on the table with a crisp clang. "Give me a pot of oil, a bag of lye, and find me a bicycle repair master." The middle-aged man was stunned, thinking he had heard wrong. "What?" The surrounding officers and experts looked at each other in confusion. The old expert with glasses was even more furious, his beard trembling with anger. "This is nonsense. This is military research, serious science, not a game of frying dough sticks. Do you even know what you're talking about, young comrade?" "I know exactly what I'm talking about." Lin Jiaoyu took off her heavy gloves, walked to the table covered with blueprints, picked up a red-blue pencil, and drew a curve on a blank sheet of paper. "This steel itself has no big problems. The issues come from the later processing." She spoke while drawing, her pace slow but her words firm and confident, making it hard to argue with her. "Currently, the process aims for higher hardness, but the tempering temperature is too low. This causes internal stress in the steel not to be fully relieved. When exposed to extreme cold, the internal stress and contraction stress combine, leading to breakage." She turned around, pointed at the drawing with a pencil, and said, "Since we can't change the steel formula, we can change the surface structure. Boiling an alkaline solution is to blacken and prevent rust, but if we add a bit of sodium nitrite and control the temperature, boiling for 20 minutes, we can form a very hard nitride layer on the surface." Lin Jiaoyu looked at the stunned middle-aged man, her lips curling into a cute little tiger tooth smile, and said something that made all the experts present want to go crazy. "This is called low-temperature liquid nitriding. It doesn't need expensive alloys or complex vacuum equipment. With just a big pot, I can make these pins as hard as stone and as tough as taffy, even at -40 degrees. As for why I need a bicycle repair master," she glanced at her confused father and explained, "this job has no temperature control instruments. It relies on feel and eye judgment to control the heat, and you have to shake hundreds of pins evenly in the oil to ensure uniform heating. Bicycle repair masters are experts in handling bearings and balls. Their hands are the studies. They're better at this delicate work than level 8 machinists." The carriage was dead silent. Only the flickering of the lantern's flame made a slight crackling sound. The old expert's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. He wanted to argue, but found that although her theory sounded rough, the logic was flawless. After 5 seconds, the middle-aged man suddenly burst into loud laughter, tears streaming down his face, an outburst of long-suppressed joy. "Good.
Good.
Good," he said 3 times, slapped Lin Hongsheng on the shoulder so hard he almost knocked him down, then suddenly turned and shouted, "Did you hear that? What are you all standing around for?
Go.
Set up the big pot in the kitchen. Find someone at the repair shop. Even if it means turning Harbin upside down, we must gather everything Comrade Shaolin needs." Lin Hongsheng rubbed his numb shoulder, standing in the corner, watching his daughter point at the map and command the scene. Suddenly, He felt the half-pack of cigarettes in his hand grow hot. A mix of pride and fear flooded his mind like a tide. This girl, tonight's commotion is probably more than just a minor disturbance. It seems like she's about to break the sky. But at this moment, Lin Jiaoyu is thinking, I ate that bowl of noodles too quickly and almost choked. I wonder if there's hot water on this train? The poached egg was a bit salty. At 3 a.m., a secret military repair factory in Harbin is brightly lit. The strange atmosphere makes people want to cough. On one side, a few old experts wearing thick glasses and Zhongshan suits are worriedly gathered around a precise temperature control device imported from the Soviet Union. On the other side, the scene suddenly changes. A large 1-meter-wide iron pot is placed on a coal stove, with oil inside smoking blue. Next to it are 2 bags of alkaline dough and a jar of sodium nitrite. In the middle stands an old man wearing a torn padded jacket, trembling from the cold, clutching a pair of pliers tightly. This is Lao Lu, a repairman who brought his bicycle from an alley stall directly to the jeep.
Chief.
Chief, are we really making guns? Lao Lu's teeth are trembling as he looks at the soldiers around him, all armed and expressionless. He feels a warm wetness in his pants and almost urinates on the spot.
I
only know how to replace ball bearings and fix chains. The middle-aged commander, Lei Zhen, the Minister of Logistics of the Northeast Military District, has no time to comfort Lao Lu. His sharp eagle eyes are fixed on Lin Jiaoyu, who is peeling sugar paper. Comrade Lin, the pot is ready, the ingredients are prepared, and we've found someone for you. When do you start? Lin Jiaoyu slowly takes out a white rabbit candy from her pocket, unwraps the sticky rice paper, and puts it in her mouth. Her cheeks puff up slightly as she mumbles, no rush. The oil isn't hot enough yet. Master Lu, the way you fry fried dough sticks, just do the same for these pins. I'll watch the heat, you just keep stirring, and don't shake your hand. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. The old expert wearing glasses finally can't bear it anymore. He trembles with anger, pointing at the smoking large pot and scolding. Minister Lei, this is a blasphemy against science, a crime against military industry. Metal heat treatment requires precise temperature control in a vacuum environment with complex cooling curves. She's just throwing everything into the pot, like making Northeast-style pig slaughtering dishes. It's a huge joke. A few young technicians nearby also whisper among themselves, their eyes full of contempt and disbelief, as if they think Lin Jiaoyu has gone mad. Lin Hongxing stood in the corner, hunched over, with cold sweat on his palms. He wanted to cover the expert's mouth, but also wanted to grab his daughter and run quickly. His mind was racing. If this plan fails, we might be labeled troublemakers and get into serious trouble tonight. Jiuyue Lin didn't even lift her eyelids. She swallowed the sweet milk smell in her mouth and instantly switched from her lazy look to her serious, Engineer Lin mode, giving the old expert a cold stare. Disrespect? She sneered softly, her voice quiet but clear in the empty workshop. Do you have a temperature-controlled furnace? A vacuum pump? Special alloys you can use? The frontline soldiers are bleeding, and their guns break when fired. Are you talking about the elegance of science? About disrespect. She took a few steps to the large pot, grabbed a handful of white powder, and threw it directly into the oil without looking. Sizzle. White smoke rose, and a sharp smell burst out instantly. Based on experience, when the smoke turns blue, the temperature is about 180 degrees Celsius. When it turns white, close to 250 degrees Celsius. Adding alkali and sodium nitrite raises the boiling point. We need an isothermal temperature of around 560 degrees Celsius, Jiuyue Lin said with undeniable professionalism, as if the pot was a precise laboratory, not just cooking oil. Master Lu put it in. Her shout made old Lu jump. His professional instinct made him grab a special iron wire scoop filled with pins, close his eyes, and plunge it into the boiling oil. Sizzle. Oil splattered and boiled.
Shake.
Don't stop. 60 times a minute. Simulate fluid circulation. Just like oiling the bearings, make it even. Jiuyue Lin stood by the pot, the firelight illuminating her young but serious face. Old Lu didn't understand much about fluid circulation, but He knew not to let the balls stick together and to oil evenly. He clenched his teeth, exerted force with his wrist, and the scoop moved up and down in the oil, steady as a clock that had been ticking for decades. Time passed second by second. The workshop was dead silent, only the bubbling of the oil and old Lu's heavy breathing. The old experts, initially dismissive and arms crossed, ready to laugh at her, suddenly found themselves unable to speak when they saw Jiu Lin's focused gaze on the smoke color, like a hawk. For some reason, their sarcastic words got stuck in their throats, and even their backs sweat cold. This girl, she really seems to know her stuff? 20 minutes later, Jiu Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. Take it off the heat. Cool with water, all right, old Lu shouted loudly, suddenly lifting the strainer and turning to pour it into the nearby prepared ice water tank. Crack! A huge cloud of white steam rose up, filling half the workshop instantly, carrying a distinct metallic cold smell. Once the mist dispersed, hundreds of dark black pins lay quietly in the water, their surface no longer grayish iron but shining with a faint blue glow, the characteristic color of a nitride layer. Leijin strode over quickly, ignoring the heat, grabbed one pin, took a deep breath, then handed it to the nearby tester, shouting, "Hit it. Smash it hard. Break it to pieces." The tester placed the pin on a heavy anvil, took a deep breath, and swung an 8-pound hammer with all his strength.
Bang!
Sparks flew, and the sound was deafening. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat at the loud noise, and the senior expert instinctively closed his eyes. Leijin pushed the tester aside and looked closely. His pupils widened in shock. The pin was perfectly intact, with not even a crack, while the anvil below had a small dent from the blow. Take it back to the cold storage. Freeze it for 2 hours, and then smash it again. Leijin's voice trembled with excited joy, an adrenaline rush from a near-death experience. 2 hours later, the result was the same. Under -40 degrees Celsius and violent impact, the tiny pin stubbornly refused to break, barely deforming at a microscopic level. The old expert held the test report, trembling like chaff in the wind, glasses slipping down his nose, and muttered to himself, "Impossible. This doesn't match textbook logic. How can a simple oil frying pan produce liquid nitrogen treatment? This is nothing short of a miracle." Lin Jiaoyu yawned widely, returning to her innocent look, rubbing her red eyes. Books are dead, people are alive. This is salt bath nitriding. Even homemade methods are valid. If it catches mice, it's a good cat. She turned to look at Leijin, showing a cute little tiger tooth, smiling harmlessly. "Chief, you promised me the stars and the moon, but can my dad sleep for a while first? His back isn't good, and he's been standing all night." Leijin looked at the girl in the ill-fitting linen suit, innocent and unaware, and his heart was filled with waves of shock.
This is not just a simple homemade method.
It is an art that pushes the principles of materials science to the limit under extremely basic conditions. It's like writing a chemical equation directly into hot oil. That girl is not just talented. She is a national treasure. The wheels rolled over the tracks with a rhythmic clatter, echoing far into the quiet, snowy night. This is an unmarked special train, with the curtains drawn tightly over the windows. Inside, the heating was very warm. Leijin sat behind a redwood table, holding a freshly received telegram. His eyes, red from lack of sleep, scanned back and forth over the father and daughter sitting across from him. Lin Hongxing only dared to sit half on his chair, clutching a porcelain teacup as if it were a ticking bomb. The water inside was just the right temperature, but he didn't dare take a sip. His legs trembled uncontrollably under the table. Even though he was a seasoned manager used to storms, sitting face to face with a powerful leader who commands troops and makes tough decisions made him feel an oppressive pressure from deep inside his bones, making it hard to breathe. "Old Lin, is the tea not to your liking?" Leijin suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse with a hint of tobacco smell.
No.
Good tea, good tea." Lin Hongxing shivered in fright, hurriedly bringing the teacup to his lips. But his hands trembled so much that the hot tea spilled on his hand, scalding him and making him grimace but not dare to make a sound.
Lei Zhen smiled.
His rough face, battered by wind and snow, relaxed into wrinkles. The more he looked at old Lin, the more interesting he found him, so timid, yet blessed with a daughter who is daring beyond measure. Enough, stop trembling. I'm not the king of hell. Lei Zhen slammed the telegram onto the table and leaned forward, the pressure like a mountain pressing down. Old Lin, the most profitable deal you've ever made isn't opening several grain stores, but raising this girl. Lin Hongsheng forced a dry laugh. His back was soaked with sweat, sticking uncomfortably to his shirt. You flatter me, sir. This girl is just
lucky.
She bumped into a dead rat by chance. Luck. Lei Zhen snorted through his nose, tapping the document on the table twice more. Hundreds of needles, not breaking at -40 degrees. Is that luck? If it is, then the experts on the front line should be shot. He didn't waste words. He took out a brown paper file from his briefcase and slapped it in front of Lin Hongsheng with a loud sound. In the middle of the file, there was a bright red stamp, top secret. Due to Comrade Lin Jiayue's special contribution in the 501 mission, the Military District Party Committee has decided to upgrade her personal file. Lei Zhen's voice grew serious. Every word felt like a blow to Lin Hongsheng's chest. From today, only I and old Zhao have the authority to check her background. No matter what issues your Lin family had before, or those unclear overseas connections, they are all wiped clean in this file. Lin Hongsheng suddenly looked up, eyes wide, staring hard at the red stamp. Wiped clean. These two words thundered loudly in his mind. He had been so nervous all along, even ready to give up everything to save himself. What was his goal? To clear his name and let his family live peacefully. Now this file was like a golden ticket, saving his family from death. His hands trembled as he reached for the file. When his fingertips touched the rough paper, his eyes turned red. He wanted to say something grateful, but his throat felt blocked. He could only nod desperately. Lei Zhen ignored Lin Hongsheng's emotional state and turned to look at Lin Jiayue, who was sleeping soundly at the corner of the table. This girl really has a big heart. She had stayed up most of the night at the repair factory, now sitting in the car, wrapped in a military coat, with her head buried in her arms, sleeping peacefully. A little string of saliva was at the corner of her mouth. Comrade Lin. Lei Zhen knocked on the table. Lin Jiayue didn't move. Breakfast time. Lei Zhen raised his voice. Where is it? Braised pork. Lin Jiayue almost jumped out of bed, blinking sleepily and looking around. Her greedy expression made Lei Zhen laugh. No braised pork, only a bright future. Lei Zhen leaned back in his chair, looking at this innocent genius. Your recent achievements. The organization rewards and punishes clearly. You made a big contribution. If you want a reward, just ask. As he spoke, his tone carried a bit of temptation. Want to go to Beijing? The Institute of Materials at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. That's the holy place for scientists nationwide. I can write you a recommendation letter. There, you'll have the best equipment, top colleagues, and won't have to deal with that broken workshop and oil stains. Lin Hongsheng listened nearby, his heart pounding faster. Beijing. Chinese Academy of Sciences. That is a place to honor the family. Once you enter those gates, who would still dare call them capitalists? They are the pillars of the nation. He desperately wanted to agree for his daughter, signaling frantically with his eyes, almost twitching from the effort. Lin Jiaoyu rubbed her sleepy eyes, her mind gradually clearing. Beijing? That thought suddenly appeared, and instantly, memories of her past life in a big factory flooded her mind. Endless weekly reports, monthly reports, PowerPoint presentations, a group of old scholars scrutinizing every detail. If she tried to slack off or sneak a break, she would be labeled as having a poor attitude. In this era, working in a large research institute meant living with your head tucked into your waistband, every move watched. Even going to the bathroom required reporting. How could she eat all the snacks, seafood, and various dishes stored in her space? If she dared to suddenly produce a roast chicken in front of everyone, she would be dissected and studied the next day.
No.
Absolutely not. This isn't a trip to enjoy life. It's like going to jail. I won't go, Lin Jiaoyu answered firmly, without a second of hesitation. The carriage fell silent. Lin Hongxing's expression was obvious to everyone, almost making him choke. He was so anxious he wanted to kick his daughter under the table. Lei Zhan was also stunned. He had expected Lin Jiaoyu to be excited, modest, or even to make conditions, but he never thought she would refuse.
Why? Lei Zhen frowned.
Is it because the pay is low? Or are you afraid of being far from home? I'm lazy and can't stand restrictions, Lin Jiaoyu yawned, resting her chin on the table like a boneless cat. If I go to Beijing, I'll definitely be in meetings every day. I hate meetings. They give me headaches, and when I have a headache, I want to sleep. When I sleep, I fall behind on work. That would cause trouble for the country, and that's not good. Her reason. Lei Zhen's mouth twitched twice. Besides, I think Ha City is pretty good, Lin Jiaoyu blinked seriously. It's close to home, and my mom's cooking is delicious. Director Zhao is also nice, though sometimes a bit stingy, but at least he listens. I feel comfortable working at Hongxing Factory. Comfortable?
Lei Zhen chuckled bitterly.
With all your skills, just for comfort? Living is just about feeling comfortable, Lin Jiaoyu replied simply. Lin Jiaoyu confidently said, Commander, didn't you just tell me to make a request? Since we're not going to Beijing, can I ask for something else? Lei Zhen sat up straight, looking a bit more serious. He thought the girl was trying to retreat to gain something else later.
Just say it.
As long as it doesn't go against principles, I will approve. Lin Hongxing also became nervous, worried that his daughter might say something shocking, like wanting to take back all of Heng Liheng's family assets. Lin Jiaoyu stretched out a smooth, white hand in front of Lei Zhen, waved it, then raised one finger. I want to eat meat. Only the crackling sound of the coal stove remained in the carriage. Lei Zhen stared at that finger, stunned for a moment. What? Meat, Lin Jiaoyu said seriously, counting on her fingers. You don't know, Commander, how hard life is at Hongxing Factory. The workers eat only coarse bread every day, and what they drink isn't vegetable soup. It's just water used for washing pots, clear enough to reflect a mirror. She sighed, looking worried for the country. Especially our technical department guys. They work their brains drawing blueprints every day. Look at Master Qian. He's so thin, he looks like a dried monkey. And Engineer Liu. He can fall over with just a gust of wind. No oil in their stomachs, no strength to invent or create. Their brains don't turn properly, so their drawings are crooked. When the drawings are crooked, the parts are wasted. Wasting parts means wasting the country's steel. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly slammed her hand on the table, full of pain and anger. This is a crime. Lin Hongxing buried his face in his teacup, too ashamed to look at anyone. His Lin family was supposed to be the richest in southern Jiangsu, yet they raised such a greedy girl? This wasn't about saving steel for the country. It was just his own greed acting up. Lei Zhan was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha. His laughter shook the dust from the ceiling.
Good.
Good for no oil in the stomach. Brains don't turn. Lei Zhen pointed at Lin Jiaoyu, tears of laughter in his eyes. Old Lin, your daughter is honest. And she's smart. Lin Hongxing looked up from his teacup, confused. Does wanting meat mean you're smart? Lei Zhen stopped laughing, waved his hand, and said, Approved. Absolutely approved. Not only approved, but also specially approved. Starting next month, the food supply for the technical department at Hongxing Factory will follow the standards for senior officials. Every month. No, every 2 weeks, there is guaranteed to be a big piece of meat. This money comes from the military logistics department. Excellent leadership. Lin Jiaoyu immediately sat up straight, saluted awkwardly, and smiled happily. Lin Hongxing looked at his daughter's clever and cheeky expression, and suddenly his tangled thoughts became clear. He saw the admiration in Lei Zhen's eyes, and the cold sweat on his back slowly dried. This girl is very clever. If she really asked for a promotion or wealth, even if the higher-ups agreed, they would feel uneasy, thinking this family is too materialistic and might even be wary of them. But she specifically asked for food. This shows she has no big ambitions, which makes people feel at ease. It also shows she cares about her coworkers and values loyalty. Most importantly, this would bring real benefits to Hongxing Factory. Once this batch of meat is distributed, everyone in the factory will see her as a kind of protector.
This is like a lucky charm.
A few servings of braised meat can win the hearts of everyone and reassure the higher-ups. It's very clever. Truly clever. Under the table, Lin Hongsheng secretly gave his daughter a thumbs up. Lin Jiaoyu pretended not to notice and was busy thinking about how to sneak the meat into the cafeteria's procurement list. There's one more thing. Lei Zhen put out his smile, extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. The temperature in the carriage seemed to drop a few degrees instantly. The process of that injection needle, I've had someone seal it off and marked it as top secret. But inside Hongxing factory, some things aren't so simple. Lin Jiaoyu's eyes slightly narrowed, and her usually playful, foodie look disappeared instantly, replaced by a calmness that didn't match her age. Are you talking about Qian Hongda?
Yeah.
Lei Zhen's gaze was sharp, and his voice was very low. The explosion in the furnace, the technical department reviewed it. It wasn't just a simple mistake. The temperature control device had been tampered with. Qian Hongda was caught, but he's very stubborn and he might not be the biggest fish. Lin Hongsheng's previously relaxed heart was now in his throat. Leader, do you mean? Heshan is a heavy industry base and also a hotbed of enemy activity. Lei Zhen looked directly at Lin Jiaoyu, without avoiding the topic. Xiao Lin, you've shown your face this time. Although your files are encrypted, there are many eyes in the factory. Some people already see you as a thorn in their side. He spoke as he took out a heavy paper-wrapped package from his pocket and placed it on the table. Open it and take a look. Lin Jiaoyu reached out and unwrapped the package. A strong smell of gun oil immediately filled the air. Inside was a small, delicate pistol, shining with a cold metallic luster. It was a Browning M1906, a pocket thunder, designed for high-level agents or important officials to defend themselves. This isn't really for you, but in urgent times, we must do extraordinary things, Lei Zhen said quietly. The safety is on, and it will fire once loaded. I hope you won't need to use it, but if you're in real danger, I know where to shoot. Lin Jiaoyu picked up the gun, skillfully pulled back the slide to check it, moving smoothly without hesitation or fear, unlike ordinary girls who might be afraid of guns. The cold metal touch spread from her fingertips through her whole body, making her previously floating heart settle down. In this era, there's only a thin line between a genius and a madman, and heroes and martyrs are often just one bullet apart. Thank you, Commander, Lin Jiaoyu said, tucking the gun into her pocket and holding it close. The train's whistle sounded, and its speed gradually slowed. A few faint rays of morning light seeped through the curtain gaps, but they couldn't pierce the deepest darkness before dawn. We've arrived. Lei Zhen stood up, helping Lin Jiaoyu adjust her military coat's collar. His tone was serious, like an elder sending a child off, but with a sharp, commanding edge. Remember, at Hongxing Factory, you're just a technician who loves eating meat. If the sky falls, we soldiers will hold it up. But if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, Lei Zhen paused, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Then cut off their claws. Lin Jiaoyu nodded, helping the weak Lin Hongsheng to stand. The door opened, and a biting cold wind mixed with snow blew into the carriage, dispelling the warmth inside. Lin Jiaoyu tightened her collar, hands in her pockets, clutching the cold Browning tightly, and stepped into the snowy wind of Harbin. Deep in the snowstorm, it seemed as if a pair of eyes was watching, through the heavy darkness, fixed on the father and daughter who had just stepped off the train. The loudspeaker at Hongxing Machinery Factory crackled with a buzzing sound before broadcasting Zhao Weiguo's passionate, slightly broken voice. Hey! Attention all workers. Now, an important personnel appointment is announced. At lunchtime, workers carrying their lunch boxes stopped in their tracks and listened carefully. After research by the Factory Party Committee and approval from higher authorities, we are pleased to appoint Comrade Lin Jiaoyu as Deputy Head of the Technical Department. She will enjoy expert-level allowances. Additionally, due to her special contributions to technical breakthroughs, the factory has decided to grant her an extra 5 gene of pork tickets each month, outside the official quota. Zhao Weiguo shouted this last part loudly, so forcefully that even the sparrows nearby fluttered their wings and flew away.
Boom.
The entire factory suddenly erupted in chatter. Deputy head? Expert allowances? These might make people jealous, but in the winter of 1950, that shout about 5 of pork tickets was truly a powerful shock. Remember, it was pork. Today's quota is only a few ounces of oil per person each month. 5 of pork? That kind of reward must come from a great achievement. In the office of the technical department, the atmosphere was even stranger. Some technicians, who had wanted to act experienced, now kept their heads buried in drawings, not daring to make a sound. The miracle of turning scrap steel into top-quality gears from yesterday night's second workshop had already spread throughout the factory. Turning scrap steel into high-grade gears. Who wouldn't be convinced? Lin Jiaoyue didn't care at all. She had just stepped down from a military jeep, holding a bag of white rabbit candies that Xinlong had forcefully handed her before leaving.
Daughter.
Is this what it means to be an official? Lin Hongxing followed behind, his legs still feeling a bit dizzy. Seeing the almost worshipful looks from the workers around her, he felt as if he wasn't in a factory, but in an old opera house watching a star perform.
Dad, stay calm.
Lin Jiaoyue peeled a candy and put it in her father's mouth. The sweet milk flavor instantly eased his nervousness. From now on, you're the father of the deputy head. Stand tall, and we won't cause trouble, but we won't be afraid of trouble either. After settling her father back at the union office, Lin Jiaoyue pushed open the door to the small office labeled Deputy Head's office. The room wasn't big, but it was quiet and had a small coal stove. When she closed the door, the noise outside was cut off. The sweet, innocent smile on Lin Jiaoyue's face faded completely, like a receding tide. She hung her coat on a chair and walked to the window. Downstairs, the workers were chatting in small groups, but her gaze passed through the crowd and fixed on a hunched figure dressed in an old gray cotton jacket, holding a large broom and sweeping snow. That figure moved slowly and looked honest and simple. Just now, when she entered the factory gate to cheers, Lin Jiaoyue felt a gaze. It was cold, sticky, like a snake flicking its tongue against her skin. It carried scrutiny, hostility, and even a hint of greed. Since the jade pendant space and her soul fully merged, her senses had become almost supernatural. This malicious stare was as obvious to her as a spotlight in the dark. She sat back at her desk and closed her eyes. Her consciousness sank into the space within the jade pendant, which radiated warmth in her mind. Suddenly, the world around her changed. In the next office, Section Chief Sun was drinking tea, the sound of tea leaves hitting the ceramic cup clear and sharp. At the end of the corridor, someone was washing their hands with soap, the bubbles bursting like small explosions. The air was filled with the smell of machine oil, rust, sweat, and the cabbage soup from the cafeteria. Amidst these many intertwined scents, Lin Jiaoyue caught a faint, very out-of-place smell. It was so subtle that ordinary people wouldn't notice it. It was a mix of sour chemical solvent and a sweet, greasy perfume. Phenol. Developer smell, Lin Jiaoyue muttered to herself. As a former science girl, she was very familiar with chemical odors. And Friendship brand snow cream? The high-end kind from Shanghai. In this era, where even soap was precious and everyone washed their hands with pig's pancreas, how could a street sweeper carry such a smell? The developer indicated he had just processed film, and the strong scent of snow cream was likely used to cover up the chemical smell on his hands, or because he had recently interacted with a woman who used this high-end product. This was a flaw, an exposed flaw caused by over-trying to hide. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted her thoughts. Lin Jiaoyue opened her eyes, and her innocent, almond-shaped eyes instantly regained clarity, as if her previous coldness had been an illusion. Come in. The door was pushed open and technician Xiao Zhang entered, carrying a stack of blueprints, with a friendly smile on his face. Engineer Lin. Oh no, Deputy Section Chief Lin, this is the blueprint for the 50-1 radar support that our factory will focus on next. Section Chief Sun said it is confidential and asked you to review it carefully. Previously, Xiao Zhang looked down on her, thinking she was a wealthy lady who used connections. Now he calls her Deputy Section Chief, with more respect than his own mother. Put it here, and thank you for your hard work. Lin Jiaoyu casually took the blueprint, her finger gliding over the topmost assembly diagram. As she did, her movement paused. As a top engineer experienced with precision instruments in her past life, she has an extraordinary sensitivity to physical states of objects. She noticed that the center of the blueprint was slightly rougher than the edges. This roughness wasn't from the paper's texture, but from a tiny, heavy lens pressed against it for a long time, or perhaps someone had pressed it onto a copying device. More importantly, she detected a smell. The scent of developing solution mixed with a hint of snow cream, faint but still sharp in her nose. Xiaozhong. Lin Jiaoyu looked up, playing with a pen in her hand, speaking casually like chatting at home. Besides you and Section Chief Sun, who else has touched this blueprint? It's confidential. Getting oil on it would be bad. Xiaozhong hesitated, scratching his head, and some dandruff fell down. No one else, right? It's all locked in the filing cabinet. Only Section Chief Sun has the key. Oh, wait. He suddenly remembered something, slapping his thigh. Last night, the window in the archive room wasn't closed tightly, and a lot of snow got in. Old Lee, the guard, went in to clean and even wiped the table for a long time, saying he was worried the moisture would damage the blueprint. Section Chief Sun even praised him for being responsible. Old Lee, Lin Jiaoyu's mind quickly pictured the bent figure sweeping snow downstairs. Old Lee. He usually nods and bows to everyone, always greeting, hello, leader, dressed in tattered clothes, patched cloth shoes. This old man, who barely has enough to eat, uses half a month's salary to buy snow cream to cover the smell of chemicals on his fingers. Old Lee is quite particular about details. All right, I understand. I need to examine this blueprint carefully. You go have your meal first. Lin Jiaoyu smiled warmly and sent Xiaozhong away. The moment the door closed, her smile instantly froze. She took a handkerchief from her pocket, gently wiped her fingers that had just touched the blueprint, and disdainfully threw the handkerchief into the trash incineration area in the space. Then, she pulled out the Browning M1906 given to her by Lei Zhen.
Click.
She pulled back the cylinder, chambering a bullet. The movement was smooth and practiced, showing her years of experience with guns. There was no sign of a delicate young lady anymore. She gently pressed the gun against the suspicious blueprint, then casually covered it with another document. Lei Zhen was right. There really were ghosts at Hongxing Factory. And this ghost was very bold, with long arms, daring to make small moves right under her nose. Using a tiny camera to secretly photograph the blueprint? That skill was typical of professional spies in this era. Trying to steal my technology? Lin Jiaoyu sneered. With a thought, a steaming, rich soy-flavored pig's trotter appeared out of nowhere in her hand. This was something she had stored in her space when she was in Jiangnan. It was made with dozens of spices, cooked for 4 hours until soft and falling off the bone, fragrant and delicious. She took a big bite, and the rich juice filled her mouth instantly. She squinted happily, like a small tiger protecting its food, but her eyes sparkled with the excitement of a hunter seeing prey fall into a trap. Let's see if your claws are faster, or if my secret tricks are more ruthless. There were no surveillance cameras in this era, so catching spies relied on people watching each other, which could easily lead to mistakes. But on her territory, things were different. Her space was the biggest blind spot for surveillance, and also the most perfect.
Morgue.
While gnawing on the pig's trotter, Lin Jiaoyu took out a piece of white paper and a drawing pen from the drawer. Since you want to record me, I'll give you some extra material. The pen scratched softly as she drew smooth lines on the paper. But this wasn't a diagram of a radar support structure. It was a highly detailed, yet physically impossible death trap. Anyone who tried to build parts based on this blueprint would face certain destruction when the machine was activated, exploding the chamber. I'll let you take all the pictures you want, enjoy yourself, but you'll never come back. Outside, the north wind howled, sweeping snowflakes across the ground and hitting the glass with a loud patter. The sky darkened, and the lights of Hongxing Factory flickered on one by one. Old Lee, right? She looked at her innocent-looking reflection in the glass window and softly said, with a bit of sauce on her lips, making her look especially charming, "Let's have some fun." The night in Harbin comes very quickly. The snow at the factory gate was trampled hard by thousands of workers' feet, making a creaking sound. The loudspeaker just finished playing, "We workers are strong," and the echo still lingered in the empty factory yard. Lin Hongsheng wore an old but not new cotton coat, with his hands in his sleeves, standing with his neck slightly bent under the street lamp. The yellowish light stretched his shadow long, making him look like an old farmer squatting on the street. When he saw Lin Jiaoyu come out of the office building, his red eyes from the cold wind immediately brightened. He quickly walked over, naturally reaching out to take the lunchbox net bag from his daughter. "Is it cold? Tie your scarf tighter. The wind in Harbin tonight is fierce, like a knife, and it sneaks into your bones." Lin Jiaoyu buried half her face in a soft wool scarf, only showing a pair of crescent-shaped eyes, her voice muffled but with a smile. "Not cold. The stove in the office is burning well. But Dad, how was your day at the union?" "First day on the job. Tired." "Not tired at all," Lin Hongxing chuckled, with a few wrinkles of age around his eyes showing his pride. His steps became lighter. "You don't know, girl. Today the union handed out New Year benefits. Those rough guys from the workshop trying to get more soap or a better towel almost fought because of it." He puffed out his chest a little, as if he was back in the days when he was leading at Henglihang. "I just sat behind the table, poured tea, and didn't argue with them. I calmly explained policies, talked about collective honor, said that Kong Rong giving up the pair is feudal rubbish, but class friendship is enlightenment." Those young guys, who usually shout and refuse to listen in the workshop, got so dizzy from my words that they finally behaved like quails. They took their stuff and even bowed to me, calling me Uncle Lin, afraid I'd deduct points from their ideological awareness. Lin Hongxing sighed, exhaling white breath that dispersed in the light, with a tone full of complex feelings. "Back when we first arrived, I was carrying heavy loads in the warehouse, so tired I couldn't straighten my back, and I had to watch that supervisor's face. Now, it's easy. Just move your mouth and you can earn a salary, and people respect you. Jiao Jiao, this time your father is truly lucky to have you, and he's finally tasted the sweetness of being a worker boss. In Sioux City, he was Boss Lin who could command the wind and rain. That reputation was built on money, looking impressive, but feeling empty inside. He was afraid of chaos and losing everything. Now, he is a proud union officer at the Red Star factory. Although his salary is less than what he used to spend on 2 boxes of cigars, he walks with a natural confidence, and he feels more secure than ever. Dad, this is called being capable and hardworking. You already have leadership skills, and this is a step up, Lin Jiaoyu said, linking her arm with her father's. They walked home together, their shadows stretching long on the snow. Besides, now we are proper workers. We earn by our ability, so no one dares to look down on us. They pushed open the wooden door of their rented small courtyard, and a warm breeze greeted them. Inside, it was cozy and warm. The stove was burning brightly, casting a red glow on half the wall. Su Wanqing, wearing a faded blue apron, was taking a metal pot off the coal stove. As she lifted the lid, a strong, fragrant aroma of scallions and oil filled the room, pushing out all the cold outside. You're back? Wash your hands quickly. The noodles just came out, or they'll get hard, Su Wanqing said softly, with a gentle southern accent. In a large, rustic bowl, the hand-pulled noodles were clear and white. 2 golden, oily fried eggs sat on top, crispy at the edges, with runny yolks. A handful of chopped green onions was sprinkled over, and a few drops of fragrant oil finished it off. In this winter of scarce supplies, it was a luxury that made her drool just looking at it. Lin Jiaoyu took off her coat, washed her hands casually, and couldn't wait to sit at the table, slurping a big mouthful of noodles. The noodles were chewy and springy, and the hot broth slid down her throat. In that moment, the tense nerves from working in the factory during the day completely relaxed, and she felt like she was soaking in warm water. She broke the yolk of the fried egg, and the golden liquid coated the noodles, making her almost swallow her tongue from the deliciousness. Eat slowly. No one is rushing you. There's more in the pot. Su Wanqing sat beside her, sewing patches onto Lin Hongsheng's gloves. Lin Hongsheng held his bowl, watching his daughter eat so eagerly and messily, then looked at his wife, who was sewing diligently. His eyes welled up with emotion. There are no mountains of gold and silver, no groups of servants, but these days, it feels more solid and like home than the humble garden I used to have. Outside the window, the north wind suddenly grew stronger, causing the window frame to shake slightly and make a da-da sound, as if someone was secretly watching in the dark. The warm atmosphere inside the house was not disturbed, but Lin Hongsheng's chopsticks paused slightly. He glanced at the deep night outside the window, lowered his voice, and his smile and his tone faded a little. By the way, Jiao about that old Li. I saw him wandering around your office buildings several times today. His eyes looked strange. Lin Jiaoyu was picking up the last piece of egg white. When she heard this, her hand stopped. She swallowed the delicious food, and when she looked up, her originally playful and innocent almond-shaped eyes, which had been warm from the steam, suddenly turned cold and sharp. It was like the gaze of a hunter seeing prey about to fall into a trap. The net has already been cast. She picked up a strand of noodles and waved it in the air, as if it was not noodles, but the fate of a spy about to be caught. The bait is too tempting. He can't resist. Tonight, the fish will go into the net. But Dad, this is just a small fish. The real big fish. She paused, her gaze passing through the paper-thin window, looking into the dark night sky. Still behind. In Harbin, winter mornings are late. The window paper was rustling loudly in the north wind. The door of the technical department, which had lost its paint, was pushed open just a crack, and a warm air mixed with the smell of coal smoke, dried tobacco, and old moldy blueprints poured out. Lin Jiaoyu stomped the snow off her feet. As she stepped over the threshold, a dozen pairs of eyes immediately fixed on her. Deputy Section Chief Lin. Zhang Lijun almost jumped out of his chair. He threw aside his drawing pencil and rushed over in 2 steps, more eager than meeting his own mother. He quickly kicked away a few long stools in the aisle, clearing the way. Take it easy, the floor is slippery. Zhang Lijun's face was full of smiles, not just politeness, but genuine admiration, even a bit of flattery. Yesterday, the trick you showed, turning waste into treasure. I thought about it all night and couldn't sleep. That's real skill. Our technical department is truly convinced this time. Lin Jiaoyue untied her scarf, revealing a face that was pale and cold from the frost. Before she could speak, an older engineer, who usually valued experience most, came over holding a porcelain cup. Engineer Lin. No, Deputy Section Chief Lin, the old engineer mumbled, as if still reminiscing. Let's not talk about the technical stuff for now. Just yesterday evening's braised pork in the cafeteria. Oh, that fat. It was at least 2 fingers thick. It sizzled and oozed oil with each bite. Our group of men finally had some fat in our stomachs. Everyone secretly said, working under a knowledgeable leader makes us feel more secure. In this time when even small meals are carefully planned, being able to solve technical problems is a skill, but sharing good food is a kind of kindness. Lin Jiaoyue hung her net bag on the coat rack, her expression calm. Only when you're full do you have the strength to work. Engineer Zhang, bring me the drawings of the radar support from yesterday. We need to reduce the work hours again. Got it? I'll bring them right away. Zhang Lijun replied cheerfully and turned to run toward the filing cabinet. Just as Lin Jiaoyue sat down in her office, still warming her seat, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. A cold wind rushed in, scattering the drawings on the table. Zhao Weiguo strode in quickly, wearing a military coat over his shoulders. His face was pale, but his eyes burned with fire. Behind him followed the head of the security section, whose gun holster was already unfastened, bulging with a threatening presence. Shaolin, come with me, Zhao said without wasting words, waving his hand. The air in the office froze instantly. Zhang Lijun's drawings stopped midair, and no one dared to speak. Lin Jiaoyue didn't ask where they were going or what was happening. She calmly put the pen cap back on, stood up, and followed. They walked in silence. The three of them stepped over the snow and headed straight to an abandoned warehouse in the corner of the factory. Usually used for storing waste, it was rarely visited. Even mice avoided it. The large iron door was slightly open. Inside, there was no stove, and it was as cold as a freezer. On the cement floor, a person was kneeling. They were tied up with ropes, with a rag full of oil smell stuffed in their mouth. The person's head drooped, gray and white hair messy, like a chicken coop. Their face was bruised and swollen, with blood foam at the corner of their mouth. It was that old man Lee, who usually greets everyone politely and is responsible for cleaning. But now he looked far from honest. His cloudy eyes stared fixedly at the ground, and his body twitched uncontrollably, clearly after a tough meal. "Did you get him?" Lin Jiaoyu stood at the door, not rushing inside, just glancing casually at the man on the ground. Zhao Weiguo took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, his hand trembling, excited. He struck a match, took a deep breath, and exhaled the spicy smoke. "Yes. Shaolin, your trick of playing along to catch the thief was brilliant. I've fought in many battles, but I've never seen such a clever way to trap a spy." The head of the security section joined in, full of admiration. "Last night, this old guy sneaked out of the factory and went to a broken pavilion by the Songhua River. Our people hid in the snow for 2 hours without moving. Not long after, a woman dressed in Lenin-style clothes arrived. The two of them exchanged words, and Oldly handed her a fake blueprint. And what about the woman?" Lin Jiaoyu asked. "She didn't move after that." Zhao Weiguo sneered, the cigarette tip flickering in the dark. "According to your plan, we set a long line to catch a big fish. If that blueprint had been used to build the radar, it would have been a timed bomb, blowing up as soon as it was turned on. Our people followed the woman to her hideout, figured out the rat's nest, then retreated. Once they split up, we caught this old guy on the way. I've already reported the woman's spy info through a secure line to the military district," Zhao Weiguo said, patting his pistol at his waist, his voice cold and firm. "The boss's order is, if we do nothing, fine. But if we act, we must root out the entire spy network lurking in Harbin." Lin Jiaoyu nodded, walking step by step toward Old Lee. Ugh. Ugh. Seeing Lin Jiaoyu, Old Lee's once dead gray eyes suddenly burst with fierce hatred. He lunged forward, growling like a beast. He never expected that the carefully set message would turn out to be a death talisman that could severely damage the organization. Lin Jiaoyu didn't dodge. She looked down at him calmly. In the dim light, her almond-shaped eyes were clear and somewhat ruthless. She took out a homemade small flashlight from her coat pocket, an upgraded version with a purple light tube. Click! A purple light illuminated the scene, shining directly on Old Lee's hands, which were tied behind his back. In that moment, Old Lee looked as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His rough hands, from fingertips to palm lines and even the edges of his nails, were dotted with tiny glowing spots. Under the purple light, these spots flickered like ghostly flames, strange and dazzling. This was special glow-in-the-dark powder, carefully applied between layers of a blueprint. Once it touched, it couldn't be washed off unless the skin was shed. Old Lee, Lin Jiaoyu's voice was soft, but in the empty warehouse, it sounded very clear. "Your female boss uses pretty good face cream, right? The Friendship brand from Shanghai, with that jasmine smell. You can smell it from 2 streets away." She turned off her flashlight, put it back in her pocket, and spoke casually. "Next time you act as a spy, remind her to use a cheaper brand, or wash her hands with pig's pancreas a few more times. It's too fragrant, easy to give away your identity. And don't think washing your hands is enough. This powder seeps into the skin." Old Lee's pupils shrank sharply, as if he had seen a ghost, staring at the delicate girl before him. It turned out that from the very beginning, every move they made, even the preferences of that female boss, were all part of her plan. She wasn't just a young girl. She was a cunning fox. "Take him away." "Interrogate strictly." Zhao Weiguo waved his hand, and several guards rushed forward, dragging Old Lee out. Although the blueprint has been sent out, this old guy's mouth definitely still has information. Break open his mouth, even if it's just a tooth. I want him to spit something out. Lee family village. The winter sun was faintly shining on the threshing yard at the village entrance. A few old hens huddled, pecking at the haystack. Party Secretary Lee. Party Secretary Lee. You have a package. From Harbin. The mailman pushed a dark green bicycle, its wheels leaving deep ruts in the muddy ground. On the back seat was a huge burlap sack, making him breathless, his cotton-padded coat soaked with sweat. Hearing this, village party secretary Li Shui, who was squatting in the corner smoking dry tobacco, suddenly shook his cigarette stick, nearly burning his hand. Without bothering to brush off the ashes, he hurried forward. Who sent it? The package label says Lin Hongxing. The sender's address is Hongxing Machinery Factory in Harbin. When these words were spoken, the villagers who had been gossiping together suddenly gathered around. They stretched their necks, and their eyes nearly popped out. Lin family? That's Silly Girl's family? Red Star Machinery Factory? Wow, that's a big factory. Li Shi ignored the noisy crowd around him. He shakily took out a small knife from his pipe and cut open the seam of the burlap sack. The thick layers of kraft paper were peeled away, revealing what was inside: bright red Cuban sugar, weighing 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. In this era, where sweets were only enjoyed during New Year, this was like real money. 2 thick pieces of black cotton cloth, feeling firm and heavy. They could easily make 2 warm winter jackets. There was also a large piece of cured meat, red and white, weighing at least 4 or 5 jin, shining with a tempting oil under the sunlight. But what made everyone gasp in shock were the 2 metal tins in the middle. The tins had a picture of a chubby boy hugging wheat, with 3 golden characters below. Malted milk, 2 whole tins. Under the noon sun, the tins gleamed like gold, dazzling everyone's eyes. Wow, suddenly, everyone gasped. The sharp-tongued woman next to him dropped her sunflower seeds on the ground, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Wow. This is malted milk. It's a special product from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, only available with ration tickets, and only officials can buy it. How much does one of these tins cost? Money? Even if you have money, where would you buy it? Another villager swallowed hard, staring fixedly at the cured meat. And such a big piece of meat. When would we ever eat it all? Li Shui quickly took out a letter from his bag and glanced at it. His cloudy old eyes instantly turned red, and his fingers holding the letter turned white. He suddenly lifted the 2 tins of malted milk, turned around, and his chest heaved violently. Everyone pay attention. Do you see? This is malted milk. It's foreign medicine. It's a nutritional product from the country for officials. Li Shui's voice became hoarse from excitement, even cracking slightly. He pointed at the villagers who had been gossiping about the Lin family behind their backs, now full of jealousy and shock, and shouted loudly, "The Lin family got to go to the city and enjoy life because they have real skills. They're making machines for the country. Zhao Zhao is now a technician at a big factory. She's a talented person for the nation. She's earning the country's salary. From now on, anyone who dares to call them outsiders or talks behind their backs about their hometowns will get a big slap from me." In the cold wind, Li Shui's voice made the snow on the trees fall off in clumps. The shiny metal can of malted milk powder looked like a loud slap, hitting the faces of all the snobs hard. It made their cheeks burn with embarrassment, but they couldn't help but stare greedily at the wealth around them, feeling bitter inside like they had swallowed a bitter herb, unable to speak. The trouble of catching Old Li was like a big stone thrown into the deep water of Hongxing Factory, causing ripples that hadn't settled yet. The factory's loudspeaker was playing energetic revolutionary songs. The security officers, armed and in groups of 3, patrolled the factory. Usually, workers liked to gather at the workshop entrance to smoke and chat, but now they all stayed quietly at their machines, speaking softly. The technical department was the most affected. Because of a traitor, all the blueprints had to be checked and kept secret again. The air was tense and uneasy, mixed with the smell of cheap cigarettes and old paper mold, making people's heads ache. Lin Jiyue returned to her office, closed the door firmly, and latched it. The noise outside was cut off by the door. She walked to her desk and spread out the blueprint of the Soviet radar support, which the factory director Zhao Weigua treated like a sacred decree, almost worshipping it. It was a typical Soviet design. Simple, big, dark, and rough. Lin Jiyue took out a set of precise German-made drawing tools from her bag and gently touched the cold metal compass. At this moment, her innocent girlhood innocence was gone. Her eyes, almond-shaped, now showed a cold sharpness like a top-level engineer, like a freshly tempered surgical knife. Her gaze fixed tightly on the key part of the blueprint, the connection between the base and the pillar. There, a standard 90-degree weld was drawn. Violent aesthetics, Lin Jiyue snorted softly and shook her head. That's just fighting against the material's physical properties. That's asking for trouble. In later generations, even a first-year mechanical engineering student would know that such a right-angle connection is a major stress concentration point. But in 1950, under the influence of the superstitious Soviet Union's experience, this was considered an unshakable truth. To solve the problem of cracking, all previous revision plans involved simply adding more material, thickening steel plates, welding reinforcement ribs, and using thicker bolts. And what was the result? The structure became heavier and heavier, increasing inertia, and vibrations caused it to break more quickly. Jiyue Lin skillfully turned her drawing pencil between her fingers and then decisively put it down. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound of the pencil tip rubbing against the paper was especially clear in the quiet room, creating a unique rhythm. She didn't completely overhaul the structure or add complicated reinforcement ribs. Instead, at the sharp, rigid right-angle joint, she gently drew an elegant arc. She added a smooth R5 rounded corner. Next, she neatly wrote a small note in beautiful Songdi font beside it, removed the right-angle welds and replaced with R5 rounded transitions. Ultrasonic testing of welds is required to ensure no air pockets. What seemed like a simple stroke was actually a delicate touch, like a healing finger on the weak spot of this steel giant. After finishing the last line, Jiyue Lin blew off the pencil shavings from the paper, rolled up the drawing, and looked at herself in a small mirror on the table to check her hairstyle. Once she confirmed her hair was neat, she pushed the door open and left. Although she was technically skilled, in terms of rank, Sun Weigua was still the section chief. In this era that valued experience and collective effort, giving proper respect was necessary. It was a rule for workplace survival and also helped her technical ideas to be implemented more smoothly. When she reached the office at the end of the corridor, which had a sign saying, "Section Chief of the Technical Department," loud arguing could be heard from inside. Section Chief Sun. "This won't work." It was old Zhang, the workshop director, shouting loudly like a broken gong. "The reinforcement plan from your technical department thickened the steel plates by 5 millimeters. That thing is so heavy when welded, it's like dead weight. Our crane can't lift it at all. How are we supposed to do this? It has to be lifted no matter what." Sun Weigua's voice sounded anxious. "This is the original plan from Soviet experts. We can only strengthen it, not change the structure. If the frontline radar gets blown down by the wind, both of us will be in trouble. But we can't just do it recklessly." Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic knocking interrupted the argument inside. Sun Weigua angrily shouted. The door was pushed open, and Lin Jiaoyu walked in holding some blueprints. The room was filled with smoke. Sun Weigua and a few old technicians were gathered around a table, looking worried. Cigarette butts were scattered on the floor. When he saw Lin Jiaoyu, Sun Weigua quickly put out his cigarette. His frown eased a little, but his tones still sounded tired. "Oh, Deputy Section Chief Lin. If you have something to say, just call me. Why did you come in person?" For this young woman who had just shown a special skill and caught a spy, Sun Weigua felt both respect and a bit of fear. "Chief Sun, everyone," Lin Jiaoyu said confidently. She walked straight to the desk and spread out the blueprints in her hands. "I've finished reviewing the radar support structure drawings. The overall design is fine, but there is a serious hidden problem. I've already fixed it and brought it here to report to you." "You fixed it?" Sun Weigua was surprised. He leaned in to look closer. Old Zhang, the workshop manager nearby, also stretched his neck to see what this new young genius had come up with. But when they saw the changes on the blueprints, their expressions froze. There was no thickened steel plate, no complicated support structure. Just a rounded corner? Sun Weiguo adjusted his thick glasses, and his face changed from hopeful to disappointed, finally settling into deep suspicion. Deputy Section Chief Lin, Sun Weiguo's tone grew serious, like a senior giving advice to a junior. These are the original plans from Soviet experts. Their designs have been tested in real combat during World War II. We tried many ways to reinforce it before, but nothing worked. And you just cut a piece off and changed it into a curve? If the strength isn't enough, the radar support might collapse, and none of US can take responsibility for that. One of the older technicians couldn't help but speak up. Yes, Shaolin. Mechanical design is about being sturdy. Rounding the sharp corners makes the contact surface look better, but doesn't that make the stress points thinner? That's not the style of Russian equipment. In this era, Soviet experts' opinions were absolute. Changing the original plans was considered rebellious and a sign of bad thinking. Faced with a room full of doubts, Lin Jiaoyu didn't rush to explain or show any emotion on her face. She had expected this reaction. This is not their fault. It is the limitation of the times. She casually picked up a pen from the desk, removed the cap, and smoothly wrote a formula on the blank part of the drawing. The black ink spread across the yellowed paper, and the complex physics formula looked like a spell, instantly calming everyone in the room. Section Chief Sun, you are an experienced technician. You should know about the stress concentration factor. Lin Jiaoyu's voice was quiet, cool, but carried a clear professional authority. According to the original drawing's right-angle transition, in environments with sea wind and high-frequency vibrations, the stress concentration factor can reach above 3.0. This means the force at this right-angle point is 3 times that of other areas. Even if you make the steel plate thicker, say 10 centimeters, as long as this right angle remains, it will still be a weak point prone to tearing. She pointed with her pen at the R5 rounded corner she just drew, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Adding this R5 corner reduces the stress concentration factor to below 1.5. This isn't just about smoothing a corner, it's about giving stress a way out. Section Chief Sun, there's an abacus on the table. You can calculate now whether this small change has effectively removed the threat hanging over us. The room fell into complete silence. Sun Weiguo stared at the formula, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. He had learned about this before, but that was theoretical knowledge from books. In actual production, everyone was used to the bold, straightforward Soviet style. Who would bother calculating such precise data? He swallowed hard, grabbed the abacus beside him. Clack, clack. The beads clicked loudly, echoing in the office, sharp and rapid. Everyone held their breath, watching Sun Weiguo's quick fingers. After 10 minutes, snap, the final crisp sound rang out, and Sun Weiguo's hand froze midair. He stared fixedly at the calculation result, his lips trembling slightly, speechless for a long time. Numbers don't lie. According to Lin Jiaoyu's modification, although the material was reduced, the load-bearing capacity of the critical part actually doubled. What does this mean? This is the power of small adjustments making a big difference. Don't underestimate this tiny rounded corner. Lin Jiaoyu timely added, modified it. This supports fatigue life, can be increased at least 5 times. That's science, not just about who has thicker steel plates. Brilliant. So brilliant. Sun Weiguo suddenly patted his thigh, his face turning red with excitement. His previous doubts and worries were long gone. He grabbed the blueprint eagerly, as if holding a rare treasure. Why didn't I think of this? We kept trying to tough it out, but that's a foolish way. Adding the rounded corners disperses the force, and that's true expert design. When he looked at Lin Jiaoyu again, his respect was obvious. This isn't just a delicate girl. She's clearly a tech genius hiding under a gentle appearance. Even old Zhang, the workshop supervisor who had been complaining, looked confused but admiring as he watched Lin Jiaoyu. Deputy Section Chief Lin, do I still need to make the steel plates thicker? No, Lin Jiaoyu replied, clicking the pen cap with a crisp sound.
Follow this design.
It saves work and materials, and it's strong. But there's one thing. She changed her tone to serious. This modification must be strictly followed, especially the welders in the workshop. Anyone who slacks off and welds the rounded corners as straight or leaves bubbles in the welds must be dealt with seriously. This is for frontline use. Anyone who messes up is a criminal. Don't worry. I'll watch over it myself. Anyone who's careless, I'll skin them alive. Sun Weigwa proudly held the blueprint, promising confidently. He looked ready to rush to the workshop right now to supervise. After the handover, Lin Jiaoyu turned and left the section chief's office amid everyone's admiration. As the door closed again, she leaned against it and took a deep breath.
Done.
The radar support was just a side issue, a warm-up for her and a way to show her skills. With this move, no one would dare to boss her around on the big project. The real challenge was still ahead. Back in her office, Lin Jiaoyu walked to the safe in the corner of the room. She took a deep breath, calmed her heartbeat, and skillfully turned the dial.
Click.
The heavy door swung open. She took out a sealed brown paper folder marked with the secret code, 501. The file bag is heavy, not just because of its weight, but because it holds the vital parts for trucks on the front line thousands of miles away and the lives of countless volunteer soldiers. Outside, the snowstorm is growing stronger. The north wind howls and hits the window, making strange noises, as if warning of the harsh winter ahead. Lin Jiaoyu sits back at her drawing desk and turns on the desk lamp. The warm yellow light casts a gentle glow on the table. She spreads out a blank sheet of paper about special gear parameters, thinks for a moment, then, using the cover of the desk, takes out a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket. She unwraps the candy and puts it in her mouth. The rich milk flavor melts on her tongue, warming her against the cold winter. Her eyes become sharp and focused. This time, she is no longer the girl who just wants to finish her work and go home early. She switches into top engineer mode, ready for battle. Gearbox gears. The common problem with Soviet trucks is that the steel has too much carbon, making it too brittle in cold weather. While chewing the candy, Lin Jiaoyu quickly writes down some chemical symbols on a rough draft. But suddenly she stops. Her eyebrows furrow slightly.
Wait.
It's 1950 now. Looking at the symbols, her face turns a little grim. She has the theory and she can draw the diagrams. But the problem is, our country doesn't have nickel. And not enough chromium. This was a time when Western countries tightly blocked access to these rare metals. Without them, her advanced alloy formulas are useless. A skilled person cannot cook without rice. It seems I need to think of a wild idea. Lin Jiaoyu stares at her drawing, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Suddenly, there's a rush of footsteps outside, followed by a panicked shout. Not good. Engineer Lin. Workshop 2. Something's happened at Workshop 2, the batch of trial steel we just transported. It seems. Something's wrong. Bang. The door of the technical office is slammed open forcefully. Cold wind and snow swirl in, and a figure stumbles inside. At her drawing desk, Lin Jiaoyu's hand trembles, and her pen leaves a glaring mark on the paper. She didn't look up, just calmly unscrewed her pen cap, crumpled the rejected drawing, and threw it into the wastebasket at her feet. Engineer Lin. Something big has happened. Little Lee, the messenger, had his hat tilted askew and was still catching his breath. He supported himself on the doorframe, trembling. Workshop 2. There's an explosion over at Workshop 2. Section Chief Sun told you to come quickly. The batch of trial steel sent from Ansteel is completely unusable. Lin Jiaoyu grabbed her military coat from a hanger, slipping it on as she headed outside. Unusable? Be more specific. It's too hard. Little Lee hurried after her, voice trembling with tears. Master Liu is an 8th grade worker. He changed the cutting tips to hard alloy 3 times, but they all broke. The steel is like stone, shatters at a touch. Sometimes it's so soft it sticks to the blade. Director Zhao is furious and wants to send this batch of steel back and discipline the procurement department. Lin Jiaoyu paused. Hard and sticky? Blade breaking? Nowadays, the special steels produced by Ansteel are mostly manganese steel or silicon manganese steel. If it's one of these with Master Liu's skills, it would just be a bit difficult, not enough to break the blades like that. Unless the steel itself is a freak. Outside, the snow was falling heavily and the wind stung her face. From the office building to workshop, too, was only a few hundred meters. When Lin Jiaoyu entered the workshop, her eyebrows were already covered with a layer of frost. Before reaching the work area, a strong burnt smell filled her nose. It was a mix of high-temperature evaporated cutting fluid and metal corrosion. The normally loud workshop was now eerily silent. Over a dozen machines had stopped working. Dozens of workers gathered around the C616 lathe in the center, silent except for Zhao Weiguo's heavy breathing. Broken steel ingots lay scattered on the ground, their jagged edges glowing pale white. Darn it! Zhao Weiguo slammed a porcelain cup onto the iron table, hot tea splashing everywhere. A few young apprentices shrank back in fear. 1 month. They only gave us 1 month. Zhao Weiguo pointed at the steel ingots on the ground, trembling. The higher-ups treat our Hongxing factory like a spearhead, giving us the 501 task. And what do we get? Using the country's money, we bring back a pile of junk. Sun Weiguo stood nearby, his face paler than the snow outside. He held a test report in his hand, wanting to explain but afraid to speak. After holding back for a long time, he finally said, "Director, this isn't our fault. The lab just tested this batch of steel, and the carbon content is way too high. The manganese distribution is very uneven. This is waste from the smelting accident." Waste? And steel dares to send us waste? Zhao Weiguo's eyes turned red. He tugged at his collar, causing a button to pop off. "Call Beijing. Call the Ministry of Heavy Industry. I want to complain. This isn't support for construction. It's sabotaging our soldiers." Outside the crowd, Lin Jiaoyu tightened her coat collar. She stayed silent and quietly slipped in. She walked to the lathe and bent down to pick up a broken knife tip. The carbide tip was completely shattered, with strange shell-like patterns on the broken surface. Looking at the culprit, steel ingot, it only had a few shallow scratches, with no cracks. "Master Lu." Lin Jiaoyu placed the knife tip in her palm and gently weighed it. Her voice was soft but clear in the silent workshop. Everyone was surprised and turned to look at her, instinctively making way. Master Lu, who was squatting and smoking, quickly stood up and stomped out his cigarette on his shoe. "Deputy Section Chief Lin, you're here. This work is impossible. Look at this. This isn't steel. It's harder than diamond. When you cut earlier, did you hear a squeaking sound? Did the cutting fluid turn white smoke right after pouring?" Lin Jiaoyu didn't answer him directly, but asked 2 unrelated questions. Master Lu was stunned for a moment, slapped his thigh, and said, "That's right. Exactly. That sound is sharp and makes your teeth ache. And this steel is strange. It's so hard that it breaks the tool, but if you cut somewhere else, it's soft as rotten mud and sticks to the tool." Lin Jiaoyu nodded but said nothing more. She walked over to a pile of scrap metal. Normally, steel shavings from standard steel should be spiral or C-shaped, shiny silver or bluish. But this pile was full of tiny broken pieces, dark in color, with reddish-purple oxidation on the edges. She extended 2 fingers, picked up a small piece, and sniffed it. Besides a burnt smell, there was a faint odor similar to rotten eggs. The sulfur content was also high, but none of that was the main point. The key was the reddish-purple oxidation. This color usually appears only when high chromium alloy steel is cut at high speed. But in 1950s China, where would there be high chromium steel? Chromium was a strategic resource, tightly controlled by the West. Domestically, even making stainless steel with chromium was difficult, so how could they use it to make trial steel for large axles? Lin Jiaoyu threw the metal shavings back into the bin, brushed off the dust from her hands, and walked over to Zhao Weiguo. "Director, don't make the call yet." Zhao Weiguo was on the verge of losing his temper. Seeing it was Lin Jiaoyu, he suppressed his anger. "Shaolin, this matter is not your concern. It's a political issue, and steel needs to give us an explanation. An explanation is needed, but not a return of goods." Lin Jiaoyu took out a large white rabbit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. The sweetness slightly eased the smell of oil in the workshop. "We want this batch of steel." Sun Weiguo thought he had heard wrong and widened his eyes. "Deputy Section Chief Lin, are you joking? You saw this steel too." Its hardness is very uneven, and it's extremely brittle. Not only is it unsuitable for gears, but even for weights, it's too fragile. This is just a batch of scrap high-carbon steel. Who said it's high-carbon steel? Lin Jiayue chewed the candy and looked at the test report in Sun Weiguo's hand. Section Chief Sun, our factory's testing lab can only measure the 5 main elements: carbon, sulfur, phosphorus, manganese, and silicon, right? Yes, that's enough. Sun Weiguo was caught off guard by the question. Not enough. Lin Jiayue walked over to the idle imported spectrometer, an instrument that had been gathering dust in the corner because no one knew how to calibrate it. She wiped some dust off the machine shell and turned to Zhao Weiguo. Director, if I'm not mistaken, and steel added something during steelmaking to increase strength, something they themselves couldn't measure precisely. Scrap steel. Scrap steel? Zhao Weiguo was stunned. Specifically, leftover tank tracks or armor plates from the Japanese puppet period. Lin Jiayue's voice was steady, but like a nail hammered into everyone's hearts. Those remnants contain the chromium and molybdenum we urgently need. Everyone around was stunned. The workers looked at each other, unsure what this meant. But Sun Weiguo, who understood technology, gasped sharply. Are you saying this batch of steel is mixed with alloy elements? Not only did they sneak in, but because there was no targeted heat treatment, these alloy elements formed extremely complex carbide hard spots inside the steel. Lin Jiayue pointed at the broken steel ingot on the ground. Master Lu thinks it's hard because the cutting edge just happened to cut through these hard spots. He thinks it's soft because it hit the base metal. It's like mixing iron beans into a pot of porridge. Whoever drinks it will chip their teeth. This property has a name in materials science. Lin Jiayue paused, her gaze sharpening. It's called air-hardening steel. Air-hardening steel. Sun Weiguo followed behind Lin Jiayue, walking quickly toward the dusty Soviet-style annealing furnace, muttering quietly about this unfamiliar term. For a technical chief from the 1950s, this word was as fresh as newly baked bread. He kept flipping through the book, Metal Material Science, which was stained with oil at the corners. This doesn't add up, Engineer Lin. The book clearly states that to achieve air quenching, elements like chromium, molybdenum, and tungsten are essential. I just came back from the lab. The steel supplied by Ant Steel has extremely high manganese and carbon, but nothing else. Lin Jiayue suddenly stopped. Sun Weiguo nearly bumped into her back. She turned around, still holding the scrap steel piece that had just broken off the alloy cutter head. It was a small, palm-sized piece of iron, heavy, with an uneven fracture surface, showing a fierce bluish-gray color. Talking about CCT, continuous cooling transformation, curves with these old-timers who had worked with traditional techniques for decades was like playing music for cows. She needed a different approach. Section Chief Sun, have you ever seen wild horses on the plains? Lin Jiayue handed the steel piece to Sun Weiguo. A cool feeling seeped into her palm. The comrades at Ant Steel are eager to increase the steel's hardness. They are desperately adding manganese and carbon. It's like feeding a horse too much fine grain. The feed is enough, and the horse has strength, but it becomes wild. She pointed her finger and drew a line on the rough, file-like fracture surface of the steel. The previous chipping and slipping were like this fierce horse kicking. It has no place to release its energy, so it bucks wildly. And why are some parts soft as tofu? Master Lu, with oil-stained hands, rubbed his apron and leaned in to ask. That mixture wasn't stirred well, so some parts were overdone while others were still hungry. Lin Jiayue clapped her hands, which were covered in metal shavings. According to the usual rules, car, drill, mill, you might as well try to catch a wild horse with ordinary rope. What happened? The rope broke or the horse threw you off. Master Lu was stunned and patted his thigh.
Wow.
That's a great comparison. I get it now. So, this steel is like a gentle horse that needs to be coaxed. Exactly, it needs to be coaxed. Lin Jiayue turned around and looked past the noisy workshop at a huge machine in the corner. It was a Soviet-style annealing furnace. Its canvas cover was thick with dust, left behind by Soviet experts who had left. No one in the factory dared to touch it or knew how to operate it. We can't fight it head-on, Lin Jiayue said softly, but clearly over the loud machine noise. We need to lower its temperature. Not just that, We also need to give it a full-body massage, gently smoothing out the chaotic fire inside. Sun Weigua's eyes widened suddenly, and his throat moved as he spoke. Annealing? You mean temperature-controlled annealing? He had seen that term in Soviet experts' notes before, but only once. It required very precise temperature control equipment and the most experienced workers to supervise. If the temperature was off by even a few degrees, the entire batch of steel could be ruined. Engineer Lin, we can't handle this thing, can we? Old Wong, the workshop director, looked at the dusty giant with worry, his face trembling. This is a treasure left by the Soviets. The manual is all in Russian, like a secret code. If we damage it, not to mention I've been director here, even if we sold everyone in the workshop, we couldn't afford the loss. I can afford it, came a loud shout from behind. Zhao Weigua strode over, wearing a military coat draped over his shoulders, carrying a smell of gunpowder. He didn't look at old Wong but stared fixedly at Lin Jiaoyu. Don't worry about breaking a furnace, or even if you flip the roof off workshop too. As long as you tame this batch of steel, I'll accept it. He approached Lin Jiaoyu, his eyes red and fierce like a gambler's. Little Lin, this furnace is yours now. Whatever it takes, people, things. Today, we're not talking about asset preservation, only about those thousands of trucks stuck on the front line. Lin Jiaoyu looked at Zhao Weigua. This man, who had rolled in from the battlefield, was now placing all his life and safety on a 16-year-old girl. She didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. Okay. When she turned around, the delicate person who had just been shivering from the cold wind was gone. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a pale wrist, and pointed at the big machine. Director Wong, call a few people to lift the canvas. Where's the electrician team? Check the wiring and test the sensors. I need this furnace to be powered within half an hour. Yes, old Wong was so shocked by her commanding presence that he immediately shouted, What are you all standing around for? Get to work, Master Liu. Lin Jiaoyu looked at the nearby old worker, who was fidgeting. Here. Master Liu instinctively straightened up. This job can't be done by others. Only you can do it. When the temperature drops later, the valve needs fine adjustments, more delicate than embroidery for a young lady. Are you confident you can keep your hands steady? Master Liu stretched out his large, calloused hands, paused midair, and remained still. Deputy Section Chief Lin, don't worry. I've handled more iron than salt I've eaten in my life. Just tell me where to hit. Section Chief Sun, find a few young, sharp-eyed workers with stopwatches and record books. Record the temperature, pressure, and electric current every 5 minutes. Not a decimal point can be wrong. Understood. The entire second workshop started working frantically. After half an hour, the huge valve was pushed open. The silent Soviet-style electric furnace let out a deep roar, like a giant beast awakening from sleep. The hum of electricity flowing through the resistance wires made everyone's feet tingle. Several strong men shouted commands, carefully using pliers to hold a steel ingot weighing hundreds of pounds, and gently moved it into the furnace. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. The bright red flames were trapped inside, visible only through a small observation window, revealing a hellish scene inside. Raise the temperature to 850, maintain for 2 hours. Lin Jiaoyu stood in front of the control panel, not holding a notebook. She kept all the data in her mind. Time seemed to slow down. The workshop's heating was insufficient, but the area around the control panel was as hot as a steamer. Sweat dripped down the workers' necks, soaking their collars, but no one dared to wipe it away. Only the monotonous hum of the electric current and the rustling sound of Sun Weigua's pen moving across paper could be heard. Zhao Weigua stood behind with his hands behind his back, his palms sweaty with cold sweat. He didn't understand the CCT curve. He only knew that if this furnace broke, the telegram sent to Beijing tomorrow morning would be his punishment notice. But he dared not speak, not even breathe, for fear of disturbing the thin figure ahead. 2 hours felt like 2 centuries. The thermometer's needle, like a obedient child, steadily stayed on the red line at 850 degrees. It's reached. Lin Jiaoyu looked at the gauge, her voice hoarse. Master Liu, prepare to take over. Everyone's heart was in their throat. First stage, rapid cooling. From 850 down to 680. It must be quick. Done within 15 minutes. To suppress the fire in this horse, Master Lu clenched his teeth, his cheek muscles tight. He grasped the hot valve wheel with both hands and suddenly turned it. Whoosh! The blower roared to life, hot air blasting out from the exhaust. The thermometer's needle started to shake violently, plunging downward. Steady. Don't look at the temperature. Watch the pressure gauge. Lin Jiaoyu's voice suddenly rose, cutting through the noise. The needle slid past 750. 720. 700. Lin Jiaoyu didn't look at the gauge. She almost pressed her face against the hot observation window. The glass reflected the fire inside, turning her pupils golden. In her eyes, it wasn't just a piece of red-hot iron. It was countless crystals undergoing phase changes. Austenite was decomposing, carbides were precipitating, and those violent stresses were seeking an outlet.
Now.
Close the small draft door. Master Lu, turn the wheel 3.5 turns. Quickly, the moment the needle just touched the 680-degree mark, Lin Jiaoyu's command shot out like a bullet. Master Lu's hands moved faster than the eye could see, the large wheel in his hands turning deftly like a toy. Creak. The fan's noise suddenly diminished. The needle seemed pressed down by an invisible hand, firmly stuck at 680 degrees, unmoving. Nice work, Lin Jiaoyu exhaled softly, her back shirt already soaked and coldly clinging to her. Enter the second stage. Hold the temperature. From now on, fluctuations can't exceed 5 degrees. We have to wait 4 hours for this horse. For hours, Sun Weiguo almost dropped his pen, his eyes nearly popping out. Engineer Lin, this is a temperature of 680 degrees. 4 hours of insulation? Can this steel still be used? The grains have probably grown as big as soybeans. Isn't this considered scrap metal? According to normal procedures, annealing usually takes about half an hour. 4 hours? That's like overcooking the steel. A few veteran workers nearby started whispering, their eyes full of doubt. After all, this young girl is still young. Maybe she's read too many books or got confused. Normal horses only need half an hour to warm up. But this is a fiery horse. You have to ride it thoroughly, tire it out, so it behaves. Lin Jiaoyu didn't turn her head, her eyes still fixed on the observation window. Chief Sun, keep your heart at ease. These 4 hours are for correcting the bones of the steel. It was a long, painful process. In the workshop late at night, cold air seeped in through the door crack. Master Lu's legs were trembling, caused by muscle cramps from holding the same position for a long time. But his upper body was steady as a mountain. His eyes were fixed on the thermometer, bloodshot. Sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging painfully, but he didn't blink. Lin Jiaoyu leaned against the control cabinet, took out a big white rabbit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. The sweetness melted on her tongue, slightly easing her dizziness and low blood sugar. Her body was still too weak. After just 3 hours, stars started to appear before her eyes. She closed her eyes, her mind overlapping the detailed metallographic diagrams from her past life with the roaring sound of this old furnace. This was the 1950s. No smart temperature control, no infrared detection, only human experience and sheer effort. For hours, every minute was like dancing on the edge of a knife. When the clock's hour hand finally pointed to 3 a.m., Lin Jiaoyu opened her eyes. Time's up. These 3 words sounded like music to everyone in the workshop. Cut the power, close the air vents. Let it cool naturally inside the furnace to room temperature. Master Lu collapsed like a lump of mud, quickly supported by 2 quick-thinking apprentices.
Is it
finished? Old Director Wong looked at the gradually quieting furnace, his face full of disbelief. No water quenching? No oil cooling? No need. Lin Jiaoyu tightened her collar, a tired feeling typical of a young girl returning to her face. Let it rest. Now that it's calmer, tomorrow morning it will be a good piece of steel. She turned to look at Zhao Weiguo. This tough man suddenly looked a bit old, worn out from extreme stress. Director, we'll know the results after tomorrow's furnace opening. But I'm telling you now, if the steel doesn't come out perfect, Lin Jiaoyu, will pack up and leave. Zhao Weiguo looked at her pale but determined face. He opened his mouth, his throat hoarse. Good. Well done. He patted her hard on the shoulder, almost knocking her down. Everyone involved today will be rewarded. I've arranged for extra food in the cafeteria. Braised pork, enough for everyone. The workers cheered after holding back their excitement, a relief after a tough time. Lin Jiaoyu didn't join the cheer. She was too tired. She stepped out of the workshop door, and cold wind with snowflakes hit her face, making her sneeze. Behind her, the large Soviet-style electric furnace still radiated warmth, as if nurturing some miracle. No one knew that this gamble that night not only saved a batch of steel but also opened a small crack in China's special metallurgy industry. And what would the experts think when they saw the finished product tomorrow morning? Lin Jiaoyu pulled her coat tighter, finally couldn't hold back a mischievous smile. That scene would definitely be very exciting. The heavy iron doors of Workshop 2 closed, cutting off the furnace's high temperature and the roaring machinery. December winds in Harbin carried a sharp whistle, piercing into her bones. Lin Jiaoyu just stepped down from the furnace, still sweaty on her back. The cold wind at -30 degrees instantly made her shirt cling to her back, turning into a block of ice armor. Her teeth clattered loudly, and she couldn't help but sneeze. At this moment, all her thoughts about CCT curves and austenite transformation data froze away. All she wanted now was to stick her feet into a warm bed and never come out. She shrank her neck into her collar, put her hands in her sleeves, and slipped on the packed snow toward the factory gate. If only she had a teleportation skill right now. Just as she thought this, she heard the clink of chains behind her and the sound of rubber tires crushing ice, sharp and clear. Engineer Lin. Stop right there. His voice was rough and deep, with a hoarse sound typical of someone going through voice changes. Lin Jiaoyu stopped and turned to look against the wind. Suddenly, a loud vehicle with a bell that didn't ring but made noise everywhere sped out of the darkness. The rider wore a greasy, patchwork jacket, with a face marked by black and white streaks, leaving only one white tooth visible. He was De Chun, the top apprentice of Liu Baji. The vehicle's wheels drew an S shape in the snow. De Chun balanced on one foot, holding the handlebar across his body to block the way. What's wrong? Is the furnace temperature not enough? Lin Jiaoyu's heart tightened. Her professional instinct kicked in.
No.
It's steady. De Chun panted heavily, his gloves covered in oil smell. Master is watching. That old man is very stubborn. He said if the steel furnace has any problems, he'll twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Lin Jiaoyu relaxed her shoulders. So, what's this about? The factory director gave a strict order. De Chun patted the back seat, where a torn cotton pad was tied. Said you're now the treasure of our factory. It's late at night, worried you'll get blown away by the wind, so he asked me to send you back. Lin Jiaoyu didn't refuse. Her body was weak. After 4 hours of intense mental work just now, she was feeling a bit low on blood sugar, and her calves were cramping. That's very kind of you. She sat sideways on the back seat. De Chun looked rough but was careful. He didn't pedal hard at the start, wobbling a bit to steady his balance before speeding up. The wind was strong, making it hard to open her mouth. De Chun, riding ahead against the wind, called out intermittently, "Engineer Lin, your move just now was amazing. My master usually has a high opinion of himself. He even dares to argue with Soviet experts. I saw his stance just now, and I swear he wanted to set up a memorial for you." Lin Jiaoyu buried her face in her scarf and muttered, "That was Master Lu's steady hand." If someone else had been at the controls, with even half a second delay, the steel furnace would be useless. That's because of your good command. De Chun pedaled harder. In the past, we did this kind of work blindly, not knowing what to expect. Today, when you stood there, we felt confident. That was the spirit of workers in the 1950s. They didn't have many tricks. Whoever could lead the team to master the skills, make the machines run happily, was like a parent to them. The bicycle turned into a dark alley near the workers' courtyard. Most of the nearby houses were dark, with only a few windows faintly glowing with warm light. As they approached the alley entrance, Lin Jiaoyu patted De Chun's stiff back. "Stop here. We're not there yet, Engineer Lin. The alley is dark and the road is slippery. No need. Lin Jiaoyue jumped out of the car, her feet tingling. Someone is coming. Dechun was surprised and looked ahead. Under the old locust tree at the alley entrance, there was a dark figure. The person wore a heavy black wool coat with a fur collar turned up, a hat pressed down on their head, and held a half-smoked cigarette that flickered faintly. Despite the heavy snow and wind, the person stood still like a statue, not moving at all. Dechun shrank back slightly. This aura didn't seem like an ordinary person. It was more like a powerful boss from old stories, holding a lot of influence. That's my father. Lin Jiaoyue's cool, engineer-like attitude softened a bit, and her tone became gentle. The shadow heard the noise, snapped the cigarette in two, and quickly approached. With the reflection from the snow, Dechun saw the face clearly. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, elegant and fair, but when he raised his eyelids, two bright spots swept over Dechun's face. Dechun's back stiffened, and he instinctively straightened up, more nervous than when he saw the factory director. He felt like a suspect being watched, forgetting to breathe. Lin Hongsheng ignored the young man. He took a few steps to Lin Jiaoyue and reached out to grab her. It was full of ice shards.
Lin Hongsheng's brow furrowed deeply.
Without saying a word, he took his daughter's frozen hand and stuffed it into his coat pocket. "Why are you out at this hour?" His tone was a bit harsh, sounding like he was scolding, but it was full of concern. "We agreed to meet at 10. It's almost 1 now. Your mother has heated the soup 3 times inside. There's urgent work at the factory." I handled a batch of special steel. Lin Jiaoyue didn't pull her hand away and let her father warm it. "Dad, I'm hungry." The word, hungry, instantly melted the stern look off Lin Hongsheng's face. "You'll eat when you get home." At this moment, Lin Hongsheng finally turned to look at Dechun. "Who is this young comrade?" "He's from workshop too. Director Zhao asked him to deliver me here." Lin Hongsheng nodded, his face softening. He reached into his coat pocket and took out an unopened pack of great production cigarettes, placing it directly into Dechun's hand. "Thank you for your hard work, young comrade. The road is slippery. Ride carefully." Dechun held the pack of cigarettes, his hands trembling slightly. Cigarettes are hard to find. The supply and demand store often runs out. This pack is worth 2 days' wages. Also, just now, that middle-aged man's grip was surprisingly strong. No trouble. "It's normal. Worker Lin, uncle, you guys should go back inside. I'll also leave now." Dechun quickly tucked the cigarettes into his coat and turned the bike around, pedaling fast as if being chased by wolves. After riding far away, he looked back. In the snowstorm, that intimidating middle-aged man was walking sideways on the outside, shielding the young girl from the wind. Deep in the alley, the snow covered past the ankles. Lin Hongsheng frowned. "If you stay out so late again, I'll just wait at the factory." Zhao Weigua, that old soldier thug, doesn't even look at you when he orders people around. He treats you like a tool. "Dad, this is our pledge of loyalty and also our family's lucky charm." Lin Jiaoyu softly said, "If we win tonight's fight, then in the Red Star Factory's technical department, no one will dare to boss me around." Lin Hongsheng didn't reply, only pulled his daughter's coat collar up a bit more. They pushed open the small rented courtyard door, and a warm yellow light seeped out from the crack. Before Lin Hongsheng could find his keys, the door suddenly creaked open from inside. Su Wanqing, wearing a woven silk jacket, was holding an unfinished shoe pad, clearly waiting at the door to listen. Seeing her father and daughter covered in snow and wind, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes instantly turned red. "Finally, you're back." Su Wanqing quickly pulled Lin Jiaoyu inside, carefully brushing off the snow on her shoulders and hat. "It's so late. If I didn't send your dad to guard the alley entrance, I'd be going to the factory to find someone myself." Inside, the stove was burning brightly, and a metal kettle was steaming with white vapor. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma of lamb and white radish stew, cooked until tender. This homely atmosphere created a world apart from the cold outside.
"Mom, I'm fine."
"Just working overtime," Lin Jiaoyu said softly, like cotton candy, as her mother fussed over her. "My dad picked me up after all." "You mean your dad?" Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at her husband, then turned to lift the lid of the pot. He's just a gatekeeper. If I don't feed him and keep him warm, I'll have to do it myself. The large iron pot's wooden lid was lifted, releasing hot steam. Su Wanqing quickly served a big bowl of lamb soup, sprinkled with fresh green scallions, and also brought a plate of toasted bread slices from the stove. Eat while it's hot. I skimmed off the oil, so it's not greasy. Lin Jiaoyu sat on a small stool, holding a large bowl, with steam making her eyelashes glisten. Su Wanqing was busy, mixing warm water in a basin and muttering, "Jiao Jiao's hands are red from the cold. Tomorrow, I'll buy some wool yarn at the department store to knit you a pair of gloves. The factory's work gloves are too rough and hurt your hands." Lin Hongxing stood nearby, watching his wife care for their daughter. His usually cold and tough face finally showed a hint of genuine smile. He took off his coat, hung it up, and said nothing, just quietly observing the scene. 6 months ago in Sioux City, his wife was a wealthy lady who didn't do any housework. Now she had learned to light the stove and make hand-pulled noodles, managing this temporary home with more warmth than their former large mansion. "That's enough. You don't need to work so hard," Lin Hongxing said as he walked over and gently held his wife's hand, which was reaching for pickles. "Let her eat first. You should rest a bit too." Su Wanqing finally sat down, watching her daughter eat eagerly, her eyes full of tenderness. "Eat slowly. No one is going to take your food." Lin Jiaoyu took a big sip of hot soup, feeling the warmth flow down her throat into her stomach, driving away the cold. Though her body, transformed by spiritual spring water, was more resilient than before, this bowl of simple, earthly warmth was truly a soul-reviving soup. "Mom, it smells so good. It does, so eat more." Su Wanqing smiled, reaching out to tuck her daughter's messy hair behind her ear. At that moment, Lin Jiaoyu put down her spoon. She looked up at her father, her innocent expression fading, replaced by a calmness beyond her age. "Dad, was there someone hiding behind that old locust tree at the alley entrance just now?" The air inside the house seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Hongxing, who was about to fetch the hot water bottle, suddenly paused. He turned around, surprised, and looked at his daughter. You noticed. He believed he had a strong intuition about these things, especially because he had spotted the tail from the shadows. But his daughter had been sitting on the back of the bicycle, facing the snow and wind. How could she have noticed? "Yes," Lin Jiaoyu said calmly, picking up a bread slice. "When Dachun was riding past, I heard that person breathe unevenly. The wind was loud, but I still heard it. This is the power of the spiritual spring water. It makes the senses very clear. Even on a noisy, snowy night, the faint strange sounds in her ears are as clear as thunder."
And
Lin Jiaoyu paused, her nose twitching slightly. "There's a faint smell of smoke in the wind. It's from Harbin, not the dry tobacco our workers usually smoke." Lin Hongxing looked at his daughter. His shock gradually turned into relief, even pride. "I wasn't mistaken." Lin Hongxing moved to the window. He didn't draw the curtain but leaned against the wall and looked outside through the gap. "That person is skilled. He makes no sound on the snow. As soon as Dachun leaves, he slips back into the shadows." Su Wanqing's face turned pale. The shoe pad in her hand almost dropped. She instinctively grabbed her daughter's arm. "Someone is following us? Is it a spy?" "Mom, don't be afraid." Lin Jiaoyu held her mother's hand gently, trying to comfort her. Her palms were warm and strong. "Since he's shown himself, he's not a serious threat yet." Su Wanqing looked into her daughter's calm eyes. Her panic surprisingly eased. She took a deep breath, stood up, and quietly went to the window. She pulled the heavy cotton curtain tightly, leaving no gap. That's the women of the Lin family. They're afraid, but they never fall behind or cry and lose their composure at critical moments. Looks like our empty city strategy still isn't enough to scare them off. Lin Hongxing turned around and took out a cold Browning pistol from his coat. The dark barrel gleamed under the light. He skillfully removed the magazine, checked it, then put it back.
Click.
The crisp sound of chambering a round sounded especially sharp in the warm room. He gently placed the gun on the table, pushing it toward Lin Jiaoyu, speaking calmly. "If they want to watch a show, Tomorrow morning we'll give them a big one. Lin Jiaoyue picked up her bowl and finished the last sip of soup. She looked at her worried but trying to stay calm mother, then at her father, full of killing intent, and finally her gaze settled on the dark gun on the table. This is her home. It has the softest mutton soup and the hardest browning. Tomorrow morning's fire-up isn't just for making steel. It's also to deal with a few people. It's 8 a.m. inside the second workshop of Hongxing Machinery Factory. Several high-power incandescent lamps brightly illuminate the floating dust in the air. Outside, it is minus 30 degrees Celsius, but inside the workshop, it feels like a steamer. Hundreds of workers stand tightly around the Soviet-style annealing furnace, a dark mass of people, yet so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping can be heard. Among them are technicians with bloodshot eyes, old workers covered in oil, and even the head chef of the cafeteria, holding a ladle and tiptoeing near the door, not daring to make a sound. Everyone's gaze seems real, fixed firmly on the heavy, closed furnace door. Inside, it's not just steel burning. It's the lives of soldiers on the front line. Shaolin. Director Zhao Weiguo's voice is hoarse. He pulls Lin Jiaoyu to a corner. His hand, which has held a gun before, is sweaty with cold. Tell me honestly, how confident are we? I've got security personnel hidden around. If anyone tries to cause trouble, let him see. Lin Jiaoyu leans against a cold concrete pillar, slowly peeling a white rabbit candy. She raises her eyes, her gaze faintly sweeping the shadow of the dusty beam above the workshop, a faint cold smile curling at her lips. If he can't see clearly, how will he know how tough our Hongxing factory really is? She chews the candy, a hint of fierce determination flashing in her eyes that doesn't match her age. Director, tell the comrades to put away their guns. No need for guns to catch mice. Zhao Weiguo is stunned, about to respond, but Lin Jiaoyu has already straightened up. Start the furnace. Bang! Two strong men pull open the furnace door with heavy iron hooks. The scorching heat and metallic smell rush toward them. The scrap steel ingot, which looked like toad skin before, now appears in a deep, delicate iron gray, shining with a cold, matte luster. Get it onto the lathe. Master Lu, get ready. Zhao Weiguo shouts. The overhead crane roars as the steel ingot is carefully lifted onto the lathe. Master Lu, a level 8 machinist, takes a deep breath, his palms sweaty. Yesterday, this wild horse broke 3 of his cutting tools, and the shock still makes his fingertips tingle. Master Lu. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly speaks, her voice cold and clear through the noise. Remove the chip guard.
What?
Master Lu is stunned. Lin Gong, that's not standard. If metal chips fly out and hurt someone, remove it. Lin Jiaoyu's tone was firm and unquestioning. She placed her hands in her Lenin-style pockets and took a step forward, casually pointing in a direction. The blade angle is tilted 1.5 degrees to the left. Feed the cut at 0.5, medium speed. Follow my instructions. Master Lu looked at the confident girl and clenched his teeth.
All right.
I'll follow your lead. The safety guard was removed. The power switch was turned on. Buzz. The main spindle spun rapidly. Everyone's hearts seemed to stop at once. In the shadows, the eyes hidden on the crossbeam also stared intently at the lathe, waiting for the moment when the blade would break. But, zing, a sharp, smooth cutting sound rang out, almost chilling. It didn't sound like metal grinding. It sounded like a hot knife slicing through butter. Where the blade passed, a bright silver chip of metal, like a blue-purple fire snake, rose up with terrifying high heat, flickering alluringly. Because the guard was removed and the angle was slightly adjusted, the continuous hot metal chips didn't fall into the tray. Instead, under centrifugal force, they shot out like a fiery whip with eyes, whistling toward the dark crossbeam above the workshop.
Precise. Deadly.
Ah, a piercing scream suddenly cut through the noise of the workshop. Next, with a dull thud, a man dressed in dark work clothes and wearing a cap fell heavily from the crossbeam, clutching his face and rolling on the ground in pain. The hot metal chips were tightly wrapped around his exposed neck and face, sizzling as they burned his skin. The crowd instantly erupted in chaos, workers backing away in fear.
Spy.
There's a spy. The security officers, already hidden around, rushed forward and pinned the man to the ground. Zhao Weiguo stared in shock at the scene, then looked at Lin Jiaoyu standing calmly beside the lathe. Lin Jiaoyu didn't even lift her eyelids. She simply said to the stunned Master Lu, "Master Lu, don't shake your hand. Keep cutting. This steel is valuable. Don't let a single mouse ruin its quality." Master Lu suddenly snapped out of his shock. Looking at the smooth operation lever in his hand and then at the spy being dragged away, a cold chill ran down his spine, followed by intense admiration. This was incredible, making steel and catching spies so effortlessly.
Yes.
"Engineer Lin," Master Lu shouted loudly. As the lathe continued to run smoothly, beautiful silver gleams appeared on the steel ingot. Zhao Weiguo picked up a broken piece of metal shavings from the ground, looking at the perfect crystal pattern on it, trembling with excitement. "It's done. It really worked. Finer grains. Stress eliminated. This is a miracle," Sun Weiguo whispered to himself, holding the shavings. Half an hour later, Inspector Xiao Zhang ran over holding a report. "It's out. Burnell hardness 180. Impact toughness over 60 joules. We did it." As soon as the data was announced, everyone cheered loudly. Zhao Weiguo suddenly turned around, walking quickly to Lin Jiaoyu, with red eyes. He looked deeply at the 16-year-old girl in front of him. She was clearly the backbone of the Red Star factory. "Engineer Lin." Zhao Weiguo's voice trembled, each word sounding like it was hammered out of his chest. "On behalf of the Red Star factory and the frontline soldiers, I salute you." He released his hand, stepped back, straightened his chest, pulled in his stomach, and stood at attention. A perfect military salute.
Swish.
It was as if a silent current of electricity passed through the entire second workshop. All the retired soldiers, workers, and technicians raised their right hands in unison. Hundreds of rough hands, at this moment, paid the highest respect to the 16-year-old girl. Lin Jiaoyu was stunned. She looked at these passionate, admiring, even tearful eyes, at the faces covered in oil but smiling brighter than anyone else. Her softest part was hit hard. In her past life in the office building, she was just a code machine working to meet KPIs, a tiny part of the system. But here, she was the backbone of this group, the hope of this country. "Director, you're overpraising." Lin Jiaoyu put away her casual attitude, straightened up, and for the first time showed a serious expression. "This is just a blank slate. Next, we need carbonizing, quenching, and low-temperature tempering. That's the real challenge, and we can't afford any mistakes. Go." Zhao Weiguo waved his big hand, full of pride, his voice making the factory hum. "From today, the 501 Project, you are the chief engineer. Every plant and tree here, even I, Zhao Weiguo, will listen to your commands. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, I will skin them." Chief engineer. A 16-year-old chief engineer. The whole crowd was stunned, but no one dared to voice any disagreement. Master Lu even patted his chest loudly, looking proud as if the girl was his own daughter. "Who dares to challenge? Try taming that pile of scrap steel which even the Soviets couldn't handle." Just as everyone was excited and eager to celebrate Lin Jiaoyu by lifting her up, the heavy iron door of Workshop 2 was pushed open again. Squeak, cold wind, and snowflakes blew in as a group of people dressed in Zhongshan suits entered. Leading them was an older man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, elegant in appearance, but with sharp eyes. He saw the bloodstains on the ground and the cheering crowd, frowned slightly, then his gaze was drawn to the shining steel ingot on the lathe. He quickly stepped forward, trembling as he touched the surface of the ingot. Air-hardened steel, isothermal spheroidization, and annealing. And that parabolic cutting angle just now. Famous metallurgist Professor Zhou Qingyuan suddenly looked up, eyes flashing like lightning. "Who did this? Such techniques. Even my overseas labs wouldn't dare claim confidence. And what was that just now? Using shavings to grab people?" Zhao Weiguo wanted to explain, but Professor Zhou's eyes had already locked onto Lin Jiaoyu, who was about to slip away to have breakfast. "The little girl eating candy?" Professor Zhou said incredulously. "Director Zhao, Don't tell me this steel was made by her? And she's the one who caught the person? Lin Jiaoyu paused, sighing helplessly. Well, it seems it will be hard to enjoy a quiet lamb pie now. But just as her worries eased, new news came halfway through. Red Star Factory had a little-known technician who used an unheard-of, wild method to save a batch of scrap steel. This roller coaster story immediately piqued Zhou Qingyuan's strong interest. As someone at the top of the domestic materials science field, he knew exactly what this meant. Turning a batch of chaotic, uneven scrap steel into usable industrial gear steel was not something luck could achieve. It required a deep understanding of the iron-carbon phase diagram and almost artistic creativity. So, he ordered the jeep to turn around, and under the escort of military guards, headed straight to the second workshop of Red Star Factory. When he opened the door, he saw a crowd cheering. If I didn't come now, I might miss a top-level on-site lesson. Professor Zhou smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Zhao Weiguo, who looked tense, need not be so formal. His gaze crossed the crowd and fixed on Lin Jiaoyu like a spotlight. His eyes showed curiosity and a passionate sense of discovering a hidden gem. Is this the young engineer Xiao Lin who turned the tide? Hello, Professor Zhou. I am Lin Jiaoyu. She tucked the last piece of candy wrapper into her pocket, nodded calmly, and appeared composed. But inside, her heart was pounding. This was not like Zhao Weiguo, the rough-and-tumble worker, nor Sun Weiguo, the technician who came halfway through. The person in front of her was a true academic giant of this era, a living encyclopedia. Her little tricks, pieced together from memory of the past, might be seen through instantly by someone like him. Comrade Lin Jiaoyu, hello. Professor Zhou extended his hand proactively, without any airs. I just overheard outside that you used the isothermal annealing process to treat this batch of high-manganese carbon steel? Yes, Professor Zhou. Lin Jiaoyu carefully shook his hand, her fingertips cool. Can you tell me your specific approach? Zhou turned slightly, made a please gesture, and signaled them to walk and talk. His tone was gentle but direct. For example, how did you determine the 680-degree heat preservation point? What was your basis? Here it comes. The top expert's probing question. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Sun Weiguo, Master Liu, and the group of technicians all held their breath, their eyes filled with confusion and admiration as they looked at the old man and the young girl. Lin Jiaoyu took a deep breath and quickly thought through her words. She knew that at this critical moment, using simple explanations like taming a wild horse to describe her ideas would insult science and wouldn't pass Professor Zhou's standards. She needed to give solid facts. Professor Zhou, my judgment is based on two main points, Lin Jiaoyu said clearly and confidently as she walked. First, this batch of steel has too much manganese. Manganese is a stabilizer for austenite, and it causes the CCT curve, meaning the continuous cooling transformation curve, to shift downward and to the right. CCT curve. As soon as she said this, Professor Zhou's hands, which had been behind his back, trembled suddenly, and he stopped walking abruptly. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Jiaoyu as if she were from another planet. You know about the CCT curve? That's the latest theory from abroad. In the early 1950s, the continuous cooling transformation, CCT, curve was a cutting-edge theory at the top of academic circles in China, so advanced that most university textbooks hadn't even included it yet. How could this 16 or 17-year-old girl, with her ponytail, know about it? Everyone around, including Sun Weiguo, looked confused. What is CCT? A tractor model? Lin Jiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, oh no, I've overdone it. It was 1950, not 2020. Her mind raced with alarm, but she kept her face calm. She blinked innocently and once again played the scapegoat. I saw it in an old box left by my uncle. There was a notebook. I think it was in German or English. It had many curves that looked like noses. I don't understand foreign languages very well, but just by looking at the charts, I felt it might be related. Oh? Your uncle? Professor Zhou's initial shock gradually turned into a realization and a hint of regret. So, there's a family background. No wonder. In this turbulent era, some patriotic people or comprador agents who had contact with Western advanced technology kept precious documents. Professor Zhou didn't press further, but instead looked more excited. Seeing Professor Zhou's shocked speechlessness, she quickened her pace and directly drew her conclusion. Based on that curve, the transformation nose area of this steel is roughly between 650 and 700 degrees. Normal annealing and cooling are too fast, which easily causes it to enter the brittle martensite zone. So I chose to hold at 680 degrees to avoid this nose, giving it enough time to transform into soft, tough perlite. Her words were clear and to the point. After she finished speaking, the large workshop fell silent. Only the fan of the annealing furnace in the distance continued to hum. Sun Weigua and others listened, feeling confused, but sensing that every word Lin Jiayue said was full of a sacred, undeniable logical power. This is the pressure of science. Professor Zhou Qingyuan was completely stunned. He stared at Lin Jiayue with eyes wide, like Columbus discovering a new continent or a hungry person seeing a full banquet. Terms like experience judgment, theoretical correction, CCT curve, and phase transformation kinetics came from a 16-year-old girl's mouth, with tight logic, precise reasoning, and practical application to solve urgent national problems. Is this not a genius? It's almost supernatural. A treasure of the country.
Brilliant.
Truly brilliant. Professor Zhou excitedly patted his thigh, his face flushing. Comrade Shaolin, you've given me a huge surprise. Your intuition and understanding of material phase changes have surpassed most engineers in the country even rival some university professors who only read textbooks. This praise was weighty. Zhao Weigua, standing nearby, felt elated, straightening his back, looking prouder than when he received a medal.
See,
this is the talent I recognized. This is the pride of our Hongxing factory. Professor Zhou, you're overpraising. I just got lucky, like a cat catching a dead mouse. Lin Jiaoyue modestly lowered her head, secretly hiding a trace of guilt in her eyes.
No.
This is definitely not luck. Professor Zhou shook his head seriously, his tone firm. This is science. Comrade Shaolin, I ask you for this steel, how do you plan to proceed with the heat treatment process for making gears? This was a test and also a peer-to-peer exchange. Lin Jiaoyue no longer hid her skills, her eyes sharp. First, perform gas carbonizing to increase the surface carbon potential. Then, reheat the austenitizing process, quench directly in oil, and form a high-hardness martensite shell. Finally, perform low-temperature tempering to relieve stress and maintain toughness. With this combination, I guarantee the gear hardness will be above HRC 60, and the core toughness will also be good. Carbonizing, quenching, and low-temperature tempering, Professor Zhou muttered to himself, then suddenly looked up with bright eyes. Exactly right. Great minds think alike. Comrade Kobayashi, would you be willing to go to Beijing? Beijing? Lu Jiaoyue was stunned. Before she could react, Zhao Weigua, as if he had been caught off guard, broke out in sweat and tensed up. Yes, Beijing. Professor Zhou stepped forward eagerly. Your talent is wasted working in a factory. You should get the best, most systematic education. I am willing to write a recommendation letter for you to directly study at Beijing Military Industry Institute. It has the best labs and materials from Soviet experts. With your foundation, in less than 3 years, you could become a leading figure in national materials science, Beijing Military Industry Institute. These 4 words hit like a heavy bomb. Sun Weigua gasped, eyes full of envy. That place is like the Huangpu Military Academy of the military industry. So many try to get in but can't. Zhao Weigua's heart sank to the bottom of an ice cellar. It's over. We've led the wolf into the house. I finally dug out this gold nugget from the scrap heap, and now someone from the central government is about to take it away? No way, Zhao Weigua panicked. Ignoring the other person's status as a great expert, he quickly stepped forward, like a mother hen protecting her chick, blocking Lu Jiaoyue in front. He smiled politely but refused to step back. Professor Zhou, look. Shaolin is still young, only 16, and the 501 project is at a critical stage. We can't do without her. Going to Beijing can wait. Maybe we can discuss it later. Old Zhao. You're narrow-minded and provincial. Professor Zhou was furious, frowning and pointing at Zhao Weiguo's nose with concern. Is the 501 project more important, or is it more important to nurture a future scientific giant for the country? Can't you see that? Keeping her at Hongxing Factory is like picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon. That's a crime. I don't care about watermelons or sesame seeds. Anyway, the Red Star Factory can't do without her now. Zhao Weiguo puffed out his chest and acted stubborn. The two argued until they were both red in the face. Lin Jiaoyue stood behind them, her heart churning with mixed feelings. Going to Beijing? Honestly, as a former top scholar in her past life, she was tempted. Her biggest weakness now was her unclear background and knowledge. If she could go to a proper college to refine her skills and get an official diploma, she would have a legitimate reason to show off her advanced technology later. She wouldn't need to patch things up for her dead uncle anymore. Moreover, Beijing is the capital. Its resources, perspectives, and platforms are far better than cold Harbin.
But
Lin Jiaoyue instinctively turned her head and looked through the frosted glass window of the workshop at the gray, snowy outside. She remembered last night at the alley, her father Lin Hongxing, wearing an old coat, shivering in the -30-degree cold, waiting for her to finish work. She thought of her mother, Su Wanqing, whose hands were torn by knitting needles while making her gloves. She remembered the pot of lamb soup that was always hot at home. This family had just started to settle in Harbin. Her parents' sensitive identities felt like a sword hanging over her head. If she left, and years passed, who would protect her foolish parents, who loved her deeply but had some capitalist habits, in this turbulent time and unfamiliar northern city? Without her at the Red Star Factory, without Zhao Weiguo as her protector, what if the wind changed direction someday? Lin Jiaoyue gently touched the big white rabbit candy in her pocket, her once bright eyes gradually filled with hesitation, finally softening into a tender, hard-to-let-go feeling. Compared to becoming a shining pillar of the nation, she seemed more eager to be the daughter of Lin Hongxing and Su Wanqing. Seeing the fleeting hesitation on Lin Jiaoyue's face, Professor Zhou Qingyuan's heart suddenly tightened. He thought this young genius was worried about her lack of experience and difficulty convincing others, so he hurriedly stepped forward, his tone filled with the urgency and sincerity typical of that era. Comrade Shaolin, don't have any worries. Your solid theoretical foundation is even better than many doctors who studied abroad. What you need is just a systematic review and a broader platform. Professor Zhou pushed up his thick black-rimmed glasses, his eyes shining brightly, as if he wanted to pass the fire inside his chest to the young girl in front of him. I know it's hard for you to leave your parents and the familiar Red Star Factory to go to a completely new place. But, Comrade Jiaoyu, think about what situation our land is facing now. He suddenly turned around, pointing outside to the gray sky that seemed to carry a heavy burden. His voice became deep and strong, each word coming out as if squeezed from his teeth. On the other side of Yizhong, there is war and chaos. Imperialist planes and cannons are watching us closely. The technology blockade surrounds us like a metal barrel, trying to kill our new country before it grows. As engineers working on military projects, every day we solve a problem, fewer soldiers will bleed on the front lines. The backbone of the Chinese people will stand straighter. The knowledge in your mind is not just for you. It is the most valuable treasure of this era. Use this treasure where it is needed most. This is not only the country's need, but also the highest honor for a technical worker. These words hit Lin Jiaoyu like a heavy hammer, making her ears hum. The workers around listened with passion, their rough hands clenched tightly, their knuckles turning white from the effort. Their eyes on Lin Jiaoyu were full of hope and almost sacred encouragement. Worker Lin, go ahead. Our working class will never slack off. Yes, Vice Engineer Lin, you're a person who does great things. Keeping us in this small factory is like locking a golden phoenix in a cage. As long as we can make good guns and cannons, we are willing to work hard even if it kills us. Lin Jiaoyu's breathing grew slightly faster, her heart pounding fiercely inside her chest. In her past life, she was just a replaceable screw in a big factory. living for KPIs, year-end bonuses, and the so-called blessings that drained her life. She never thought that one day her code, her algorithms, her mind could be so closely connected to the fate of the country and the lives of millions. This heavy sense of mission made her shiver, but also made her feel passionate. She had indeed thought about lying flat, staying in her space with supplies, and living a peaceful life with her parents as a wealthy family in this era. But in a collapsing nest, how can there be a safe egg? Without a strong national defense, her small happiness would be like fragile bubbles that burst easily in the face of the tide of history.
Go.
You must go.
But.
Her eyes looked past the crowd, through the frost-covered glass window of the workshop, as if she saw the warm, dim light in her home. She remembered last night at the alley entrance, her father Lin Hongsheng, wearing an old coat, trembling in the -30-degree cold, waiting for her to finish work. She thought of her mother Su Wanqing, whose fingers were pierced by knitting needles while making her gloves. She remembered the pot of lamb soup that was always hot. The parents in this life are her softest spot deep inside her heart, and her greatest concern. Zhao Weigua, who had been silent all along, keenly noticed the struggle in Lin Jiayue's eyes. This man, who had shed blood on the battlefield but never shed tears, looked at the 16-year-old girl in front of him and suddenly sighed deeply. He strode over to Lin Jiayue, standing like a tall tower blocking all the wind and snow, as well as all her worries. Little Lin, Professor Zhou is right. I shouldn't be so selfish. Zhao Weigua looked at Lin Jiayue, his voice hoarse but very firm, carrying a soldier's spirit. Go ahead. Go with confidence. Uncle, I'll say this right here. As long as I, Zhao Weigua, am at Hongxing Factory, and as long as I am alive, no one will dare to lay a finger on your parents. He seemed to think his promise wasn't strong enough, and suddenly patted his chest with a loud bang, making everyone around tremble. Your dad is now a union officer, a proper workers' leader.
Who dares to check on him?
I've already asked your aunt to recognize your sisterhood. From now on, your parents are like my own siblings. Everything they eat, wear, and use, the factory will cover. If even a pound of flour or a piece of coal is missing, you come back and shoot me. I, Zhao Weigua, swear by my word. If you're not convinced, I'll make a written agreement and sign my fingerprint. His words were rough, earthy, but sincere and firm. The crowd around fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. A factory director doing this much for a subordinate showed he truly cared. Lin Jiayue's eyes suddenly turned red. She could feel the heavy weight of this promise. In this special time, Zhao Weigua was risking his political career to guarantee her family's safety. He was using his military achievements to protect the Lin family. Director Zhao, she sniffled, her voice trembling. Call me Uncle Zhao, he said with a wide smile, though his face looked tired and proud. His rough hand wanted to pat her head but hesitated, worried about getting dirt on her hair, and then withdrew. You girl, I watched you grow from a sickly little girl into the backbone of our factory. Uncle is proud of you. When you go to Beijing, don't let our Hongxing factory down. Let those scholars see how strong the golden phoenix from our northeast black land can be. Uncle Zhao. Lin Jiao nodded heavily, tears finally falling. With this promise, her last worry was gone. It was decided. Zhao Weigua fought hard to get Professor Zhou to give her a month's delay, so she could spend the new year at home before leaving. That night, at the Lin family courtyard, a hot pot of lamb was bubbling on the table, steaming and fragrant. The white steam blurred their faces under the light. Going to Beijing, Lin Hongxing's hand froze midair, holding his cup. Once a powerful man in the bustling city, now his knuckles turned white. The wine in his cup shook violently, spilling a few drops on his hand, cold and sharp. After a long moment, Lin Hongxing tilted his head and drank the strong liquor in one gulp. The spicy heat burned down his throat into his stomach, like a fire, forcing back the tears that threatened to come out. He set down the cup with a sharp sound. His eyes suddenly became sharp, full of the decisiveness and toughness he once had in the business world. Good. This is a great thing. His voice was a little hoarse but full of confidence. Our Lin family's daughter isn't meant to be kept in a cage like a delicate bird. If she has such talent, she should go to the biggest stage. This is about our family's honor. Anyone who tries to stop her, Lin Hongsheng, will be the first to refuse. Su Wanqing's eyes turned red, and tears fell uncontrollably. She asked anxiously, "Is it cold over there?
Can you get used to it?"
I heard the wind and sand are strong, and it hurts your face. She suddenly stood up, panicked, and hurried inside. She mumbled incoherently, "No, I must find that hidden tiger skin quilt, and I need to make 2 pairs of thick cotton shoes overnight. I heard Beijing gets so cold, it can freeze off your ears." Jiao Jiao is most afraid of the cold. "Mom, take it slow." Lin Jiaoyu quickly stood up, smiling as she gently held her mother's restless hand and helped her sit back down. She pointed to her chest and said with a bit of playful pride, "Did you forget? All our family's savings are in my space. Not just the tiger skin quilt, but also the silk and cotton quilts, rice, flour, oil, and grains we stored in Suzhou, stacked like a mountain. Your daughter's going to school with a treasure chest, and no matter what, I won't let you down." As she spoke, she flipped her palm, and like a magic trick, a box of fresh meat mooncakes from the old big house in Shanghai appeared, steaming hot. Su Wanqing was stunned. Seeing her daughter's confident look and the mooncakes in her hand, she suddenly smiled through her tears and gently patted her forehead. "Oh, my brain. I get so anxious I forget everything. Yes, yes, yes. Jiao Jiao is like a little fairy. How could she be hungry or cold?" Though she comforted her parents, Lin Jiaoyu was not idle. Over the next few days, she worked like a diligent and clever little squirrel, taking advantage of the late nights to give the cellar a big makeover. The empty cellar was quickly filled. Along the wall, 50-pound bags of flour were neatly stacked, made from the finest wheat grown locally, white as snow. Next to them were 2 large jars, one filled with clear, shiny rice from the northeast, and the other with full jars of soybean oil. Hanging from the beams were dried cured meats, ham, and sausages, their glossy sheen tempting in the dim light. In the corner, the red sugar and red dates Su Wanqing loved most, along with the best Longjing tea and a few packs of popular cigarettes, were carefully stored in moisture-proof boxes. They didn't keep too much, worried about attracting attention, but enough for the old couple to live comfortably and decently for half a year, since they could still send supplies by mail if needed. This was just in case of emergencies. The most important part was the money. Lin Jiaoyue knows well the rules of staying safe during troubled times. Don't reveal your wealth, and a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. She pried open a loose floor tile at the foot of her parents' bed and hid a small iron box inside. It contains 200 yuan, which is her family's secret reserve. Her father earns a salary every month, so this money is only used in emergencies. In the old cotton shoes at the bottom of the wardrobe, she also hid 50 yuan in each. Even under the salt pickling jar in the kitchen, she pressed a few big notes. The idea of a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows means that even if thieves break in, they won't find everything at once. After doing all this, she dusted off her hands and looked at her well-prepared little home. A weight in her heart finally lifted. With her worries eased, the next month, the second workshop at Hongxing Factory turned into a hell. The cheerful girl who used to smile and eat candy was gone, replaced by a devil instructor who made all the veteran workers fear. "Stop!" A clear shout rang out in the workshop. Lin Jiaoyue quickly walked behind Sun Weigua, who was operating the quenching furnace, holding a piece of chalk. She sharply circled the temperature gauge. "Engineer Sun, I've told you many times, the oil temperature for quenching high manganese steel must stay between 60 and 80 degrees. Just now, it fluctuated to 85 degrees for 2 seconds, but that caused the core toughness of the gear to drop at least 10%. That means on the battlefield, our tanks might run, but the gears could break. If the tank stalls, it becomes a sitting target, and the soldiers inside could die." Sun Weigua, a veteran technician in his 40s, was sweating profusely under the scolding from the 16-year-old girl, but he dared not speak. He just nodded desperately and took notes. Yes, Engineer Lin. I was careless. I will reheat and reforge the steel. Also, Master Lu. Lin Jiaoyue turned her gaze sharply to another machine tool. Master Lu, who was cutting, felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could speak, Lin Jiaoyue said, "The front angle of the cutter needs to be ground smaller by 1 degree. You're experienced, so you should feel the vibration during cutting is off. This 1 degree deviation might be fine for ordinary steel, but for special steel, it will affect the surface quality." Master Lu was stunned. He turned off the machine and touched the freshly cut part. The slight roughness on the surface made his face flush with embarrassment. He nodded respectfully to Lin Jiaoyue and gave her a thumbs up. "Amazing. Truly amazing. Lingong, your eyes and ears are so precise. They are even better than imported German calipers." Old Lu is completely convinced. She held the drawings, stood beside the machine tool, and broke down the knowledge in her mind, slowly sharing it with Sun Weigua and the young technicians. At first, some people didn't understand such strict requirements and thought it was overdoing it. But when Sun Weigua carefully followed Lin Jiaoyu's specifications and successfully produced a batch of special steel with a 98% success rate, the entire workshop fell silent. Then, a thunderous applause erupted. Before leaving, Zhao Weigua took the handwritten, Special Gear Process Manual, which was over 100 pages long, by Lin Jiaoyu. He treasured it and locked it in the factory's highest-level security cabinet. Only key personnel could borrow it with their signatures. The workers privately called it the Lin Secret, which was the true treasure of Hongxing Factory and the best gift Lin Jiaoyu left for her beloved co-workers. Meanwhile, life in the Lin family changed dramatically. Zhao Weigua kept his word, and Lin Hongxing thrived in the union work. His once versatile skills, learned in the bustling city, were now perfectly suited for handling workers' family matters. Whenever a couple argued or there was unfairness over coal balls, Lin Hongxing could easily settle the matter with a few words, earning the respect of the workers as Worker Lin. And Su Wanqing, with her delicate pastry skills brought from Suzhou, became a favorite among the family residents. Wang Xulian often pulled her along to patch shoes and chat about family matters, two good friends like sisters. Those who once looked down on country folks changed their minds after tasting Su Wanqing's pastries. They all said delicious. Seeing her parents settle down in this unfamiliar northern city, with bright eyes and smiling faces, Lin Jiaoyu knew she could go and fly freely. On December 28th, the snow in Harbin seemed eager to tear open the sky, falling day and night, turning everything into a dazzling white. Inside the Lin house, it was warm and cozy. The stove burned brightly, occasionally crackling. Lin Jiaoyu sat cross-legged on the heated Kong bed, wrapped in a thick wool felt. In front of her, a small, chipped square table was completely covered by a large A1 drawing. She was holding half a large white rabbit milk candy in her mouth, the sweet and creamy aroma melting on her tongue, slightly easing the hunger caused by 4 hours of continuous high-speed thinking. The Parker pen in her hand, her Professor Zhou had forcefully given it to her as a meeting gift before leaving, was now moving across the paper at an astonishing speed. The ink spread into precise, sharp lines on the paper. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of the abacus beads hitting each other came from nearby, rhythmic and steady. Lin Hongxing was wearing an old pair of glasses wrapped with tape around the bridge, staring nervously at a wrinkled union ledger. Since becoming a union officer, he, who once managed millions of silver dollars without blinking, now argued fiercely over a few pounds of kerosene and 2 baskets of rotten cabbage. "Dad, your eyebrows are so furrowed they could catch flies," Lin Jiaoyu said without looking up. Her pen moved smoothly on the drawing paper, drawing a beautiful arc, and she marked the key point beside it. Heat exchange efficiency increased by 35%, tolerance plus or minus 0.02 millimeters. When she wrote this line, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was not just data. It represented the capital that the Red Star factory had to support the Lin family after she left. "Little girl, you don't understand. This is a political task, harder than managing the $1 million grain transport back in the day." Lin Hongxing took off his glasses, rubbed his slightly red nose, and his tone, though complaining, carried a hint of joy. Elder Zhang from the East Yard had a baby. According to the rules, she should get an extra 2 pounds of fine flour, but the storeroom only has millet flour. I'm trying to figure out how to balance this account without breaking the rules and letting her family have dumplings during her confinement. Lin Jiaoyue paused her pen slightly, a faint smile forming on her lips. That was her father. Even in his decline, the stubborn, street-smart spirit and business shrewdness still remained. Once it was for profit and scheming, now it was for caring for people and managing those poor supplies. Really, if it comes to it, just give my share of rations to them. I have plenty in my space, she said casually. That's nonsense. Lin Hongxing's eyes widened, his once gentle face turning stern, still the lingering authority of the former head of Hungli Trading. Public and private are separate. If you start using your own things to cover the union's expenses, how can we run the union work in the future? That would break the rules. He paused, a sly smile appearing on his face again. He lowered his voice and said, I also have a way. Old Lee at the cafeteria still has a batch of damp dried noodles. They don't look good, but they are fine to eat. I plan to trade him 2 industrial coupons, then dry the noodles, grind them into flour, and mix in some good flour. This way, I can make up for the 2 pounds of fine noodles we lost. It's resource swapping, understand? Lin Jiao, you couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I understand. You're applying Wall Street tactics to the cafeteria kitchen. This is not your concern. Dad has a plan. He then put on his slightly faded but neatly ironed Zhongshan suit, clasped his hands, and left the house. His figure behind the door curtain looked a bit thin but was very determined. Lin Jiao, you watched the curtain sway and sighed softly. She knew well how much effort and favors her father's so-called plan involved. This man, once a powerful figure, was now using his clumsy but effective way to protect the dignity of their class and maintain neighborhood harmony. He was also trying to prove his worth in this new era. She looked away and focused again on the blueprint. Her eyes sharpened instantly. The innocence and playfulness of a girl disappeared, replaced by the calm and commanding presence of a top engineer. This was no ordinary blueprint. It was her amulet, left for Hongxing Factory, and also a life-saving charm for her parents. She was going to Beijing, and she was worried. Zhao Weigua, though brave and promising to protect her parents, was just a man. She understood better than anyone that in this unpredictable world, people come and go, and circumstances change. In this turbulent time, only if Hongxing Factory depended on her technology and the entire Northeast military-industrial line relied on the Lin family's wisdom could her parents' weakness become a forbidden zone that no one dared to touch. This blueprint was an improved version of the Soviet-style annealing furnace. She replaced the heavy one-way air duct with a rotary heat exchange structure. This was common in later generations, but now it was cutting-edge technology, something that could silence even Soviet experts with its advanced design. It could save 30% of coal and improve the furnace's temperature uniformity by 1 level. In this resource-scarce era, saving coal meant saving lives, and controlling temperature meant controlling quality. Once this furnace was ignited successfully, anyone who wanted to threaten Mr. and Mrs. Hong would have to think twice about whether they could afford the consequences of stopping Hongxing Factory. There is also the Special Steel Heat Treatment Troubleshooting Manual, which she wrote in simple language. It even uses metaphors like the fire color looks like ripe persimmons and the sound should be like a loud drum, so even rough folks like Lu Ba can understand and follow. This is not just technical guidance, but also a way to win people's hearts. Jiao Jiao, take a break. Eat some frozen pear to cool down. Su Wanqing pushed aside the curtain, holding a chipped enamel basin. The frozen pears inside looked dark, like coal balls, but a layer of clear water beads had formed on the surface, making them look very refreshing. Mom, I'm not tired. I just need a little more time to finish up. Lin Jiao, you carefully rolled up her drawings and put them into a metal tube, then carefully covered it. Su Wanqing set down the basin, her gaze falling on the metal tube with a complex look. She didn't understand what the lines meant, but she knew that her daughter used these things to impress the big professor from Beijing, making him amazed, and also to make director Zhao treat their family as honored guests. These days, put all your old clothes into the space, Su Wanqing said softly as she took out a stack of new clothes from the back of the cabinet. Her movements gentle. Beijing is a big city, and the girls there are fashionable. We can't let people laugh at girls from the northeast for being too plain. On top was a navy blue wool coat, with a sharp cut and a soft velvet collar. It looked ordinary, even a bit old-fashioned, fitting the simple style of tough times. Jiaoyu reached out to touch it, and her fingertips trembled at the fabric. This wasn't just an ordinary wool coat. It was made from Milden wool imported from Britain, tight and windproof. But Su Wanqing cleverly reversed the fabric, exposing the rough side outward and the smooth side inward, making it look more rustic. Underneath were 2 fine cotton shirts, sewn with stitches so tight they looked like they were made by a machine, each stitch showing the maker's care. Jiaoyu turned up the hem and saw a tiny orchid embroidered with matching silk thread. This was Su Wanqing's special mark, her secret gift as a mother, left behind in the tide of the times. "Mom, this is too thick. It looks like a ball when I wear it," Jiaoyu complained, though she clutched the coat tightly. Beijing's wind cuts to the bone. Unlike the firewalls at home, Su Wanqing's eyes were red and swollen. She was rubbing her fingers along the collar of her coat, which had several bandages on the fingertips. These were from the needle pricks during her busy work these days. "Wear this to keep warm. Mom isn't here, so you have to know when you're cold or hot." Lin Jiaoyu didn't speak. She buried her face deep into the coat's collar and took a deep breath. It was a smell of camphor balls, the smoke from the stove, and a comforting scent of soapberry that was unique to her mother. This wasn't just clothing. It was as if her mother had sewn her half a lifetime of dignity, gentleness, and unspoken worries into every stitch. She seemed to see her mother under the lamplight late at night, wearing reading glasses, sewing stitch by stitch, locking her concern for her daughter into the layers of cotton. "Mom, don't worry." Lin Jiaoyu looked up, her eyes slightly red, but her voice was clear. "I wear this coat just like you're holding me. I told my classmates it's my mom's soft armor, invincible and warm." "Enough, enough, you're talking too much." Su Wanqing smiled and pushed her gently. "Go to sleep quickly. You have to go to work early tomorrow." The lights went out, leaving only a few faint sparks in the fireplace. Outside, the wind and snow howled, wrapping this small home in a vast whiteness. Lin Jiaoyu lay on the heated bed, listening to her parents' quiet conversation next door, a smile on her face as she fell asleep. On New Year's Eve, just before dawn, the window paper was still faintly blue and white. Lin Hongsheng put on his old cotton-padded coat, hummed an unknown Su Kuan tune, and took a big broom to sweep the snow in the yard until it was clean, piling it under the old locust tree. Back inside, he warmed his hands, took out the pre-cut red paper and prepared ink, and spread them on the slightly peeling 8 Immortals table in the main hall. "Jiao Jiao, come quickly. Dad will show you a special skill today." Lin Jiaoyu rubbed her sleepy eyes, put on her cotton-padded coat, and moved closer. Her father rolled up his sleeves, revealing a slender but strong wrist, and took a brush to write on the red paper. His brush moved like a dragon and snake, flowing smoothly and quickly. Couplet: "The home has phoenix trees attracting phoenixes." Second line: "The factory relies on skills to determine the future." Horizontal inscription: "Peace and prosperity for the nation and people." Before the ink dried, it showed a vigorous and powerful style. "Good handwriting," Lin Jiaoyu sincerely praised. "Dad, your writing looks even more energetic than the slogan at our factory gate. It has a real spirit." "That's right." Lin Hong proudly shook his head, his wrinkles relaxing. "Back in the day when I was in Sioux City, I was a well-known talent in the business circle. Now, I may not be counting money anymore, but I still have my skills. When the union makes posters and writes slogans, those young guys, who can compare to me?" Su Wanqing sat nearby, mending shoes, watching her husband's lively expression. Her wrinkles held a gentle smile. She knew clearly in her heart that her husband was truly alive again. In Sioux City, having fine clothes and wealth was real, but so was the worry of being checked and taxed despite the riches. Now life is hard, but earning by ability and being respected makes him stand taller than ever. They put up the spring festival couplets, and the festive feeling was complete. Next was the main event, New Year's Eve dinner. The dishes on the Lin family table were quite extravagant. There was braised pork, tender and shiny, with a bright red color like agate, a pot of pickled cabbage and pork with thick slices of blood sausage floating in the bubbling broth, and in the middle, a 2-pound braised carp, whole, symbolizing abundance year after year. In this time of extreme material scarcity, where even buying a scallion required careful planning, if outsiders saw this table through a crack in the window, they would be shocked and might cause big trouble.
Eat. Eat.
Today, we close the door and no one is afraid. Today, Lin Hong wore a rare dark red long gown. Though the cuffs were a bit worn, the fabric still crisp. His face was flushed from drinking, and he reached out with chopsticks, picking a piece of fatty, tender braised pork to put in Lin Jiaoyu's bowl. But his hand, once capable of signing million-yuan contracts in Shanghai, trembled slightly now. "Jiao Jiao, I never dreamed I could have a good New Year with you." Looking at his daughter, Lin Hong's eyes suddenly turned red. He put down his chopsticks, gesturing to the corner of the table, his voice choked with emotion. "Last year at this time, you only knew how to drool and ask me for candy. I bought you the best white rabbit milk candies, but you couldn't open the sticky rice paper, and you rolled on the ground crying. Seeing you then, my heart hurt so much, like being stabbed repeatedly with a dull knife on my heart." Su Wanqing sat beside him, tears falling silently like broken beads. She kept busy, carefully peeling shrimp for her daughter. "It's the new year. Why bring up old, useless stories? Our Jiao Jiao is doing well now. She's a great scientist and will go to the capital to enjoy life." "Yes, she's a great scientist." Lin Hongxing tilted his head back, drank the spicy white wine in his cup, and laughed and cried at the same time, acting wild. "Ancestors, bless us. My daughter's spirit is back. The suffering of these 10 years was worth it. It was all worth it." Lin Jiaoyu lowered her head, eating her rice eagerly. The rice mixed with braised meat juice smelled so good it made her want to cry. Her nose felt sore, and her throat was tight, like it was stuffed with soaked cotton. She had a space where she stored delicacies from all over the world, enough to last years. But the fish and meat on this table were made by her parents with their own hands. Her parents, once powerful and now living carefully, were trying to fill the missing love of the past 10 years in this simple meal, giving her all they could. "Dad, Mom." Lin Jiaoyu put down her bowl, stood up and poured wine for her parents. Her eyes were bright and firm. "From now on, we will celebrate every year like this. When I settle in the capital, I'll take you to the city to enjoy braised meat." "Yes. Every year." Lin Hongxing laughed loudly, his voice bold, but his eyes held deep sadness and loneliness. Everyone knew that this journey ahead was long and difficult. At Red Star Factory, the director's office. Bang! Lin Jiaoyu slammed the heavy metal container onto the desk. "Uncle Zhao, here's your New Year gift, she said sharply, staring at Zhao Weiguo, whose eyes were bloodshot and beard scruffy. "The final design for the Soviet-style annealing furnace, plus the formula for special steel for the next 3 years. Follow these plans, and I guarantee the waste rate at Red Star Factory will drop below 5%. Zhao Weiguo was still rubbing his sleepy eyes when he heard 5%. His hand trembled, and he quickly grabbed the drawings. In the morning light, he widened his eyes, staring at the dense lines, circles, and strange symbols on the paper. He was a rough man and didn't understand this complex machinery. To him, it looked like a foreign script. But he could understand the conclusion written in red in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Expected increase in furnace temperature stability, 40%. Expected product qualification rate, greater than or equal to 95%. Zhao Weiguo's breath suddenly caught. He didn't believe the blueprints, but he trusted these few numbers, and even more, he trusted the girl in front of him who could turn scrap steel into valuable steel. These weren't just papers. They were like a printing press. This is the Red Star Factory, now the most powerful and untouchable capital in the entire military industry system.
Girl.
This is amazing. Zhao Weiguo's hands were trembling as he carefully held the blueprints. Uncle Zhao, I've left the things here, Lin Jiaoyu interrupted him, her eyes shining. My parents.
Bang!
Zhao Weiguo slapped the table hard, making the teacup lid shake. He suddenly stood up, and at that moment, a fierce energy burst out from him, like someone rising from a pile of corpses. Jiaoyu, listen carefully. As long as the furnace at the Red Star factory is still burning, your father is a hero's family. Anyone who dares to touch him, I'll twist their head off and use it as a night pot. Even the king of heaven wouldn't get away with it. Lin Jiaoyu smiled brightly. The deal is done. She turned to leave, but Zhao Weiguo suddenly called out, wait. He opened a drawer, took out a bulging brown paper envelope, and hurried over, forcefully placing it in Lin Jiaoyu's hand. This is a special approval from the factory's party committee, 500 yuan and 100 jin of national grain coupons. Keep it with you. Beijing isn't like here. It's the imperial city with big expenses. Don't suffer. Lin Jiaoyu wanted to refuse, but Zhao Weiguo's eyes widened, showing the authority of a factory director. Don't give me that nonsense. This isn't for me personally. It's a special bonus approved by the factory's party committee for technical research. Plus, a subsidy for settling in Beijing. You're from our Red Star factory. When you get to Beijing, don't let people think we're poor. Eat whatever you want, don't hold back. The things in your head are worth this much. If you don't take it, you're looking down on Uncle. Holding the warm envelope tightly, Lin Jiaoyu nodded heavily. The night before her departure, Lin Jiaoyu and Su Wanqing slept together in the same bed. They talked all night, sharing heartfelt words, until dawn when they finally drifted into a light sleep. The next day was sunny. Sunlight shone on the white snow, a bit dazzling. Zhao Weiguo personally drove the only GAZ jeep in the factory to pick up Lin Jiaoyu. Lin Hongsheng and Su Wanqing took their daughter to the gate of the small courtyard, then couldn't walk any further. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. You should go back now. Lin Jiaoyu held back her tears and waved goodbye to her parents. When I arrive, I will write to you. Su Wanqing covered her mouth, crying uncontrollably. Lin Hongsheng's eyes were red as he repeatedly urged, take good care of yourself. Make sure to take care of yourself. Lin Jiaoyu dared not look back again. She was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to leave. Suddenly, she turned around quickly and got into the car, saying to Zhao Weiguo, Uncle Zhao, start driving. The jeep slowly started, carrying the girl's dreams and her parents' hopes, heading toward Harbin train station. In the car, Zhao Weiguo handed her a cloth bag from the front seat. Jiao, this is from Uncle. It's not anything valuable, just a small gift. When Lin Jiaoyu opened it, she saw a brand new mechanical design manual, a Parker pen, and a thick notebook. You love to learn, Zhao Weiguo said softly, looking ahead. When you go to Beijing, don't forget about our Hongxing factory. Write home about what new things you learn and new skills. We're all waiting for you. I understand. Uncle Zhao. Lin Jiaoyu tightly hugged the bag, and finally, tears fell uncontrollably. The train station was heavily guarded. Using his connections, Zhao Weiguo saw her safely onto the platform. The train to Beijing had already started to emit white steam. Go now. Zhao Weiguo patted her shoulder. Remember, you are not alone. Behind you are your parents, me, and the whole Hongxing factory. If anyone bullies you, write to Uncle. I will risk my life to go to Beijing and get justice for you. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Finally, Lin Jiaoyu took one last look at the man who had given her new life and protection, then turned decisively and boarded the train to Beijing. As the long whistle sounded, the green iron train slowly left the platform and gradually disappeared into the snowstorm. On the platform, Zhao Weiguo watched her from afar. Inside the carriage, Lin Jiaoyu found her berth and put away her luggage. She didn't look out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, but took out the mechanical design manual from her pocket and opened to the first page. On the title page, there was a line written by Zhao Weiguo with his Parker pen, strong and bold. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky high enough for birds to fly. Gently, her fingers brushed over the words, and her gaze grew more determined. Beijing City, I have arrived. A brand new world is slowly unfolding before her. After 2 days and nights of travel, the green train slowly arrived at Beijing Station. In early spring of 1951, Beijing was cold and brisk. As soon as she stepped off the platform, a cold wind mixed with the smell of coal smoke and dry dust hit her face. Wide Chang'an Street, tall archways, and crowds rushing by on bicycles and wearing blue-gray Zhongshan suits all told Lin Jiaoyu that this was a city full of passion and change. She tightened her coat around her and carried a heavy canvas bag, following the address given in Professor Zhou's letter, squeezing onto a noisy tram outside the station. The Beijing Military Industry Technical College is located in an open area on the western outskirts of the city. It is said to have once been a royal estate during the Qing dynasty. After changing hands several times, it was transformed after liberation into a place for training top military industry talents. There was no grand sign at the school gate, not even a notice board. Only 2 armed soldiers stood guard on either side, like statues, watching everyone carefully. The tall red brick wall and the black iron gate silently showed that this was a secretive facility. Lin Jiaoyu stepped forward, handed over her introduction letter and Professor Zhou's handwritten recommendation letter. The soldier took the letters, checked them over 5 times, and stared at her young, slightly innocent-looking face for a long time. He then made a quick call inside before finally opening a small side door with a click. Go straight ahead to the 3-story gray building. The Academic Affairs Office. Report to Officer Wong, the soldier said simply, handing her back her documents and not saying more. Lin Jiaoyu nodded, lifted her seemingly ordinary canvas suitcase with one hand, and stepped into this mysterious school. Inside, ancient trees towered, old vines intertwined with gray Soviet-style buildings, giving a sense of history mixed with the cold, industrial style of the new era. Occasionally, she saw students in uniforms or military clothes, holding thick drawings or books, walking quickly. Everyone looked serious and focused. The Academic Affairs Office was heated warmly. The person in charge of welcoming her, Officer Wong, was a woman in her 30s. She had short hair cut to her ears, wore black-rimmed glasses, and had a serious expression that sometimes looked a bit sharp and scrutinizing. She took Lin Jiaoyu's file, glanced at it, and her eyebrows subtly furrowed into a shape like a Chuan character. Lin Jiaoyu, 16 years old? Recommended by Hongxing Factory in Harbin. Officer Wong looked up, her eyes like a spotlight, carefully examining the overly beautiful girl in front of her. Her skin was as white as a peeled egg, and her clear, almond-shaped eyes looked like those of movie stars in magazines. Officer Wong couldn't help but wonder, what is Professor Zhou thinking? We're in military technology, not in arts and entertainment. Why bring such a delicate girl here? She cleared her throat and spoke in a formal, cold tone. Professor Zhou specifically mentioned you, saying you are a special talent, and you're here for the Precision Machinery and Materials Engineering training program. But, young comrade, this training program is quite special. She emphasized the word special, her eyes meaningful. All the students are recommended by major factories from different provinces, and the projects involve confidentiality. We have to keep everyone in a closed, supervised environment. Unfortunately, the small building assigned to female students is under renovation, with pipes being replaced, and it's a mess, completely uninhabitable. Officer Wong opened a drawer, rummaging through a pile of messy documents and miscellaneous items for the key, still speaking. Other girls' dormitories? Don't even think about it. Confidentiality rules say that project personnel must be separated by zones. Besides, the dorms are full and their schedules are different from your training class. Forcing you into there would break the rules. Finally, she found a rusty copper key in the corner, slapped it on the table with a snap, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Here you go. It's the room next to the West Side Bungalow 117. It used to be a narrow storage space filled with clutter, but it's been temporarily cleared out. It's small, has no windows, only a ventilation hole, but it's quiet. It's right next to the boys' dorm, so it's convenient for management. The communal water and toilet are at the end of the corridor. Officer Wong added, tone slightly stern. That area is mostly occupied by grown men. Be careful when you come and go. Don't cause any trouble. This arrangement isn't ideal, but it's the only way. You're here to learn, so try to accept it. If an ordinary girl heard such strict arrangements, she might have already started to feel upset, and tears might have come to her eyes. But Lin Jiaoyue looked calm. Even a hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes.
No windows?
That's good. It makes it easier for her to come and go. A single room? Even better. She doesn't have to deal with complicated relationships. Thank you, Officer Wong. I understand, and will obey the organization's arrangements. Lin Jiaoyue replied clearly and decisively. She reached for the keys on the table, turned around, and left without saying a word. Officer Wong watched her back, stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Young people these days are quite patient, but I wonder if they're just pretending. The west side of the building is a row of dull gray Soviet-style houses. The floor tiles are cracked, and the paint on the walls is peeling. The door to dormitory 117 was wide open. A strong smell of tobacco mixed with men's sweat wafted out. Inside, 3 men, around 25 or 26 years old, sat around a table, passionately discussing something. Old song, your method is too cautious. Our steel standards are a bit low now, but the speed of Soviet machine tools can definitely be improved. We need a bold, revolutionary spirit, said a broad-faced, burly man with a loud voice like a broken drum. Old Gao, that's risking your life. It's science, not just shouting loudly. Can you afford to lose precision? That's national property, said a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, frowning. He looked scholarly but also stubborn and proud. Lin Jiaoyue carried a large canvas bag and slowly walked past the door of dormitory 117. When the bag hit the rough cement ground, it made a dull, harsh sizzle sound.
Huh?
Who's that girl? Gao Jianhua, with his broad face, was the first to notice the movement in the corridor. He shook his cigarette, and ash fell all over his pants. The 3 men all moved quickly to the door. They saw a young girl, dressed in a wool coat and glowing white skin, standing in front of a small, narrow wooden door next to dormitory 117. It was a storage room with only one tiny window, usually locked tight. Inside, there was only a small bed made of a few wooden planks, now filled with dust and broken brooms. Comrade, are you in the wrong place? That's where the brooms are kept, said Song Siming, adjusting his glasses with a teasing tone. Are you visiting a relative? Or did a professor's daughter get lost? The invitation is outside the school gate. Turn left. This is the dormitory for the training class. No outsiders allowed. Lin Jiaoyu didn't speak. Instead, she took out a rusty key from her pocket. With a click, she unlocked the padlock on the narrow door in front of them. The lock opened, and the door hinge made a squeaking sound. The 3 men looked at each other in surprise, their eyes wide. My name is Lin Jiaoyu, a new trainee. I live here, she said clearly and softly, but with a cold tone. What? A trainee? Gao Zhengwo's voice suddenly rose. His eyes widened in shock. How old are you? Living in the storage room? The school is getting more and more chaotic. They're letting in all kinds of people. Even babies who haven't grown up yet are becoming our classmates. He looked her up and down at her thin arms and legs, which seemed fragile enough to break easily. Then he glanced at the heavy-looking canvas bag on the ground. He pouted and said, Little girl, this place is for military work, making cannons and tanks, not a playhouse. If you can't carry it, just say so. Don't force yourself. If you get hurt, we'll have to write reports and take you to the clinic. Chun Mo, who had been leaning against the door frame silently, also frowned. He was a former reconnaissance soldier with sharp eyes. The girl looked too weak. A delicate young lady coming to such a tough place was just causing trouble. Lin Jiaoyu turned her head and looked at Gao Zhengwo's dismissive attitude. She smiled politely, revealing a faint dimple. No trouble, Comrade Gao Zhengwo. And this is just books, not dolls, she said. Then she slightly crouched down, grabbing the handle of the bag with her right hand. Her body, nourished by the spiritual spring water, had already transformed completely. She focused her energy, steadied her wrist, and suddenly exerted force. With a loud bang, in front of the three men's shocked faces, whose jaws almost dropped, she easily lifted the bag, which was filled with books and metal parts for disguise, weighing at least 50 pounds, over the half-height threshold like a small chicken. She didn't even breathe heavily. She carefully placed the bag on the shaky wooden bed in the narrow room. The entire wooden bed creaked loudly, as if it was about to break apart. The corridor was dead silent. Oh my God! Gao Zhengwo's cigarette finally fell out of his mouth. It burned his foot before he realized it. He jumped and shouted, "Is this girl born with super strength?" The sound of the bag hitting the ground was all metal clattering. Chun Mo, who had been watching silently, narrowed his eyes and slightly contracted his pupils. An expert's move quickly reveals their skill. Just now, the action combined strength and precision, showing a deep control of muscle power, not just brute force. "This girl is not simple," Chun Mo whispered, his previously dismissive gaze turning serious. After about 10 minutes, Lin Jiaoyu tidied up the small, narrow room. Although it was only 6 or 7 square meters, she took out a plain cloth from the space and spread it over the broken table. She also placed a porcelain cup on it, instantly adding a touch of everyday life. She didn't close the door because the room was too stuffy and had no windows for ventilation. She moved an old small table to block the entrance, serving as both a desk and a simple partition, signaling to anyone outside. "Stop here." She lit her kerosene lamp, and the warm yellow glow filled the small space, making it feel cozy. She took out a thick book, as heavy as a brick, written entirely in Russian, Materials Mechanics. She casually peeled a white rabbit milk candy and stuffed it into her mouth. The rich milk flavor melted on her tongue. She squinted happily, cheeks puffed out like a small hamster eating. At that moment, she was a girl who loved candy's little Jiao Jiao. The next second, when her eyes fell on the pages of the book, her expression instantly turned cold and focused. She was now the top engineer, Lin Gong, fully engaged. Song Siming was carrying a porcelain cup to the corridor to fetch water. As he passed by the door, he instinctively glanced inside, thinking, "That girl is probably reading some random magazine or comic." But that glance froze him in place. On Lin Jiaoyu's notebook, she was quickly working through a set of equations with her Parker pen. The pen moved swiftly, making a scratching sound on the paper, flowing smoothly without pause. Stress distribution in the barrel of large-caliber artillery. Song Siming, who had studied abroad and was fluent in Russian, immediately recognized the strange Cyrillic annotations. This wasn't a magazine. It was the latest advanced military engineering textbook from the Soviet Union. Even he found it somewhat difficult to read. What surprised him even more was how smoothly Lin Jiaoyu's deduction process was, even skipping over some complicated intermediate steps and reaching a conclusion. Song Siming quickly did mental calculations in his mind, and his face suddenly changed. Her conclusion was actually more accurate than the result. He had spent 3 all-nighters and half a notebook of rough drafts calculating last week. And the method was simpler too. This can't be. Song Siming swallowed hard, his throat moving violently. The porcelain cup in his hand shook, spilling a few drops of water. Gao Zhengwo heard the noise and came over, peering inside. "Old Song, what are you looking at? You look like you've lost your soul. What is that girl drawing? Is she making a comic strip?" "Shut up," Song Siming whispered, his voice trembling. "This is advanced application of material mechanics. She's doing a pressure check for the reinforcement of the gun barrel." Although Gao Zhengwo couldn't read Russian, he understood Song Siming's shocked expression. Usually, Old Song was proud and confident like a peacock. When had he ever shown such a look? The small storage room was dimly lit. Lin Jiaoyu seemed to sense the commotion at the door. She picked up her porcelain cup and took a sip of the red date and goji berry water infused with space spring water. Without raising her head, she gently turned a page of her book with delicate fingers and spoke calmly, as if saying the weather is nice today. "Engineer Song, you were arguing loudly just now next door. I overheard a bit. You might have misunderstood the Fourier transform in the 3rd line of your algorithm. That's a variation for nonlinear stress, not the usual linear one. I suggest you check the notes on page 42 of this book again, or you might only realize the stove exploded at the last moment. Her voice was soft but like a thunderclap, striking the corridor. The air instantly became quiet. Song Siming's face turned pale, like pig liver, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He suddenly turned around, ignoring his water, staggering back to his dorm to look up the book. After a moment, there was the sound of flipping pages from next door, followed by a gasp of surprise, then complete silence. Gao Zhengwo looked at Lin Jiaoyu's small face, cheeks puffed out as she ate candy, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Jiaoyu's lips curled slightly, and she turned another page. Life in the capital was indeed more interesting than he had imagined. The next morning, the first official class of the training program was about to begin. The classroom was lively, filled with the sound of people talking, and the air smelled of chalk dust. The three students from dormitory 117, Gao Zhengwo, Song Siming, and Chen Imo, arrived right on time, looking rather unhappy. Especially Song Siming, who had two big dark circles under his eyes, clearly exhausted from staying up late thinking about the Fourier transform. His eyes on Lin Jiaoyu were very complicated, full of frustration, shame, and a hint of awe that he couldn't hide. Most of the students in the classroom were men in their mid-20s or older, wearing dark blue work uniforms or old military clothes that had been washed many times. They sat confidently and comfortably. Lin Jiaoyu sat alone in the front corner, wearing a loose Lenin-style outfit and two braided pigtails. She looked out of place and very noticeable, like a small white rabbit among a pack of wild wolves. "Hey, isn't that our little genius? Still used to living in the storage room," Gao Zhengwo said loudly, with a teasing tone, trying not to lose face. He walked to the front row and deliberately dragged his chair with a loud screech, then sat down heavily. His tall body blocked almost all of Lin Jiaoyu's view, like a wall. "Comrade Lin, this is a serious military place, not a place for kids to play in the mud. If you don't understand Professor Sun's lecture later, don't cry. Your big brothers won't give you candy then." Laughter spread around. Next to him, Song Siming pushed up his glasses, pursed his lips, and said nothing, but his eyes showed suspicion and stubbornness. Yesterday's incident was just a coincidence. Definitely just a coincidence. Chen Imo crossed his arms and leaned against the radiator, watching coldly. The other students' eyes also turned toward Lin Jiaoyu, curious and eager to see the show. Everyone had heard that a 16-year-old girl had joined the class and was living in the storage room. Now they were waiting to see the veteran bullying the newcomer scene. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Jiaoyu calmly closed her Russian textbook, which was spread out on the desk, even carefully smoothing out the corners. She looked up, her almond-shaped eyes calm and untroubled, with a coolness that seemed to see through everything. I was about to give this comrade Gao Zhengwo some technical advice, when suddenly, ring, ring, ring. The sharp, urgent school bell suddenly rang out, interrupting the tense atmosphere in the classroom. Almost at the same time, the heavy wooden classroom door was pushed open. An elderly professor with gray hair, dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit, holding his lecture notes, walked in steadily. He was thin but stood straight, with sharp eyes scanning the room confidently. The classroom instantly fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gao Zhengwo quickly closed his mouth, like a duck being choked, shrank back in annoyance, and turned to sit properly. The professor reached the center of the podium, placed his notes down, looked around the classroom, and finally paused for half a second on Lin Jiaoyu. Then, his gaze fell on the thick original Russian edition of Material Mechanics on her desk, and a faint look of surprise and amusement flashed in his eyes. He cleared his throat, his voice loud and full of energy. Professor Sun went straight into the lesson without delay. Everyone's eyes subtly flicked toward that slender figure in the corner. Everyone knew that Professor Sun liked to call on students during class, and this favorite was probably going to be unlucky. The air in the classroom was dry and heavy, the coal stove burning not very strongly, occasionally making crackling sounds. Professor Sun Jinbong's teaching style was as firm as his name, resounding and impactful. The rhythm of his baton hitting the blackboard was almost in sync with the howling wind outside. The blackboard was densely covered with formulas, and white chalk dust fell like a light snow. Regarding the trajectory correction of large-caliber howitzers in extremely cold conditions, Sun Jinbong turned around, his sharp eyes sweeping over the dozens of faces below. The Soviet expert's artillery manual gives a correction factor of 0.03. But in actual feedback from the Korean War battlefield, using this data caused an average deviation of 150 meters from the target. What does 150 meters mean? It's the distance to hit your own people's heads. He paused, then sharply tapped the teaching stick on the board, pointing to a complex system of differential equations in the lower right corner. Can anyone tell me where the problem is? And recalculate the correct correction term. The classroom instantly fell silent. Even the breathing became cautious. This was not just a math problem. It related to the survival of frontline soldiers. Gao Zhengwo frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his pen poked holes in the draft paper. He stared at the equations, his mind tangled like a knot. Aerodynamics, Coriolis force, changes in propellant burn rate at low temperatures. Too many variables. This was beyond what a human brain could solve in one class, unless there was a newly developed electronic computer. Nobody. Sun Jinbong's voice lowered, with a strict tone of disappointment. You fought on the front lines, so why do you become silent when it comes to theory? Is this the modern national defense force we want to build? Gao Zhengwo clenched his teeth and suddenly stood up. Report. I think we should introduce a nonlinear term for air density changes with temperature and use a Taylor expansion, taking the first 3 terms for approximation. Sit down, Sun Jinbong interrupted coldly. Your direction is correct, but by the time you finish, this battle will be over. I want a quick calculation model usable on the battlefield, not a thesis. Gao Zhengwo's face turned red as he sat down reluctantly. Next to him, Song Siming pushed up his glasses, about to raise his hand, but then withdrew it. In the corner, Lin Jiaoyu stared blankly at a peeling patch of paint on the window frame. She was spacing out. More precisely, she was thinking about what to eat at noon. Although there was a full banquet in the space, in this collective dormitory environment, she could only go to the canteen to eat a simple bread roll. This huge gap made her, Jiao, personality protest wildly, causing her current expression to look particularly dull. That new girl, Sun Jinbong's voice suddenly exploded in Lin Jiaoyu's ears. She snapped back to reality and slowly stood up. Comrade Lin Jiaoyu. Sun Jinbong looked at the thick Russian book on her desk, with a serious tone. I see you've been staring at the window for 10 minutes. Are you a genius prodigy who has already done mental calculations? A few suppressed snickers sounded in the classroom. Gao Zhengwo happily crossed his arms, waiting to see this little white rabbit embarrass herself. This was a difficult problem even for experienced veterans, let alone a young girl who could hardly understand it. Lin Jiaoyu sighed. She was really hungry and didn't want to waste time. Professor Sun, the mistake in the Soviet manual is that they ignored the nonlinear expansion of the rifling where caused by extremely cold temperatures making the steel brittle, Lin Jiaoyu said calmly. Her voice was soft but clear, piercing through the entire classroom. The coefficient 0.03 is based on standard barrel tests at room temperature. At -30 degrees, small changes in the barrel's inner diameter can reduce the muzzle velocity. This variable must be included in the correction formula. Sun Jinbong raised an eyebrow. Talking without doing is useless. He threw half a piece of chalk over. Come up and write. Lin Jiaoyu caught the chalk steadily and walked to the blackboard. She looked at the differential equation that made everyone scratch their heads. Her mind quickly activated its algorithm model. For her, who had handled billions of concurrent data in her previous life, this level of calculation was like a primary school math problem for college students. She didn't even need to use her full Engineer Lin form. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of chalk hitting the blackboard suddenly rang out, initially rhythmic, then becoming faster and more continuous. Instead of using the usual Taylor expansion, she directly introduced a dimensionless parameter, reducing the complex differential equations to a simple algebraic equation. If Gao Zhengwo's approach was to try brute force to open the door, Lin Jiaoyu was using a master key to unlock it directly. The whispering voices below disappeared. Song Siming's pen dropped onto the desk, his mouth slightly open, glasses slipping down his nose. As a math major, he understood better, and that made it even more terrifying. She skipped at least 10 steps of derivation, jumping straight to the result, but the logical chain was tight and seamless. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes, and half the blackboard was filled with writing, finally stopping at a concise, almost shocking correction formula. Lin Jiaoyu threw the tiny piece of chalk, about the size of a fingernail, into the pen holder, brushed off the dust on her hands, and turned around. Considering the battlefield conditions, I discarded higher-order infinitesimals, keeping the error within 2000s, she said calmly, as if she had just solved a simple puzzle. With this formula, the deviation of the landing point can be corrected to within 5 meters. After speaking, she didn't bother to look at Sun Jinbang's expression and walked straight back to her seat. As Gao Zhengwo passed by, this tall man from Shandong, standing about 1.85 meters, instinctively shrank his legs to give the little white rabbit a wide path. Sun Jinbang stood in front of the blackboard, facing away from the students, and remained silent for a long time. He stared at the formula, his eyes hidden behind thick glasses, and his hands trembled slightly. As a leading expert in ballistics in the country, he immediately saw the value of this formula. It was not only a victory in mathematics, but also a very practical engineering aesthetic. It could save lives. Good. After a long pause, Sun Jinbang uttered a word with a slightly hoarse voice. Class dismissed. He grabbed his notes and strode out of the classroom, even forgetting to assign homework. He had to verify this formula immediately. If it was correct, it could save countless soldiers' lives, which would be a great merit. The classroom remained quiet, as silent as if a needle could be heard falling. Everyone's eyes were focused on that corner, until Lin Jiaoyu took out an aluminum lunchbox from her canvas bag, gently tapped the table, breaking the heavy silence. Excuse me, which way to the cafeteria? Gao Zhengwo suddenly snapped back to reality. Looking at the little girl who had just been dominating the blackboard with her calculations, but now looked innocent and hungry, his throat moved awkwardly. Turn left when you go out, follow the crowd. Thanks. Lin Jiaoyu's eyes lit up. She hugged her lunchbox and rushed out, faster than when she was solving the problem. Song Siming picked up his pen, looked at the white characters on the blackboard, and sighed with a wry smile. Old Gao, we've really met a genius this time. This isn't just further study. It's like teaching in the countryside. Gao Zhengwo stroked his buzz cut, and his pride shattered. What genius? This is a wolf cub disguised in rabbit fur. Did you understand that formula? Not really, Chenemo coldly added from beside him, but his eyes shone brightly. But I've memorized it. For students at the Military Industry Institute, the dismissal bell was more pleasant than a bugle call. When Lin Jiaoyu rushed into the cafeteria holding her aluminum lunchbox, the smell of aged vinegar, hearty stews, and occasional meat aroma instantly activated her Jiao personality. Just a moment ago, the cold-faced female engineer was busy solving differential equations on the blackboard. Now, she was tiptoeing through rows of gray-green backs, trying hard to find a seat at the small blackboard menu for today's meal. Braised pork. Even potatoes are considered meat. Lin Jiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. The master chef serving the food was known for his steady hand. It was said that he could shake a spoon so much that only broth remained of the meat. But when he saw Lin Jiaoyu's fair face, which looked so different from the rough men around her, the iron spoon he had been holding for years surprisingly steadied. Girl, eat more, grow strong. With a loud clink, a big spoonful of dark-colored potatoes, along with 3 or 4 trembling, oily chunks of meat, was carefully placed on her 2 rice bowls, without spilling a single drop of juice. Thank you, chef. Your cooking is amazing. Lin Jiaoyu smiled brightly, her sweetness overflowing. The old chef blushed, feeling he could add a little more soup. Carrying a full lunchbox, Lin Jiaoyu turned to face the bustling dining hall. Her good mood suddenly faded. These days, The military institute was like a monastery, with hundreds of tough men eating together, making a noise similar to a barrage of artillery. She, a small potato who had wandered into the wolf pack, looked especially weak, helpless, and small in the corridor. Just as she was thinking about whether to squat in the corner to eat, a thick arm, as sturdy as a tree trunk, was raised high near a window table, waving wildly like a weather vane.
Lin,
Classmate. Over here. There's a seat. It was Gao Zhengwo. This big Shandong man had such a loud voice that half the cafeteria could hear him. He was shouting while fiercely guarding an empty seat beside him, even resting one leg on the stool, looking more determined than a soldier defending a strategic hill. Lin Jiaoyue was stunned for a moment. She remembered that this person had just been laughing at her in class. Now, he seemed to have changed his mind. But having a seat was better than standing in the corner, right? Can face be used as food? Obviously not. Without hesitation, she walked over. Song Siming and Chen Mo had just finished their meals. Seeing Lin Jiaoyue approaching, Song Siming adjusted his glasses nervously, even instinctively tidied his uniform. However, Chen Mo silently took out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped the clutter and old grease on the table, leaving a clean, shiny surface.
Seat.
Hurry up and sit down. Gao Zhengwo smiled apologetically, his face red and black with embarrassment and admiration, like a student caught misbehaving by the teacher. Just now in class. Lao Gao, I'm a bit rough. I didn't recognize your talent. Your skills really amazed me. I apologize. Lin Jiaoyu sat down, first inhaling the aroma of braised pork, then taking a big bite of rice soaked in sauce. Her cheeks puffed out as she mumbled.
It's okay.
It's just an academic discussion. No hard feelings. That's not a discussion. That's a crushing defeat. Song Siming put down his lunchbox and looked at Lin Jiaoyu with eager curiosity. Lin, I've been thinking about that correction formula. How did you come up with the idea of introducing nonlinear expansion into the variables? In regular ballistics, those are considered constant. Gao Zhengwo and Chen Mo also perked up their ears. Though they weren't as knowledgeable as Song Siming, they knew this was important. Lin Jiaoyu swallowed a potato and paused. Her engineer Lin mode was briefly triggered, her eyes sharpened, but then her hunger took over, and she relaxed again. Because I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, she said, picking up a potato and waving it in front of her. Think about it, cannons are made of metal. When it's cold, metal becomes brittle and shrinks. After firing repeatedly, it heats up and expands. It's like this potato. If it's undercooked, it's raw and hard. If cooked too long, it becomes soft and mushy. She stuffed the potato into her mouth, squinting happily. Since its state is always changing, how can it be treated as a constant? The Soviet experts' books are theoretical, but on the battlefield, this cannon is like a living creature that breathes. If you treat a living thing as dead matter, it's no wonder the shell might hit its own crew. That analogy. Song Siming was stunned, his chopsticks frozen midair, his mouth slightly open. Comparing advanced metal thermodynamics, material strain rates, and ballistic correction theories to stewing potatoes? The simplest explanation is often the best. Only someone who truly understands the principles can speak such plain truths.
Brilliant.
Chen Mo, who had been silent, suddenly lit up with excitement and blurted out 2 words. Gao Zhengwo, however, paid no attention to the complex theories. He was a straightforward person. He looked at Lin Jiaoyue's thin figure, which seemed even smaller in the oversized Lenin-style uniform. Then he glanced at her lunchbox, where only a few tiny pieces of meat lay pitifully. His brows instantly furrowed. With a sharp clack, Gao Zhengwo suddenly lifted the lid of his own lunchbox. Inside were 5 or 6 shiny pieces of braised pork, fat and lean mixed together. The extra portion he had begged the cook for earlier. Here, Gao Zhengwo said, picking up 3 of the biggest, fattest pieces with his chopsticks and dropping them into Lin Jiaoyue's bowl before she could refuse. Thinking burns energy. Your brain is precious. It's a treasure of our country.
You need to eat well.
I'm tough. Potatoes are enough for me. Think of this as my gift to my teacher. Lin Jiaoyue stared at the meat in her bowl, stunned. In those days, meat was life. It was as valuable as money. Everyone lacked oil and fat in their diet. Sharing even a small piece of meat meant true friendship.
This isn't right.
It's too valuable. You still need to train. You'll need the energy. Lin Jiyue tried to refuse.
Eat.
Gao Zhengwo barked, his eyes wide, his tone like a commanding officer. If you don't eat, it means you're still upset with me for looking down on you earlier, and that you look down on me now. Song Siming chuckled, pushed up his glasses, and moved a few precious fried peanuts from his pickles into her bowl. Classmate Lin, this is for me. Our dorm, 117, is a boys' dorm, but it's right next to yours. If you ever need help with heavy work, carrying water, coal, or changing a light bulb, just call us. We may not be as smart as you, but we're strong. And if anyone in the academy dares to make fun of your age again, Gao will be the first to stand up for you. Yeah, we'll deal with them, Chinemo added simply. Lin Jiayue looked at the three men before her, each with a different personality. Gao Zhengwo was straightforward and warm-hearted. Song Siming had a quiet determination behind his scholarly look, and Chinemo was quiet but observant. In this unfamiliar city, far from home, a few pieces of braised pork and a handful of peanuts brought her a rare sense of warmth, like a spring that never froze.
Well,
then I won't be polite, Lin Jiyue said with a small smile, picking up a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth. The fat melted instantly. Though the soy sauce was a bit too salty and the sugar hadn't caramelized properly, far from the dishes made by the chef in her secret space, it still tasted wonderful, carrying the flavor of true friendship. Delicious, she squinted, like a satisfied cat, with a bit of sauce on her mouth corner. Gao Zhengwo smiled happily, chuckling foolishly, showing his big white teeth, and started eating eagerly. Good food is enough. From now on, I'll handle the meal duties. By the way, Miss Lin. No, Student Lin, about that worn-out cannon barrel. If it really reaches the front line and the formula is so long, what should we do? Lin Jiayue swallowed her food, dipped the tip of her chopsticks into the soup, and drew an S-shaped curve on the greasy table. No need to calculate. Just organize the variables. There's actually a pattern. Later, I'll make a quick reference chart for you, like a carpenter's ruler, combining temperature and wear into one. You can check how much to adjust directly. As long as you can read, it's easy to use, simple and foolproof. Really? Even Chinmo's eyes widened, forgetting to eat his bun. Song Siming was so excited, he almost jumped up. If such a thing existed, it would be a weapon for artillery soldiers. How much time could it save in calculations? How many enemy counter-battery fire could artillery avoid? It would be a great achievement for many lives. After dinner, I'll draw it for you, Lin Jiayue said casually, as if drawing a comic strip was easy. Then she changed the subject, but you have to help me with something. Tell me. I'll go through fire and water for you. Just frown, and I'll be your grandson. Gao Zhengwo pounded his chest loudly, making nearby tables turn to look. Can you help me get some coal briquettes? Lin Jiayue pointed outside at the heavy snow. My storage room has no heating, and last night I was so cold I almost burned my books to keep warm. Hearing this, Gao Zhengwo slammed his chopsticks on the table, angry. That's what you call a problem?
What are those logistics guys doing?
After dinner, I'll go to the logistics office and bring you 2 bags. No, better yet, good quality coal, anthracite. Anyone who refuses, I'll flip their table. The afternoon sunlight shone through the greasy glass window of the cafeteria, casting mottled light on the 4 young people. There were no grand speeches or blood oaths, just because of a meal, a few pieces of meat, and an undrawn chart. In this snowy and windy era, a group that would later shake the military industry, the 4-person Iron Wall team, was formed so muddily, yet so firmly, amid the aroma of stewed potatoes and meat. However, before they finished their meal, Lin Jiaoyu just put the last piece of fatty meat into her mouth when suddenly there was a commotion at the entrance of the cafeteria. The 3rd training ground is a large semi-open shed, converted from an old aircraft hangar. It's more like a big wind tunnel than a teaching site. The north wind blows snowflakes through gaps in the roof, making people feel cold even in their bones. Right now, instead of a lively scene, There is a heavy, oppressive atmosphere in the center of the shed. In the middle of the crowd, a large, black Soviet 37mm anti-aircraft gun awkwardly points at the sky. The breech is half open but stuck, like a giant beast with a sore throat. Several technicians in dark blue work uniforms are sweating heavily, holding wrenches and hammers, struggling with the metal piece. Leading them is a middle-aged technician with a rough beard, known in the academy as the notoriously grumpy Liu Dechue. He's said to be a level 8 fitter transferred from a weapons factory, skilled but with a tough temper. Don't move. Nobody move. Liu Dechue slams his wrench onto the ground with a loud clang, startling a few young students nearby who wanted to see what was happening. This Soviet stuff is too delicate. I told you it can't be built like this. Liu Dechue squats on the ground, trembling as he lights a cigarette with his calloused, frostbitten hands. It's definitely the deadlock of the retraction spring that's worn out again. According to the Soviet expert's manual, if it jams, you must replace the entire assembly from the original factory. Who dares to force it open? If they damage the guide rail, it's military property destruction, and who can take responsibility for that? But Master Liu, a young instructor nearby, looks worried, fidgeting nervously. We don't have original parts. The Soviet expert's supply truck is stuck in the snow, and it'll take at least half a month to get new ones. But we can't stop the training. These students will be going to the front in a couple of months. If this gun doesn't work, how can they learn practical skills? Should we let them use fire sticks to fight American planes? I don't care. Liu Dechue raises his head and exhales a thick cloud of smoke. No parts, no repair. That's a hard truth. It's like the heavens have come down right now. It's just a pile of scrap metal. The surrounding students immediately burst into discussion, voices rising like a tide. What should we do? There's live fire practice this afternoon. Oh no, this is our only treasure in the entire institute. Usually just touching it requires a report. This Soviet-made thing isn't good either. It's not as durable as our little millet rifle. Amidst the noisy crowd, Gao Zhengwo pushed through like a bulldozer, bringing Lin Jiaoyu and 2 others into the inner circle. Make way. Make way. Don't block the path. Gao Zhengwo, confident in his muscles, forced a half-meter wide passage for Lin Jiaoyu. She stood beside the huge steel machine, not in a hurry to speak. Her eyes, which usually looked a bit lazy after meals, were now clear and sharp. She gently closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air was filled with the sour smell of poor-quality lubricants, the sulfur scent of unburned gunpowder, and a very special smell, like burnt metal after friction. Since gaining the nourishment of the space spiritual spring, her senses had become incredibly sharp. Right now, she blocked out the noisy voices and the howling wind and snow. It was as if only this machine existed in the world. In her perception, this cold machine seemed alive. She listened carefully to the faint sounds inside, like the metal suffering under abnormal stress, groaning in pain. Not all parts were silent. Master Liu. Lin Jiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes. Her voice was soft but clear through the noise. Can you show me the reset lever for the firing pin? Liu Dezhu, annoyed and ready to curse, looked up and saw a young girl in a coat, still with baby fat on her face. He immediately got angry. He waved his hand like shooing away flies. Go away. Who are you? A kid of a family member. This is a military-controlled area, not a playground. Don't cause trouble here. Go play somewhere else. A few senior students nearby also jeered, their tone full of disdain. Little girl, this isn't a place for girls to embroider. These heavy iron things weigh hundreds of pounds. Stepping on them isn't a joke. Go home and find your mother. Say that again. Gao Zhengwo was already unhappy. His eyes widened like bells, ready to roll up his sleeves and argue. But a delicate, fair hand gently stopped him. Lin Jiaoyu's face showed no anger, not even a flicker of emotion. She took only 2 steps forward and squatted directly in front of Liu Dachui, her gaze level with the 8th level fitter. Her eyes quietly fixed on Liu Dachui, showing no fear but instead a look of sharp focus and confidence typical of a top professional. This made Lu Dachui feel strangely uneasy, and he hesitated to speak the rude words that almost escaped his mouth. Master Lu, this isn't a problem with the retraction spring, Lin Jiaoyu said, pointing to an unremarkable guide rail below the firing pin. If it were spring fatigue, the metal rebound sound should be a dull click, with some delay. But at the moment the shell got stuck and retracted, there was a very sharp metallic scream. If I heard correctly, that's a high-pitched sound in F-tone.
What?
Lu Dachui's cigarette fell onto his pants, burning him and making him jump. He looked at Lin Jiaoyu, as if she were crazy. F-tone? Are you sure you're not just playing the violin? Can a canon sing opera? A burst of open laughter erupted from the crowd. But Lin Jiaoyu seemed not to hear the mockery. She stood up calmly, walking around the gun barrel at a steady pace. Her fingers lightly brushed the cold shield of the barrel, feeling its temperature. This isn't a spring failure. It's caused by thermal expansion and contraction misaligning the fit, she said steadily, each word firm and clear like a nail. The original design from the Soviet factory was based on the dry climate of Eastern Europe with very tight tolerances. But this gun has obviously been in the humid, hot southern environment, maybe even at the seaside. Now it's suddenly in the freezing north, and poor quality lubricant has solidified unevenly. Plus, the vibrations from the recent test firing caused a small shift in a locating pin of the firing seat. She turned to face Lu Dachui directly, speaking quickly with a string of technical terms. That scream is caused by abnormal friction between the locating pin and the guide slot edge. If you don't fix this shift, even replacing 100 original assemblies won't prevent it from jamming again. Her words hit like a precise bullet, leaving everyone who had been laughing stunned. The workshop instantly fell silent. Lu Dachui was experienced, though he didn't understand micro-level measurements. But the points about lubricant solidification and southern service environment struck a nerve in his experience. He frowned, his dismissive attitude fading slightly. He stood up skeptically and said, "You say it's just a shift? This thing fits perfectly. You can't see any gaps with the naked eye. How do you know? Maybe it's off. If we open it up, we'll find out." Lin Jiaoyu stretched out her glowing white hand, palm up, speaking confidently. "Can I borrow a size 6 socket wrench and a multi-purpose file? Even if I can't fix it, I won't damage it." Lu Dachui hesitated. He looked into the young girl's eyes, which seemed to see through steel, and, almost involuntarily, handed over the treasured tools in his hand.